Chapter 1 Farmer's Child. Have you heard that the old Moor kid was hit by a horse? Poor boy, if I remember correctly, he is only 13 years old this year, and I am afraid he will lie in bed for the rest of his life. You are talking about the situation a few days ago. The new news is that Roy's child has woken up, but unfortunately there seems to be something wrong with his brain, and he stands in a daze in the yard all day. Several farmers stood on the ridge and whispered to each other. Behind them, a tall middle-aged man quietly put down his and clenched his fists, his face full of anger and helplessness. He is the old Moor in the farmer's mouth, and he is also a low-profile mudleg. For half of my life, he has been farming in a safe place, with ordinary appearance, incompetence, and no possessions. Only at the age of 23, a woman who does not dislike him would marry him. The couple will have a son until they are 25 years old. In this world, in this era, there are more people who are parents at the age of 15 or 6. They are undoubtedly called older parents. They take great care of this child and are not willing to let him go to work on weekdays. Their child Roy is also obedient. He is quiet, and always has a shy smile. He is completely different from the little in the village who run wild all day. What a well-behaved child. Thinking of this, old Moor was even more painful, and the good times did not last long. Just 4 days ago, a woman rode through the village and just hit the poor Roy. He passed out in a coma. The crappy herbalist in the village could not detect any trauma. What is even more surprising is that the child woke up naturally after being in a coma for a day, and then looked like a different person. His eyes were dull, without speaking or answering, he knew that he was staring at the sky in a daze. Like a fool. Oh. Old Moor was worried about his son. Seeing that it was late, he trot home with a hoe. The houses in the village are made of thatch and wood. They are shabby and old. It seems that a gust of wind can blow away the houses. The whole village is very small, with only about 100 households. The old Moor's house is at the far west of the village. It is noon and the sun is blazing. A small figure is facing the dazzling sun in the sky, without blinking his eyes, like a puppet without a soul. In the yard next to him, a peasant woman with rough skin is bending over to feed chickens. What should I do if I stare at the sun and hurt my eyes? Susie. Didn't you let you look at the child? Look at what he is doing. Old Moor rushed into his overgrown small courtyard anxiously, held the child by the waist and put him in front of the threshold, touched his small black head, and a trace of warmth appeared on his dry yellow face. Little Roy, listen to what the old man said, don't do such stupid things in the future. Ah. Daddy. Some time ago, Roy, who had awakened, ignored old Moor. However, today, waves on his delicate face appeared, his confused eyes became clear, and his mouth mumbled. Right. Luo-e. Roy. By the way, my name is Roy now. Does the child speak? The farmer brought his ear to his son's mouth in surprise. He finally determined that this son who had not spoken for 3 days and 3 nights had not become dumb. Susie is coming soon, my son has spoken, don't be busy feeding those animals. After this exclamation, the peasant woman rushed in from the door. The two couples held Roy on the left and the other right, and tears burst into their eyes when he only heard him call out their names. And Roy took a serious look at his parents in this life, old Moor and Susie. They have ordinary faces, wearing old clothes made of linen cloth, rough skin, and overworked and skinny figures, showing the simplicity of a country peasant all over their bodies. This is my parents. Roy's eyes were sour, and his heart was suddenly touched, and he encircled the shoulders of the couple at the same time. At this time, in his mind, 2 completely different memories were completely fused. He is not only Luo-e, an 18-year-old high school student from the earth of China, but also the son of a farmer in the small village of K in Lower Posada on the southern border of the country called Aden in this different world. As Luo-e, his parents died unexpectedly, and he has since dropped out of school at home. He has become obsessed with the virtual world of games. It can be called the death of both parents, no car or money, addicted to games, sooner or later belch. Roy, although he is the son of a low-status peasant, lives in poverty, but enjoys his long-lost family affection. He is both Luo-e and Roy. I play games so crazy, but to make up for the emptiness in my heart. This is an opportunity God gave me to make up. Now he inherits all Roy's memories and feelings, and he naturally has a blood-connected closeness to the couple. Roy, what happened to you the other day? Worry about us. I was frightened by the horse, I remember being scared all the time, I don't know anything else. Ask what? Old Moore shouted at his wife, and touched Roy's head lovingly. It's fine if the child is fine, and it's fine. Comforting the emotional parents, Roy started to look around the new home, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Surrounded by pitted walls, the whole house has a fireplace, an iron pot, 2 or 3 tables and chairs, and 2 beds. If the floor is covered with a layer of hay and cloth, it can be called a bed. Before long, the woman Zhang Luo finished her lunch. A few dry and hard breads, an egg, 2 salted fish, and a thick stew of various vegetables such as potatoes. Soup. The important thing is that there are no seasonings. In this home, wanting to eat some salt is considered a luxury. Roy took a bite carefully according to the weirdness in his heart. What do you care about? It was not easy to eat this kind of natural pollution-free vegetables in the previous life. Maybe it was the instinct of this body. He quickly accepted the taste of the food smoothly. In addition, he hadn't eaten much in the past few days, and he was so hungry that he was hungry and gobbled up. Meals that are not many are rapidly dwindling. Eat slowly, boy, stop choking. The couple on the side looked at their son with a smirk and kept adding food to him. They didn't touch the little pot of food. I only have a bite of dried salted fish once in a while. In the afternoon, after waiting for Old Moore and Susie to discuss killing a chicken at night to supplement his son's body and leave home, Roy's face turned serious. Yadian, who was once addicted to The Witcher 3, how could he not know? One of the 4 northern countries, this is the world of witchers, wizards, and monsters. In this world, in this era, bandits, monsters, diseases, and natural disasters are raging, and people's lives are so difficult. Without power or right, bad luck will come when you don't know for sure. According to the memory of the body in his mind, it is now 1260. If nothing else, 3 years later, known as the White Flames Flying on the Enemy's Grave, the majestic and brilliant southern Nilfgaard Emperor Inhil Enris will launch the First Northern War. Although the war began in the far west of Lower Posada, the kingdom of Sintra, who can guarantee that no deserters would flee here to cause chaos? And 7 years later, in 1267, the Second Northern War broke out, and Aiden was not spared either. What abilities do I have, and what should I do? At least I must protect Old Moore and Susie. The 13-year-old Roy has not much time to use. However, when he traveled to this world, he did not travel in vain. He brought a golden finger like many travelers. Chapter 2 Gold Finger. Open personal template. Roy thought, a strange message poured into his mind. Property template. Roy. Age, 13 years and 7 months. Gender, male, omitted later. Identity, civilian. You are the son of a farmer. So far you have not experienced any professional learning and training, you have not mastered any skills, and your talents have not been discovered. HP, 40, Health. Strength, 4 points, 5 points. Power determines the power of some physical attacks. At the same time, it can enhance your own weight-bearing ability, allowing you to wear/use some heavy and powerful protective gear/weapons, which also has a partial impact on the strike resistance. Agility, 5 points, 5 points. Agility determines your movement speed and shooting speed, as well as neural response speed and balance ability. Agility is high enough to allow you to dodge, parry, and block attacks calmly, allowing you to make a variety of difficult physical movements. Physique, 4 points, 5 points. Basic endurance, physique determines your ability to resist and determines your ability to run and fight for a long time. It also has a partial impact on the speed of life recovery. Perception, 5 points, 5 points. Perception is a general term for your sense of hearing, smell, sight, intuition, etc. Perception gives you a certain chance to discover the dangers around you in advance, to observe the surrounding environment faster and more carefully, and to dig out hidden traces. The higher the perception, the higher the probability of foreseeing danger. Perception high enough, you will be able to perceive the mystery of the void. Will, 4 points, 5 points. Will determines your ability to resist mental abnormalities and the speed of recovery from negative mental states such as pain and distortion. The higher the will, the more you can maintain your composure in critical situations and give full play to your abilities. The will is high enough to have an impact on real objects. Charm, 5 points, 5 points. Charisma is the direct feedback of appearance, temperament, eloquence, and other abilities. Charisma mainly enables you to better communicate with creatures. High charisma makes it easier to get the favor of creatures. If the charm is high to a certain level, it will naturally become close to you. Spirit, 6 points, 5 points. Spirit determines your level of concentration, allowing you to concentrate on the work in front of you. Spirit can also enhance your ability to absorb, accommodate, and manipulate the 4 elements, namely chaotic energy, so it will affect the power of spells and spell-like spells. Skills, none. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. Other, unknown. Experience value, 1 out of 100. You can choose to increase the level when the experience value is full. Each level will provide a little attribute point and a little skill point. This template can be regarded as the golden finger that Roy crossed over. After 3 days of sun exposure, it should be affected by the template. After all, basking in the sun absorbs the energy of the sun, which helps restore his confused mind at the beginning, and his experience value has risen from 0 to 1. Approximately 0.33 experience points are provided every day. After 333 days of exposure, my experience points will be full and I will become stronger. Roy feels a little settled. Although this approach is stupid at home, it is undoubtedly the safest and most secure. The way to increase the value of experience. However, since sun exposure can increase experience points, he has to guess that diet can also gain experience points. But the reality is cruel. According to the days when he is barely full of food, the energy obtained from food is just enough to maintain basic life and physical development, and there is no remaining energy that can be converted into experience points. So, if I want to improve my physical attributes, I must first find a way to earn some crowns and supplement my nutrition. The currency in circulation in the game is krona. In fact, the only currency in the northern countries is Timoria Oren, while the base currency used by the Kingdom of Aden is ducat and mark. To avoid confusion and trouble in conversion, krona and krona will be used in the future. Oren. 1 crown equals 1 oren equals 100 copper coins. If he can earn enough krona, he can even hire mercenaries, or demon hunters with good reputation, and take his parents to escape from this land of right and wrong, and head to Redania in the northwest, the free city of Noah Viger settled. Redania participated in the Northern War, but the country was hardly affected by the war. Ordinary people can be safe there for at least many years. The matter of making money will be long in Japan. Now I have to try if there are other ways to gain experience. Judging from Roy's game experience, killing monsters has a high probability of increasing experience points, and the wizarding world is full of monsters. He estimated that he would just take a trip outside the village and by the river. The unlucky point can meet the head water ghost or something. It is a pity that he is now thin and has no combat power. He goes to hunt monsters outside the village, and will be besieged by wild dogs and wolves in less than half of the way, and his life will be lost in vain. Obviously, there is no second life like a game here. I have to be cautious. Legends are all rising from the end of the day. The future Lord Roy will set an inconspicuous small goal first. He entered his small yard and caught his eye on the most eye-catching big aries in the herd. However, considering that the sheep can provide goat milk, and the size is too big, he may not be able to subdue this guy with small arms and legs, so he quickly gave up on this target. At this moment, a few lively roosters dangled from under his nose. He gritted his teeth and went back to the house to take out a sharp knife. It just so happened that the old men said they would come back to kill a chicken to make up for me at night, and I simply handled it in advance by myself. Roy's murderous eyes quickly focused on a fat and big gray-haired cock. The latter seemed to be feeling something, making a piercing cry of chuckling, and fleeing wildly in the chicken pen. A funny picture appeared in the sun. A thin boy and a majestic and mighty gray started chasing me, one after the other. It was so lively. After eating soil several times, Roy was sweating profusely. When his feet were soft, he finally grabbed the wings of the big cock. The sharp knife in his right hand went back and forth between the rooster's neck, but he didn't make it for a long time. Counting the past and present, I haven't had blood on my hands. I didn't expect that the first kill in my life was a stupid big cock. He thought of Geralt of the legendary demon hunter Livia. Imposing titles such as the Wolf, the Butcher of Brabacan, and the Giant Killer. This incident must not be spread today, otherwise, when I become a legend in the future, won't I be nicknamed by the bard, cock killer? As soon as he thought of this, Roy's actions became faster, and he awkwardly cut the big cock's neck. The blood poured out like a fountain, and a few drops splashed on his cheek. At the same time, with the high-pitched scream of chuckle, the rooster stretched out its 2 paws, raised its neck, and let out the last cry of the rooster. A few minutes later, it lay on the ground and swallowed its last breath, and a smile appeared on Roy's face. 2 out of 100, the experience value has increased a bit. It really works. He secretly rejoiced, but unexpectedly a panicked scream came from outside the courtyard. Oh my god. Fool Roy, being possessed by a monster, killed his own chicken. A 7 or 8-year-old boy with a runny nose, yelling desperately in horror, with a loud voice, like a screaming groundhog. However, seeing him, Roy's eyes lit up. Brandon, son of the butcher. As the Queen's butcher of the K village, whichever family in the village kills sheep and cattle, he must pass his father's hands. If I become a butcher's apprentice, then why worry about experience points? Chapter 3 The Butcher. On the bumpy road in the village, 2 children, one big and one small, walked towards the house of Fletcher, the butcher in the north. In Roy's impression, Uncle Butcher looks like Susie's distant relatives. The 2 families will occasionally move around, and there may be a chance for his own ideas. Ha! Cock killer, look at your small arms and calves, thin like a wooden stick, and want to be my father's apprentice. Stay home and send you a daze. Brandon sucked and slipped to his upper lip. The translucent snot, extremely disdainfully said. Roy followed the boy. The opponent was less than 4 inches, 1.2 meters, later. He was almost 5 inches and 4 inches, about 1.6 meters. He looked down at the latter's watermelon head and couldn't help but stretch out his hand to flatten the pinch of the other's head. Before Brandon turned his head alertly, the naughty hair that was turned up high, withdrew his hand nonchalantly. Well, I feel comfortable now. He lived for 18 years in his previous life. He couldn't care about with a kid, shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly, I'm a 13-year-old adult. It's a big deal to kill a chicken. Only the kid who has never seen the market it's going to make a fuss. Rooster killer. It's ugly to die, you think it out. A fool who can't even cultivate the ground has the courage to kill chickens with his own hands. There are various signs that you are very likely to be possessed by the devil. I have to slowly judge this. But, say I haven't seen the market. Brandon's dirty chubby hand wiped the nose off his mouth, and then wiped it off with his white shirt. As a butcher's child, his family's financial situation is much better than that of most households in the village. There is no shortage of meat, and the clothes are more glamorous. Although he is young, he is pleased by several children of the same age. Since he was a child, he has a sense of superiority. How can he resist the ridicule? Mud legs. My father once met Lyria and Queen Mivy of Livia at the Winter Solstice Festival, and told me every night about the grand situation of the year. You, a hillbilly who has never been out of K, dare to say that I haven't have you seen the market? Oh, listen to your Uncle Fletcher bragging every night. Did he tell you about juggling? Roy watched the other party's expression quietly, and as expected, when he heard the word juggling, Brandon immediately beamed his eyes and spoke wildly, his words full of envy and longing. When Roy saw this, he settled for a while, stopped suddenly, raised his head and put his head up. If you can help persuade Uncle Fletcher to accept me as an apprentice, then the great Lord Roy will show it to Brandon. A miracle trick. Rooster killer, I still want to lie to Uncle Don Kix's milk doll, I won't be fooled. Brandon choked suddenly, his eyes widened, his mouth opened so that it could fit an egg, the caterpillar-like snot slipped uncontrollably from the nostrils. Hiss, how did you do it? Right in front of his eyes, under the bright sun, a stone in Roy's right palm disappeared without warning, like being moved out of thin air to an invisible place. The palms are closed and opened again, and the stones reappear. This is the trick I'm talking about. Roy was very satisfied with the boy's performance. In fact, the stone was lying quietly in the cubic space attached to the template, and he would take it away at will if he thought of it. In the vicinity. I don't believe it, you show me one more time. Change the props this time, do you have any money? Yes. Brandon occasionally steals some change from the butcher's father, and takes his close friends in the village to the tavern to buy some dried fruits and taste the sweet and sour fruit wine. Give it to me, 1 crown will do. Brandon didn't know whether he was really stupid or curiosity. He really took out a yellow crown from his arms and threw it to Roy, then stretched his neck, watching the other party hold the crown and flip it down, waiting for his fist. Turning around again and opening, the crown disappeared without a trace. I always stay at home behind closed doors, just to study the tricks. Now that the research is successful, I should also let you know. Brandon searched Roy's body unbelief, and the latter was completely clean and there was no place to hide anything. At this moment, he had nothing to say and agreed to Roy's request. "You teach me tricks, I beg my father to accept you as an apprentice, and this business will not lose money. There is one more thing, solemnly warn you." Seeing that the other party didn't mention it, Roy laughed at the crown and emphasized, "Never call me a rooster killer again, and you can't presume on anyone." In the yard of the butcher's house, a middle-aged man with a big waist and a round waist stroked a scalper that was with his limbs and hung upside down on a wooden frame. When he was about to stab him, he caught a glimpse of Roy. He ignored Roy, but snarled at the little fat man with his expression on his face, "Smelly boy, where are you going to go around? He told me that several times this month I didn't report to the village chief's house, which was a waste of my hard-earned money. Money. I don't know a few big characters, what else would I want to be a bard in the future? Just learn the craft from me." Brandon was exposed to his ideal face to face, and suddenly his fat face flushed and lowered his head. He is the son of a pig killer, but he dreams of being a chic and suave bard. If the other people in the village know about it, he won't laugh out of his teeth. In fact, in K Village, there are no more than 3 literate people including the village chief, and 90% of the villagers even need to pay for help when writing a letter to their relatives far away. Although the butcher Fletcher 5 big and 3 rough, but don't want his son to continue to be illiterate. "Brandon, if you can get the compliment from the village chief, I will ask you Uncle Tom to drive you to Van Jeborg for a long time. If you learn well enough, then Dad, I will send you to Ozenfurt even if you lose your fortune. Special university for further study. Your mother thought the same way before her death, don't let her down." Roy didn't think there was anything when he heard Brandon's ideal of becoming a bard. When his father finished talking about his plan, he couldn't help being slightly surprised. How could this guy have such a foresight? The job of a butcher can make people live very well. In terms of decency and status, it is not as good as an educated person. Let's not talk about entering university. As long as you can read and write the common characters of the Northern Kingdom, you will not worry about eating and drinking in the country, and you will have better luck. Become a scribe in a big city, then you will be more respected. As for the butcher's Ozenfurt University, it is the best university in the world, and Nilfgaard Imperial College is also known as the best university in the world. Gerald's best friend Dandrain and confidant Shunny, both graduated from Ozenfurt. Can't underestimate the country folk. Roy looked back and forth between the butcher and his son. Fletcher scolded his son wholeheartedly, but ignored him. "Buddy, don't get out of the house yet." Brandon cast a look at Roy for help, who immediately said, "Uncle Fletcher, today I'm coming." The butcher waved his hand impatiently, and interrupted him directly, "Little Roy, are you hurt? Buy a piece of fresh meat later and go back to make up for it. Susie has been battered these days, so I have time to accompany him." At this time, Brandon was thinking about learning tricks, bit the bullet and said, "Fletcher, he wants to be your apprentice." "Just him?" Fletcher swept Roy all over, slanting his eyes, and said unceremoniously, "Uncle is planning to hire an apprentice, but you haven't even planted any ground. Susie can agree to you to be me apprentice. What's more, your body is too thin. I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle a single animal for a long time, so don't mess with me, just stay cool. The work of slaughtering pigs and sheep is dirty and tiring, but it is a popular job. The knife makes a little slip, oil and water and crowns are indispensable." Fletcher wanted to pass on this business to his son before, so that he would have nothing to worry about. But now, this kid has a better way out, learning common characters, so he won't force it anymore. The weak Roy had already made up his mind to find a stable source of experience. How could he be scared away by this little difficulty, breaking his fingers, and said sternly, "Uncle Fletcher, give me a chance, can you listen to me explain?" The butcher nodded. "Actually, I have discussed with old Moore and Susie. I have the final say on this matter." Roy paused. "You mentioned that being a butcher requires a body. It's natural. But this craft values more technology and experience. And these can be accumulated slowly. As I know, according to your experience and skills, even if you close your eyes, you can divide the livestock neatly. Don't look at me thin and weak now, but I am young, energetic, and I grow fast and learn things very quickly. As long as you are willing to teach me hand in hand, I promise you will not let you down." Roy gritted his teeth and added, "Turn the fire, if I can't earn money during my apprenticeship, I don't need to be paid. As long as you occasionally cut me a piece of meat or something." After hearing this, the butcher grinned and said, "Little Roy is different from before. You couldn't hold back a word for a long time before, but now why does your mouth become so slippery? It's like I'm committing a crime by not accepting you. Look." For Susie's face, "Then I will give you a chance, do you dare to start?" As he said, he let go of his body and exposed the big scalper behind him. "As long as you dare to send this big guy away with your hands, and resist the nausea, I will accept you as an apprentice, Fletcher." He expected that Roy, a half-year-old boy who had never seen blood, dared not do it. But I didn't know that the body of the boy in front of him was forcibly stuffed into the soul of an Earth youth in the era of the information explosion. What scene has not been seen on the screen? Roy took the bull's ear sharp knife from the butcher without changing his face, walked straight to the big scalper who was hanging upside down, turned around and said sincerely, "Uncle Fletcher, to tell you, I had a long dream after being hit by that horse a few days ago. After waking up from the dream, I decided to make some changes. I am a countryman and don't know how to farm. But I have to learn a craft to support myself, subsidize my family. Old Moore and Susie have taken care of me for more than 10 years, and I should give them back." The entire yard instantly became audible. Brandon's face was pale and he held his breath. Although he was the son of a butcher, he had never moved his hands. Every time his father slaughtered animals, he would hide and cover his ears. The thin back in front of him, holding the hideous cold blade, suddenly gave him a strange feeling. "Roy, it seems that he is no longer the gentle and cowardly Roy." "And Mr. Butcher," a hint of surprise flashed across his greasy face, "is this a growth? All know how to consider for the family." Fletcher couldn't help but glanced at the naughty ghost with a runny nose next to his eyes. "Is it that if you get hit by a horse, people will suddenly grow up and mature? Roy, in the area near the cow's neck, you should see a bump, which I just found out. Your knife will pierce the lump so hard that the scalper will not suffer too much pain." As soon as the former's voice fell, Roy's eyes narrowed. He caught the feeling of killing a chicken. With a steady wave of the hand, the knife is clean and sharp, fierce and decisive, the wrist is sent forward, and the knife is taken out and closed. The big scalper looked at him with huge black eyes, 2 wet marks flowed out of his eye sockets, and he mooed weakly, but he didn't even struggle so much that he didn't make a sound. At the same time, the experience value in Roy's template is increased to 7 points. Killing a big scalper gave him a full 5 experience points. The second drop of blood, the legendary vomiting, the emotional agitation still did not appear. But after all, killing chickens and killing cattle is different. Roy didn't have much joy of gaining experience points, but felt a touch of sadness and a trace of panic. Kill a life to get experience points. What is the principle? If you kill a person, how much experience can you have? For personal templates, the only meaning of life is experience value. How does the template determine the experience value for each life, the bigger the higher? Or is the vitality strong and the soul quality? Other reasons. Roy had to make sure with more kills. Numerous questions popped up in his mind, and he was stunned with a sharp knife dripping blood. At this time, the butcher smiled heartily, slapped him on the shoulder fiercely, and made Roy wake up with great force. "Good boy, do you really dare to do it? You will get bigger if you are hit by a horse. This time you will pass. If you don't feel dirty and tired, come to me tomorrow morning before the sun comes out. If you can hold on, don't talk about the salary, you can't do without you." Fletcher is not too young anymore. His son is focused on learning common characters and is unwilling to take over. Then he needs a helping assistant. Although Roy is thin, he has seen the big one since he was a child. He is simple and honest, and knows how to repay his parents. Because of Susie, he has some relatives with himself, and it seems good to cultivate slowly. "Uncle Fletcher, I must be there on time." Roy instantly broke away from his sentimentality, and his eyes became firm. He laughed slightly in his heart, "I don't have enough food, and there is an unknown threat, why should I pity a beef cow pretendingly?" Roy put away the tears of the crocodile and squeezed the sharp knife. Chapter 4 Newcomers on Duty. At the same night, the old Moors were pleading with Roy and agreed to his request to be an apprentice to a butcher. The two couples are so familiar with the son they saw when they were young. Only on this day, since he woke up to now, his behavior has been very different from the past. From a quiet and shy boy, he has become cheerful, lively, and talkative. But Roy's words and demeanor of the old couple's ardent concern for the old couple cannot be faked. So this didn't think much about the simple parents, but was sincerely pleased with the change of the child. They feel that the child has survived a catastrophe and has grown up a lot all of a sudden. The next day, many villagers in K Village were surprised to find that Fletcher, the burly and rude butcher, had a thin apprentice beside him. The old Moor's child was hit by a horse. Could it be possible that he was suffering from madness, just like his maiden temper? How could he come to slaughter livestock? What do you bunny know? You almost didn't get killed. It's strange that you didn't change your temperament. But I bet little Roy lasted for less than a week. Not everyone can do the job of a butcher. And this job is lucrative. Why is the butcher? Want him to be cheaper. No matter what the villagers talk about, Roy follows Fletcher with all his heart. After a day of contact, he found that the content of his work was different from what he thought. After large livestock such as cattle and sheep are brought over, Fletcher will first feed the livestock with a yellow powder to paralyze the animal's nerves and avoid the painful struggle before the animals die. According to the butcher, these powders are anesthetics given to him by the herbalist in the village. After killing the livestock, it is the most difficult part to deal with. To cut the meat just right, how to cut the flesh and bones without destroying the texture of the muscles, you must have a good understanding of the body structure of cattle, sheep, and pigs. The butcher's literacy level is impossible to draw a picture of his physiological structure for Roy to remember, so he can only guide him through demonstrations of movements. Oh. Roy watched as Uncle Fletcher calmly skinned the steak, took out the internal organs, and split the flesh. His nose was full of a strong stench, and his eyes were full of steaming bright red. Oh. The stomach rolled violently, and I couldn't resist bending over for a while of retching. The first cut to kill the cow was okay, and the subsequent division was a test. Hey. The butcher joked, I didn't see your hand soft when killing the cow yesterday, so I am afraid now. I am not talking nonsense about this craftsmanship. Otherwise, after so long, there will be no exception for the ignorant little Roy. No one else in the village wants. Of course, I don't want to bargain for outsiders casually. See if you have the perseverance to take my class. Roy recovered from the retching, only feeling a little dizzy head and soft legs, but the butcher did not give him more rest time. Come and take the knife. I will teach you how to cut along here. I told you to go up, where do you cut your knife? Fuck, you haven't eaten enough. There was something wrong with Roy, and he was immediately scolded. He lamented in his heart that this apprentice butcher not only had to adapt to the mess and blood in the yard, and endure rude insults, but also wielded a knife for a long time, and soon his arms became sore. His physique is less than 5, which is inferior to normal adults and is more prone to fatigue. The physical and psychological pressure made him feel slightly uncomfortable instantly. I really made my own mind. I have to come to be an apprentice butcher. Kept complaining, Roy still meticulously completed the task of the butcher, he still prioritized. Of course, the most important reason is that all the animals to be slaughtered were robbed of a lethal knife and harvest experience. People are under the eaves. Exercising, learning experience, and eating meat, it's perfect. What am I not satisfied with? The first day of apprenticeship passed with difficulty. The butcher's family slaughtered 2 beef cattle from other villages and collected 10 crowns from the villagers. According to the butcher, not every day has such a good business. K also has 100 residents. Even if he adds customers from other villages, he is not invited to start work every day. After finishing the work, the butcher was not stingy and generously gave Roy a palm-sized piece of fresh meat. As for the wages, the butcher did not treat him as free labor, and the apprenticeship gave him 1 crown a week, which is only a dozen a day. Roy is not dissatisfied with a copper coin. In the early days of learning a craft, he naturally couldn't care about income issues. Uncle Fletcher, how do you deal with the internal organs? Take it away later. The wizarding world is similar to the habits of Sebes in the previous life. Not everyone accepts animal offal. After the beef and mutton are processed, the offal is often sent to the wild to be buried and burned, or thrown directly into the small river not far from the village to feed fish. Give me these things. Roy can't control that much. He was born in a country where all kinds of delicious foods can be enjoyed in his previous life. He didn't eat less pork, beef, and sheep offal. These things are all meat. He is at the stage of growing his body, so he can't let go of these foods. Approaching the evening, Roy cleaned up the blood in the yard, brought a heavy cloth bag, 10 experience points, and left the butcher's house with black eyes. In K in the setting sun, the gray chimneys puffed out white smoke. The men after a busy day came back from the fields with their hoes, and the dirty children chased the chickens and dogs in the small yard in front of their house. Run around. Candles light up quietly in the small wooden houses. Roy took a deep breath. How long can this peace be maintained? Some distance from home, Roy faintly saw two sturdy soldiers with yellow cotton armor and long swords carrying several heavy linen bags to the entrance of the village, and then got on the cart and left quickly. The villagers took it for granted during the whole process. Any response? This Roy knows. Every month, the village of K must hand in a certain amount of agricultural products to the Lord of Posada, which is used as a tax. Taxes account for about 30% of the total harvest, which is quite kind. Old Moore's family grows silt and hops, and this month they harvested it and turned in 2 sacks of dried silt. The silt grass is similar to the tobacco leaves on the earth. The villagers who are okay on weekdays like to hold the silt bucket in front of their homes, so that they are very uncomfortable. Going back to taxation, the entire Kingdom of Aden, including its vassal states, levied peasants a lot higher than the other 3 northern countries. Therefore, Aden has always suffered from the peasant revolution. Roy learned from the villagers' chat that at this time, a peasant uprising broke out in Edsburg, southwest of Aden. I don't know what the senior officials of the kingdom think about. It is no wonder that in the future, Aden will lose both the north and the south and become a broken kingdom. It's too dangerous, we must hurry up. The urgency in Roy's heart can only be relieved by food. There are still some roosters killed yesterday. He brought back beef tonight. Aunt Susie unceremoniously stewed a large pot of broth. Although there are no seasonings, the taste is faint and fishy, and finally there is some oily water. As for the entrails that the butcher didn't want, he cleaned it without too much dirt, then looked for some seasoned celery and wild vegetables, and asked the old couple for a little bit of precious salt, and stir-fried them randomly. Fried a plate of meat and offal with oily aroma and a lingering smell. In the past, Roy would never be able to swallow it, but now this body does not dislike it. On the one hand, food is precious and meat is scarce. On the other hand, people here only eat 2 meals a day. A child with a long body will not let go of any opportunity to eat meat. But it's a pity that this meal only gave Roy an experience point of 0.1. He understood that killing was the best way to level up. Even if the livestock is decapitated every few days, the upgrade will be much faster. Roy is full of expectations for this. Chapter 5 Tavern and Quint. At night in K Village, 90% of the villagers' homes turned off the lights, the men slept with their wives, and the children looked at the sky outside the window and counted the sheep. The night watchman Thompson took the torch and wore a rusty steel sword and began to patrol the entire village, driving away beasts and bandits that might invade, or warning in advance. The only brightly lit places are the village chief's house, and the tattered tavern in the middle of the village, the old captain's tavern. Occasionally, energetic men who have yet to have a family and children come here to spend time, sip a small drink, and when they are interested, they call on the bearded One-Eyed Jack, who loves to brag about Skelly's career at sea when he was young, and the tavern owner One-Eyed Jack. Play Quint. Old Captain's Tavern, under the glow of candles and fireplaces, 5 or 6 figures were sitting sporadically. Roy was standing in front of the Gwent cardboard, staring at the pile of exquisite cards. These are genuine cunt. The Gwent card was originally invented and created by a dwarf who was bored to pass the time, but with its simple rules, changeable and interesting gameplay, it quickly conquered everyone. Whether it is aristocrats or ordinary folks, they like to have some fun after dinner. Gwent's card face borrows the image of a popular legendary figure from the folks. For example, Emperor Inhil of Nilfgaard, King Foltest of Temoria, King Demavi of Aden with the crown above his head, Lyria, and Mivi, the beautiful Queen of Livia. Each quint is carefully manufactured by dwarves using superb skills. The illustrations and materials are impeccable and basically impossible to forge. The more treasured ones, made by dwarf masters, can be called miniature works of art. Ordinary quint sells for 1 or 2 crowns, and you can buy a few more or less in grocery stores everywhere, and some rare cards can buy a house in Fangerberg, the capital of Aden, but rarely collectors are willing to sell. However, Roy observed for a long time. In the game, Nilfgaard, Northern Territory, and Skellige have all appeared in the game, but he did not see a monster card or squirrel party card. All monster cards are rare, and the squirrel party. In the current timeline, the Northern War has not yet begun. The squirrel party that helped Nilfgaard attack northern humans in the form of an assault group has not yet shown its head, and naturally there is no squirrel party deck. It is estimated that after the Northern War, the Squirrel Party deck will be expanded into the Kint pool by a dwarf master. Little Roy, who was not at home at night to sleep well, why did he rush to the tavern? One-Eyed Jack's hand was about to fall on Roy's head, but the latter dodged dexterously. Roy smiled flatteringly. Anyway, he is only 13 years old. It's not shameful to be cute. As long as it works, Uncle Jack, I'm waiting for Brandon. He promised to invite me to taste the fruit wine tonight. In fact, he was trying to cash out. Promise, teach Brandon a simple magic trick, which he learned from the internet before crossing. But now I have an idea to make money. The veteran players of The Witcher 3 can't escape Quint's addiction. One-Eyed Jack had an ugly smile on his weather-beaten, wrinkled old face. That little fat guy steals money from the house to drink alcohol every few hours, but I specially added water to the fruit wine for him, otherwise old Fletcher would have smelled it a long time ago. He is full of alcohol, spanking his and blooming, don't follow him. A gleam of light flashed in his single eyes, and his men neatly threw a pale Quint into the chessboard. At the same time, his opponent's face turned pale. Eat me a frost. The melee units are unified. Haha 35:20, old otter, I won this round. Wow. A pile of copper coins was stacked on Jack's table. The farmer on the opposite side looked gloomy. I'm even more stinky than Corville's salted fish tonight, it's not coming, he said, and walked out the door. And Roy saw the opportunity to make up for the space, and stared at the One-Eyed Jack. You can sit in another place, my old buddy is coming soon, he must be defeated and bankrupt today, without leaving a pair of pants. Uncle Jack, I'm bored anyway, why don't I play with you and warm up before the game? Jack shook his head when he heard the words, do you have Quint? A teenager who has money to collect Quint. In the whole village, who doesn't know the name of old Captain Jack, the Quintet collector? Your collection of Quintet cards is so rich, there must be duplicates, do it well, how about a pair to lend me? Roy folded his hands, looking at him expectantly. Hey, where did that shy and cute little guy go? Why did the bricklayer in the village suddenly put a layer of cement on his face? Jack sighed and raised his hand to make a slap gesture. At last it seemed to remember something, and his movements slowed down. Count what I owe you. I can borrow you, but the old Jack won't play Quint, who has no prizes. Let's say okay. If you lose, you have to clean the tavern once. What if I win? Reward 1 crown. Isn't it a handful of 2 crowns? Before old Jack blows his beard and stares, Roy covers his mouth. Soon, he got 35 Gwent cards from the Northern Territory, 31 of the most common unit cards with a combat power of no more than 6, 4 weather cards, no cherished hero cards, and none. Gwent holds in his hand full of texture, and the surface feels smoother than the girl's skin, making him a little bit reluctant to let go. And Quint in the hands of Jack with one eye, he knows nothing. Soon the game started. At some point, Brandon sneaked up to the table and watched with a strongman who was more than 6 and 4 inches, 1 meter 9, tall, and his skin was black and red. The two watched the situation quietly. At first, Roy made moves very slowly, Quint was drowsily lost, and Jack had his hands around his chest, casually, his shots were like electricity. Roy unsurprisingly lost 2 games in a row. As time goes by, one after another, the situation is completely reversed. Jack stared at the chessboard intently, making his moves more difficult and his face darkened ugly. Little bastard, you cheated. Half an hour later, Jack roared and stood up, his tense facial muscles swelled red, and he looked like an angry lion. However, he was quickly pressed back into position by an arm covered with rock-like muscles. Boss, I have been watching for you, and I guarantee that the young man did not cheat. Pusig's face was determined, but there was a smile that could not be concealed at the corner of his mouth. He is happy to see this old boss who always beats him and defies. Roy glanced gratefully at the strong, red-faced man. This guy is Pusig, a blacksmith who lives in Cave Village and repairs farm tools for the villagers. Roy had heard that Pusig used to be a sailor on the One-Eyed Jack. The two operated a cargo ship in the Skellig Islands. After Jack retired, he followed to settle in the countryside of Aden. But he is not a native, but grew up in Skelly, with a very straightforward and bold temperament. Little Roy, you should be grateful for the horse that ran into you. Pusig patted his head. You used to be like a squeamish little girl, but now you are a bit manly. Speaking of Quint, half an hour, a total of 8 games, One-Eyed Jack lost 5, and Roy piled up 5 crowns of huge money at the table, and it took more than a month to earn an apprenticeship. Unbelievable, the great goddess Mary Telly is on top, so you like this stinky boy? My hand is 2 levels better than him, and I can lose 5 hands. This is no longer an explanation of strength. One-Eyed Jack was still not reconciled, and stared at Roy viciously. The latter wiped away the non-existent cold sweat, and secretly asked if he was too sloppy. He is indeed cheating, still using storage space. Every time he hides the 2 weather cards in the space without knowing it, Quint seizes the opportunity and quietly changes his hand in the process. It is quite cool to freeze the combat power accumulated by the opponent's hard work. I'm lucky. Roy tried his best to control the steady tone of his voice. No one in Kun's realm is more favored by the goddess of luck than me. Damn it. Jack beat the wall fiercely. If it hadn't been for the nasty female thief Sasha a few days ago that stole my mysterious elf, you wouldn't have been able to beat me. Sa. Roy was obviously shocked when he heard the name. He suspected that he had come into contact with this character while playing games, but he couldn't remember it for a while. At this time, Fatty Brandon rolled his eyes sharply, and said loudly, Sasha, was it the woman who hit Roy on horseback last time? One-Eyed Jack heard this, and suddenly died. Fine, if I chased the woman, she wouldn't have to panic and bump into Roy. I'm not going to worry about you today. Roy suddenly, it's no wonder that Jack said that he owed him at first, and promised to lend him Quint. The source is the rare Quint collected by One-Eyed Jack, attracting female thieves, which caused him to be hit by a horse and assimilated. Little Roy, at this time tomorrow, if you continue to play with me, I don't believe you have been lucky. Sooner or later we will catch evidence of your cheating. Roy readily responded, and earned 5 crowns in just half an hour. What reason does he have to let the bullies come to the door? This old captain, Quint's addiction is no less than those dwarves who have lost their lives. Brandon also joined in and grabbed his sleeves. Roy, teach me tricks. As he said, he took out a handful of fragrant, sweet yellow snacks from his pockets and stuffed them in. To Roy. This is lard residue, is it delicious? Every time Fletcher kills a pig, he has to boil some oily residue as a snack. You teach me the trick, and I bring you snacks every day. Looking at Brandon's innocent and childish fat face, Roy smiled, and couldn't help but reach out to smooth out one of the upturned hairs on his head. Let's get started, and I will go back to sleep later. Chapter 6 New Skills and Upgrades. Quiet days passed by like water, and nearly a month passed. The busy work of apprentice butchers and the Quint competition in the tavern every night proceeded in an orderly manner. Roy gradually gained a foothold in this familiar and unfamiliar small village. 1 month later, he saved 60 crowns, most of which were obtained from the old Captain Jack and blacksmith Pushig. The money was enough to pay for the travel expenses to big cities such as Vengeborg, but the 2 of them already had a defensive heart against him, and they easily refused to play. Went with him, and the windfall was won. During this period of time, Roy often talked with the village blacksmith Pushig about his hometown of Skellig, deliberately struck a relationship, and then spent 50 crowns to purchase a dagger and a pair from him in the name of self-defense. Pocket crossbow Gabriel named after Verdon's forge. It has a small gray crossbow body that can be held with one hand and comes with 20 wooden crossbow arrows. A change of the Adenben subway maker would never sell Gabriel to a half-year-old, but in Skelly's outstandingly grown-up Pusig simple concept and chaotic world, boys should prepare self-defense weapons from an early age. Children under 10 years old on the islands began to dance swords and swords, not to mention Roy still has such an appetite for him. Unlike the crossbow that can be found casually in the game, the real-world hand crossbow is very powerful. Although this Gabriel has an old structure, short range, and slow arrow up, it is simple to operate and does not require much shooting skills, even if it is. Children and old people with little strength can cause damage to elite soldiers as long as they hold them firmly and shoot accurately. For Roy, who has lower physical attributes than adults and no combat skills, the hand crossbow is undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice, more suitable than melee weapons. His 5-point perception attribute is not weaker than that of adults. The vision is also wide enough. Roy installed the dagger and this big killer into the space. This storage space is extremely convenient. In addition to not being able to load living objects, there is only a limit to the size of the objects to be loaded. He only needs to move his mind every time, and he can collect the items in an instant. In the early morning, dewdrops were covered with weeds on the side of the small road in the village. Roy waved hello when he met a villager who went out to work in agriculture, and most of the villagers ignored him. In the hearts of traditional K villagers, farmers' children should inherit their father's business. Honestly cultivating his own crops, Roy learns the skills of slaughtering cattle and sheep with butchers, fooling around in the tavern at night, and making friends with the barbarians who have emigrated from the Skellig Islands. A combination of all kinds of behaviors will inevitably attract criticism and jealousy from others. Replaced with the original Roy, he might be said to be autistic, but now he doesn't care too much. According to his plan, after he was promoted to the first level, after his apprentice work, he brought crossbows and weapons to explore the wilderness outside the village, hunted down some small animals, and sold the flesh for some crowns. In remote countryside, there is no so-called hunting right. After leveling up to a few levels and possessing a certain degree of self-protection, after saving some money, he will find a way to take Old Moore and Susie to leave K and settle in Novigrad. After his parents are properly settled, he will be able to feel free to chase power and explore this fantasy world. He has a lot of information in his mind. The Arethusa Wizarding Academy, which specializes in training sorceresses, is located on Sinide Island in the territory of Gothwillan. The Ben Ader Wizarding Academy, which only recruits male apprentices, is located in the territory of the Kingdom of Codwin. The Secrets of the Wolf faction, which are the base Kyle Mohan hides in the Blue Mountains east of Codwin, where Lord Vesemir lives. These are all on the schedule and will be realized one by one sooner or later. Today he will take a small step in his journey. He only needs to kill another livestock and he can level up. After a month of butcher's scolding and guidance, and the work of blood and sweat, the attributes in the template quietly changed a little. Roy. Age, 13 years and 8 months. Identity, civilian. HP, 41. Power, 44.2. Agility, 55.1. Physique, 44.1. Perception, 5. Will, 44.5. Charm, 5. Spirit, 6. You have unlocked a new skill. Unnamed, passive, LV1. You kill and decompose more than 4 or 15 animals with your own hands. Your body is stained with blood that cannot be erased. The hostile creatures that attack you enter the range of your body late, 0.3 meters, and there is a 1% chance of being shocked by the breath. If the will attribute is lower than you will temporarily lose control of your body for up to 1 second. You have a certain understanding of the body structure of mammals such as pigs, cows, sheep, and wild dogs, and understand how to properly force and use weapons to cleverly bypass their skin, muscles, and bones to protect and attack weaknesses. Your damage to animals with similar body structure is permanently increased by 1%. Note, this skill will be upgraded with the type and number of creatures you kill. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. Other, unknown. Experience value, 98 out of 100. After a month of intensive exercise and plenty of oil, Roy's strength, physique, and agility have been improved. His beautiful face under the black hair is no longer pale, he has a healthy ruddy appearance, and his body is obviously stronger than a month ago. Although it still looks thin, it will no longer give people the feeling of weakness that the wind blows. In the several attributes, the will improve the most, no matter who it is. After working in a bloody, dirty, and smelly environment for a month, after vomiting enough, the nerves will become hard. New passive skills. Roy felt a sense of evil from it. Although the current skill probability and damage increase by only 1%, it is better than nothing, but don't forget that it is only 1 level. It can be strengthened through killing, and it can also be strengthened by using skill points after the personal level is increased. Obtained under the guidance of the butcher, and upgraded through continuous killing, then this skill is named Roy's Hard Moves, and the word unnamed in the skill becomes slaughter. Walking halfway, Roy ran into Brandon, who rushed over like a squirrel. This little chubby dun doesn't know if he has a special talent in magic tricks. It only took a month to finish all the tricks he had previously found on the internet: magical predictions, grass grabbing in the air, cloth forks. Brandon is suitable for being a bard, Roy is not sure, but this guy must be suitable for a juggler. I have been entangled for a month, and the promise has already been fulfilled, and I am impatient to accompany him to fool around. I have told you so many times, and I have finished teaching all that I should teach. Let me go, little slug. Pang's round eyes are full of curiosity. Then come and appreciate my improved trick. The future bard with this trick will definitely sweep the whole the whole Posada. No interest, I still have to work. I'll give you some scum, Fletcher made it yesterday. Blandon's chubby face showed a pleasing smile. From childhood to adulthood, this spoiled fatman has never been so begging. But this time he fell in love with magic tricks, and his body was filled with unprecedented enthusiasm. Then show it to him, Roy was determined. If you don't find your little followers, Mindy and the others would like to cheer you on and applaud. I dare to find my father. He still doesn't beat my ass. Brandon took his hand and said reluctantly. If you don't have a good opinion, just count you as the expert. I beg you. Roy stared into his eyes, adding a tone, I have a job, and there are other important things. Can I give me some space? I'll play with you tomorrow. Brandon was startled, then suddenly lowered his head quietly. Roy threw off the slug and went to the butcher's house. At a glance, he saw two people fighting with a white pig in the yard. Fletcher grabbed the pig's head and the villagers grabbed the tail, still being dragged by it and screaming and running around. Roy hurriedly stepped forward to help the two hold the white pig, and waited for Fletcher to give the pig anesthetic before it completely disappeared. Fletcher sat on the pig's back, not too dirty, his face trembled, seemingly casually asked, Roy, did you see that brat Brendan just now? He went to find some kids to show off his magic. After killing this pig in a while, you helped me call him back, and the little makes people wait for nothing. Fletcher touched his nose and whispered, but I just cursed this stinky boy a bit. Ruthless, I'm afraid he will run away sadly. Roy secretly vomited that this is another hard-mouthed guy, and agreed to his request. With the assistance of Fletcher, he skillfully killed the big fat pig with a single stroke. After the blood was almost released, the experience value smoothly increased to 100%. At this moment, Roy felt the entire template shook slightly to the extreme, so he found an excuse. Found a secluded place to sit down. A plus sign appears behind the light green experience bar of the personal template. When his thoughts are concentrated on the plus sign, a new line of text appears in the template, level 1, 3/500. At the same time, there is a faint warm current, just like the legendary internal strength, true energy, and chaotic energy circulating around the body. A clear plus sign appeared after every attribute and skill, slaughter. Get 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. Roy suppressed the excitement in his heart, carefully studying his attributes. Strength 4.2, Stamina 4.1, and Will 4.5 are weaker than adults. Even if you add a little bit, there is no advantage. As long as you continue to do the job and allow your body to grow naturally, the 3 attributes will increase, and you cannot use precious attribute points. For the charm attribute, he has no interest in becoming a little white face, and temporarily forgets it. His focus is on the 3 attributes of spirit, perception, and agility. These 3 attributes are no less than adults. In particular, the spirit reached 6 points. When the attribute points were scarce, he agreed to expand his own advantages instead of developing into a panacea. However, Roy currently does not master any spells, nor does he have the opportunity to contact the magical seal of the magic hunter. The spiritual attributes that affect the power of the spell are temporarily ignored. Awareness and agility. Agility can increase the speed of reaction and improve his dynamic vision, which will greatly help Gabriel with the crossbow. It is very helpful to his future plans. Perception allows him to feel everything around him more clearly. It can not only be used for defense, predict crisis, but also optimize observation and vision, and it can also cooperate with hand crossbows. Roy thought carefully. Perception, it's you. As soon as I thought of this, the 5 behind the attribute changed to 6. At the same time, a more violent heat flow glided across the eyes, ears, nose, skin, and eyebrows. In an instant he entered a strange state. The world before him suddenly came to life. A faint smell from his nose came from the butcher's yard. When he looked into the grass, he could clearly see the leaves hanging, the dewdrops on the top, the colorful ladybugs, the warm and soft air current flicked across the fingertips and swept in the direction in front of him. Everything becomes more lively and wonderful. Roy was drunk in this weird state, and he recovered for a long time, and added skill points to the newly unlocked skills, Slaughter LV1, Slaughter LV2. In the 1-level span, the damage increase and the shock probability have actually been greatly improved, jumping from 1% to 5%, but there is no significant change in the body. Roy was overjoyed and more confident about the next plan. Chapter 7 Missing. In the wee hours of the morning, Roy was sleeping in the warm bed, dreaming that after singled out the griffin, the high vampire, and the shadow elder, a mirror merchant with a hooked nose and a dying head appeared in front of him. Suddenly, he was awakened by a sudden bang on the door. Susie, Old Moore, in a hurry, opened the door. Roy was struggling to get up in a cold sweat, and saw his parents standing at the door holding a candle. The burly butcher opposite was looking terrified and explained in a trembling voice. As soon as the night breeze poured in from outside the door, he was completely awake from the state of confusion. What made the swearing butcher so gaff? An answer flashed through Roy's mind. Uncle Fletcher, is there something wrong with Brandon? He put on his thin linen shirt and walked over to the old couple. Under the fire, the butcher's eyes were bloodshot, his lips were chapped, and the whole person was like an ant on a hot pot, anxious and haggard. That stinky boy. Fletcher lowered his head, his hand holding the torch and his beard trembling slightly. He is missing and didn't go home tonight. Have you found Mindy's house? Will Brandon sleep at the boys' house where he plays together? Roy took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. There is also the old captain's tavern, he also occasionally goes. No one. Fletcher shook his head. I searched and asked everyone. Since noon, no one in the village saw him again. Although naughty boy, he never stayed outside so late. Don't worry, Uncle Fletcher, think about where he might go. Let's find someone with you. You give me a rest at home. Old Moore pressed Roy's shoulder. I and Susie go out to help. Father, don't forget what work I did this month. I see more blood than most people have seen in a lifetime, isn't it at night? I'm not afraid. Roy's calm gaze was on the faces of the old couple. Turning, squeezed their hands. Trust me, I will protect myself. Old Moore and Susie exchanged glances, sighed, and nodded. This month, they feel more and more clearly the changes in their son. Roy is no longer weak and introverted. He has his own ideas. As long as he makes up his mind, they cannot convince Roy with their temper and character. A few people rushed out of the yard together. Fletcher shook his hand. Thank you, boy. Roy felt the strength and nodded. He has been watching the other parties care for a month, and naturally he will not sit idly by. The slug is the whole world to Fletcher. How sad would he be to lose this child? Roy felt the pain of losing a loved one, and he couldn't bear it. Every household in the village was brightly lit. Not far behind Fletcher stood Jack the One-Eyed, blacksmith Pushik, night watchman Thompson, and 3 honest male villagers, each with a torch, some with steel swords on their waists, and some carrying them. Hoes and pitchforks are fully prepared. So few people. The village chief doesn't arrange for everyone to act together. Roy was slightly disappointed. Oh. One-Eyed Jack grabbed his beard and sighed. The older you are, the more you are afraid of death. If you say that the field is unsafe at night, I only agree to send someone to search tomorrow morning. It is not easy to get so many people together. Let's hurry up and wait until tomorrow. Skelliger's salted fish must stinks. Boss, don't pour cold water. Pusick glanced at the butcher calmly and reluctantly said, Little Brandon is probably lost outside the village, a very clever child, and the goddess Mary Telly will bless him. However, everyone present knew what it meant to be missing in a sparsely populated small village surrounded by wilderness. But no one wants to tell the truth. There was a chill in Roy's heart, and he suddenly remembered his bad attitude towards Brandon in the morning. What if an accident happens to Brandon? I can't get rid of responsibility. No, you must find him. We are divided into 2 teams, taking care of each other. Search in both east and west directions outside the village. Don't go too far. If you really don't find it, come back quickly. Butcher Fletcher was assigned to his team, and Susie and the 3 villagers searched the west together. Daddy, Susie, don't worry about me. I have the uncle blacksmith to take care of me. I am safe. You have to protect yourself. The 2 nodded when they saw their son's equipment is better. In the order of blacksmith, butcher, Roy, tavern keeper, and night watchman, 5 people stepped into the darkness outside the village with a torch. No one knows what dangers are lurking in the dark. Anyway, in the wilderness of Posada, there is no shortage of ferocious wild dogs, wolves, and other ghosts. 80 in autumn night is extremely cold, the temperature is close to 0, Roy can't help but shiver. The full moon hung high in the night sky, shed a bright light, and some strange sounds were faintly heard around, such as insects, or other things. The golden wheat ears under the moonlight swayed gently with the night wind, and there were also tender hops swaying with a faint bitter taste, but there was no response. Everyone first searched along the farmland near Kay, and kept calling Blandon's name. Although there are torches and moonlight, the field of vision is still greatly suppressed, and most people can only see clearly about objects in the vicinity. But this is only for ordinary people. Roy was surprised to find that his field of vision was not much worse than in the daytime, and he could see clearly even objects beyond 30s. He realized that this was due to the enhancement of vision at 6 o'clock, and he did not add it wrong. 1 hour later, the 5 people searched all the farmland in K Village. They did not find the slightest clue. The more people's faces became tighter and tighter, the longer they knew, the lower the probability of finding the child. Old Jack has been paying attention to the expressions of others, and then suddenly stopped and asked again, "Nothing will be effective if you look around like this without a head and flies. Fletcher, if you think about it, where might the kid go?" The butcher knelt down in pain and hugged his head. The stinky guy often yells about going to a big city to be a bard, but he has never left K, a small rural place, and he can go fishing in the small river next to the village at most, but he won't go too far. "I haven't fulfilled my promise yet, send him to Van Jeborg and Ozenfurt to take a look." Roy sighed secretly when he heard the words, and after a while, a thought came to his mind. "Uncle Fletcher, your wife, Brandon's mother, where is it buried?" The butcher looked sad when he heard the words. "Anna has died of whooping cough for 3 years and has been buried in cemetery." The butcher stood up suddenly excitedly. "Anna is buried in the cemetery east of the village. Do you think the stinky boy will go there? I used to take him to worship every once in a while. I haven't been there for a few months recently. What are you waiting for? Go to the cemetery." The place where the remains of K villagers are buried is about 3 miles from the east end of the village, and there is a path covered by vegetation between the two places. The crowd ran along the road in the dark with torches. Roy ran behind a few big men out of breath, and soon beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His stamina was slightly inferior to that of adults, but he couldn't let a worried child's father slow down and could only bite tooth. Old Jack is also uncomfortable. He is a lot older, does not drink less alcohol on weekdays, and his physical fitness is also weaker than ordinary people. Rushed out for about a mile, Roy's left eyelid suddenly twitched, and a warning sign rose in his heart for no reason, and he could not help but yell, "Be careful." As soon as the voice fell, a few weird green lights suddenly flashed across the lush and dark bushes around everyone. No, it is a pair of pupils that look like ghosts. With a burst of noisy, depressed roar, a few terrifying wolf shadows under the moonlight blocked their way. Chapter 8 Arrows in the Dark Night. Densely wandering wildfires, it is a group of wolves with mottled fur and lean stature. Under the threat of the fire, they surrounded the 5 people not far away, and grinned at them with a grinning grin, ready to pounce at any time. Looking at it roughly, there are about 20 heads, and the calf-like figure makes people look cold. The crowd formed a circle subconsciously and pulled out the steel sword at the waist. Roy was spontaneously protected by the 4 big men, and the wolf pack was less than 30 minutes apart on the opposite side. He could smell the moldy and deteriorating flesh and blood on the pack of wolves. His pupils are occupied by a pair of cruel eyes full of flesh and blood. No matter where you have seen this group of wild predators, they are far less shocking than personal contact. Uncontrollably, he felt that his body began to tremble slightly. The wolves were definitely not animals in the slaughterhouse that had been with narcotics and streaked flowers. The fangs and claws of this group of predators can easily tear apart human skin. Be careful, everyone, the beast is cunning. Jack the One-Eyed slowly waved the torch to drive away the wolves. The old sailor had obviously experienced a lot of battles when he was young, and there was no fear on his face, and he looked extremely calm. The butcher and the night watchman are all people who have seen blood, and they hold the steel sword in a very stable hand. The blacksmith stared at the brown eyes and looked around the wolves defiantly. He held the steel sword in both hands and placed it on his right waist, with the blade slanting upward like a plow in the field. The spine is straight, the body is relaxed, and he bows slightly. The left foot is pointed at the wolves on the tip of the forefoot, and the right foot is maintained at a 45-degree angle behind the back. This Skellige citizen has obviously undergone professional swordsmanship training and is a sword-wielding man. The posture, the sword swing, are rigorous and smooth. Only Roy performed the worst in the entire team, with a pale face and cold sweat on his forehead. "Guys, follow me and walk forward slowly. Don't panic, don't run." With Jack's calm voice, everyone is like a small fortress, slowly moving in the direction of the cemetery. Unexpectedly, just after 2 or 3 steps, the wolves were enraged, several high-pitched howls, and the few wolves standing in the front rushed over like a gust of wind. "Go. Jack roared and kicked the wolf's head. At the same time, the white steel sword with his right hand drew an arc in the night sky and hit the wolf's thigh. The rushing guy screamed and limped back. "Asshole, think I'm useless when I'm old." Jack One-Eye didn't want to let it go so easily, but the wolf companions filled in and blocked his sword very promptly. More than one end, two ends, grinning at him. This time they learned well. Instead of rushing up directly, they ran around the old Jack, as if they were observing the weakness. Old Jack frantically danced his left torch and right hand steel sword to threaten him, but after all, he was too old to hold on for long, and soon the sweat from his forehead slipped and his movements became more and more difficult. At this time, the butcher, the blacksmith, and the night watchman are facing 2 to 3 wolves each, and they are also at a loss for themselves, and they have no time to support him for the time being. Outside the nearby fighting area, there are several wolves hiding in the shadows, pacing their paws like a play, ready to support. Long Show must lose. In fact, in just 5 minutes, the eldest old Jack was scratched by his paw without notice, and a wound appeared on his body instantly. He reluctantly slashed the attacker with a sword, but his strength was exhausted. The second wolf, it was given to him again, and he lost his balance and fell to the side. The ghostly wolf shadow instantly pressed on his body and opened his blood basin. Unexpectedly, I would die under the mouths of a group of beasts. Thoughts rolled in old Jack's mind, and a sharp piercing sound suddenly sounded in his ear, followed by a muffled sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. He got up and dazzled his eyes, and saw that the guy who pressed him just now had an arrow stuck in his waist, softly losing his life. "Old Jack, get out of the way." The half-sized boy behind him was kneeling on one knee, holding Gabriel in one hand and holding the trigger in the other. The intense tension and fear made him sweat profusely, and even his lips were shaking. As soon as the battle started, Roy took out the space hand crossbow, but the wolves moved too fast and the night light was dim. He didn't find his first chance until just now. Fortunately, an arrow hit the target. The moment the arrow hit the waist of the wolf, Roy clearly saw a flash of purple light. This is slaughter. He can probably guess that the light is the additional damage of the skill. Wolves, there is no doubt that they are in the hunting range of slaughter. As soon as he thought of this, there was an inexplicable hint of confidence in his heart, and the tremor of his body disappeared. He drew the bow and wound the string, shooting at the other guy who was entangled with the old Jack. Oh! The sharp and subtle sound of breaking through the air sounded again, like a sickle swung by the of death. With the second arrow, another wolf wailed and fell to the ground. Roy's 6 o'clock perception was brought to the extreme. He felt his heart pounding and was about to jump out of his chest. The winding right hand was soft and a little weak, and the experience value rose by 20 points to 23 to 500, which means that a wolf represents 10 experience points. These 2 arrows boosted the morale of the night watchman, and the wolves were negatively affected, and the offensive was slowed down. Taking advantage of this gap, Roy shot another arrow in the thigh of the guy who was fighting with the blacksmith. When the blacksmith saw it, he looked like an angry lion. His muscular arm raised a steel sword and slashed, cutting it in 2 with one sword. Kicked through the remains, the blacksmith beat his chest, his face roared like blood. At this time, the encirclement of the wild wolf has been broken, and the blacksmith stood in the forefront with the steel sword in both hands. The few people behind him gave up the attack and turned to a thorough defense, swinging the sword to block the falling wolf shadow. While Roy was in the protection circle, as the main output, he kept releasing cold arrows until he finished shooting 20 arrows, and there were 5 more wolves on the ground, and the wolf pack was severely attenuated, and the rest finally realized that the hard bones were hard to chew. Gave up the attack, and fled back into the deep night with his tail sandwiched. Almost at the same time, the 5 people fell on the grass with Chang Shu, and they all ran out of energy in just 10 minutes of fighting. Except for Roy, he was more or less hung on his body, but all were slightly injured. After returning to the village, he was bandaged, and there was no problem after a period of training. Roy rested for a while, and then relaxed, watching the 4 blood-stained and embarrassed men around him. A wave of pride surged in his heart. We survived. Haha, it seems that after tonight, old Jack has another story to brag about. Old Jack grinned in pain, and slapped Roy on the shoulder suddenly. You are very good. I thought you were a kid. It will be so scared that it will drag the team. I didn't expect to thank you tonight. I don't care if you lied to me so many crowns. Several men felt the same, and felt incredible. There were a total of 15 wolf corpses on the ground. Nearly half of them were shot or killed by this half-aged boy. When they were 13 years old, most of them were naughty bear kids. Even Skellig's Pusik has never created such a brilliant record in one night. The blacksmith couldn't help sighing. Fortunately, I sold you the crossbow last time, otherwise no one will be able to return today. Roy, to be honest, you were adopted by the old Moors, right? There must be elves or dwarves in your ancestors. The human archer is not so accurate. Roy smiled and took the time to retrieve the arrow from the wolf carcass. He can't tell others his secrets. And he must admit that there is a lot of luck in this battle. After all, it is the first time he has used his crossbow in a serious battle. The wolf moves fast, and his dynamic vision is extremely difficult to follow. Next time, he can hit 1/3 of the targets. It's amazing. He joked casually. I said, I was favored by Goddess of Luck. Even if I aim at the air, I can hit the target. Then he glanced at the experience value, 73/500, and it turned out that the wild is the most suitable place to gain experience. But like tonight, being protected by 4 hunks, there are very few opportunities to release cold arrows without pressure. Night Watchman Thomp glanced over the pocket crossbow on his wristband, and said, This is a Gabriel, semi-automatic, one-handed operation, very suitable for your self-defense weapon. Keep it well, don't lose it. No. Don't just show up in front of the soldiers. Roy nodded. How are you feeling? Fletcher interrupted the conversation. There was a wound on his left forearm. The anxiety on his face never disappeared. Can you continue on? I'm afraid. Brandon can't wait. Of course, continue. Pusik wiped the blood off the steel sword with his sleeves, and put the sword into its sheath. Victory is here. Give up that child, and the goddess Mary Telly will punish. Everyone stood up in silence and headed for the cemetery again. The rest of the road was calm, and they were no longer in danger. Brandon, come out quickly, Dad is here to pick you up. The butcher was still some distance away from the cemetery, so he couldn't help shouting into the cemetery. The hearts of several people lifted up, and they prayed to hear the response. I feel something is wrong. When everyone entered the gravel-filled cemetery wall, Roy suddenly spoke. Vaguely, he had the feeling of encountering wolves again. Perceived beyond ordinary people, it is really very practical. It's too quiet. Among the dilapidated wooden fences, there are hundreds of bones buried in the huge cemetery. In the night, tombstones are lined with gloom and weirdness. In the middle of the cemetery, there is a low house built, which is where the old tombkeeper Gonger lives. Something's wrong, be quiet, Fletcher. The night watchman waved his hand to signal the others to stop. Everyone lowered their voices. You shout so loudly, even if the child is not in the cemetery, old Gunger should have heard it. No, the child is in the house. Gunger must have taken him in. They are asleep now. Yes, I want to go in. What's that? Roy exclaimed suddenly, attracting everyone's attention. Following the direction of his finger, everyone saw a strange pothole appeared on the grass outside the cemetery. This is a new tomb, the tomb of a villager who was buried only last month. I remember burying that good old man Chris. A few people took a closer look, but saw that the lone stone tablet was pushed aside, and the place where the body was buried was empty. Where is the dead body? What has dug up the grave again? This. Roy turned his face, and there was more than one pothole nearby, and several graves were cut open. That wicked bastard dared to desecrate the dead and steal the dead's property. Pusik frowned and muttered. The grave guard eats plain rice. Roy shook his head. He noticed that old Jack's face had become more serious and ugly than ever before, and he began to back away quietly. I don't think this is like a human thing. A deep chill came to my heart. Chapter 9 Tongue. In the dark night, the light of torches shined on the graves that were violently dug up. The strange thing was that scattered bones were still lying in most of the graves, and there were only a few sporadic graves without a trace. All the dead bodies are new graves. Thinking of the scene in front of him, Roy thought of an extremely greedy, bloodthirsty monster, the ghoul. If there are ghouls in the cemetery, the situation is very difficult even for the demon hunters, not to mention ordinary people like them. There is danger here, everyone leave first. Roy's hurried voice just fell, and weird whistling sounds came from everyone's ears, as if someone was twitching a whip into the air. 1 second, 2 seconds. The burly butcher suddenly snorted like a fish caught by a hook. His limbs were stretched backwards and stretched convulsively, and he was pulled again, staggering forward 2 steps. At this time, the torches in the hands of a few people shone out a long strip of flesh-colored luster across the night sky, spookily ejected from the night, like a sharp arrow piercing the butcher's shoulder, tearing a huge gap. The Pushig's steel sword, who was the first to recover, slashed upwards, but the long object loosened first, and shrank into the dark night beyond the fire. What the hell? Several people hurriedly formed a circle, surrounding the wounded. The butcher was sweating profusely in pain, and his teeth were about to break. He desperately covered the huge wound, blood still gushing out like spring water. The body began to weaken, and life passed quickly. He has a premonition of his fate. I can't do it anymore, you run away. Leave me alone. After the butcher said, he pushed everyone away and rushed into the night alone. The oldest old Jack looked around, a ruthless look flashed in his single eye. Escape. If you can walk one by one, you will have a chance to find this ghost to settle the account if you save your life. Several people rushed along with him. Roy was forcibly dragged by the blacksmith and ran for a while before he calmed down, still trembling. That thing is definitely not a ghoul, what is it? He looked back suddenly, vaguely saw a rickety humanoid creature. It didn't have the streamlined body of a cheetah, and even looked bloated, with a pot belly like an old woman who was pregnant in June, but it ran faster than a cheetah. It kept circling everyone, dragging out after images in the dark cemetery, like a gust of wind. While it galloped, it made a sharp and piercing cry like a night owl. While taunting, enjoy the process of hunting. Collect the corpses, lingering like an old woman, with a long tongue, living in a tomb. These clues were connected together, and Roy had a vague guess. Seeing that he was still absent-minded, old Jack couldn't help but slap him severely. Don't be in a daze, Roy, run, don't think about anything. Run. This time, Roy exhausted the last his strength sprinted towards the gate of the cemetery. Is close at hand, almost leaving the hell-like cemetery. A ghost fell from the sky with a whistling wind, and stopped in front of a few people abruptly. The face was covered with moss and sarcoma, and it was hideous and hideous. The bluish-black skin exuded the stench of a corpse, and it was covered with mottled scales, and its limbs had long claws like sickles, stained with a thick layer of flesh. The evil witch in the fairy tale, the old woman who was disfigured by the fire, the ghost in the nightmare, cannot describe its horror. It opened its deformed arms to the four of them, and smiled and showed its mouth full of jagged black teeth. The disgusting body is like a mountain of meat, insurmountable. It's over. A wave of despair rose in the hearts of several people at the same time. Old Jack, the blacksmith, and the night watchman held the steel sword in both hands. Roy took out the crossbow, and gritted his teeth to wind the arrow stained with wolf blood. At this moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the slope, bumped into the monster, and unexpectedly overwhelmed it to the ground. The butcher was covered in blood, his expression was crazy, his hands desperately pressed the monster's blood basin with his mouth. Hurry up and find the demon hunter. Revenge for me, revenge for Brandon. His eyes were splitting, bleeding and tears in his eyes. The poor father guessed the fate of the child, and he was determined to live and die. The only family is gone, what's the point of being alive? As soon as he finished speaking, the monster suddenly broke free, kicked him like a sandbag, and fell to the ground, knowing his life or death. It was particularly dissatisfied, it seemed to be completely attracted by the hatred, and ignored Roy's four at all, and continued to rush towards the fallen butcher. The deformed two claws danced into afterimages, and the flesh and blood flew across the swaying flames, and it wanted to unload the opponent. Old thing, be a hero by yourself, let me be a spoiler. The blacksmith Pushig suddenly raised his steel sword, his aubergine face revealed a wave of resoluteness. Boss, you take Roy away. Skelly Jia has only men who died in battle, and no cowards who flinched. Without waiting for the response of the three, Pushig rushed back to the cemetery without hesitation, and the long sword stabbed the back of the raging demon shadow. Old Jack and the night watchman grabbed Roy, who was struggling to aim with a crossbow arrow. Let's go, boy, don't let their sacrifices go in vain. Roy stopped struggling, put down the crossbow arrow slumpily, and with the unquenchable acidity in his nose, followed the two of them to escape from the cemetery. The three of them ran wildly, not even daring to look back, until they were about to fall apart, and the bright light of K Village appeared in the field of vision. The light was like a signal flare, instantly detonating the tiredness and pain lurking in Roy's body. He only felt that his head was muddy, and his feet were soft, and he fainted suddenly. Roy. Jack hurriedly helped him, and saw that his face was flushed, his eyes closed tightly, and he poked his forehead. Hot. In the evening, I was busy with the cold in the wilderness for most of the day. I didn't get enough rest, consumed a lot of physical energy and mind, plus the pressure caused by the wild wolf and that terrible monster. Old Jack could fully understand it. He's still a kid. Thompson sighed and returned to the village with Roy on his back. The white-haired village chief in his 50s brought a few villagers out to greet them. Seeing that the three of them were dirty and embarrassed, their old faces were full of bitterness, he hesitated and tentatively said, "Fletcher and Pusick. They can't come back." Jack held his temple alone, his wrinkled face was full of pain, mixed with a trace of fear. "The village chief, you are right, the wilderness at night is too dangerous. We went to the cemetery to find Blandon, and we were attacked by a terrifying monster. You must immediately warn everyone to not approach the cemetery." Old Jack took a few steps on the spot, and said bitterly, "The monster can't be dealt with by ordinary people, you must hire a demon hunter. Tomorrow, send someone to post a notice in the city." Several villagers who heard the sound nodded hurriedly. "Don't let that thing come to harass the village. It is destined not to be peaceful tonight, and every household is woken up and warned by the village chief. The originally peaceful and peaceful cave village has become chaotic because of this sudden accident." And Roy was sent home by Jack and remained unconscious with a high fever. Chapter 10 Adventure. Half conscious and half awake for 2 days. On the third morning, Roy's fever subsided and the person came back to life. The old couple taking care of him couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. They were also terribly scared these nights, especially seeing the one-eyed Jack in the night. Watchmen walking with them all covered in blood and wounds, thinking that they would lose the child again. Aunt Susie sat on the straw mat, clutching his hand tightly, her slightly swollen face was full of love. "We've heard Thompson talk about the cemetery. The Fletcher family should be so. I believe they will be reunited in the kingdom of the goddess Mary Telly. You have done your best, boy, stop thinking about it and try to get close to that monster. Now give me peace of mind to rest in bed. If you are gone, what should I do with old Moore?" Looking at the concerned eyes and old faces of his parents, Roy couldn't help feeling a trace of guilt in his heart. He still remembers that in half coma and half awake, the old couple took turns to accompany him, feeding him boiled food from time to time. I am afraid that they haven't closed their eyes much in the past 2 days. But he couldn't help it, obviously. The Northern Territory War hadn't come yet. Suddenly a terrifying cemetery monster appeared, posing a deadly threat. This bad world. Natural and man-made disasters, unknown threats will not give him time to grow slowly, he must actively seek growth. The deep sense of powerlessness yesterday, he never wanted to experience the second time. "Father, how does the village decide?" The day before yesterday, the village chief took a carriage to the city to find the Lord for help. Old Moore's tone was full of uncertainty, and all three of them knew from the bottom of their hearts that the Lord of Posada was not a good person. Such a remote village died. A few people couldn't be more normal. Lord soldiers are the most active only when collecting taxes, and they are sure to run faster than anyone in dealing with monsters. In K Village, at most, someone will come to ask a few questions without pain. The people who went with me posted a notice on the bulletin board in the city, waiting for the demon hunter to accept the order. It will be a month or 2, there will always be news, don't worry about it. Roy sighed, still very disturbed. Lying on the bed for 2 days, the whole person was rusty. He wanted to go for a walk and go to the tavern to see old Jack. But under the strong request of the old couple, they lay down until noon before they could get out. There is a strange atmosphere in the village. A few people on the street came and went in a hurry, worries and trepidation hung between their eyebrows. The people who used to greet the roadside in the past walked away, and the farmland outside the village was nowhere to be seen. Most of the villagers hid in their homes and looked at the situation outside nervously through the window. No one knew whether the monsters in the cemetery would come to the village to abduct people, so they had to stop all their daily activities. Occasionally, there are cries of children coming out of the house, and arguing between men and women, adding to the ominous feeling. The bulletin board in the center of the village, which was originally covered with cobwebs and had been idle for a long time, was cleaned up, and a commission was placed again. It's a pity that Roy can't recognize a few common words. Wait to the tavern. Jack was sitting alone in front of the wine cabinet in a trance. The old man's waist wound was replaced with a white bandage, his body was smelling of strong herbs, his face was tired, his eyes were bloodshot, and his mental state was bad. I lost Pusick's friend who had followed him for decades overnight, and his whole person was much older, his hair and beard were dyed with dazzling white snow, and the look of the past was lost in one eye. "You are here, boy, are you better?" "Well, it's all right." Roy sat beside him and fell silent. He didn't know what to say. He was just a deserter that night. "Come with me for a drink." A trace of pain flashed across the old Jack's face, and he poured 2 glasses of wine, not sweet and sour fruit wine. The alcohol smell was quite pungent. "The old man is gone. There will be no one in K Village to accompany you anymore." I drank dwarven spirits and beat Quint. "Respect Pushig." Roy's heart trembled, and he took a sip from the glass, and the strong and scorching spirit lit a fire in his chest, making him make a decision. "One more glass, to Fletcher." Roy took a deep breath and paused, and the slug, waiting for him to drink, flushed like a vent. Old Jack stopped his movement. Talked about the situation these few days. The village sent people to the barracks in Posada City for help, but they were unsurprisingly rejected. Just as Roy had thought before, the army would not be dispatched at all if it weren't for a large-scale monster chaos and bandit invasion. There is another thing that the old Moors didn't tell Roy: that Kay had died of 4 people. In addition to the butcher Fletcher and his son, and the blacksmith Pusick, another villager has disappeared in the past 2 days. Perhaps this stunned young man did not want to live, and ran to the cemetery alone in the evening, but he never returned. Ordinary people can only be tortured when they encounter that thing. Roy finished listening and stopped talking, but after seeing the bad state of old Jack, he swallowed the words into his stomach and left the tavern. In fact, as a player who has indulged in games, he has learned about the various monsters brought by the Celestial Sphere Rendezvous. Looking back now, he was 90% sure that the monster entrenched in the cemetery was a bloodthirsty creature called the Crypt Witch. I like to use a long tongue like a hidden weapon to knock the bones and the marrow of the corpse. If the corpse is eaten up, some particularly vicious individuals will go to the human gathering place to hunt, bury the captured living people underground and wait for it to rot before enjoying. More importantly, he also knew the weakness of this thing. Crypt witches usually make their homes close to the cemetery, just like this one who directly occupied the house of the tombkeeper Gunjer. But they have a big weakness: they are afraid of the sun, and their combat effectiveness will drop drastically during the day. But even if he told the villagers, would anyone believe it? How should he explain the source of the news? Can't gather more than a dozen people, even in the face of a weakened version of the Tomb Witch, it still won't play a big role. The blacksmith and the butcher were sacrificed, and there was no relative in the village who inherited the property. Susie's distant relatives beyond 3 generations are not counted. The property they left behind is temporarily managed by the village chief. Once confirmed dead, Roy believes that some of it will be greeted by ink, some will be dedicated to the Lord of Lower Posada by soldiers, and the last part will be retained as a reward for hiring a demon hunter. 100 crowns. The money and valuables of the 2 families were taken away by the village chief for safekeeping, but there were other things left in their house. Roy sneaked into the blacksmith's house and carried out a big raid. More than 50 crossbow arrows, a used steel sword, torch, grease, and a few strong hemp ropes were all stored in the storage space. At the butcher's house, dozens of pounds of raw meat were taken away. In the storage space, everything was in a static state, and food, raw meat, and the like would never deteriorate. He also found a fist-sized bag of yellow powder in the closet as he wished. Fletcher usually used the powder to anesthetize animals. When fed with water in a fingernail-sized amount, he could disable a 200-pound animal in a few minutes. This powder is also the core of his plan. The storage space is full. Finally, Roy took away the short knife that had been used by butchers for more than 10 years and killed countless animals. The entire knife has a long and short forearm and a boat-like shape. The blade is sharp and white, and the blade and back are dark brown. They are stained with animal blood accumulated for many years. No matter how you wash it, there is a lingering blood. Uncle Fletcher, little slug, Uncle Blacksmith, if there is a chance, Roy swore in his heart, I will use this knife to avenge you and cut off that stubborn head. The battle with the wolves and the cemetery witch has changed his mind. He is more deeply aware that the place where he lives is no longer a peaceful world before. If he wants to obtain peace by hiding and escaping, he can only get the opposite result. Losing the stable source of experience as the butcher apprentice, Roy plans to change to a faster way and take some risks. The cemetery is located in the east of K Village. The 4 dead villagers are enough for the cemetery witches inside to eat for a while. During this time, it is unlikely to leave the cemetery to hunt. However, to be on the safe side, Roy set the next plan to the west of K Village, far away from the cemetery, in the woods less than 1 mile away. During the day, he went to the woods to step on a spot, inspect the environment, find a suitable big tree, and make sufficient preparations. At night, while the old Moors were asleep, they tiptoed out, waiting for the patrolling night watchman to go around the other side of the village, secretly leave the village and go to the big tree that was inspected during the day. Then he tied a few pieces of raw meat that was prepared in advance and smeared with anesthetic powder under the tree. The meat was specially made and smelly by him to better attract the target. After doing all this, Roy quickly climbed the tree, lit the torch tied to the branch, took out Gabriel, put up the arrow, closed his eyes and took a nap, and waited quietly. During the whole process, Roy kept taking deep breaths, not only afraid of attracting horrible things, but also worried that it would be a useless work, and no beast would take the bait. But there is no turning back arrow in the bow. The bright moonlight shines through the gaps in the forest, and outlines a mottled brilliance on a young and determined face. Roy pursed his lips, slowed his breathing motionless, waited fearfully for about an hour, and when a dog barked in the distance, he knew he had succeeded. 5 or 6 wild dogs with red eyes hungry drilled out of the bushes, frantically snatching a few pieces of raw meat tied to the twine, eating drool, messy blood all over the floor, and even 2 wild dogs biting each other because of food robbing. When the meat was completely eaten, they barked at the people on the tree with teeth full of minced meat and blood, and barked. Roy's eyelids jumped. He suspected that these gray-haired beasts had rabies virus on them, but he was not surprised. "Dog things, come up and bite me." He sat on the tree, yelling provocatively at the wild dog, pulling the trigger, shooting the target under the tree. He was also smeared with potion on the crossbow arrow, trying to be foolproof. Shooting conditions like this are not much different from the last 4-person protection situation. Roy occupies an absolute geographical advantage. After an actual battle, his mentality became more mature, his hand holding the crossbow was more stable, and his head was better. 3 arrows sent away 2 arrogant wild dogs. When the remaining wild dogs found that something was wrong and wanted to escape, the anesthetics in their bodies began to take effect, and fell to the ground limply after running out less than a few dozen late. Roy didn't rush down to harvest. He straddled the tree slowly, 1 arrow after another, until 3 tips for gaining experience appeared in the template, confirming that all the fainted wild dogs were shot to death. Level 1, 123/500. A total of 50 points of experience. Both wild dogs and wolves have 10 points of experience. It is much faster than being an apprentice butcher. You can level up as long as you come here 8 times. Roy looked at the dead dog corpse with arrows in his heart. Heavy. Risks are proportional to returns, and his dangerous actions were finally in vain. Continuing to take a nap in the tree, confirming that there is no danger around him, Roy went down to retrieve the arrows and tools, dragged the dingo's carcass to the hard mud ground next to him, piled it up with grease, and ignited, then turned back to the village. The action was very smooth, and the whole process was unpredictable. Roy still had time to wipe his body with cold water to wash away the faint smell of blood. In the next period of time, he would go out hunting almost every night, and at the beginning, he could have a harvest at most 3 nights. The bait animals are all kinds, including wild dogs, wolves, foxes, wild boars, even a gigantic grizzly bear came, grabbed the meat from the twine and rushed back to the woods. Roy did not dare to catch up. None of these animals have more than 10 points of experience. When the raw meat in the space is used up, he cuts meat from the prey. As a butcher apprentice, the operation is quite skilled. But it's a pity, although he would change a place every time he set up a trap, and even visited the woods on the north and south of the village, the frequency of prey hooking could not be reduced after half a month. It takes only 5 days to bump into it. Obviously, the animals in the woods have a defensive heart. The speed of gaining experience fell again, until one night a month later, when the last wild dog was shot to death, Roy finally accumulated experience. Chapter 11: The Demon Hunter. This morning, Roy woke up from the straw mat. After a lapse of a month, he saw the plus sign after his personal level again, level 1, 503/500, close to 500 experience, which is the result of his endless battle for a while, and he also comes with a pair of dark circles. Although failed to brush out the long-range weapon skills. But he was extremely satisfied. In addition, his 3 weaker attributes have also been improved, although the increase is not as good as last month: Strength 4.24.3, Constitution 4.14.2, Will 4.54.6. The 4 attributes of agility, charisma, spirit, and perception stay in place. This made him realize that if the attribute exceeds 5, if there is no targeted training or other factors, he cannot grow naturally. the slaughter level in the skill still maintains LV2. Obviously, the more than 40 animals he killed this month are not enough to upgrade it. Roy poured his thoughts on the experience bar, and the text in the template jumped in a moment and became Personal level, level 2, 3/1000. You get 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. The attribute point is the same as before. After the wonderful feeling of mastering everything and everything, the perception changes from 6 to 7 to become the highest attribute. At the same time, there are more hints in the template. You have unlocked a new skill. Unnamed LV1, your perception is far beyond that of ordinary people, and you have evolved new senses. You can obtain basic information about the target through a special observation method. The higher the target perception, the stronger the suppression of you, and the more limited information you can obtain. LV1 will give you a perception bonus of 1 point during observation. Roy was stunned for a moment. If his attributes are increased to a certain level, he will automatically acquire skills. This was something he had never thought of, and it was a surprise. The new skills are of great strategic significance. If you can observe the basic attributes and mastering abilities of the hostile creatures in advance, don't you have to do a good job of targeting them first and make a battle plan. After all, the higher the perception, the farther he can see, and the more concealed his position is. He got excited, and he couldn't help but think of a scene like this. He was hiding thousands of feet away and quietly observing the weakness of the enemy in the distance, while pulling out a long-range weapon from the space. TSK. Roy's thoughts changed, and the skill name changed to Observation. The skill points are temporarily useless. He is going to find a test subject to experience the effects of the new skill, and then decide whether to add it to Slaughter LV2 or Observation LV1. The Night Watchman and Old Jack are good targets. Roy greeted the old Moor and his wife and rushed out the door excitedly. Didn't take a few steps, he was surprised to find that there were an unusually large number of people on the street today. Dozens of men, women, and children gathered around the bulletin board in the middle of the village, shouting loudly. The horrible shadow left by the grave witch was swept away. Roy's heart moved and he leaned forward. The demon hunter is here, Cave Village is saved. In the chaotic crowd, there are 3 figures of men and women. Their distinctive appearance and dressing characteristics are impressive. The man standing on the left side of the bulletin board had a red hairband wrapped around his forehead. His face was cold and his features were sharp and angular. The man on his right was half hidden under a gray hood, with deep decree lines on his cheeks. The corners of his mouth have a ruorous smile. The facial features are vaguely similar to those with hairbands, and the two are probably related by blood. The height is about 6 feet, 1.8 meters. The last person has a bald head and shiny, high nose and deep eye sockets, and his expression is stern and serious. He has a tortoise back and a bare waist. His huge muscles are clearly rocky, and his height is more than 6 to 4 inches, 1 meter 9. Just standing with his hands around his chest gives a strong sense of oppression. Asphyxia. The 3 men wore all black leather armor, covered with mottled scratches and a touch of dry blood. A fist-sized leather bag is buckled around his waist. A small glass bottle can be seen on the medicine belt around the shoulder. A pair of daggers are crossed on the chest, and a few finger-long throwing knives are pinned to the leather armor of the thighs. A strangely shaped necklace hung on everyone's chest, a poisonous snake coiling up the body, forming a complex and mysterious pattern. The sword on his back, under the unpretentious black scabbard, the blade is nearly 4 feet 4 inches, 1.3 meters. The most peculiar thing is that the color of the pupils of the 3 is similar to the amber color of cats, which is strange and frightening. Roy stared at the giant bald man in the lead, always feeling that the other person seemed to be similar, and his eyes instantly turned dark and deep. A translucent information sheet appeared on top of the bald man's head. Reso. Sex, male. Age, 80. Identity, Viper School Demon Hunter. After 3 mutations in childhood, he has survived the trial of green grass, and possesses the speed, strength, response, coordination ability, vitality, and recovery ability far beyond ordinary people. Received professional training in swordsmanship, alchemy, and knowledge of monsters. Immune system is extremely powerful, immune to most plagues and diseases, enough to fight against the poison that makes ordinary people dead. The magic seal of the demon hunter who has mastered spells has a long lifespan, but has lost fertility. Life value. Insufficient perception to obtain. Magic. Strength. Agile. Physique. Perception, 19. Will, 10. Charm, 6. Spirit, 10. Skill. Alchemy. Insufficient perception, unable to obtain specific levels of manufacturing technology covering various fields such as sword oil, potions, decoctions, special poisons, and magic bombs. The senses of the Witcher. After the trial of the grass, the demon hunter's organs undergo mutations, and their perceptions are uniquely strengthened. The 5 senses and intuition have a linkage effect, can see smells and sounds, and track traces that are difficult for ordinary people to perceive. Meditation. This is the practice of body and mind. It regulates the mind and body through concentration and speeds up the recovery of injuries, magic and physical energy. At the same time, the coordination ability is slowly improved, and the affinity for chaotic energy is improved. Snake School of Double Sword Flow, a secret swordsmanship created by the Snake Sect demon hunter for hundreds of years, using two-handed short swords to fight against various powerful creatures such as monsters. The Seal of the Demon Hunter. After the mutation, the demon hunter, who was originally insensitive to chaotic energy, successfully awakened a simple spell-like ability. The core ability of the demon hunter, the seal, no spells and spell-casting materials are required, and one-handed gestures are used to guide the magic in the body to release the spell. 5 types of seals are included. Queen, create an energy shield covering the whole body to block damage. Alder, stimulate a strong air current, which can effectively destroy obstacles and knock enemies away. Igni, a cone-shaped flame spurts out of the palm to burn the target. Arden, summon a circular binding circle to reduce the speed and response of those who enter except oneself, and extremely restrain the ghost-like monsters whose bodies become virtual. Ashik, use the power of the spirit to hypnotize and impose psychological cues to manipulate thoughts and behaviors. The power of the seal is affected by the combination of mental attributes and skill levels. Other. Hiss. Roy was horrified after reading it. This is the demon hunter. Physical fitness and skills are too abnormal. Still an 80-year-old man. This 80-year-old demon hunter Resso, who looks like his 30s, has a strong and energetic body under his thin skin armor, and his blood is almost infiltrated. There are many attributes and skills that are difficult to discover due to lack of perception. Roy even suspects that the opponent is a monster in human skin. The demon hunter is really not publicized. No matter how many I have seen in the game, it is not as shocking as seeing it in person. Bald Resso, the Viper School, and 2 companions who look alike. At this time, Roy's previous information slid through his mind, and he suddenly realized that the 3 demon hunters in front of him had assassinated the 3 northern kingdoms of Aden, Temoria, and Kadwin a few years later. A combination of Kingslayers, an assassin of the Snake faction. They are not staying in the base camp of Nilfgaard in the south. Why did they enter the northern kingdom? The bald giant glanced over the crowd with his deadly gaze, and spoke, with a full tone, low and magnetic, I am Resso, the demon hunter of the Viper School, and these 2 are my companions, Sari. Tay, Oaks. We have been entrusted to take it, but more detailed information is needed to determine the commission amount. The gray-haired village chief heard the demon hunter's self-introduction and heaved a sigh of relief. Well, the Viper School, it's not the cat school. A trace of fortune flashed across the village mayor's face. He seemed to have some bad memories of the cat school demon hunter. He was about to speak, when a thin figure suddenly emerged from the crowd and walked straight to the demon hunter. I have seen that monster, I will explain it to you. Of course he is Roy. The 3 demon hunters followed him to the old captain's tavern, ordered a few drinks, and listened to the 3 surviving monsters, Roy, Old Jack, and Thompson, telling them about the night's experience. Crypt Witch. The bald man quickly concluded, this guy is worth at least 100 kronor. Roy, right. Go and inform the village chief to prepare the bounty. We will be dispatched at noon today when the sun is at its peak. Unexpectedly, he pointed at the grandfather clock in the corner with his carrot-like fingers, we'll come back with the trophies before 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Resso's rugged face doesn't carry any emotional color, just like describing a trivial thing, but Roy knows that after the trial of the grass, some unfortunate demon hunters will turn into poker faces that will last forever. It's difficult. They also have vivid expressions, but their deep feelings are still as delicate and sensitive as ordinary people. Otherwise, there will be no arrogant and passionate Geralt. Perhaps Roy stared at them for too long. The hottest of the 3, Sarat asked coldly, boy, have never seen a demon hunter. Think we are very annoying and terrifying. No, on the contrary, I think you are worthy of trust. Roy looked at his amber eyes sincerely, and made no secret of the goodwill in his tone. He played the role of a demon hunter. It was a virtual experience of forgetting to sleep and eat. He did a lot of extra homework for this, and he knew the basics of this special group. To some extent, the demon hunters are a group of poor people, either as war orphans and adopted by the school from an early age, or they were handed over by their parents as a reward for the law of accident. After entering the isolated demon hunter school, they did not have a happy childhood, and their time was occupied by various cruel trainings. They had to survive the terrifying green grass trial with high mortality before they had the opportunity to take a look at the outside world. They accepted the commission of ordinary people, risked their lives to kill monsters, and received bounties for making a living, but they were excluded by the secular world because of their unusual appearance and extraordinary combat effectiveness. In fact, with the exception of the cat sect demon hunters and a handful of innocent guys, most demon hunters have a good reputation. But the tenderness that ordinary people give them is still pitiful. The demon hunters can only hug the same kind to keep warm, lick each other's wounds, and continue to kill the monsters after they are wounded, until they die and send them away. No one can die. This group is full of legends and cursed tragic fate. Roy said sincerely, the work of the demon hunter has saved many innocent people from the hands of the monsters. It is much fairer than the soldiers who only take money but don't work well. Heh. Sarah seemed to hear something funny, showing a stiff smile, but there was irony in his eyes. I haven't heard such praise from the population for a long time. Don't talk nonsense to us, boy. Tell what you are in your heart. Roy sternly said his request. At noon, I want to go with the three of you. It's impossible. Sarah stood up and flatly refused. Hunting monsters is not a child's play. We don't have the energy to be your babysitter. Please listen to me. Roy's face was as sincere as possible. My friend and the teacher who taught me the skills to make a living were all killed by the crap. I want to kill it myself in my dreams. I think you can understand this kind of feeling. No, kid, you are wrong. The demon hunter does not have feelings. Sarah exchanged glances with the two companions, and still coldly refused. Jack, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't help but interject. Three lords, don't look at Roy's age, but his crossbow is very accurate. You take him to the cemetery. He just needs to be far outside. Look, use a hand crossbow when appropriate. If you find it troublesome, how about I pay 50 crowns in addition to the commission promised by the village chief? Roy gave old Jack a surprised look. He didn't expect that instead of stopping him, he would help. 50 CZK was not a small amount. He seized the opportunity and hurriedly promised the demon hunter, I will never mess with you, just look at it from a distance and wait for your instructions. A 15-year-old boy, an ordinary person, what makes you brave to face monsters? The bald giant Resso next to him gave him a deep amber eyes, as if he wanted to see through him, but the latter felt a guilty conscience for no reason. For the sake of 50 crowns, we agree to your request. Chapter 12 The Witch's Skull. Resso has seen all the big winds and waves in his life for decades, but he has rarely encountered such a kid who plays cards according to common sense. Not afraid of the demon hunters, let alone avoiding them like other people. This is not a joke. Many children will be scared to cry by the strange appearance and temperament of the Witcher. Roy can't see a trace of disgust on his face. He looked at the three demon hunters with strange eyes, revealing a touch of closeness and admiration. Perhaps getting older, people are prone to sentimentality. Resso couldn't help but sway slightly, but his face is still a stereotyped dead face. He suddenly thought of himself many years ago. At that time, he was still young, and he was taken from his hometown of Galata to the Jest Fortress in the Tyre Tosha Mountains, the base camp of the Serpent faction. At that time, he had not yet accepted the trial of the green grass. Every day he watched his guide, the Witcher instructor, the founder of the Viper School, and the great master Ivar Evil Eye, standing on the high podium, facing the audience. Several snake apprentices impart knowledge and life experience. I had also been in front of him, showing the eyes of this child. It's a pity that the time has passed. A few decades ago, Ivar Evil Eye lost the news when he hunted down a bat-winged brain demon. Coupled with the crazy behavior of cats killing humans at that time, it incurred many negative comments from the folks for the demon hunters. Under the double blow, the Viper Academy gradually fell apart, and fewer apprentices joined Gusfold. Now the Snake School is decayed to the point that there are only a few people left. Except for the three of them, there are only two companions who don't know where the Wandering is. In the past 2 decades, the Snake School has no apprentice who has survived the trial of the grass. revitalize the Viper School, hunt down the enemies of the school, and find Ivar Evil Eye. This is Rezer's greatest wish and the motivation for the three of them to travel to the north. Thinking of this, his eyes gradually softened when he looked at Roy. Goddess Mary Telly, bless, today is a sunny day. The three of them made quite meticulous preparations before leaving. And all this didn't avoid Roy at all, and ordinary people couldn't learn from it at all. They skillfully took out a bottle of amber viscous liquid from the leather bag around their waist, poured it on the dagger blade taken from the chest, smeared it evenly. The movement was extremely slow, but full of inexplicable tension. After the dagger is covered with a layer of amber luster, check the quantity and usage of the potion carried by the potion over and over again, and tie the alchemy bombs of different colors to the place within easy reach. When everything was ready and the time came to noon, Roy quietly followed after the demon hunter left the village at the agreed time, carrying his parents on his back. A few curious villagers also followed. Half an hour later, Roy was out of breath, clutching his stomach and retching constantly, while the three witchers looked at the cemetery not far away, with their pupils shrinking. Roy, you just stay here. After a while, I will clean up the tomb witch, and I will naturally call you. Please remember, let me kill him myself. The demon hunter Rezer stayed silent, and together with Oaks and Sarit, he took out the brown potion he had prepared. After swallowing, the three people's cheeks suddenly showed shocking, earthworm-like wriggles. With black blood vessels, his expression became hideous and evil, and the murderous look in his eyes was substantive. Roy felt cold all over his body at the first glance. Next, Rezo sneaked into the cemetery silently with a smart posture that was inconsistent with his body shape, bowed his waist and stepped his feet like a predator cat. Sarit and Oaks copied from the other two breads. Under the scorching sun, every corner of the cemetery was clear, except for the piles of bones in the open grave, and two gray-brown shriveled corpses. Rezo cautiously walked over and checked. From their skeletons, the deceased was tall and supposed to be an adult male, but his body was so corrupt that he could not see his true face at all. Judging from the traces, after struggling violently before death, there were many fractures in the body, and each bone had a hole cut by a sharp tool. After finishing the analysis, Rezo closed his eyes quietly, his nose turbulence in the air like a hunting dog, and the strong smell of the corpse could not stop his keen sense of smell. Soon, his eyes focused on the low house in the middle of the cemetery, and steadily took out a transparent long-necked narrow-necked bottle from his waist and searched around the room with the door closed. Crypt witches are afraid of sunlight, and their residences are usually built tightly, without any gaps for sunlight to penetrate. This house was originally prepared for the tomb guard, so it is impossible to have no vents. Rezo didn't take much effort to find a place that was originally a window. At this time, it was already tightly sealed by monsters with clay, but after all, it was not a solid rock. The demon hunter used a flying knife to easily cut a gap in it, and then threw the alchemy bomb into it. Kaz, the crisp glass crack sounded, Rezo pulled away and hurriedly retreated. The rabbit and falcon jumped onto the roof while making a gesture. The Oaks and Sarit who had been waiting on both sides rushed to the roof at the same time. Both sides of the main entrance of the house. Sarit's right hand outlines two triangular symbols in midair that are opposite each other like an hourglass, and pushes them out. A pale white light visible to the naked eye rises, and a circular circle with a radius of about 10 feet appears on the ground out of nowhere, began to flicker faintly. Oaks used his right hand to outline an upright triangle symbol with two circles inside and outside, but did not push it out, ready to go. Bang! With a loud noise, the door was kicked open, and the deformed figure with a big belly shot out. The front foot jumped out of the gate, and its body seemed to be hit by an invisible sledgehammer. It trembled suddenly, losing its balance and fell to the ground. Ox, who had not been printing, saw the opportunity and decisively pushed out the seal, and saw an orange cone of flame spurting out of his palm in the dazzling yellow light, and it happened to burn to the embarrassing figure. Before this, the tomb witch had been contaminated by the alchemy bomb that Rezo threw into the room. Her body was like a layer of oily water, and she was instantly lit by Igni's seal, turning into a burning man. The burning tomb witch raised up to the sky and let out a piercing wailing like a knight, and then raised her chicken claw-like arms, sprinting toward the outside of the Ardenfa array that suppressed his body. In an instant, a ghostly figure jumped from the roof and stopped in front of the grave witch, followed by the blow of a gust of wind and rain, the short swords intertwined in midair with a dense silver arc, reflecting light like two horses. Lien flew up and down around it, cutting like a meat grinder. Roy, who was watching from a distance, exhausted his eyes and couldn't see the movements of the demon hunter. It was too fast. It was clear that Resso was the only one attacking, and 3 afterimages appeared beside the grave witch at the same time. After just a few breaths, most of the body was scorched, covered with sword marks, and the tomb witch fell to the ground softly, and after another second, the limbs with dark green blood broke off from his body, only left a stick, struggling, wriggling, and dying in the middle. Ox greeted him, pressed his knees on his back, and quickly pulled his right hand with leather gloves into his mouth, pulling out a slender and long horrible tongue covered with fleshy thorns. Did not pay any attention to the inhuman wailing of the monster under his knees. He cut off the whole tongue and threw it into a jar that had already been prepared. Resso took out a blue cloth from his leather bag, and gently and carefully wiped the 2 daggers covered with dark green blood. The grave witch was in such a miserable state, and the strange thing was that he did not have any blood on his body, his breath was stable, and he did not gasp at all. It seems that the figure that turned into a storm just now is not him. The battle is also over, and Sarat, wearing a red headband, called Roy, who was hiding in the distance. This thing still has a breath. As agreed, the last knife belongs to you. Sarat glanced at Gabriel on his wristband. Are you going to end it with this thing? Roy, who was on the sidelines all the way, looked at the creeping, human stick in front of him. He didn't know what to say for a while, and couldn't say the cruel words that he was going to put at it. Even though he was mentally prepared, the demon hunter's skills were beyond his imagination. The entire battle process took only a short 2 minutes, and the demon hunter completed it before others' foreplay had begun. Commissioned. This terrifying monster that easily kills the blacksmith, Fletcher, and his son, has no power to fight back under the Kingslayer combination. Maybe I should respect them a little bit. Roy squatted down and took out the short knife pinned to his back. The knife found from the butcher's house leaned against the back of the grave witch's neck. Looking at the 2 corpses in the cemetery, they smiled more ugly than crying. Uncle Fletcher, Uncle Pusig, little slug, I avenge you. The light of the knife flashed, and the ugly head of the grave witch separated from her neck, and rolled to the feet of the bald man. And a row of wonderful words emerged in Roy's template. Kill the grave witch, gain 100 experience points, 103/1000. The experience of this monster is actually 10 times that of ordinary animals. Chapter 13 Persuasion. Resso pulled out the sharp dagger, and skillfully divided it on the corpse of the grave witch. The technique was no worse than that of the butcher who handled the livestock. Eyeballs, ears, and unknown meatballs were all neatly placed on the flat blue cloth, and from the monster's abdomen, he took out several fist-sized twisted blocks and put them upside down in his hands. Good luck, this tomb witch has a certain age, and the mutant is just used to supplement the decoction. Master, what are these things? Resso couldn't help but glanced at Roy. The boy calmly made up for the dying tomb witch, facing the scene of the demon hunter breaking down the spoils. Is really an anomaly. For another person, even if it is an adult, it should have been vomiting a long time ago. His courage and courage caused a ripple in the demon hunter's heart. Is a good seed. Resso pointed to the segmented object and began to patiently explain each name and purpose to Roy, while the latter also listened quietly, frowning occasionally to reveal the color of thought. By the way, Roy, who is in your family? Resso asked casually. I live with my father and mother. Resso was a little disappointed when he heard the words. He couldn't help speeding up and quickly dealt with the valuable things in the tomb witch. About an hour later, when the alchemy gas in the tomb completely dissipated, everyone entered the home that once belonged to the tomb guard. The original normal human room has been transformed by monsters beyond recognition. There is dirty clay everywhere, and the space appears damp and dark. Pots, and weird utensils can be seen everywhere. It seems that the tomb witch was refining something during his lifetime. There are still some tragic bone decorations of humans and small animals on the surrounding clay walls. Looks gloomy, scary, and bloody. When Roy looked at the innermost wall, he suddenly speeded up and rushed over. Brandon. Or the little fat man who used to have a runny nose and loved to pester him. Only a rotting corpse was passed through by a dark wooden stick, like a hanging flag. His skinny, shriveled face and his eyes were removed, revealing 2 dark cavities, and his mouth was slightly open to vaguely see the extreme fear before birth. Roy closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and carefully removed his bones, and hugged him in his arms without disdain, as if he hadn't smelled the pungent smell of rotten moldy. Sorry. If I gave you more patience. At this time, he felt a big warm hand on his shoulder. Sorry, you have already avenged them. The Witcher comforted people uncharacteristically. Not long after, Roy buried the corpses of the blacksmith, butcher, father and son, and wrote the tombstone with the help of the demon hunter. Originally, he wanted to find the grave of the butcher's deceased wife and rebury the family of 3 together. Unfortunately, the cemetery was severely damaged by the witch, so he could not find it, so he could only bury the butcher and his son together. Pusik. K. Blacksmith, son of Skelliger. Verified his courage between life and death. Died in September 1260, in a heroic fight with the Tomb Witch. The following are 2 epitaphs on 1 tablet. Fletcher. K. Butcher. The great love can't be said. Brandon. Friends of the Rooster Killer, future bard star and magic master. Will shine in the kingdom of the goddess. Died in September 1260. Cleared the cemetery, Roy followed the Witcher back to the village, and the old couple cried around and checked. The Witcher showed the hideous witch's skull to all the villagers, and then received rewards from the village chief and the one-eyed Jack. At this moment, the riot caused by the monster finally came to an end. But everything is not over. The villagers were surprised to find that the 3 demon hunters did not leave immediately after receiving the bounty, but rented a room in the tavern to stay temporarily. Without the threat of the cemetery witch, the villagers' condition became very strange again, and they began to point to the Witcher, slanderous, and very disgusted. The monster has been killed, and the bounty has been given. Why are these 3 mutants still not leaving? Look at them, they don't look like good people. This is not the village chief. You have to find a way to send them away early. Let them stay at most for 1 night. Families with children should be careful. Don't sleep tonight or tomorrow night until they leave. I heard that witchers like to steal children and train to be disgusting mutants. Roy listened to the stupid and prejudiced remarks made by a group of villagers. He shook his head in disdain, then left the crowd and ran to the tavern. It happened that the 3 witch hunters were drinking and chatting with One-Eyed Jack in full swing, or said One-Eyed Jack was vigorously advocating his quintessential skills. This old captain, who has been in Skellig for decades, does not have most of the villagers in K Village, the kind of superstitious idea that rejects the demon hunter for no reason. That stinky guy Roy didn't know if he started to practice Gwent cards from his mother's womb, and earned 60 crowns from the old Jack in a row. It just so happens that all the well-informed masters are here. Old Jack can ask you to help me and teach this stinky kid for me. 1 hour later, Resso's unchanging poker face twitched, and took out a handful of gold crowns from his purse. Well, 15 crowns, the commission fee goes to 1/10. Okay, kid, you have won enough money, let's talk about business. You are not afraid of us at all, and you take the initiative to come and talk to us, what's the matter? Interested in the story of the demon hunter? Which version would you like to hear? Resso exchanged glances with his 2 companions, and sat around the boys' table together, staring at him with piercing eyes. It is like an interrogation. Roy's heart jumped, but he didn't hide his thoughts, smiled, and said bluntly, you can see it. I do have some ideas. As far as I know, you have a long lifespan and a healthy body. I'm sick, and have powers that ordinary people can't imagine. As a former player, who doesn't have a dream of a witcher, he still remembers the motto of the Witcher: I want a horse that is as dark as night and fast as a wind. I want a sword that is as bright as moonlight. I want to ride my dark horse at night. I want to kill all evil with the sword in my hand. Crossing once, this is also one of his desires. Wait. If I heard you right, you are envious of mutants. I have to confirm it again, Sarah suddenly interrupted, and his amber eyes looked him up and down. Roy, yours isn't the true age 30. Who is propagating this fallacy with you? The group of mutants are very powerful, they will not get sick and live long, they are enviable. Sarah suddenly sneered, rolled his eyes, and took a sip liquor. The whole person went crazy. I tell you, the identity of a witcher is a curse, a kind of bad luck that can never be escaped. You should not envy us. I also envy this carefree life in the country, will not be inexplicably hated, and will not be on the way to death and escape every time you open your eyes. Roy's face became stiff, and he moved his upper body back a little. He was not used to Sarah's grumpy temper, sharp speech, and rich facial expressions. This guy was nothing like a 70 or 80-year-old man, but Hajialot's good friend Lambert looks a lot like him. Resso and Oaks put their hands around their chests, like a gourd, allowing their companions to speak. Your kid looks pretty pleasing to the eye, I would kindly advise you. Stay in the country, don't always think about taking risks, killing monsters, there won't always be people in front of you, helping you chop off the limbs and leave your head. let you be the last one. Sarah took another sip. After 2 years, when you marry a daughter-in-law and have a child, you will know that I am for your own good. This guy thought he killed the crypt witch just to satisfy the teenager's adventurous psychology. Sarah is right, Resso said, with some regrets in his tone. If you just envy the superior skill of the demon hunter and are interested in monsters, there is no need to continue the next conversation. On this road, there is definitely more pain than happiness. You still have your relatives, stay alive, and be an ordinary person. This is my advice to you. But you can at least protect yourself. Roy retorted unwillingly. Compared with the previous path of cautiously learning experience, now, a more professional, comprehensive, and efficient path of power lies in front of him. He tried hard to hold it in his palm. And he could feel that the 3 demon hunters were also hesitating. If you have more power than ordinary people, at least it will not be like my friends and teachers, being prayed by that awful, not even a whole corpse. You think too much. As a senior witcher, I can tell you clearly. The third witcher Oaks took a sip of beer and showed a hearty smile. Unless the celestial sphere meets again and a large number of monsters flood in. Come. Otherwise, the total number of monsters in this world will continue to decrease. They can't always find trouble in K Village. After this time, the village can be peaceful for many years, so there is no need to worry. It is not only monsters that can threaten lives, but also people, diseases, and wars. Roy's words made the demon hunter suddenly silent. After a while, Sarah sneered again. What a weird kid, what is in his mind? You are not 13 years old at all, and your performance at the cemetery is not at all. Are you have delusions of persecution? I have never seen such an idiot as you leaned forward. I'm relatively early. Roy poured dwarf spirits into his brain, and his courage grew stronger. Whether you believe it or not, I have been able to dream a lot of terrible things since I was a child, and ominous encounters, especially in recent years, dreams have become more frequent. Roy paused. I have a hunch, up to 3 years this world will be messed up, and life will be disgraced. Before that, let me at least learn something useful. I think the demon hunter is a good teacher. Come on, kid. Sarah was full of disdain. Don't make up stories to coax us and dream. Do you think you are a prophet? I knew you didn't believe me. Roy shook his head and sighed, but he did not lie. 3 years later, in 1263, the First Northern War was about to begin. Maybe the curtain of war has been slowly opened. I just want to be a little stronger. Even without your superb skills, I must at least be able to protect the people I care about. Send old Moore and Susie to Novigrad, where they can live a safer and more comfortable life. Resso's thick fingers tapped on the wine table. I'm afraid you don't know what you need to go through to become a witcher. The death rate of the trial of grass is as high as 70%, and I know the defect of infertility. Resso was startled when he heard the words, and the faces of the 2 demon hunters also became very exciting. How can you be clear about this kind of thing? Have you seen other demon hunters? I said I dreamed of dreams, do you believe it? Stop the bullshit. But we probably understand your attitude. Resso said solemnly, boy, now, I'll give you a chance to think about it again. No need, I have already considered it seriously. What Roy thought in his heart was that learning from the demon hunter will not become a 100% demon hunter in the future. But this alternative is also great. Resso looked at the 2 companions, they nodded at him, and then stretched out their thick palms towards Roy. Tomorrow we are leaving K Village. Kid, are you willing to go with us? Roy held a hand the size of a fan of Resso, but deliberately hesitated for a long time. It's not working right now, I must save enough money to settle my parents. Resso interrupted him with a wave of his hand and gave the answer he wanted. If you can trust the demon hunter, Sarat and Oaks will the old Moors to the place you just mentioned, Novigrad, just right, they will also go there to do something. There is one thing you said right, Novigrad is safer than K Village. How do you look like this? Now that he has accepted the result, Sarat's attitude is completely different from before. He pinched the viper pendant on his chest with one hand, and said seriously, Ox and I are old in Novigrad. The Moors arranged a food stall to do business and ensured that they would stabilize there. Our 2 brothers can use the reputation of the Viper Academy to guarantee you. That couldn't be better. Roy carefully observed the expressions of the 2 demon hunters, and he was relieved. This was the best result he could achieve. You need to spend a lot of money to help me this way. Resso shrugged nonchalantly. For the Viper School, wealth is far less important than a qualified apprentice. And I don't hide it from you, the school has not been replenished with fresh blood for 20 years, any accidental laws are all. It's malfunctioning. Your performance in the face of the grave witch is very spiritual. An unprecedented child who actively approached the demon hunter. If you have such a firm idea, you probably have a higher chance of passing the trial of green grass. Although you are a little older, it is better to have something than nothing. Chapter 14 Embarking on a Journey. Roy agreed to Reso's invitation. In fact, it is a good choice to become a witcher, after all, he has not awakened the magic talent of the warlock. It was just a little surprised, the school is not the wolf school he yearns for and is familiar with. It is a school of viper that is on the verge of extinction, known for its poison, dagger, and assassination in the future. But opportunity waits for no one. Staying in this remote village will undoubtedly be unsatisfactory at the speed of improving your strength. In the near future, you will face the invasion of Nilfgaard army, and maybe there will be an unknown monster attack. Such a fate is full of uncertainty. Sex. Following the veteran demon hunter Rezer, at least in the last 2 or 3 years, he can make rapid progress in strength and learn a lot of professional knowledge of the demon hunter. If he can pass the trial of grass, his strength will change drastically. What counts as the side effects of infertility? He never considered this issue before or now. Convincing the old Moors did not take too much of Roy's tongue. The two couples are less than 40 years old and have longing for big cities. There is no old people's reluctance to leave their homes, but they are a little nervous. The promise of the demon hunter is a rare opportunity. The trouble is that the old couple strongly oppose Roy leaving. He has not yet reached the age of 14 this year. Even if human children in the backward society mature prematurely, most of the boys at this age still stay with their parents and rely on their shelter to survive. Who wants to let a child follow the witcher from birth to death? Roy can only lie. Father, Susie. I follow Master Reso, not holding weapons to fight monsters as you imagined. I am just an assistant for Master Reso, which is similar to the previous apprenticeship with Uncle Fletcher, but the job is a little different. Because the demon hunter has no idea about money, and the commissions obtained from completing the commission do not know how to take care of it. It often takes us a year to make money in a few days. Roy is not talking nonsense at this point. Most of the demon hunters are extremely confused about the income management. The life of licking blood makes them develop the habit of instant pleasure. Often they get commissions on the front feet and spend their back feet on wine and women. Even on Quint's chessboard. Daily maintenance of armor, weapons, and equipment, and the loss of alchemical materials are also a huge expenditure. Therefore, some demon hunters are really struggling to live, and Geralt, the wolf-scent demon hunter, is one of them, and occasionally needs his own confidant. I'm going to manage the accounts for Your Excellency Reso this time, similar to the employees of Vivaldi Bank. And we will not be separated all the time. After a while, I promise to go to Novigrad to see you. Little Roy, don't lie to the old man. You have never studied culture since you were a kid, and you can't recognize all the characters, let alone arithmetic. Old Moore and his wife both looked unbelieving, until Roy, a high school student before the crossing, showed them the basic mathematical operations a little bit. Everyone, including the demon hunter, heard with a bewildered look. The old Moor and his wife had no room for rebuttal, crying and believing Roy's nonsense. It took a day. The couple packed up the valuable things at home, and the cultivated land was not owned by them and could not be taken away. In fact, I took a few sets of old clothes and took care of all the trivial matters. Let's go. The team leaving K Village set off. Most of the villagers in K ran out to watch, mostly pointing, and their tone was full of disdain and contempt. Traditional concepts have penetrated into the bones of these Adian farmers. In their view, in addition to helping people deal with some monsters raging, the demon hunters themselves are lowly freaks and symbols of unknowns. People are full of prejudice against the demon hunter, so they can't understand the behavior of the old Moor and his family following the demon hunter on the road. After deciding to move, many villagers came to persuade him. The old Moor and his wife had been shaken, but Roy was quite disappointed with the villagers through the butcher and father and son, and patiently persuaded his parents. He is much more decisive than the old couple in making ideas. Before leaving, the only one-eyed Jack who can be called a friend came to see him off and patted Roy's head. Time flies so fast. I think you were a dull and shy little guy, but now you have become a cheeky and brave little bastard. I knew you would leave this poor place where birds don't sooner or later. Look at this pair of dark and bright eyes, as if you can see what I looked like when I was young, filled with ambitions and secrets. Have it. Roy didn't think he had any ambitions, just some small wishes. You left Kate with the demon hunter, and you will never come back in your life. I am old with old arms and legs, otherwise I will accompany you to the big city. By the way, since you personally do it for me, the old man avenged his revenge. Uncle still has something as a parting gift. One-Eyed Jack reluctantly handed a set of 35 Gwent cards to Roy's hand. This Skellige deck that I have treasured for a long time does not have hero cards, but there are rare cards in it. You take it, and with the hope of Uncle, let the world see your Gwent card stunts. Great. The city often hosts Gwent competitions, so use this deck of cards to conquer them, kid. Roy solemnly put the card close to his body, and then hid it in the storage space. If the market price of this set of Gwent cards may exceed 200 crowns, old Jack's gift is not unimportant. If you have a chance, when you get to Novigrad, go to room 320 by the river around the city for the uncle, find an old thing named Frank, and take my greetings. After finishing speaking, old Jack finally hugged Roy heavily and waved goodbye. Looking at the white smoke above Kay becoming more and more blurred in his vision, a strange emotion rose in Roy's heart. This body, half a soul, still has nostalgia for this birthplace that has been inhabited for more than 10 years, but soon, this nostalgia is replaced by the yearning for new adventures. The old Moor and his wife separated Roy after holding Roy and crying bitterly for a long time. Sarah and Oakes took them in a carriage, and proceeded along the north of Lower Posada to Fangor Fort, the capital of Aden, then changed to the west and crossed the land of Tamalia, entered Redania, and headed for Novik. Rue. This road can only rely on a slow carriage, which takes a long time, about a month. And Resso took Roy with light and simple clothes, and the two rode together. After all, Roy could not ride a horse. Speeding westward through Edsburg, across the Mahakam Mountains, and heading toward Sintra in the coastal area, facing Skellige across the sea. Yes, they did not go to Novigrad temporarily without telling the old moles. According to Resso, along the way, we need to collect the special medicine necessary for the trial of the grass, collect the mutant protein of the monster, and investigate and teach this new apprentice along the way. Resso himself will also go to Sintra to complete a secret investigation. When the old couple is settled, the two Serret brothers rush to Sintra to reunite with them. This journey is right in Roy's arms. In 1260, Hirilla Fiona Irene Leenlund, known as the Sintra Cub, was 8 or 9 years old. He was engaged to Prince Christian of the Kingdom of Verdun. I don't know if this little girl has run away from home now. He also wanted to see if the little girl was an ugly girl as depicted in the oil painting. Chapter 15 Wilderness Night Talk. Yes, chew it up and put it on myself. Resso threw a plant with orange-red petals to Roy expressionlessly, watching him rubbing his thighs with a stubborn appearance, and the corners of his mouth were concealed. For a moment. Leaving Cave Village on this trip, the bald man rode his horse wildly for dozens of miles, and only stopped in a wilderness in the twilight. Roy's inner thigh was so painful, he opened his pants and saw that he was covered with bright red blood beads, and a large area of skin was torn by the rough pants. The health value in the template has been reduced by 5 points to 37. His physique is worse than that of an adult, and he will not be able to ride a horse for a few days before his injury heals. I'm a person who can't ride a horse, but I want to ride with the monster like a demon hunter. I'm really tired of life. Master Resso, what kind of herbs did you give me? Roy grinned in pain, and couldn't help chewing the herbs in his mouth. The taste was good, not as bitter as most herbs, and the taste was slightly moist. Marigold, have you heard of it? Lei Suawang lost a dry wood in the campfire, and patiently explained, it relieves pain and prevents wound infection. You can find it anywhere outside of town. Roy turned his eyes, and secretly wrote down the words of the demon hunter. He is willing to embark on this road. On the one hand, it is also for this part of practical knowledge. The demon hunter has lived for many years, and his own experience and memory are equivalent to a treasure house. He wants to pry out bit by bit to become a nutrient for his growth. Resso threw a few pieces of dry and hard jerky over, while looking at the twilight in the distance. He chewed silently, and soon he unlocked the long sword behind him, putting his arms on him. Lie on the grass behind his head. Take the sky as the blanket and the ground as the seat, showing a relaxed and at ease. As if this is his home. The wild life in the wind, meals, and sleepers is commonplace for the demon hunters. The faint aroma of wine flicked over the tip of his nose, and Roy couldn't help swallowing. May I have a taste? The herbal-coated thighs were squishy and quite awkward. He consciously took the wine pouch and took a sip. Just after the wine was eaten, he could not help but crane his neck and widen his eyes, like only a toad stuck out his tongue. What smell? A strange smell of spicy and sour mixture made him squirt out. Reso's face was stern. Little devil, don't waste it if you don't drink. This bottle of wine is the East of the East that took me great effort to get it from Bokerland. Ordinary people will never have the opportunity to taste this kind of tribute-level wine in a lifetime. Know how to cherish. I don't feel very good. This wine is not good, Roy said honestly. It's still good wine from the old captain's tavern. Dwarf spirits are better than this. He turned again. You just speaking of Buckland, if I remember correctly, this place is in the Duchy of Tausend. Have you been there? Have you seen Duchess Anna Henrietta? Is she as beautiful as the legend? Towson is exactly where the blood and wine story happened in the future. Roy was deeply impressed by its beautiful fairy tale scenery. In addition, there are a large number of high-level vampires, Yunzhen, and the pretty face of the Duchess. Madame didn't see it. Her husband, Duke Raymond, did meet. Reso said and glanced at him in surprise. Boy, where did you, a countryman of Adenian, hear the name of the Duke? Tausend is located in the territory of the Nilfgaard Empire, and can't fight Aiden. Reso felt more and more that this kid was full of weirdness, and that there was something secret hidden in him. I said the answer long ago, but you don't want to believe it. The demon hunter naturally does not believe the nonsense predicted in the dream. Roy hugged his shoulders and leaned close to the fire, rubbing his palms constantly. Master Reso, the demon hunters live as long as you. Most of them will die in commissions of hunting monsters, various battles, and less than half of them can live to be 50. Roy smiled slightly, but he knew that the wolf school hides an old monster over 200 years old, maybe other schools. Do you regret it now? Reso suddenly turned and looked straight at Roy. On this road, maybe you die faster than being a farmer. To be honest, a little bit. Huh. The bald giant man had a murderous look on his body. Roy hurriedly changed his mouth and said seriously, sorry, I drank too much, how can I regret it? The two old guys have already sent your parents to Novigrad as agreed. If you dare to change my mind halfway through. The Viper School doesn't have as many lunatics as the Cat School, but it's absolutely against people who dare to deceive and use us. Not soft. The meaning in Reso's tone is self-evident. Calm down, Master Reso, let's change the subject. I heard that the demon hunters don't always carry two swords with them. Why do you only have one sword behind you? Reso's face became more rigid. You should understand that each school is good at different areas. The Viper School is more inclined to use daggers and poison to defeat the enemy. Roy still stared at him unblinking. Reso stretched out his hand, with a rare hint of helplessness in his tone. I guess you know very well again, these two swords are stainless steel or meteorite long swords and a silver sword that can be easily taken in one hand. Steel swords are used to deal with humans, and silver swords are used to restrain monsters that are sensitive to precious metals. Roy asked. Reso shook his head. This is too absolute. Silver does restrain certain monsters, but it is more effective against other monsters and steel. As for why I only have a steel sword behind me, do you know a silver sword, even if it is not forged in pure silver, but silvered with stainless steel and meteorite, how much is it worth? Now the situation of Viper Academy is not as good as before, all resources must be used on the blade, such as investment and training for you. Roy's heart beats, and being so concerned by the demon hunter doesn't know whether it is good or bad. A suitable silver sword is too far away from me. Actually, my opponent is more interested in crossbows. Is Master Reso familiar with this weapon? Can you teach me? More than a month of hunting failed to enable him to master the long-range weapon skills, he deeply regretted. Compared with melee weapons, the bows and crossbows of long-range weapons match his strongest attribute perception. By the way, Roy added to the new skill at the level 2 skill point, the observation became LV2, and the perception bonus became 2 points. You asked the wrong person, kid. Crossbows are the best weapons of the Cat School and the Bear School. Reso looked at the night outside the campfire with deep eyes, and seemed to think of some acquaintances. I can't talk about proficiency, but after living for decades, I will use it more or less, and I'll teach it to you in 2 days. Speaking, Reso took out a bag of brown powder from his waist bag and drew a circle on the grass, enclosing the horse, the campfire, and the two of them. Roy's nose moved. and he smelled a faint sour smell. What creature's feces is this? Little devil, good knowledge. Sprinkle the pterodactyl dung on this thing, ordinary wild animals will not be able to enter, and you can sleep peacefully. Roy wrinkled his nose. The smell was better than what he had smelled when he was an apprentice butcher, and it was tolerable. But when the cold wind blew in the wilderness, he couldn't help but shrink his neck. Master Resso, can you stop calling me kid or kid in the future? Just call me by name. This kind of address always gives him the illusion, as if he is still that little kid with a runny nose. Then you have to work hard to get me to recognize it. I will consider changing the name when that happens. Resso replied without looking up, from today on, you must get used to this. If it's cold, stay closer to the fire. Now, kid. I have to teach you the first lesson of the Witcher apprentice. Speak less, use more brains, never expose your weaknesses to others, even the closest person, show. Resso suddenly blocked his index finger to his mouth and made a silent gesture. Roy quietly pricked up his ears. Wow. Long wolves howled from far to near, dozens of firefly-like pupils appeared dozens of hours away from the campfire in the blink of an eye. Roy held his breath and quietly tightened the crossbow. The weird pupils stared at the fire and moved left and right, but they seemed to be under some invisible suppression, and they dared not get close to the circle on the ground. Resso's fingers outlined, and he drew an axe of a seal against the horses around him. The horses that were agitated with their noses were immediately calmed down and remained motionless obediently. The roar of the wolves only lasted for 2 minutes, and finally did not dare to rush over, and went away with a whine of woo, and disappeared into the depths of the night. Pterodactyl dung, the effect is good. Roy's mind became active. There is a free super bodyguard called Demon Hunter Resso, and the surrounding pterodactyl dung can drive away beasts. If he makes good use of the existing conditions, he can definitely experience comfortably in the wilderness, where there are more wild animals than the woods around K Village. Means a huge amount of experience points. Anyway, there is some fresh meat and anesthetic powder left in the space. Look here, kid. Resso's low voice suddenly sounded, and the latter followed his orders without thinking. Then an inverted double triangle symbol occupied his entire field of vision. Roy was dominated by a strong sleepiness, and when he closed his eyes, he didn't know why. Yasix Fayan remained for a while. During the process, the Witcher's lips squirmed, and he spoke a long speech to the boy in a state of confusion. As for what I said, I was blown by the night breeze, but I couldn't understand it clearly. Then Lei Suo breathed a sigh of relief, removed the seal of his hand, pressed the carrot's thick 10 fingers into a crackle, and pressed the boy who was lying on the ground into a deep sleep. Looking at the childish face under the firelight, the rough features softened quietly. I almost can't remember the last experience I took as an apprentice. It seems to be more than 30 years ago, but unfortunately that kid didn't even survive the first round of the trial of grass. Is this mysterious little ghost a little different? Chapter 16 Hypnosis and Herbal Medicine. The skyline, a white light tore the darkness. Dawn is coming. Roy stretched out and opened his eyes, only to feel very relaxed all over, as if soaking in a hot spring for a night. After traveling for more than 2 months, it was the first time that he slept so comfortably. As soon as the cold wind blows in the early morning, the tiredness of yesterday disappears, and I feel refreshed. By the way, what's wrong with me? Last night, Axie Fayan, bastard, how can I use a cane on my own person? Roy's face turned white, and he quickly touched himself all over his body. He was intact, his clothes had not been passive, and he was sure that no place felt strange. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the bald head doesn't have that hobby. Wake up, kid. In the low voice of greetings that have remained unchanged for thousands of years, Roy saw a flower in front of him, and saw a roasted golden and oily thigh drawing a wonderful curve in the air. He's hot. He was in a hurry, bumping left and right and finally caught the barbecue. While blowing the heat, he asked, "What did you do to me last night? Look at the cut on the thigh." "Hey, it's all well." Originally, Roy's inner thigh was severely torn from the horseback, and it looked bloody. However, the injured place in the past had scabs. Although the red-brown dead skin looked very ugly and hard to the touch, it didn't hurt at all. "Last night I hypnotized you with Yakshafeyan and fed some herbs by the way." "Hey, Master Resso, it's not appropriate to do this, you can't tell me in advance." "But I didn't expect that Axie Fayan could also improve sleep." "Wait a minute, will you give me a potion?" "The magical potion of the demon hunter can cause great harm to ordinary people. Roy did not want to suffer any damage to his developing body, so he hurriedly checked the attribute list. Fortunately, my body is in good health. The stamina attribute has actually increased by 0.1 to 4.3. One night is worth the effect of a month of hard work. I don't know what the demon hunter did to him, or what panacea he poured in. With the defensive effect, it's not so good, Resso explained. The trial of green grass will have to be prepared for a long time. Before that, taking the potion will only kill you. What you eat is suitable for ordinary people. Special herbal medicine. Long-term use can slightly improve physical fitness. Roy's eyes lit up when he heard the words, "Is there such a good thing?" I stopped complaining now, and gobbled up half of the thigh meat. While eating, he exclaimed, "The craftsmanship is good, and the meat tastes good, fragrant and chewy. Master, what kind of animal meat is this?" Resso's left eyelid twitched fiercely, and he took a deep breath. "This is the wolf's thigh, which is the guy who wanted to eat us last night." Resso did not let Roy ride a horse with him anymore, but led the horse slowly around this wilderness. This land is full of strange plants and muddy loess. The air is humid and fresh. From time to time, a sneaky roe deer, honey badger, and deer poked their heads out of the low vegetation. They were startled by the two, and then fled with their fat buttocks. Where are we going? The big man has begun to adapt to the endless questions. He shrugged his shoulders and said mysteriously, "If you think about it, there will be an answer in your head." Roy squinted his eyes suspiciously, and before a moment, a large piece of unfamiliar and vivid information came out of his mind. Calendula, a biennial herb, the whole plant is hairy. The leaves are alternate, oblong. Flowers yellow or orange yellow. I like to grow in a cool climate, afraid of heat, and hardy. Can promote digestion and accelerate wound healing. Sage, an annual herb with upright stems, clusters of plants, and pilose plants. I like a warm, sunny, and well-ventilated environment. Drought-tolerant, but intolerant to flooding. It has the effects of antitoxin, detoxification, and dispelling plague. Nettle, belladonna, gathering grass, 100-day red, chamomile, cypress stem fruit. The appearance characteristics, growth environment, and medicinal value of more than 30 kinds of herbs are still in sight. He can easily recall all the details. He is sure that no matter which one of them is seen, he can quickly identify them. Leaving Cave Village for a day, your injuries are pretty good. It's time to learn something new. Resso walked ahead, leading the horse, and said unhurriedly, "So last night I asked you to remember I stayed in some common herbal medicines, promoting blood circulation, removing blood stasis. Detoxification and antitoxin, keep in mind them, you will use them in the future." Suddenly, Roy, the bald-headed witch hunter master, brought so many surprises in one night. He strengthened his physique, and taught him knowledge of herbal medicine. More than half of the 30 kinds of herbal medicines made him very unfamiliar. Never appeared. But it's normal to think about it. The real world will not be as narrow as a game, and there will be more and more things he doesn't understand. With the guidance of the demon hunter, he is equivalent to standing on the shoulders of giants. The demon hunter's development of the Feyen has reached the limit. Roy has never used Axi Feyen in this way. Similar to the legendary Initiation Dafa. "Master, why don't you leave more things in my mind? For example, alchemy, can I continue tonight?" Resso said blankly, "If you are not afraid of sequelae and headaches for a lifetime, I can fulfill you." As he stopped in front of a lush bush in the wilderness, he looked around and saw clusters after clusters of plants of different shapes. "Now go find out the herbs in your head. What did you feed me last night? I want to pick more." "That is the cypress stem fruit." Resso said, "It's not bad that you can find it. Swallow it daily to slowly improve your weak physique." Before collecting the herbs, Resso focused on the key points for attention. If you don't understand the structural characteristics of herbal medicines, and where they are used, you can pick them casually. This will easily destroy the medicinal properties and make a cherished and expensive herbal medicine worth just 1 crown. For example, the cypress stem fruit you want to pick, the really useful part is the deformed red mass buried in the ground, and the neat and beautiful leaves on the exposed ground have no medicinal value. You can't be rude. Pull it out directly. Plants are a kind of life and have the instinct of self-protection. If they are subjected to a huge external force, their leaves will secrete a hormone that destroys the medicinal value of the fruit. So kid, you have to be as careful as possible, and not too strong or weak. As Resso's full magnetic voice slowly flowed, Roy gradually reduced his contempt. In the bushes, the branches and leaves crawling on the ground are pressed with a layer of shallow frost and dew. The climate in the north has always been cold, and it is now in late autumn. If it is Codwin in the north of Aden, most of the area has already fallen. It's snowing. Roy was blushing from the cold, but he still stubbornly searched for a wide variety of plants around. Fortunately, the cypress stems were not rare plants. He found a lot of them without going far. They were just collected. The process is cumbersome. He needs to carefully plan out the cypress stalk fruit from the ground with a little violent action. The plump and juicy emerald green leaves of the cypress stalk immediately turn black like a frightened octopus, and the connected fruits are also chemical. The reaction rotted instantly. When Roy was sweating profusely, he finally collected a considerable amount of cypress stalks. The appearance was fresh and tender, the red and gorgeous looked like strawberries, and there was a delicate fragrance. He put most of the fruit in the space for preservation, and stuffed another one in his mouth, and then found that he had a slightly more poisoned state after his health. Strange, the health and attribute values are normal, and the body does not feel uncomfortable. How can it be slightly poisoned? If you can learn more about the medicinal effect of the cypress stem fruit. After thinking for a long time, Roy suddenly had an idea and thought of a skill, observation, LV2 in the skill panel. He seems to have made a preconceived mistake, always thinking that observation is only applicable to humans, animals, and monsters. Can be used to observe herbs. Roy quickly found a fresh cypress stem, his eyes became as deep as a galaxy, and an information sheet appeared on the top of the cypress stem. Cypress stem. Perennial herb. Year, 2.5. Growth area, the regions in the northern countries where the average temperature is lower than 20 degrees. Purpose. 1. Take the fruit directly. Take 1 ounce of cypress stem fruit daily for 1 month to gradually improve the physical attributes. The cumulative effect does not exceed 1 point, and the physical fitness does not exceed 5. Taken more than 5 points is invalid. 2. As an ingredient in potions and potions. Negative effects. Slightly toxic. After each use, you must wait until the toxicity completely disappears before continuing to take it, otherwise it will gradually damage the user's sense of taste, and the toxicity will accumulate for more than 2 months, and eventually the sense of taste will be completely lost. Stamina value greater than 15, immune to this toxicity. This information has specific data on the year of growth and the amount of use, which perfectly complements the knowledge of herbal medicine taught by the Witcher. From this moment on, Roy put observation in the priority sequence. The remaining cypress stems and fruits were all stuffed into the storage space, and Roy began to sweep the entire plant. 100 Days Red, Crow's Eye, Bidens, Black Veratrum Flower. After spending a morning in this lush bush, Roy discovered a total of 12 herbs in his memory. In addition to cypress stems and fruits, a herb called dandelion sunflower has a weak boosting effect on strength attributes. The final cumulative effect of the 2 herbs will not exceed 1 attribute, which does not seem obvious. But the attribute points are so precious. You can get 1 point each time you level up. Now you need 1000 experience points to level up again, and it will become more and more difficult in the future. Eating herbs is completely acceptable as an additional means of enhancing attributes. According to Roy's observations, after eating these 2 herbs for a month, his 2 weakest attributes, physique and strength, will reach the level of a normal adult 5. The only problem is that swallowing herbs is a double-edged sword. In addition to gain, it also has slight side effects, which damage the sense of taste and smell respectively. But this kind of damage is time-sensitive, and the duration is very short, within his tolerance. Just after eating the cypress stems, he stuffed a small plant of dandelion and sunflower white crushed petals into his mouth and chewed it slowly for full digestion. It is definitely the easiest way to exercise by relying on the consumption of herbs to improve the attributes. Chapter 17 Water Ghost. After searching for herbs for a day in the bushes, near the evening, the 2 of them came to a turbid river with a width of 10 chi, 3 meters, with no end in sight. Resso suddenly stopped, an amber-colored river. The pupils shrunk into a line. Roy looked at his back and thought of the cat whose body was tightened because of the blown hair. Of course it was an enlarged version. What's wrong? Is this place dangerous? Resso motioned to him to keep quiet, and then he slid ghostly towards the river bank on tiptoes. He picked up a blue scale from the cracks in the pebble pile on the bank, leaned to his nose and sniffed, and quickly moved towards retracement. It seems that we are looking for a farther place to settle down. There is dirt in the river. You mean? Roy noticed the turbid surface of the river, and his whole body began to get excited. There is a water ghost in the river. Resso dropped the scales into his palm. Look at it. The scales of the water ghost are different from ordinary fish. They are thicker. There is a small synapse in the center, and you can smell it. A smell of rotting corpses. Probably the perception is not high enough, the sense of smell is not sensitive enough, Roy can't smell it. He lowered his head and followed Resso away from the river for a certain distance, and suddenly patted the back of the opponent like a wall, and said hesitantly, "Master Resso, can you give me a long time to see the legendary water ghosts? Since you are on this path, you will have to deal with them sooner or later. This does not happen to have a chance to understand this monster. If you leave them alone, how many people will suffer? Do you know that the water ghost has a nickname in the witch hunter group?" Resso said coldly, "New killer. Specially kills you, such a curious and nosy little devil." Roy shrinks his neck. Even so, Resso found a place to tie the horse. Returned to the riverbank to investigate again, and found a few more scales. After a moment of contemplation, he began to sort out his equipment, weapons, alchemy bombs, and potions. Roy noticed that the opponent looked like an enemy, and was slightly surprised. Is it necessary? The water ghost does not seem to be very effective. He slaughtered this kind of humanoid in the game, and he had at least hundreds of water ghosts under his hand. They gurgled, and the weird calls that seemed to be humming from the nasal cavity are still reverberating in his mind. He has learned about this monster in countless killings. The power is similar to that of ordinary people, and the moving speed may be a little faster. Except for the great swimming skills, there is no impressive ability. It seems that the dream you had is not returning to the aura of Turkmenistan. Resso smeared light green corpse-eating bio-oil on the short sword. Have you never heard a word in your dream? Being a monster is really bad. Being in groups will make them happy, and once this thing appears, it will usually drag the family. So kid, pay attention to your attitude. No matter how weak the monster is, you have to fight for 12 points. The demon hunter does not have a second life. It is not worthy of sympathy to die for underestimating the enemy. This is the second lesson for you. Resso took a wolf leg from the saddlebag and cut it into pieces with a short sword. Understood, I promise that I won't make the same mistake again. Roy lowered his head in shame, and the demon hunter reminded him, what qualifications do he have to look down on the water ghost with his current strength? This kind of contemptuous attitude will sooner or later bury himself in the grave. Looking back, he had left this sequelae since the last adventure, and it was time to wake up. Master Resso, what should I do? How can I help? Roy took out the crossbow and set the arrow in advance. You can hide and watch a good show. Rexer paused and looked at him blankly. You can help, but the water ghost's weakness is clear. Roy's lips squirmed twice, closed his mouth, and quietly made an appearance of listening. Resso nodded in satisfaction, and the other party finally realized the importance of accepting humbly. You have to remember that poison and blood loss have no effect on the water ghost. Roy was terrified for a while. He had actually planned to use the butcher's anesthetic powder to deal with the water ghost. At that time, he might be the first to be eaten by the water ghost. Because the water ghosts are not good at their brains, they are stupid than shoes, and Yaxiphaean also has poor results. But their eyesight is not good, even in the daytime. Once the distance to the target is more than 12 meters, it is equivalent to half a blind man. But there is a premise that you can run past them. Besides, they are most afraid of the element of fire, everything related to fire. Resso took out a half-fist-sized transparent glass jar from the alchemy pocket and threw it to Roy. Through the glass, you can vaguely see the gas flowing in a dreamy color. Dragon Dream, a kind of alchemy bomb. It contains flammable and explosive gas, Resso said. Your crossbow is good, but the head should be fine. After the water ghost is drawn out, listen to my order and throw the Dragon Dream towards the place where they gather the most. Then I will detonate it, understand? Clear. Resso broke down into dozens of pieces of meat and sprinkled it on a flat ground about 20 feet from the river. He quickly ran back and hid in a safe distance with Roy, staring at the river. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the calm and flowing river suddenly became turbulent, like a pot of boiled water, with bubbles constantly emerging, and the water surface rippling with huge ripples. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, a full 5 ugly humanoid creatures emerged from the water with their heads, and the Ulla Ulla screamed and rushed to the shore. They are like corpses picked up from the bottom of a pond. Their skin is blue or green, and every pore is leaking mucus and mud. The limbs are covered with dark, slippery scales, the webs of aquatic animals can be seen between the toes and fingers, and the side of the face has fan-like gills and catfish whiskers. The chest and abdomen, as well as the skinny cheeks, were pale, revealing a pair of jagged white teeth, staring at a pair of white eyes and looking nervously from side to side. The stubby nose moved, and a family yelled excitedly at the pile of minced meat, running in a strange posture, with their hands behind their backs, like a flock of ostriches. Roy glanced at Resso, but did not see the gesture. So he turned his eyes to the monster with the most severe alienation, and his eyes became deep. Water ghost. Gender, none. Age, 12. Identity, none. HP, 70. Strength, 5. Agility, 6. Physique, 7. Perception, 3. Will, 2. Charm, 0. Spirit, 0. Skill. Transformed body LV10. Some people think that they are transformed into underwater dead people. In fact, their body structure is completely different from that of human beings. They are likely to be magical creations, or the celestial spheres converge, and they are immune to toxicity and blood loss. The charm is 0, the spirit is 0. Is this sure how many corpses? Roy sneered, no wonder that the Uxian Fein would be invalid. As soon as he turned his head to see Resso's gesture, he took a deep breath and pressed his right hand. Dragon Dream drew a perfect arc in mid-air and landed exactly in the middle of the 5 water ghosts. Crack! In the crisp sound of glass shattering, the dreamy-colored smoke dispersed in an instant, completely covering the 5 water ghosts who were still eating. Almost at the same time, the demon hunter jumped over like a gust of wind, and raised his hand at the alchemy gas to be an igni sign, withdrawing and retreating. The cone-shaped flame seems to ignite a ball of cotton, and it spreads. Roy raised his crossbow and stared into the distance. A grand fireworks show opened in front of him. The orange flames flickered in the colorful alchemical gas, accompanied by the sound of banging explosions, half of the sky stained with the halo of the rainbow. Ula ula. 5 awkward and smoking figures rushed out of the explosion tenaciously. 3 of them fled to the river, and the demon hunter swung his short sword and chased after him like lightning. 2 others rushed towards Roy. The latter calmly shot an arrow through the eye sockets of a water ghost, and moved his fingers to pull the arrow to set the arrow. The other water ghost on fire had already crossed a short distance of several dozens of delays and approached him. No vellus hair can be seen on that pale and ugly face, orange flames jumped in the facial features, the strong burnt smell and the stench from its sharp teeth and sharp mouth rushed into the nasal cavity frantically. Luo breathed for a while. The of death greeted him, then turned around and left happily. The sprinting water ghost was suddenly caught in a fixation technique and froze in place. The huge inertia still rushed to Roy's reach with the burning body. The situation was really weird, but there was no time to think about it. Roy called out a dagger and slashed it in the forehead viciously, causing it to fall back to the ground, and then another crossbow bolt was inserted into its eye socket. The water ghost shook all over and stopped struggling. Kill the water ghost, gain 20 experience. Kill the water ghost, gain 20 experience. Experience LV2, 143/1000. Roy breathed a long sigh of relief, dizzy and sweat dripping under his clothes. It's very risky, and he almost capsized the ship in the gutter. If the shock was not triggered suddenly, he would not dare to imagine what would happen to him. Embraced by the smoking water ghost death. If you don't die, you will lose a little half your life. Little devil, now you understand why this thing is called a newcomer killer. The tall demon hunter did not know when he came to his side, and none of the 3 water ghosts running away behind him fell, all of their bodies separated. Dare you still look down on them? Roy was silent. He didn't expect this bald face to have a cold face, and he liked to preach. How to deal with these half-baked corpses? Throw them into the river again, or burn them again. First dig out their brains, and I will teach you how to do it. Water ghost brains are important materials for refining the potion swallow, and some spellcasters will also purchase this stuff. A big river in the setting sun. A small 2 figures stood side by side, dragging 5 half-baked corpses of water ghosts into a row. It's best to find a red mutant, where the cost of Dragon Dream is not deducted. We still have a lot to lose. Chapter 18 Meditation Facing the Distant Mountains. At night, the cold wind roars over the wilderness. Surrounded by a warm campfire, after enjoying a steaming meal of roasted rabbit meat, Resso sipped his mouth and suddenly said, I remember yesterday you said that you wanted to learn the technique of shooting crossbows. Let me tell you. Roy, as an amateur shooter who was taught by no one at all, has long wanted to get professional shooting instruction. Since following the demon hunter on the road, he has increasingly felt the limitations of the pocket-sized crossbow Gabriel, which is good for dealing with ordinary wild animals, but not enough for dealing with monsters. He can only hope that improvements in shooting skills can alleviate this dilemma. The big bald man asked him to take out the crossbow, and explained it in kind. I won't mention the crossbow shooting technique of the Viper School. This time I will focus on telling you about the experience a friend of the cat school shared with me. Master Resso, do you know the cat pie guy? Roy asked curiously. In his impression, because of the unique green grass trial potion formula, the mutant cat pie demon hunter has more or less personality. Defects can easily go to extremes. And the profession of the demon hunter looks ugly in the world, and it has contributed to their extreme character in disguise, until they go crazy. Of the 6 known witchers of bears, wolves, griffins, cats, vipers, and flying lions, only the cat school will accept the commission of assassination of humans on the surface. For some other reasons, the cat school was finally cast aside by the 5 schools and the secular world, and the situation was almost like a mouse crossing the street. In addition, the cat school is inextricably related to the wolf school, and it is the only school that accepts female apprentices. Although all the cats in people's mouths are lunatics, Resso touched an old wound on his right forearm. A flash of remembrance flashed in his amber eyes, but this is obviously nonsense, and there are many demon hunters of the cat school who can communicate peacefully and are reasonable. Okay, stop this topic, let's get to the main topic. Let's talk about your thoughts first. When you use Gabriel, what do you think is the most important part? Roy casually held the crossbow and made an aiming posture. Aim, shoot. Yes, the most important moment is the moment when the index finger pulls the trigger. It is called a firing, right? This is a decision whether you can hit the target. Little devil, you are a bit talented. As you said, all preparations and steps for crossbow shooting are to pull the trigger and shoot that arrow to serve. Resso circled the bonfire and made a dull voice. Pause. Specifically speaking, the steps are more complicated. Crossbow shooting techniques mainly include 5 parts: holding the crossbow, shooting the crossbow posture, pulling the string and setting the arrow, aiming and firing. Roy's face is calm. He is mentally prepared early. Any seemingly simple technology, when placed in the professional field, often has cumbersome details that are beyond imagination. There is still time, let's take it slow. Start with the simplest crossbow. You first pick it up in the posture you are used to. Although Gabriel is a bit smaller than the genuine crossbow, Roy is used to holding it in one hand, but it's okay to hold it in 2 hands. He did what he said, stood up straight, supported the middle and lower part of the crossbow body with his left hand, and held the crossbow handle with his right hand. Resso's fan-like palms began to press on him. While pressing, he said the key points in his mouth. You are really a wild way, with a lot of errors and omissions, but it is not too late to correct it now. Remember that your body should be centered, relaxed, and you will be bungled. Should you keep your shoulders level, except for these 2 hands, no part of your body can support it. Crossbow. Since you are right-handed, your left elbow joint is drooping inwards. If you want to ask why, what is the point of correcting this movement repeatedly? After you shoot more than 10,000 times, you will begin to understand. Because the people who have summed up their experience have shot at least 1,000,000 times. The essentials of the action sound simple, and it is not difficult to make it as required. The difficulty is that it needs to be maintained for a long time. It is necessary to practice this set of actions without interruption and turn it into instinct. The process is extremely boring. Roy can only encourage himself from the bottom of his heart, persisting and persisting. This is just a small step to gain strength. Even the situation in front of him cannot be tolerated. What qualifications does he have to survive the more difficult trial of the grass? After more than an hour, Roy, sweating profusely, finally had a somewhat standard posture holding the crossbow, and Resso continued to explain the main points of pulling the string and setting the arrow. According to him, to learn to shoot, first learn how to prepare, how to hold a crossbow, and how to take an arrow. After learning these 2 steps, the time has passed 3 hours, and Roy's eyes were dizzy with tiredness. The method of pulling the bow and setting the arrow taught by Resso actually used pedals, but let alone, it is safer and more efficient than hands, but it consumes more energy. The demon hunter didn't hear a single complaint during the whole process. Even if the kid was soaked in sweat from head to toe, he still kept his concentration. I couldn't help being a little more satisfied with him. With a trace of confidence, this guy might be able to survive. The training tonight ends here. Waiting for Roy to wash away his sweat and dry the clothes by the campfire, Resso dropped a question and came over. It's almost time to rest, since you made a request this morning. Then I will inform you now that you have two choices. One is to let I use Occam Phaeon to hypnotize, enter deep sleep. Quickly recover physical strength, eliminate muscle fatigue, maybe there are some other benefits waiting for you. The other is to rely on your own sleep quality. Roy thought of the incomparably comfortable sleep last night, hesitated. Master Resso, do you want to instill any knowledge into my mind again? I didn't say that unless you want your brain to explode. Resso squeezed his fingers. If you agree with the first one, relax your body and try not to resist my next actions, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. Roy thought for 2 seconds. If Resso's strength is used to harm him, would it be useful to resist? If the other party can notify in advance, it is considered to have given respect. He was relieved immediately, and soon fell into a dark and sweet sleep as he wished. The next week was calm and no monsters were encountered. While on the road, in the daytime, the demon hunter teaches herbalism knowledge with the herbs available on the roadside. In the evening, Roy uses the newly learned crossbow shooting technique to hunt wild animals, learn some experience, and prepare dinner by the way. The sky went completely dark, and the two continued to practice crossbow shooting around the campfire. After sweating countless amounts of sweat, Roy gradually learned an important part, the way of breathing. He can clearly feel the progress of archery, but he still lacks actual combat experience and cannot form relevant abilities. Finally, before going to bed, he will enter a deep sleep under the action of the Witcher Occam Phaeon, enjoying the feeling of resurrecting when he opens his eyes in the morning. After a week, Roy's experience value came to LV2, 280/1000. Under the action of herbs, his physique attribute increased by 0.1 to 4.4, and his strength also increased by 0.1 to 4.3. He can firmly remember the appearance characteristics, growth environment, medicinal properties, and treatment. Methods of more than 50 kinds of herbs, and 5 more kinds of animals can be affected by the slaughter. Roy began to enjoy a fulfilling, slow growth process. This night, the two finally left the desolate area and clearly saw a towering city wall on the endless wilderness, several towering buildings inside, mixed with sporadic lights and flashes, and white smoke rising. That is the last line of defense in the southwest of Aden, adjacent to the city of Edsburg in the Mahakam Mountains. It is estimated that it will arrive tomorrow. Roy heard the sound and looked far away, but saw that behind the city, a towering, boundless mountain range lay in front of them, looking far away like a sleeping ancient behemoth. The boundless snow on the mountain and the looming emerald green are just a decoration on the skin. This is the Mahakam Mountains. As a behemoth on the border between Timoria and Aden, the hometown of the dwarves, the goblins in the legend also live on it. To go to Sintra, the two had to cross the city of Edsburg, and then cross the mountain, but it was getting late and they were stationed. After using enough barbecue dinner, Resso squatted quietly on the ground facing the direction of the mountain far away. The silence and urgency along the way dissipated, and a calm and peaceful power appeared on his face. Roy stared at Resso's wide back. This back was filled with magic power to relax his whole person, and a voice rang in his ears. Meditation was created by the original source power warlock, a method of communicating and manipulating the power of chaos, that is, the power of elements. Later, it was left as a legacy by the creator of the Demon Hunter, Cosimo Malaspina. To the Demon Hunter. For the demon hunters and ordinary people, meditation can allow them to regulate their minds and bodies, clear up negative emotions, quickly repair physical damage, restore physical fitness, improve physical fitness, and get deep sleep. But for those who are naturally sensitive to magic, they can perceive the power of the elements through meditation, and extract magic power from air, water, earth, and fire. When the sensitive person is awakened, if they are not sent to the Warlock Academy in time to receive the Warlock training and taming the power of the elements, they will go crazy due to the loss of magical power, and their reason will collapse. Or they will fall into a more miserable end, and their bodies will be tortured into ugly deformities by the magical power. So kid, I need you to actively meditate and tell me whether you are an ordinary person or a magic-sensitive person. Roy's heart beats. Is it finally here, this moment? Then he looked confused. What should I do? How do I enter meditation? He confirmed that Resso had never mentioned a few words about meditation to himself before. In fact, if possible, he certainly hopes that he is sensitive to magic. After all, the Demon Hunter was created by a warlock, and his power level is undoubtedly lower than that of the warlock. But there are no talents or skills related to magic, elements, and chaotic energy in the personal template. He didn't even turn on the mana value. Already have a hunch in my heart. Resso faced his doubts, but calmly said, "Every night before going to bed, I will hypnotize you with the seal of Axi. Isn't that for deep sleep? I didn't say that when I gave you the choice, maybe there are other benefits, but you chose to accept it." Resso emphasized, "To be precise, you have meditated 6 times, and your body has already laid the foundation. I have thoroughly adapted to the process of meditation. But they are all passive and cannot retain memory. Today you must try to actively meditate and tell me what you feel from meditation. Other benefits. This bald head talks halfway. Is it a reward for trust?" Roy began to be grateful for the original choice, but he really had no impression of the so-called meditation, only remembering that he slept very sweetly every night. "Don't doubt, sit down in my posture." Roy obediently learned his posture, and the 10 fingers formed a weird seal. Everything went smoothly and smoothly, as expected, it was like repeating it many times. His body naturally enters a state, the whole body is warm, as if returning to the mother body, every cell is roaring, absorbing nutrients hungrily, and entering the process of self-repair and strengthening. The whistling wind around and the crackling sparks of the campfire all go away from me. His gaze crossed Edsberg and stared at the Mahakam Mountains. The majestic clouds on the top of the mountain, unpredictable, gradually sucked him in like a whirlpool. Wish you all a happy New Year's Day in advance. Chapter 19 Slaughter. Air, water, earth, flames circle around you, and finally leave you. Unsurprisingly, you are just an ordinary person. An ordinary person. The words kept echoing in his ear. Roy sighed. Sure enough, as the son of a farmer, I should have been an ordinary person. Neither was sent to the demon hunter to become the child of the accident because of the law of accident, nor did he have the blood of a quarter elves, and had excellent magic aptitude. I want to gain a foothold in this world, I can only rely on my own efforts. At this moment, he slightly strengthened his idea of becoming a demon hunter. In addition, after the first active meditation, there are more hints in the template. You successfully unlocked a new skill. Meditation LV1, this is the practice of the body and mind. It regulates the body and mind through concentration and speeds up the recovery of injuries, magic and physical energy. At the same time, the coordination ability is slowly improved, and the affinity for chaotic energy is improved. Note, every time the skill is improved, it will permanently enhance physical and mental attributes. Roy opened his mouth slightly. This is the first time he has seen a skill that can improve his attributes. I have to say that his heart is moved, and he can't wait to immediately rise to the next level and click on the skills. Of course, just thinking about it, he quickly calmed down. Without unlocking the magic value, there is no way to release the magic seal of the demon hunter. It doesn't make any sense to increase the spiritual attributes that affect the power of the spell. Resso has been observing secretly next to him, and his excellent perception made him quickly discover that there seemed to be some invisible changes in Roy, which was hard to describe. What a kid full of secrets. But now he belongs to the Viper Academy, and his secrets will eventually belong to the Academy and become the power of revival. Early the next morning, the two left the wilderness and set foot on the trail leading to Edsberg. The indentation of wheels and the hoof marks of horseshoes can be seen everywhere on the trail. There are dense woods on both sides. As the morning wind hits, the branches and leaves tremble, bringing a burst of mixed fragrance of soil and plants in the woods. The wind is getting bigger. The big man seems to have received some kind of signal. He suddenly stopped and held the reins, squatted down and touched the traces of the ground with his fingers, and then looked up at the empty front. His amber pupils flashed. Be vigilant. Roy, get your crossbow ready for battle. It has been calm and calm. Why did something go wrong on the last part of the road? Roy pressed the bowstring made of beef tendon and quickly pulled the string to set the arrow. He didn't have too many waves in his heart, and he didn't know if it was the effect of meditation, or the stalwart figure in front of him gave him confidence. The two continued to walk forward. Roy quietly pricked up his ears, his whole body gradually tightened. Only 200 years later, Resso stopped again, and the black cloth on his shoulders flew high and backward by the swift wind. A sharp whistle pierced the woods, and almost at the same time, a group of ragged, dry-looking men rushed out along the grass on both sides. Peasants, or some miscellaneous army. They are dressed in tattered clothes and look very poor. Even the weapons in their hands are somewhat funny: shovels, hammers, and even pitchforks. The formation of them was chaotic, and their mouths were clamoring in a mess, and they surrounded the two of them in the center, and their faces were extremely hungry and fierce. Then a middle-aged man with a green leather cap, yellow jacket, black pants, and a mole on his face walked out. Raise her head and chest, with high toes, like a big showing off her majestic posture. Put down your weapon and lie on the ground, he commanded. Roy held the crossbow with both hands according to the training, and secretly counted. There were about 13 people in the gang surrounding them. As if he hadn't heard the other party's words, the big man asked with his arms around his chest, neither humble nor arrogant, how did the peasants rebel against the army and do the work of robbers? Roy thoughtfully after listening, the peasant rebels, the revolutionary army, right? He had heard rumors in K village, Edsburg is making a peasant revolution. It's hard to realize how the group of people in front of you are like chicken blood. Fart. What is a robber, are you slander? The leading man blushed and shouted righteously, we are for the great revolution and to overthrow the tyranny of Demoy and Tavik. This is justice. If you are a righteous person, please lay down your arms and offer your property to support this righteous act. If you resist, then you are the executioners of the tyrants, and honestly accept the sanctions of the revolutionary brothers. Roy's cheeks twitched when he heard it. He had never seen such a shameless person who called the robbery a righteous act, but the self-defeating rebels became villains. Only people from the West can be so brazen. Resso frowned. In his long memory, there were very few people who dared to steal money from the demon hunter. Before the change, he would probably rush up without a word, but now that there are more people around him, it doesn't seem appropriate to kill him directly. Resso pinched the pendant around her neck and showed it to everyone in front of her. Do you know what this is? A trace of greed shot in the leader's eyes. Is this made of silver? Throw it over. Boss, he is a demon hunter. A thin farmer with a long jaw suddenly pointed at Resso, with a panic on his face, and he stammered. What? This person is a freak, mutant. Look at his eyes, amber, cat's eyes. A group of farmers took a step backwards at the same time. Roy's eyes jumped when he heard the words. He did not expect that the 3 words demon hunter had such a great deterrent. Boss, the demon hunter can kill even monsters, we are not his opponent. Another farmer said tremblingly. What are you afraid of? Seeing that his subordinates are so timid and weak, the leader roared with flushed face, they only have 1 witcher and 1 child. What are so many of us afraid of? The leader stepped back a little bit, and said sternly, everyone, I don't believe they have 3 heads and 6 arms. 1 person will also poke them into holes. Yeah, what are you afraid of? The farmers seemed to have found the backbone, raised their hammers, forks, and shovel again, and pointed at the 2 people in the encirclement circle, but no one did it first. One last word, put down your weapon. Then let you kill them. Resso lowered his face and shook his head, and Roy slowly walked around behind him when he saw this. He was not a demon hunter. For the sake of safety, he should let the big man go ahead. I can smell a strong smell of blood from your bodies, so don't you have to do things like killing people and overcoming goods. Resso said solemnly, with a dry tone without any emotion. Assholes, they rebelled and made their own way. The leader is still quibbling, for a great revolution, sometimes sacrifice is inevitable. Resso finally stopped talking. His 5 fingers on his right hand flexibly resembled a snake. Before everyone could react, he sketched a sign. A triangular red light shot into the leader's eyes in an instant. Then there was a terrifying scream in the field, and a farmer clutched his abdomen tightly, stumbled back step by step, his face was full of disbelief. Just across from him, he wears a green leather hat, a proud leader, with godless eyes, holding a long sword like a puppet. Ah, the boss is controlled by the demon hunter. Leal was killed by the boss. In the horrified eyes of the farmers, Resso slowly pulled out the steel sword behind him instead of the usual 2-handed short sword. The broad blade shone a cold light. The demon hunter is like a cruel predator, leaping forward and rushing into the flock. Regardless of strength, reaction, or combat skills and experience, the crappy farmers in front of them can't even compare with Rezer's fraction. Rezer has transformed into a human-shaped meat grinder, with broken arms and legs, scattered pieces of meat. Roy's eyes were stained red by the splashing blood on the narrow forest path. Every time the sword light shook, it was an exclamation and a life. Frightened farmers flee desperately, but how could they have escaped the viper school of demon hunters who are known for their agility? Just listen to the endless wailing in the woods, begging for mercy. Roy's body is stunned. He has killed many animals, but they are all domestic animals and beasts. He has never killed anyone. And now a group of people are being slaughtered one after another without resistance. No matter how painful, desperate, and wailing this group of farmers, the cold-faced Resso is completely indifferent, just stubbornly brandishing a steel sword. He did not use the magic seal of the potion, purely by instinct. Is this the guy who carefully instructed him on herbal medicine, crossbow shooting techniques, and hypnotized him to meditate every night? Perhaps this is the way the demon hunters act. Not only can they hunt down evil creatures, they are also merciless towards some humans. Roy held the crossbow, and began to inhale deeply, spread his feet and hang his arms in the air, making a standard posture of standing and shooting a crossbow as if he had trained hundreds of times. A lucky guy stumbled and avoided Resso. His face was covered with blood, and his expression was half collapsed and half hopeful, and rushed towards him. Catch him, catch this kid, use him to threaten the demon hunter, and you will survive. He slanted half of his body, trying to keep his balance, his other hand was trembling and stretched forward, as if to strangle the child's neck. 1 step, 2 steps, you can catch him immediately. Oh. A sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded, and the farmer was hit by a siege hammer head-on, and the whole body skeleton paused, then raised his head, stretched his arms, leaned back softly, and fell to the ground. In the center of his staring eyes, a crossbow arrow with tail feathers penetrated the skull. Gain experience value 20, LV2, 300/1000. Roy exhaled half of the breath in his mouth, continued to inhale, pulled his hands and feet and set the arrow with the ground, aiming at the other side. 10 minutes later, the merciless killing was completely over. Resso took out a blue cloth and slowly wiped the blood on the steel sword. And Roy sits beside him with a dull face, black hair, and blood on his shirt. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly took a deep breath. Resso said coldly, "Have you seen it now, this terrible world? There is no right or wrong. If you don't kill them all, let anyone escape back to Edsburg, our next path will be difficult." Seeing that Roy was still in a daze, he sighed. "I can smell a strong smell of human blood from them. This group of people are not good people. They are doing robbery and murder. Now, will you feel better?" "I'm fine, just a little uncomfortable," Roy said sincerely, not pitying these people at all. Otherwise, who would pity the innocent souls who died under their hands? Resso complimented. "Also, the few arrows you have just now were good, and I didn't forget what I taught you." Roy shot and killed 3 injured farmers. He remembered the breathing rhythm during the firing, pulling the trigger at the moment when his exhalation was about to become heavier, and the shot was steady. 3 arrows took away 3 lives. Actually, he could kill more, but finally hesitated. The first time he killed someone, he couldn't do the hard-heartedness of Resso. 20 experience points for a life, which is equivalent to the water ghost. After 3 lives, the experience value has grown to 340/1000. Roy suddenly felt a little absurd. To a certain extent, all beings are equal to the template, which is just a cold data. Soon after, the bodies of all the assailants were moved by the 2 to a large pit in the forest, and then Resso got some dog fat on them, and the Ignifa seal was ignited and burned into charcoal. Less nourish the plague and attract ghouls. All the property looted by this group of robbers, nearly 100 crowns, were also taken into the bag by Resso. A lot of money and experience. This time the harvest of killing is beyond imagination. But Roy didn't want to have another time. "Boy, you can divide the brains of the water ghosts into half." Surprisingly, the demon hunter gave Roy 50 crowns. Lesson 3, the spoils must be distributed fairly. Resso said solemnly, "When you become a demon hunter and don't want to fight against your partner, then never be blinded by greed." Roy originally wanted to refuse, but there was an ominous premonition in his heart for no reason. Resso seemed to have other deep meanings in dividing the money to himself. Chapter 20 Edsburg. The huge city wall, more than 30 times high, surrounded the last line of defense in the southern part of the Kingdom of Aden, the city of Edsburg. There are Lyria and Livia guards to the east, and the natural protective belt of the Mahakam Mountains to the west. The easy-to-defend and difficult terrain of Edsburg is a huge obstacle to the northern expedition of Nilfgaard's army. In front of this fortress, there is an artificially excavated moat, and a heavily guarded bridge over the river flows into the city. People came and went on the bridge, farmers rushing to the market, horse convoys full of merchandise, and travelers from afar lined up for inspection, and in the vast field behind them, there were all over the place to provide for Edsburg. Dozens of small villages. Snake School Demon Hunter Resso. Correct. After entering the city, be honest with me. Recently, the rebels have been annoying enough. Don't make any more trouble, understand? The soldier holding the halberd in one hand turned suspiciously on the men, and his front was sharp. The front chest of the armor is inlaid with a coat of arms that is directly superimposed with 2 right angles, one red and one yellow. Looks like a burning arrow. This is the coat of arms of the Kingdom of Aden. After checking the pass in the hand of the big man, the soldier turned his eyes to the thin figure behind him. Is this kid with you? Correct. Who is he from you? His name is Roy, my employer, from the village of Lower Posada K, went to Edsburg to look for his relatives. Maybe it was Roy's delicate face. His thin body didn't seem too threatening, and the soldiers didn't ask too much to let him go. Roy, a child from the country, entered the big city Edsburg for the first time in another world. Now the revolutionary forces are in full swing, but it hasn't affected its original prosperity and hustle too much. Behind the tall city gate is a bustling commercial street. The 2 men's ears are full of various shouts, and they are full of shops in front of them, passing by the endless stream of people. The shortest houses here are taller and more luxurious than the mayor's house in K Village, generally with pointed arches, carved windows, and tall and big round domes. There are many complicated and changeable art patterns on the walls, which are exquisite like works of art. Roy, who is already a little accustomed to the quiet atmosphere in the wilderness, was lost in a moment. He felt like he had come to Europe in the post-Renaissance period. Unfortunately, in the First Northern War, Edsburg city will be invaded by the Nilfgaard army. How much can this grand scene be preserved? And Resso shook his head, thinking he was shocked by the bustling city. The 2 of them walked through the street behind the city gate, their vision widened in vain, and then their eyes lit up. In the center of the road paved with blue stone slabs, a small fountain square appeared. On the stone platform in the center of the fountain stands a 7-chi-high statue, an old man dressed in simple cloth, with wise eyes and a bushy beard. Around is a crowd of talkative people. Most of them holding books seem to be communicating academic issues. They are dressed a lot more gorgeous than ordinary citizens, wear hats, and have many fine accessories on their bodies. Even the shoes under their feet have been carefully taken care of and spotlessly clean. Was nearby, and a group of heavily armed soldiers patrolled by. Who is this statue? This is the prophet Rabbi Uda, representing a wide range of wisdom. He has many followers in Edsburg. Resso inserted in a non-emotional tone, most of the people gathered here are businessmen and heirs of the little nobles. The real common people are still working hard for their lives. Roy quickly flipped through the memories in his mind. Prophet Rabbi Uda had known him before. At the beginning, he was just a wandering speaker. He proclaimed his philosophical thoughts and wisdom everywhere. He was attracted by his extraordinary personal charm and eloquence. Countless believers who admire his words and thoughts. His reputation is very loud in the Northern Kingdom, not only humans, but even dwarves are admiring him. He was gradually honored as a saint, a prophet, and a prophet. Now, many years after his death, he is enshrined in the temple of the prophet as a god. Speaking of religion, Roy had to think of a notorious church in later generations. Isn't the most famous religion in the north now the Church of Eternal Fire? Resso explained patiently, the Eternal Fire is mainly popular in Vizima, the capital of Timoria, and the free city of Novigrad. In recent years, the doctrine of the Eternal Fire has become more and more extreme against inhumans. Although there are many supporters, they are also despised by many humans, as well as non-human races such as dwarves and elves. Roy knew that after the coronation of the stone-hearted Ladovid, the entire Redania would be shrouded in the light of eternal fire. At that time, the eternal fire not only discriminated against dwarves, elves, and other non-human races, but even witchers and warlocks. All were hunted brutally. But this is already a few years later. Edsburger is adjacent to the Mahakam Mountains, and Mahakam is the hometown of the dwarves. The dwarves bring the ores and products from the mountains to the city for large transactions, forming a huge force. Resso said, the dwarves the forces will not allow the eternal fire to take root and sprout around their homes. That's not bad, Roy muttered, where shall we go next? After a week, I will rest in the city for a few days to see the situation. Edsburg City Center, Wall's Pub. Resso has a row of wines of different colors, dwarf spirits, cherries, mandala. Sprinkled 10 or so cups on the wine table, he slowly drank his own drink. With each sip of wine, he squinted comfortably and took a breath, as if he was enjoying the supreme delicacy. Only occasionally opened amber eyes and glanced at the noisy crowd in the tavern. Coolies, vegetable farmers, small merchants, land ruffians, and gangsters are here to have fun, regardless of high or low. And where is Roy? When he came to the tavern, Roy suddenly found that his desires were just around the corner. Gwent's card addiction has occurred. He took out the Skellige deck that old Jack had given him, and got together to a table of people who were shouting and playing cards. Because there is a super bodyguard of the demon hunter around, he dares to show off his skills. Hey! Man, this one lost, how about replacing me? Go away, where's the kid? A middle-aged man with a turban glared at Roy with disdain, until Roy displayed a neat set of Gwent cards. Rare cards, like a magnet, caught the eyes of all players in the field. The eyes of everyone looking at him instantly became extremely hot, like looking at a lamb sent to the door. Roy sat on the chair, smiled faintly, and said bewilderedly, "Do you want my rare cards? You can give them all if you want. Let's play cards, I will put all the cards here and wait you come to win." Having this good hand, plus my rich experience, hidden cheating methods. Resso on the other side, after drinking nearly 20 cups, 1 liter of 1 cup, a faint red glow appeared on his face. Even a demon hunter with super stamina, his eyes become hazy under the ravages of wine of various degrees. But no one knows if he is really drunk, not even he himself. While carrying a long sword, the demon hunter with cat-like eyes keeps most ordinary people away, and some of them look disdainful, but dare not step forward to harass them. Resso's size and appearance are too deterrent, and the words, "not easy to mess with," are written all over his body. Not everyone is the group of attackers outside the city, who dare to use their lives to provoke the demon hunters. Except for one. A woman, scratching her head and walking towards him, took the bald man's arm quite familiarly, and exhaled something in his ear. "Little devil," Resso called out to the crowd suddenly. When the young man turned his head and looked surprised, he grinned and showed white teeth. "How about you staying downstairs for a while?" What else can Roy say? Nodding helplessly, he watched the two leaning on each other upstairs. This woman has a unique aesthetic, and she is actually interested in bald muscular men. No, she probably smelled Krona from Resso. I don't know how to constrain in front of the apprentice. But Roy thought about it again and could still understand that this short week was another water ghost killing another dozen people outside the city. It is inevitable that there will be pressure, and we need a way to relax and vent. Roy chose Quint, and Resso chose drinks and women. That's it. Chapter 21 Unexpected Visitors. Seeing Resso, this super bodyguard, followed the woman upstairs, Roy didn't dare to win money unscrupulously like before. He also learned to be smart. He lost 2 on purpose when he won a few, and his eyes were red to prevent people from losing, and created the illusion of not winning much. Actually, he won a lot, and he won 20 crowns in less than an hour. Key no one can discover his secret. But what Roy Wanwan didn't expect was that a middle-aged man in his 30s was actually more shameless than him and cheated under his nose. With his more than 7 perception, it is natural for middle-aged people to secretly change cards, which is awkward and ridiculous in short. But he did not make a sound at the first time. Now that there is no Rezer, his power is weak, and if he angers the ground snake, wouldn't it be to disturb Rezer's spring dream? "Boy, see you have won a lot, please take a drink to the bar." The horrible horror with the face became more and more frantic when he saw it, and he stretched out his hand directly to Roy's money, and took away 10 crowns with a light handful. And Roy looked at each other in a daze, and got a scornful look by the way. Have a clear heart, thinking that I had a good luck today and met a little fat sheep. I really am a timid kid, see if I don't make a good profit this time. He stretched out his hand again. This time it was not money, but cards, the coveted Skellige deck. The faces of all the people present were different, but no one was embarrassed. "Poor little brother, this is being targeted by the sparrows. You shouldn't stay alone in the tavern, go to the demon hunter." With a loud bang, everyone present only felt a flower in front of them, but they saw a dagger with dried blood stuck between the of the Gwent chess card and the palm of the 8 character who touching the card in a daze. Almost hit his palm. Who? The 8 character who was stung by a bee and retracted his hand by lightning. His wretched face was pale, and he was very frightened. Where did this dagger come from? Why didn't I notice it? He realized that he was a little gaff. A big man was actually startled by a half-sized boy with small arms and legs. Suddenly became angry, "Little bastard, do you know who I am? Dare to provoke the Sparrow Gang, are you tired of life?" Roy ignored him, swiping his left hand briskly on the chessboard, and a bunch of crowns disappeared in full view. Then he drew his dagger and put it in front of his face, and gave a light breath. After killing a few people outside the city, his mentality changed a little. Animals, people, and monsters were all killed. The stubborn guy in front of him looked inexplicably funny and ridiculous. "Sorry," Roypi said with a smile. "With the demon hunter master all year round, I often encounter some wild dogs, water ghosts, ghouls, and I am used to carrying weapons with him to prevent everything. 1. After all, when you encounter those things, don't chop off their heads." At this point, Roy narrowed his eyes to look at the 8 character who, but his immature face carried the ferocity of an adult, which looked a little weird. "I die." The 8 character who heart chuckled, and suddenly rubbed his red eyes. Just now, he saw a bunch of thick red tentacles popping up from the child in front of him, and he grabbed him. Waiting for him to look at it again, the illusion disappeared without a trace, but his heart was chilled, and he felt that this little demon was extremely evil. "Okay, you are brave enough. I didn't bring a weapon today, so I will let you go first. But please be careful when you go out. The Sparrow Gang will take good care of you." He dropped the cruel words, backed away, and was about to exit the door of the tavern. Suddenly he felt the hair in his ears cool, and the cold object was rubbed against his head. He reached out his hand and felt a piece of baldness, but there was a pinch of hair missing. Hiss. Turning around, the dagger that almost chopped off his fingers was inserted into the wall behind him, and the handle was still trembling. "Leave my 16 crowns." Roy's cold voice sounded. After the Botsi who left the money and ran away briefly, the people present were no longer interested in playing cards. They seemed to be afraid that the sparrow would retaliate against the upper body. In a short moment, they all disappeared. Roy rubbed his numb arm and put away the dagger. The flying knife just used up all his strength and almost couldn't control it. "It's very risky. I almost shot the bastard's head crookedly. I'll be in trouble then." He felt the side effects brought about by the unbalanced development of physical fitness. If his agility was higher and his physical coordination was better just now, that dagger would not be so embarrassing. The tavern owner looked at Roy with his hair down, thinking he was scared, and earnestly persuaded him, "Brother, you should leave. No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat a group of people. Don't worry about that." A strong and rude voice sounded, and Roy heard heavy footsteps behind him. "Please allow me to introduce myself." A dwarf with a round pie headgear, an open-chested shawl, a shirt perpendicular to the knees, and stockings and pointed shoes came to Roy. Yes, a real dwarf. Roy's eyes widened. This is the first time he has come to this other world to see an inhuman race, or an ancient race. His height is less than Wuchi, 1.5 meters, and he is even half a head shorter than Roy. However, in the entire dwarf race, it is already considered a big tall man. My fellow Severe Hog is a wine merchant who settled in Edsburg. "Hello Mr. Seville, I am Roy, let me guess." Roy's eyes rolled. "You didn't come to find me." Seville was shy, and when he spoke, he seemed to press his throat deliberately, full of a rocky, hard smell. "You are right, I have received news that a demon hunter has entered Edsburger. So this time I came to think of something to ask the master. Now, let me take the liberty to ask, what school is that Mr. Demon Hunter? Of course, in any case, I will send you the sparrow. Help that disgusting koi. Don't worry, he is not the cat school." Roy is already a little weak to complain about how hateful the cat school is. The dwarf heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the words, "That's good. I won't disturb the two of you for rest today. I will visit again tomorrow morning. I will deal with that little for you to show my sincerity. Grow, all the expenses of the two guests today are credited to my account." Severe told the tavern keeper. He turned around and left without any muddle. Roy looked at his back, his eyes became deep, and quickly returned to normal. This Severe Hog is actually 70 years old, and his appearance is completely indistinguishable. The dwarf is indeed a long-lived race as rumored, but his attributes are not surprising. But Roy observed 3 interesting abilities from him. Toughness, passive curing dwarves have a long lifespan and strong vitality. Adult dwarves have 20 more health points than humans. Strong, passive solidification dwarves are skilled in handling two-handed weapons with sufficient physical strength. Adult dwarves are born with 1 point more strength and physique than humans. Chunky, passive curing the 5 short stature and big belly make the dwarves move more slowly than normal humans, and their appearance is not favored by other races of the opposite sex, and they may even suffer disgust. Agility -1, Charisma -1. These 3 skills, Roy felt that they could be called racial talents. He then wondered, since dwarves have racial talents, why don't humans have them? No, humans have racial talents, Roy thought. Otherwise, dwarves and elves who are both long-lived and strong cannot be driven to a corner by the tide of humans. At this moment, the voice of the tavern keeper interrupted his thinking. Little brother, you are lucky. It happened that Mr. Seville came to check the wine account today. Since he is involved in this matter, you don't have to worry about the Sparrow Gang anymore. Isn't he just a wine merchant? The local gangs have to give him face. Roy asked curiously. The local wines are basically monopolized by the dwarves. After all, they are an ancient race known for winemaking and forging craftsmanship. Mr. Seville, as the nephew of the Mahakam dwarf elder Brovel Hogg, is responsible for managing the entire Edisborg's beverage business. If you want to continue to eat at Edsburg, the Sparrow Gang must give him face. Then what is bothering him? Mr. Seville, Grow sighed, have been suffering from nightmares for months. He probably thinks something dirty is causing trouble. Chapter 22 Investigation and Speculation. The next morning, Roy, who had been meditating all night, got up refreshed. After completely replacing sleep with meditation, he only needs to rest for 5 hours and wake up full of energy every morning. Such days are completely unimaginable for him, who often suffered from insomnia in his previous life and even caused a nervous breakdown. Although this young body is thin and weak, but the physique is not bad, even better than his previous life. Resso in the other room went out earlier than him. He was drinking wine and eating pies on the first floor of the pub. He still had a poker face and could not see any signs of the romance last night. Don't sleep longer. Relax and relax. The Witcher cannot lose his basic self-discipline. The two chatted while eating. Roy mentioned the dwarf incidentally, but he didn't expect that as soon as he spoke, the master came. Compared with yesterday, Seville's bags under the eyes seem to be heavier and he looks extremely tired, but he still has a strong fighting spirit. I told the two of my troubles again. Naturally, the demon hunter would not dislike too much commission, so Resso listened patiently. Since 3 months ago, nightmares suddenly haunted me, and I was like a devil from early morning to dawn, and did not give me a chance to relax. I sleep very poorly every night, and sometimes I wake up suddenly in the middle of the night. After a period of time, my health is greatly affected. Can you imagine it? The little squirrel of Mahakam, Severe Hogg, who used to be energetic without sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights, now dozes when he loses his concentration. I feel like I'm no longer strong. A dwarf, but turned into a goblin in the Tir Tosha Mountains. I ran the entire Edsburg all over, there was nothing wrong with the doctors, nothing could be done. The whole house was turned upside down by me, and I couldn't find any weird signs. But I have a hunch that there must be something dirty in my home, cursing me, corrupting me, and making me feel uneasy. Ordinary people can't solve my problems at all, so Master Resso, please help me. The dwarf has a sincere face, and his gaze towards the demon hunter does not have the slightest discrimination in the eyes of humans. Resso listened to his statement, lowered his head and thought, tapping the table with carrot-like fingers. Roy was trying to connect this matter with the monsters he knew in his mind. 200 crowns. Resso reported the final price, which was double the direct price of hunting the Grave Witch in K. The dwarf in front of him looks like a guy who is not short of money, because the employer is rich and poor, and the demon hunter has to flexibly price. Sure enough, Severe Hogg did not make a counteroffer at all, and readily agreed. Now take us to your house to see the situation. The wealthy area occupies a large area, and there are people with facial expressions living in the entire Edsbo, such as Baron Tavik, weapons and/or merchants, and wine merchants. The density of patrol guards and green facilities in this area are far beyond the civilian areas. Behind the high wall to the west of the rich area is the endless Mahakam mountain. Some bards jokingly said that this mountain was built by the nobles who stationed in Edsburg a long time ago to prevent their troops from escaping. Inside and outside the green walls of the Seville mansion, many dwarf guards with lashes, giant axes, and heavy hammers patrolled and were heavily guarded. The guards saw Seville bow and salute, and their eyes were sincere respect. It seems that this guy has a high reputation among the dwarves. Roy also noticed that in addition to the totem-like patterns on the outer wall, the meaningless patterns are also carved in some places. The two entered the door, and Seville waved away the other men, leaving them with an undisturbed and quiet atmosphere, and then yawned. After the two have investigated the courtyard, they can enter the house with a word to the guards. I am too sleepy, I am afraid I have to take a rest. The nightmare made Seville's sleep quality extremely poor, and he had to take a nap when he took the time. After Seville left, the two quickly launched an investigation. Resso took a rough look at the structure of the courtyard. There is a small fountain in the center of the courtyard, with neatly repaired ornamental plants planted on 3 sides. There are also a large number of green potted plants as tall as one person connected end to end, besieging the city in a maze of fork roads. A strange light flashed in his pupils, and then he began to search slowly in one direction. Roy knew that the big man had quietly turned on the senses of the demon hunter. At this moment, it was almost a radar radiating microwaves. He leaned forward and asked curiously, I have always been curious about how demon hunters search for traces of monsters. Resso was very patient in the professional skills of the Witcher, and explained carefully, the Witcher has undergone mutations, and the way of perception is different from that of ordinary people. To be precise, we can collect the senses of sight, smell, and hearing. All the clues of the world are redisplayed through sensory remodeling. Shaped into a fuzzy ribbon of gas in front of your eyes, a circle of invisible sound waves, a group of shallow footprints. These can guide the direction. Rexer paused. The demon hunter's perception ability is very keen, sees farther, hears more clearly, and smells odors that ordinary people can't detect. For example, the smell of blood left over a few months ago, the smell of monsters, the smell of pungent perfume. There is also the smell of wine in the cellar. Roy couldn't help but interject. Yes, according to these clues, you can find the culprit by following the clues. Resso said with a serious expression and solemnly said to Roy. But before you find suspicious traces and start following the clues, you'd better be able to find the culprit. Judge what kind of enemy you are facing. Whether you can deal with it or can you only look up. If you make a wrong judgment, maybe you will face a terrifying existence and lose your life. A trace of melancholy flashed across Resso's eyes, as if recalling something. Judging whether the target is accurate depends on the experience of the demon hunter. For example, the smell of water ghost carries a fishy smell of water plants and fish. Where ghouls are infested, the corpse will be left rancid, and the white widow will destroy the integrity of the ground. The green slime left at the entrance of the tunnel, the griffin beast will only appear on the high mountains. The demon hunter patiently uses field operations and patient explanations to guide, while Roy desperately listens, experiences, and remembers. Say so much, kid, can you give me a judgment and a guess based on what I said and the clues in the courtyard? Resso asked Roy with a blank face. Roy rubbed his chin, passed the new knowledge in his mind, hesitatingly said, my remarks are only for the courtyard, and the search just now did not find any strange footprints, so you can first rule out, Katakan suspected blood-sucking creatures good at invisibility and hypnosis. Good memory. Resso said in a rare compliment, exclude Katakan, now go to the house to find other possibilities. Chapter 23 The Secret of the Wine Cellar. The two walked through the corridor paved with bearskin carpets, and under the shining candles, the gloriously decorated hall was unobstructed. Just within their reach, a well-maintained bust exuded a seductive light in the showcase, and every few steps decorated a soft-colored vase of porcelain. There are more than 10 precious oil paintings hanging on the 4 walls, most of which are portraits of people. Roy curiously identified one of them and found that one of them actually painted the removal of the usurper a few years ago and regained control of the Nilfgaard Empire. Emperor Inhil Enris. Roy exclaimed, dare to collect portraits of enemy emperors in Aden, Seville is a good flatterer. With the power of the dwarf, as long as he does not rebel, the local army can't take him. It is normal for the dwarf to have a good opinion of Inhil, at least that guy does not discriminate against inhuman races. I don't think so. Roy shook his head, his voice was inaudible, His Majesty the Emperor of the Southern Empire just wants to use non-human races. Both the Demon Hunter and the Squirrel Party will become victims of Inhil's northern expedition. But since Roy is here, he will no longer let the Viper School be used foolishly. The topic ended, and the two continued to move forward. The hall leads to the corridor on the 2nd floor. The two maids are watering the flowers in the vases, and Roy can't help but widen his eyes when he sees them. These are 2 dwarf maids. Wearing a skirt, a short stature, but with a thick beard that is not inferior to an adult man, a woman. Respect the customs of all races. Resso said in a low voice, took out a bag of white powder from the alchemy potion bag, and began to splatter it all over the room. While spreading him, he explained to Roy, this is dried black veratrum flower powder, it can stimulate certain naughty guys and make them appear automatically. Roy poked his nose curiously, sniffing around. The faint fragrance. For humans, it smells tangy, but it smells intolerable for some creatures. You already have a clue. What is causing Seville to mess up? Resso did not answer, and led him through the lobby on the first floor, followed by the guest rooms on the second floor, and the master bedroom where Seville was sleeping on the third floor, and searched it all over. What did the two lords have discovered? The awakened dwarf rubbed his darkened eye circles, yawned, and smelled the faint scent of veratrum in the air. He felt refreshed, and his irritability disappeared. I haven't found it yet. By the way, are there any secret rooms in your house except for the rooms on the third floor? Severe frowned and was silent. Resso said harshly, and said unceremoniously, this matter is related to whether you can find the culprit, you must tell me. Otherwise, no monsters will be caught and no refund will be made. The dwarf rubbed his whip tightly with his right hand, and sighed after a long time. Finally, I believe in the credibility of the snake demon hunter. It's not that I didn't want to say it just now, it really matters a lot. Just next to the kitchen shelf on the first floor, there is a hidden door leading to the wine cellar. The wine merchant's wine cellar is his culprit. You must be careful when searching, and don't break my wine barrel. His eyes flickered, and when he came out of the room he held a key in his arms. I decided to accompany you to the wine cellar to check. No need, give me the key, you just remember that the Witcher is still searching downstairs, go back to sleep for an hour and forget about the present. With a bewildered tone, Resso drew a seal with his right hand in front of the dwarf's eyes. The latter lost focus in an instant, and sluggishly handed the key to the big man. He went back to the bedroom and closed the door with a pop, and the sky-shaking snoring sounded. A trace of surprise flashed across Roy's face. Did you hypnotize this guy? Resso said lightly, he lied in front of the demon hunter. Sometimes in order to discover the truth, he has to learn to adapt. The two of them had Seville's handwriting and keys, and they came to the kitchen unobstructed and entered the cellar smoothly. This is an extremely spacious cellar, with an area much larger than the house upstairs. Roy estimates that its scope covers all the courtyards of the dwarf mansion underground. The torches arranged in sequence on the wall on one side illuminate every corner of the cellar in detail. In such a large basement, all the wine is stored. The round wooden wine barrels are placed twice, 4 in a group. The conspicuous signs clearly indicate the year and variety of each group. Roy gulped, his eyes gazed around randomly. 1259, wine. 1258, honey wine. In 1257, nut wine. The ones placed at the top are those with lighter vintages, and the farther inside, the higher the vintage. 1200, mandala wine. In 1158, Everose wine. Severe, he won't move the entire dwarf clan's fine wines to this basement. He even has 100 years of fine wine. Unfortunately, I don't like drinking. Resso slapped Roy's shoulder like a fan with a slap, and the latter grinned, and he said earnestly, when you truly become a man, you will understand the taste of wine. I don't want to be an alcoholic. The huge wine cellar, 2 people can't walk for half an hour, but less than 10 minutes later, when Resso walked to a row of 1198 dwarf spirits, he suddenly stopped. His nose twitched flexibly like a hound, then he stopped, and his thick palm touched the barrel and tapped lightly. Bang, bang, bang. Roy didn't hear anything about it, but he found something on his nose. There is a smell. Roy suddenly spoke, and his perception of more than 7 made his sense of smell also far beyond ordinary people. Near these barrels of wine, a very slight smell of rotten lingers. Resso gave him a surprised look. Ordinary people can't smell it at all. But what he smelled was more accurate. This is the smell of corpses, human corpses, soaked in 50 years of dwarf spirits. The strong smell of alcohol has masked most of the odor. It's a pity that you can't deceive the demon hunter. Roy's heart beat, pointing to the wine barrel. You mean there are corpses hidden in the barrel? Resso nodded, his bushy eyebrows twitched like a knife. No wonder this Seville hog wants to come to the cellar with us, because he is afraid that we will discover the secret in the barrel. Just when I entered the house, I thought it was Xiao Dilling who was pranking him, but now things don't seem to be that simple. Chapter 24 Remarks and Announcements. Who is hiding in the barrel? Roy rubbed the cool barrel in confusion, and seemed to want to open it. Hiding the corpse in the wine cellar is equivalent to hiding a time bomb. With the status of Seville hog, if you want an ordinary person to disappear completely, you cannot use this method. Resso was silent for a moment. Maybe the corpse in the barrel is related to the nightmare that plagued Seville. Of course, it could also be another completely irrelevant secret, a secret that he absolutely doesn't want anyone to know. Then, shall we open it and take a look? Roy squeezed his fist, looking like he was about to move. Unauthorized action will definitely anger Seville. Even with the Yaxafain, the memory of him and his servants cannot be completely erased. For a commission of 200 crowns, this is not a crime. Control your curiosity. We will assume that we have never been to the cellar. I will use other methods to test Seville later, you have to do as I say. After leaving the cellar, Resso returned to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor to rehypnotize and let Seville hide the key. Roy had seen the miraculous effect of Yaxafain many times, and was extremely envious in his heart. If the target has no psychological defense, he will surely get caught if he is caught off guard. The Achilles Fain has a wider application range and is more convenient than the other types of Fain. It is really a necessary skill for home travel and murder. When the dwarf woke up from the bed, he had no memory of what happened before, but his tiredness disappeared a lot, with the refreshing energy of a good night's sleep. He glanced at the wall clock. I actually slept for an hour. It's been a long time since I slept so securely. He said with his eyes widening like bells, waving his fists excitedly, there must be a demon hunter who is haunting me. That dirty thing dare not come out and make trouble again. Then you two definitely have something to gain today. Faced with the dwarf's expectations, Resso said calmly, that thing is very cunning, and it's hidden deeply. I hope Mr. Seville can provide more clues. Can you tell us about your nightmare? Severe's face suddenly turned white, as if thinking of something terrifying. The face of the dwarf who has always been free and easy showed a twitchy color. He hesitated and resisted, and stammered, my nightmare is horrible and weird, indescribable. If you cannot cooperate frankly and openly, the demon hunter will not be able to save you. Sorry. I really don't want to mention this. Catching monsters has nothing to do with my nightmare. Resso lost a look at Roy, who immediately understood, and according to the words he had prepared, of course it does matter. Mr. Seville, I wonder if you have ever heard of a monster called Sim. The dwarf shook his head blankly. Roy began to vividly describe, Sim is the product of the intersection of the celestial spheres. He has no real body and can only survive in living organisms. Parasitic in human bodies. The dwarf's face gradually turned pale, his fists were tightly pinched. The targets it chooses are also very particular, usually those who have done bad things, wrong things, or other animals. Sim absorbs their fear, regret, and guilt and other negative emotions. And they use their real experience. Constructing dreams based on the original, constantly arouse the negative emotions of these creatures, corrupting and destroying their sanity. Severe heard this, his lips quivered slightly, and even his thick beard shook very conspicuously. Oh my God, the invisible devil, how could I get into this kind of thing? Don't be afraid, Roy even more vigorously, please listen to me. Only the host can hear Sim's whisper. It attacks with nightmares, creates illusions, exerts spiritual pain on the host, and indirectly drains the host's vitality. The parasitized person usually can't sleep well and is entangled in nightmares. The nightmares become more frequent and realistic, until the host's sanity is completely destroyed, suicide, or madness. This sentence landed, and Seville was about to collapse and grabbed Resso's right hand, his face faded with blood, with fear of being ravaged by the Your Excellency Resso, Sim, this devil is hurting me, please help me get rid of it. There is a prerequisite to solve Sim for you. Resso was still grimly on the floor, and Roy continued to explain for him, the devil is very tricky, and normal means can't attack it. We must use your inner fear to deal with it. Seduce it and let the demon hunter solve it, such as Master Resso. So please tell us honestly about your thoughts, the crux of your heart, and the wrong thing you committed. Seville suddenly closed his eyes in pain. Sorry, I have to think about it. When he mentioned the nightmare, he seemed to have instantly escaped from his fear and regained his sobriety. His eyes looked at the two of them with a hint of vigilance. To prevent the two from discovering his secrets. It's not early, I'm going to ask the servant to prepare dinner. I'll talk about it when the two of you come tomorrow. The two have some regrets, but they didn't force it. I knew, Resso, you should give him another Ukshi to say something. Which is as simple as you think, the chance of being resisted by releasing Axaphane 3 times on the same target in a short time is too high, he now has defenses in his mind, and it is easier to fail the spell. Seeing Roy's slight disappointment, Resso shook his head. Little devil, stay calm and be patient. A wise hunter will wait and wait until the best time, and then give the prey a fatal blow to gain the greatest sense of accomplishment. Isn't it? The demon hunter is desperate to solve problems for others, is it just for living? They are also looking for the sense of accomplishment after completing the commission. Perhaps Severe was apologizing for his uncooperative attitude. The dinner for the two was extremely rich, with all kinds of swimming in the water, flying in the sky, running on the ground, as well as many Mahakam specialties, and various kinds of food. It was dazzling, and it was the best meal Roy had eaten since he walked through. When the bright moon rises and Roy hiccups and leaves from Seville's mansion, most of the dissatisfaction in his heart is also let go. Boy, come to my room first when you return to the pub later. What happened? Continue with the monster traces that I didn't finish teaching during the day. You participated in the first commission today, and it happened to hit the iron while it was hot to learn a little more. The two were talking, and they left the rich area and walked into a dark, quiet alley. Suddenly a guy in a black cloak rushed in front of them. Half of his face is hidden in the shadows, and it can be seen that he is a boy of 13 and 4. There is an ugly scar with the length of an index finger under his right eye, and his tone is full of enthusiasm and anger. Innocent people, see Tavik's atrocities. The revolution will be triumphant. After speaking, he stuffed a bulletin into Roy's hands, and quickly plunged into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Roy took the notice and came to the moonlight, and let the drunken Resso read it out for him. The great revolutionary leader of Edsburg, Vernon Ryan, ran for the benefit of the people, but was killed by the cruel Tavi Baron who was arrested and imprisoned for 3 months. All those who are not conscientious, gather at the Prophet's Square in Rabiota at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to participate in the protest march. The pioneers of the revolution will be immortal, and the pure flames will burn the rotten and ignorant barons. Chapter 25 The Secret of the Dwarf. The demon hunter does not mix politics. Resso made the decision for Roy in a word, and tore up the notice neatly. Roy did not intend to participate in the so-called parade. The atrocities of the Revolutionary Army robbery outside the city really disgusted him. Furthermore, no matter how the Revolutionary Army and the government army fight, civilians will always be the most hurt. He can almost imagine the civilians participating in the parade tomorrow, howling and being taken into prison by soldiers. One night passed, and the two arrived at Severe Hogg's mansion in the early morning of the next day. As the guard entered the gate, the dwarf wine merchant who had been waiting waved away the guard and the maid. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth, clasped his hands tightly, extremely nervous, even walking back and forth several times in front of the two of them, and after a long sigh, he sighed. Can you two give me a promise that I will swear that I will never tell anyone, no, including ancient races and any creatures that I will say later? Severe suddenly raised his head, begging in his eyes. Resso and Roy looked at each other, and the dwarf dared to listen to their promises without any written words. Seville seemed to see the two men's thoughts. No way, I really can't stand that monster. It's the torture of the two called Sims, and I'll die if this continues. His eyes widened, and his pupils were full of bloodshot eyes. It seems that after the demon hunter left last night, he still hadn't rested well. And even if you make an oath, as long as the shot is generous enough, I don't think anyone will be tempted. I want a guarantee from you, just for peace of mind. He smiled bitterly. Resso raised his eyebrows like a knife when he heard that. As one of the few remaining members of the Viper School, his pride did not allow him to lie about this kind of thing. Money can buy a lot of people, but it doesn't include the demon hunter. Before accepting the entrustment, you did not declare that we need to swear. The oath is by no means an ordinary guarantee. It entangles the power of fate like the law of accident, and fate is hard to violate. So, the vow of the demon hunter will never be taken lightly. Resso stretched out a finger towards the dwarf. You have to add money. After listening to the dwarf, his face twitched, but he was a little bit happy. The more solemn the performance of the demon hunter, the more credible he is. Roy stretched out 5 fingers on his stick when he saw the snake stick, 50 crowns, as long as you pay 1/2 of Master Resso's, you can get the vow of an apprentice of the Viper School. The three hit it off. The total commission for the commission rose from 200 to 350 kronor, but it was completely affordable for the wealthy dwarf wine merchants. My Galetas Resso swears by the reputation of the Viper Academy, that he will never reveal the secret of today's Lord Seville Hogg to anyone, ancient race, or other people, otherwise the gods will punish me and make me unable to live. See the moment when the school re-emerged. I, Roy, swear to. Goddess Mary Telly, I will never reveal every word I heard from your Excellency Severe Hogg today, otherwise. Roy neither believes in the prophet Rebbe Yoda, nor does he believe in the goddess Mary Telly, but his vows are not false, he will be tight-lipped. Half an hour later, Resso and Roy followed Severe Hawk into the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Resso first lit the fireplace with an Ignatius seal, and then lit 4 torches that were tall, placed along the 4 corners of the dwarf's bed. The whole bedroom, all corners are bright, and there is no trace of shadow. "Mr. Seville, please lie down on the bed now." The dwarf did what he said, and slightly nervously covered his body with a quilt. Then Resso's voice sounded in his ear, "Now there are only 3 of us, you can tell your nightmare, that secret." The dwarf closed his eyes, his face was slightly distorted and looked a bit painful, and he began to slowly tell his story. "This is a story about my good brother Aiken. Aiken is from Redania. His father is a half-elf and his mother is a human. Yes, he is a quarter-elf destined to be born extraordinary in people's mouth, so his appearance is no different from a pure human. He is a wise man. He often says, beverage will corrode people's sanity, so he doesn't drink. After coming to the Mahakam Mountains, he often advises me and asks me to learn from Brovel Hogg. His unremarkable nephew turned into a hot figure, and eventually defeated a number of competitors such as Zoltan Ziwa, and mastered Edsberg's liquor agency rights. He is my great benefactor, and he is also my good brother. But his character is not born to live under people for long. After following me to Edsberg, he soon had a new goal and left my team. Perhaps he had seen his father being abused and discriminated against by humans due to the elven blood in Redania since he was a child, and he never enjoyed a fair social status. He despised all injustice and discrimination from the bottom of his heart, and put it into practice. Take action and fight it down. There is no doubt that the super-high taxation of Aden is extremely unfair. Therefore, he used his wisdom to secretly gather all the civilians who were brave enough to resist. Regardless of race, regardless of the past, as long as you have a heart that pursues freedom and justice and has the courage to resist, you can join Aiken's team and get free board and lodging. Of course, some of his funds are funded by me. Perhaps it is due to the Edenian blood. There are the seeds of revolution, and the team has grown very quickly, and soon reached the point where Baron Tabak had to pay attention. Edsberger has a 5th force besides the Baron army, the civilians, the Sparrow gang, and the dwarves of Mahakam. The original balance of power was broken, and the moderate Baron Tabak opened up with Aiken. The negotiation was very smooth at the beginning, and almost everyone was satisfied with the negotiation. The tax on farmers and merchants was reduced by 1/5. I advised Aiken to stop, but he was not satisfied and calmed down for a while, then continued to put pressure on the Baron. Oh, the prophet said that the anger of the honest men can burn the entire Mahakam. The Baron was angered by his decent behavior and issued a wanted order. Hearing this, Roy's eyes shined brightly. He had already guessed the true identity of this Aiken. Aiken secretly found me for help in order to avoid the search. As a good brother, I was obliged to take him in. I swear to the holy mountain that I hid him in the most hidden place in the entire Seville mansion. Roy and the demon hunter remained silent, as if unaware. The barrels in the basement are endless. Soldiers can search endlessly. What's more, I don't allow them to open the barrels and spoil my wine. The Baron dare not offend Mahakam's forces too much and let the soldiers do this. As it should be, Aiken was not found hiding in a barrel of dwarf spirits that was over 60 years old. Aiken is very safe. Seville had a wry smile on his face. Unfortunately, I missed one thing. He doesn't drink and has never drunk. The amount of alcohol is almost lighter than that of a newborn baby. When I went back to the wine cellar and opened the barrel, he was fainted by the smell of strong wine, lying flushed in the half-barrel of strong wine, like sleeping in the past, but no matter how I called him, wake up. He's dead. Seville sat up straight out of the bed, grabbed Resso's bare paw, blew his beard and stared, his heart almost jumping out of his chest. It's ridiculous. What a jealous talent. A wise man who doesn't drink alcohol died in my wine cellar. I dream of Aiken every night. He came to question me why he murdered him with fine wine. Life. I failed his kindness to me. Resso felt a sense of absurdity after listening to the entire story, but the guy who was obviously not a drink died in the barrel. I'm a bastard. I deserve to have a nightmare. I'm sorry for him. But I didn't murder him. Woo. This dwarf with big panda eyes and big 5 big 3 panda eyes kept talking in a dream, and then covered his face and cried, just like a giant child. Roy couldn't help but twitch at the sight of it. Well, we know all the causes and consequences of the matter. Your Excellency Seville, calm down and follow us to the wine cellar to see the situation. According to you, the wine cellar is undoubtedly the place you fear the most. Not surprisingly, Simmet will show up there. Ah. Can't I just go? Seville shrank his body in a panic. His mood was very tangled, and he wanted to see this guy who had been entangled for several months, but he couldn't help it. Fear. And Resso pretended to think for a moment. You are looking at us near the entrance of the wine cellar. Give the key to you. Chapter 26 Acting Demon Hunter. Came to the entrance of the wine cellar and went down the stairs. Resso lit several torches, exposing the dwarf to the fire. Roy, you stay here with Mr. Seville, I'll go in and kill that thing. Resso looked at the dwarf with piercing eyes, and solemnly said. Keep quiet and try not to be afraid, otherwise Sim will extract your fear and become stronger, and it will cost me more hands and feet. Severe got the order like a frightened hedgehog, motionless, almost holding his breath. Roy, you must enlighten him. The latter nodded, the same as if he was facing an enemy. Severe Hog is really a weird thing. He can get to where he is now, as he said. Most of the credit goes to the brother who turned the barrel into a corpse. Until the hill-like back of the bald witcher disappeared behind a pile of wine barrels deep in the wine cellar, the two looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and the atmosphere was quiet and terrifying. Mr. Seville, play a game with me. Roy opened his mouth wide and showed an honest smile. Let's do something beneficial to the body and mind, and have a hearty Gwent card duel. The dwarf wine merchant is not short of money, but he is short. Severe's index finger was placed on the thick lips surrounded by the dark brown beard, and he turned his face and glanced at Resso, as if he was not interested in the proposal. The more you worry, the easier it will be to attract Sim. And in this case, can you still propose activities that are more enjoyable than the Gwent card? As soon as he heard the word Sim, the dwarf leaned close to the wall subconsciously and his pupils shrank, only to find that the little brother with a harmless human and animal smile on the opposite side had inexplicably 2 more Gwent cards in his hand. Sorry, I don't play Gwent cards. The dwarf shook his head and declined Roy. Roy didn't give up after listening, but continued to persuade with a smile. The gameplay is very simple. Guarantee that you will find something more wonderful than drinking when you learn it. His attention was obviously attracted by this sentence, and he no longer craned his neck and glanced at Resso's position. You are a gambler before you are young. But you are wrong. Except for fine wine. This is the heart of the Mahakam dwarves, and the Gwent card is occasionally used to pass the time. Listen to my persuasion. Take good care of the work of Master Resso, and later save a sum of money to do a little business, and then marry a wife to pass on the family. Don't always think about the Gwent card. Otherwise, one day, you will lose. There are no left. Don't play it. Roy shrugged and didn't force it. He whispered, unfortunately, I originally wanted to see the Squirrel Party deck. What? Seville roared suddenly, and stood up like an angry little lion, his black and thick eyebrows almost stood up. Where did you hear about the Squirrel Party? His tone was curious and urgent, and he actually suppressed the fear of Sim entrenched in his heart. The Squirrel Party, isn't it a coalition of non-human races against humanity? Roy's face became stiff after speaking. Before the First Northern War, the Squirrel Party was still underground and did not formally show up. He accidentally missed his mouth. Severe's 5 senses shrank into a ball, with an extremely strange expression. A few years ago, an organization called the Squirrel Party deceived many of the dwarves of Mahakam with extreme racist slogans, the neutrals led by Elder Brovel Hog. The Mahakam dwarves are incompatible with them. But this secret only circulates within the ancient races. I know it's not weird, but where did you hear about it? Bang. Suddenly, a short and swift impact interrupted the confrontation between the two. This sound seemed to have indescribable magic power. It reminded the dwarf of the moment when the siege hammer hit the city gate. The whole wine cellar, the ground seemed to tremble slightly. The two couldn't help but a burst of energy and blood. This is Alder's seal. Sim is going to suffer. Roy yelled, taking the opportunity to get rid of Seville, and ran to the front row of wine barrels, poking his head toward the depths. Severe was also interrupted by the accident. He stopped asking about the Squirrel Party anymore and looked at it nervously. Disgusting devil, in front of me, your tricks have no effect. There was a powerful roar from the depths of the wine cellar, and at the same time, the bald-headed Reso's body was as sensitive as a big cat out of the cover of the pile of wine barrels, and he turned his face and glanced at the two of them either intentionally or unintentionally. Her. Reso's smooth face was covered with black twisted blood vessels. Ah! Severe screamed, wrinkling a rough face with worry and panic. Is your Lord Reso's face hurt? Is he under Sim's curse? Roy lowered his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. Your Excellency Seville, don't worry, the vision on the face is just a side effect of the demon hunter drinking a potion. This devil is not Reso's opponent. As soon as his words fell, a group of wine barrels that covered the demon hunter and the devil suddenly shot out a scorching spark. The sparks were beautiful like meteors and fireworks. The torches in the depths of the cellar are not so clear. Mark of Agni, Reza is going to do his best. Roy cast a reassuring look at the dwarf, who stared in that direction with expectation, and then thought of the bearded face with a thick bitterness, as if the voice of a deep-bowed woman complaining. Master Reso. Be careful with my wine. That's a 50-year-old dwarf spirit. Swish, swish, swish. Reso's figure jumped into the sight of the two again, but it was the reflection of the lights on the wall. The black reflection of the witcher hair flew around, constantly pounding toward the depths of the darkness. His two long daggers wielded countless afterimages, which looked like the fangs of a viper, clever and deadly. Next is a series of sharp and fierce calls like a file. Each call is like a drum beat on the tip of Seville's heart, making his face tremble. But soon this strange bark changed its tone, became sad and painful, and made the dwarf subconsciously think of the wild dog with its tail wound in it. The outcome is determined. Roy made the final judgment with a certain tone. Almost at the same time, a strange reflection fell on the wall. It was a guy with slender limbs that looked like dry branches. His figure was so tall that it almost reached the ceiling of the cellar. It had the most basic human shape, but its head was a triangular cone with countless twisted and hovering antlers standing on it. At this time, Roy also showed a surprised expression for the first time. Looking in that direction, thoughts flew in his mind. Ignis Fatuus in the depths of the mist, the voodoo doll of the swamp witch, the Mori spirit and the deer head monster in the primitive woods are not enough to describe its weirdness. It is illusory, and its body is still constant at this time changes, distortions, shaking, reminiscent of swaying. Branches and leaves in the wind. Just a few seconds is as long as a century. Its weird shadow utters a long scream in the direction of the demon hunter after the barrel is covered, and then the body makes the last tremor and it is soft to the ground like an ice sculpture melted. Ah! Seeing this scene, Seville let out a long sigh of relief, and his slightly rickety back also quietly straightened, as if he had taken off a huge burden, exuding a strange look. It's over. He gave a silly smile. Sure enough, within a moment, the demon hunter Reso stepped on, and slowly walked out of the shadows in the depths of the wine cellar. Chapter 27 Denial. Reso showed a slight fatigue, and some slight scratches on the body of the muscles were clearly visible. Zim is dead. After speaking, he reached out his hand to the dwarf, revealing a cloud of gray powder in the thick palm of his hand, and the powder was still exuding a faint smell of fishy heat. Roy on the side sniffed the familiar smell, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly, with an expression that was not unexpected. Master Reso, I am grateful. The dwarf held a handful of Sim's remains and clenched it in his fist like a vent. His eyes were red, and this time he completely let go of his hanging heart. The demon hunter in front of him is really powerful beyond imagination. He can't help but feel a chill in his back as long as he thinks about the fierce battle situation just now. But there is no doubt that the horror demon that had troubled him for months finally died. Relieved. He threw the ashes into the air happily, and could not wait to take out a money ticket from his pocket in front of Reso, and gave it to the other party gratefully. This is a good remuneration, which can be cashed in any Vivaldi, John Cardi, and Zion Vanilli bank. Reso took a look at the number above, and put it close to him. He knew that these dwarf banks had branches in almost all major cities. Master of the Demon Hunter, Roy, and the dwarves have been secretly supporting the Revolutionary Army, speaking of it to balance Edsberg's power. Both civilians and merchants can get the most out of it. If this secret is leaked, we all know that the revolutionary leader Vernon Ryan died in the dwarf's wine cellar, then the Mahakam dwarves will automatically be labeled as baronial power. The balance will be broken, so please be sure to keep a secret from me. Of course, Reso said solemnly, I will not tarnish the honor of the Viper Academy. I promise to. At this time, the dwarf bowed solemnly to the two kindnesses, I remember them in my heart. From now on, I will be my guest of Seville, and welcome to be a guest anytime. Let's not say anything else, please allow me to entertain you again soon, and have lunch in the mansion. Mr. Seville is serious. This is just a fair commission. You pay and pay for it. Resso did not accept the dwarf's flattery, but of course it's okay to have another meal. Returning to the lobby, taking advantage of Seville's departure, Roy looked at the demon hunter with a novel look, as if he had met the bald man again, until the other party's unchanging poker face was also seen. Slightly sullen, he asked in a low voice, "Is there really a devil in the wine cellar?" Resso returned a surprised look. "What do you think? Shim's ashes are actually pterodactyl dung, right? I can't get it wrong after smelling it for several nights." Roy is 90% sure, the so-called shimwreck that Resso gave to the dwarves just a few days ago is the same thing as the pterodactyl dung that Resso used to drive away beasts in the wilderness a few days ago. He wants to get rid of the devil for a peace of mind, so I will create a devil for him. Isn't it fair? If you can't find the devil, he will never be able to feel at ease. Rexer paused. When you get older, you will naturally understand that the negative emotions in people's hearts are, at some point, more terrifying than monsters. At least, now we have successfully completed the commission. From now on, Severe Hog should be able to sleep peacefully. Resso looked at the brightly lit ceiling, his tone inexplicably sorrowful. Get rid of this indispensable sim, can he really sleep at ease? Roy was quite suspicious. However, the master of the demon hunter, as a past person, has more experience, and his judgment is more accurate. I still have a question, how did you get that reflection of sim? Even I was almost bluffed. Hearing his question, the big man stretched out his hands quietly, his calloused fingers entangled and danced under the candlelight, flexible like a cheerful butterfly. Resso, wait for you to become a demon hunter in the future, you can try it and go to the theater to have a meal with your acting skills. The magnificent banquet hall, 3 people are dining. Severe got rid of his confidant confession, became a rare talkative, and kept talking about Mahakam's experiences and interesting things in a lively manner. Mahakan, the hometown of the dwarves, no matter what stage of the Northern War, it adheres to the principle of neutrality and self-preservation, so it can always stand tall. Neither Aden on the east side of the mountain range, Temoria on the west side, or Nilfgaard in the northern expedition in the future, failed to get any benefits from them. In addition to producing fine wines, Mahakan is rich in minerals. Most of the mines, foundries, and forging plants in the north are located in Mahakan. There are many skilled craftsmen who produce the highest quality steel and weapons in the north. A country that attempts to implicate the autonomy of the Mahakan dwarves will be retaliated against by them, and they will no longer be able to obtain any weapons or equipment from Mahakan. Where is the mine? It is simply a golden mountain. Is also due to the fact that the dwarves are far less capable of reproducing than humans, and it takes more than 50 years to reach adulthood. If they want to spread out and invade, they don't have the population basis, so they live in Mahakam temporarily contentedly. In this era, dwarves are the most moisturized among all non-human races. However, there are also dwarves who leave their homes, join the squirrel party that is still hidden underground, engage in murderous businesses, or go to human cities to engage in banking trade and foundry. Although they are despised by their compatriots, they may live well because of their talent. At this point, Seville's tone could not hide pride and a trace of envy. After all, his liquor agency power is far inferior to weapons and/or agency. The dwarf talked together for a long time, and occasionally asked curiously about the life experience of the demon hunter, and then offered a flat compliment. As for why Roy knew about the secret important news of the squirrel party, he just mentioned vaguely, and found out that the demon hunter looked like a stranger. The host and the guest enjoy a meal. Point the weapon at the enemy, treat friends with wine, and both of you have a drink with me. After drinking and eating, the dwarf walked to the front and hesitated for a moment. Actually, I have a ruthless please. Isn't it let us handle that corpse for you? Roy said casually jokingly. Unexpectedly, Seville's eyes lit up and followed his words. Have this intention. Help him transport the body of the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Roy shook his head desperately without even thinking about it. After eating a meal of the dwarf, he couldn't do this kind of work of tying his head to the waistband. I heard that the Revolutionary Army is preparing for a parade this afternoon, forcing the Baron to release this guy in your barrel. Doing this now is tantamount to risking death. The dwarf was not discouraged, but turned his gaze to Resso. The demon hunter pondered but opened his hands for a second. Sorry, this is not a commission that the demon hunter is good at. I really can't earn this money. Handling the corpse is left to someone else. Not to mention the means of your excellency Seville. People, it shouldn't be difficult to transport a corpse out of the city, so we won't get mixed up. The dwarf stroked his beard with a bitter face. Although the Baron's army has searched the mansion once, it is not allowed to come again. To be honest, I have been designated by the Baron as a key surveillance target. As long as I leave the mansion, my every move will be difficult to escape. His eyeliner. Besides, I don't want the fourth person to know this secret. I can't believe them. I can only ask two people on this matter. Roy suggested, it's really impossible. You can find a place to burn the corpse on the spot. The dwarf shook his head in a panic. Aiken died because of my unintentional loss. If I desecrate the corpse of this close friend like this, I am afraid that I will not feel at ease in the future. I want to make up for it. It is best to return Aiken's body to the Revolutionary Army. The premise is that I can't follow him. I am involved. This is impossible. This time, Resso flatly refused and took back the body of the other's boss. Is this a demonstration or an insult? Even if you ignore the dangers in the transportation process and ignore the mysterious whereabouts of the Revolutionary Army, how to get out of the hands of the Revolutionary Army is still a problem. The dwarf with a big beard lowered his head, with a low attitude. The eagerly anticipated look in his eyes also made Roy unable to help but get goosebumps, and then his eyes rolled and his heart surged. Let me think, how big is the barrel for the corpse? Seville gave the statistics without hesitation. He has been in contact with the wine barrels in the cellar for decades, and has long been familiar with its size. Why, do you have an idea? The dwarf is wondering, even Master Resso can't do anything about it, this ordinary boy will have a way. Roy pondered for a moment, relying on the mathematics knowledge of the previous life, quickly calculated the volume of the barrel, and the storage space could barely fit. But he was not sure whether it was appropriate to intervene in this matter, so he glanced at the bald man again, who shook his head slightly at him. Sorry, Lord Seville, I really can't do anything. The dwarf couldn't hide his disappointment. I will no longer demand two of you, but if you change your mind, you are welcome to visit again at any time. If you help me solve this problem, you will treat the two as brothers. Chapter 28 Temporary Separation. I know you have a lot of spooky ideas and want to help Severe Hog deal with this thorny problem. After leaving the dwarf mansion, Resso persuaded Roy again, but listen to me this time, don't mix up. Hunt the Devil should remain neutral and not intervene in any political struggles. This is the principle, and it is also the way to deal with things and survive. Roy suddenly felt a little funny as he listened to the man's serious preaching. Be aware that in the future, the Resso and Oakes brothers personally broke this principle, assassinated the monarch of the Northern Kingdom, completed the most difficult political struggle, and performed what is called a negative teaching material. Even if the bald guy in front of him still maintains his principles, Roy doesn't think this is a good thing. Perhaps this principle of neutrality is one of the reasons for the inevitable decline of the Demon Hunter School. When troubled times are coming, who can stay out of it? If he passes the trial of the grass, Roy thinks, he will try to make some changes in the school, which can be regarded as advancing with the times. The afternoon sun brings the last struggling of late autumn. On the way from the wealthy area to the Walls pub, it happened to pass by Rebbe in the Prophet's Square, and they stopped by a mournful wailing. According to the notice circulated by the cloaker last night, those so-called ambitious people should have gathered in the square for a parade. However, Roy passing by did not see the scene of the hustle and bustle of people in the imagination, but a mess, just like a previous life. After the tourist attraction was swarmed by the crowds, there was on the ground and a wailing woman. A middle-aged woman with a mess of dress was staring at the sky blankly, her eyes lost focus, her well-maintained face was blushing after crying, and her makeup was blurred by tears, making her look funny pathetic again. At this moment, the lady fell on the ground like a madman, gently tapping the shoulder of a man leaning on her thigh with her hands, humming and moaning in her mouth constantly. Several residents passing by were pointing to the side, expressing pity and gloating in their words. The soldier really can do it, the black shield, just hit that guy's head like this, the bones are all broken. Participate in the parade and fight the Baron openly. Isn't this seeking a dead end? Other people run so fast, and that guy refuses to slip away. I didn't see that such an honest guy had the courage to join the rebel army. Stop talking cold words, he was very nice to everyone when he was alive. Besides, will our taxes be lowered without the resistance? People are dead, please show me respect. Poor woman, who has lost her husband and no children, how can she live? Roy's gaze rolled around on the face of the motionless man, and he was a little afraid to look at the woman's desperate and blank eyes. It's a pity, being the cannon fodder of the Revolutionary Army, leaving behind a widow. I don't know who will be cheaper in the future. Resso couldn't see any mood swings on his face. Put away your sympathy, there are not enough corpses outside the city. Political matters have nothing to do with you and me. Let's go, there are still things to be explained when we go back to the tavern. When the two left the square, a man pushing a wheelbarrow arrived late and transported the body in the woman's wailing. Back to the tavern room, Resso took out a purse and set it on the table. This commission will not work without your help. According to the principle of the demon hunter, the reward will be yours, 50 crowns no more, no less. Do you want to divide the money again? Roy was shocked by this sudden surprise. The entire commission, Resso is the absolute protagonist, he is at best a passerby. Forget it, you can keep it, we don't need to be so clear between us. Since following Resso on the road, all the expenses have been the responsibility of the demon hunter. He has not issued a krona and found it from the peasant army. In addition to playing the quint card in the tavern for 2 days, he won about 30 crowns. There are a total of 120 crowns in the small vault and there is no shortage of money for the time being. I said this is a matter of principle. The spoils must be distributed fairly. Resso stared at him without blinking. Furthermore, I now formally inform you that starting tomorrow, you will pay for all your board and lodging expenses. I will not. I will pay for you again. Are you kidding me? Roy's face froze. No wonder the demon hunter was so happy to divide money before, so he was making this idea. He doesn't understand why this is. Take me to Edsburg and put it aside. What does it mean? We will prepare herbal medicines and other necessities for you. This will cost a lot of money. There are still several rare medicinal materials and monster mutation organizations that have not been found. Feel it. The training for you now is different from the 100-year-old tradition of the Viper School. The big man's thick palms awkwardly gestured in midair. If you continue to maintain the tradition, of course, you will be able to provide you with food and clothing. You will have to be locked up in Jesvold and trained cruelly for several years. There is no life. It's a bit of fun. I agree with Oaks and Serret that being in this state for a long time will weaken the trainees' will to survive. In the past 2 decades, no one has been able to survive trials, and this has nothing to do with this. Before the Viper School completely perishes, it's time to make a change. In the past, the demon hunters only began to accept commissions to support themselves after they had gone through trials and left the academy. Now this has also become part of the trial. To support yourself with your hands and understand that life is hard one will you enjoy and cherish. Only by having a deep enough bond with the real world can we resist death in the trial of grass. Resso made a concluding statement. Roy was silent for a while. The other parties this was obviously a fallacy, but he felt that it seemed a bit reasonable. The 2 ways of training apprentices were like stocking in captivity, but he still had objections in his heart. Time is spent on work, where can I spare for training? Did you not do everything well along the way? Resso patted him on the shoulder. Boy, I believe you can find a balance. Don't forget the knowledge you learned is enough for you to survive. Is this a challenge? If you want, you can treat it as a challenge or trial. Roy compromised, and after the initial irritation, there was a hint of excitement in his heart. With personal ability, can he survive in a big city like Edsburg? Are you going to leave me? Roy asked. He felt a strange smell in the other's tone. Resso said, don't worry, just leave for a while. I have to find the ingredients of the prodrug. The location is more dangerous. It is more efficient to act alone. So you have to seize this rare opportunity. When I come back, you only through the trials of the grass can I have time to be alone. Roy smiled bitterly, so he was too weak to be left behind. What do you mean by prodrug? Before the herbal medicine is formally taken, it is an adaptive medicine with lower toxicity. It is a necessary product that can slowly increase the body's resistance to poisons. Think about it, you can't take the highly toxic herbal medicine at the beginning, otherwise no apprentice will survive. Now Roy can almost understand the decision of the demon hunter. How long does it take? I won't learn new things during this period of time. At most 1 or 2 months, you can wait a moment. Resso took out a black notebook made of unknown animal skins from the saddlebag. You already know a lot of herbs. It's time to start medicine. Refining. There are more than a dozen potion formulas in this book, and it also records the characteristics of some common monsters, enough for you to study for a period of time. Ordinary people use potions, and the magic hunters use magical potions and decoctions. This is also a good foundation for learning alchemy in the future. Little devil, let me just say it, I have to hurry up. Resso patted him on the shoulder. You are a self-disciplined person, don't let me down. Wait, do you have the dragon dream you used to deal with the water ghost last time? The bodyguard leaves. Roy has to find some means of self-protection. You are not around. I need to take something to defend myself. Resso thought for a moment, and handed Roy another green glass jar. You don't know how to use Igni's seal, and you can't use it with the dragon dream. A dancing star is more suitable for you. Once this thing is broken, it will immediately ignite flames with a long radius, even under the water. It burns for a long time. Resso warned, be careful when you use it. Also, this is the last can of stock, and the cost of materials alone will cost hundreds of crowns. If it is not a last resort, it is better to leave it as a killer. I know it in my heart. By the way, how do I know you are back then? As long as you are still in the city, I can find it. The dashing figure of the demon hunter disappeared from sight, and Roy collected the dancing star into the storage space, finally feeling a little more emboldened in his heart. However, when he opened the black leather, old notebook, the densely packed words made him two big heads. He realized a fatal problem. He knew no more than 100 common vocabularies, including the names of Old Moor, Susie, and dozens of herbs that Resso taught him. How should he teach himself? Chapter 29 Outside the City. Roy did a good job. In a big city like Edsburg, the inn is not for ordinary people. The daily cost of boarding and lodging is about 3 crowns and 40 copper coins. If Resso leaves for a month and a half, it will cost more than 100 krona. The money he carries is very reluctant. I haven't calculated other expenses, including learning common characters. He plans to find a place to study during this time, but he can't always be illiterate, it's too inconvenient. Knowledge and books are expensive, especially in big cities like Edsburg. How can it be expensive to learn a bit of culture? Roy returned the expensive guest rooms and put the plans in his mind. First of all, rent a cheap house, preferably no more than 1 crown a day, and there must be enough spacious and hidden places nearby to maintain daily training. He didn't plan to go to the dwarf wine merchant for help. Secondly, to find a short-term job that can make money, he can't just leave and not enter. He must be prepared for a long-term battle. Finally, he had to find a reliable teacher to learn common characters, and the tuition fee should be kept as compact as possible. Throughout the afternoon, Roy asked 5 residents in Midtown who had the idea of renting a room. Most of the homeowners bullied him because of his status as a foreigner. He was still young and the lion opened his mouth. The cheapest asking price was more than 1 krona per day, not including food. Roy realized that it was not realistic to find a reasonably priced room in the city, so he went straight out of the gate of Edsburg and asked the residents in the surrounding area. He didn't expect that the sun would really let him find a suitable room. The place. Behind the south gate of Edsburg. A man in his 30s with a thin body and a short beard, white clothes, and a white cap, led Roy across a golden wheat field to a huge water mill and a few houses in front. He is Henk, the owner of this water mill. At this time, the light of the setting sun has put a layer of golden rosy coat on the 4 houses near the mill, and the smell of wheat ears and breeze is covered with grass and fallen leaves in late autumn. Ding-dong in the flowing water, the water will slowly rotates, and the mill on the riverside looks like a dynamic oil painting, which is so beautiful. Roy followed the miller and admired the leisurely pastoral scenery around him. When his eyes shifted to the livestock pen not far to the right of the mill, he suddenly condensed. A young girl in a white apron with brown hair tied behind her head was bending over with her back to them, holding a dustpan in one hand and sprinkling chaff on the other to feed the chickens. She looks very petite. But these are not the focus of Roy's attention. The focus is that the girl's back is shockingly high. She is a hunchback. The miller noticed his gaze and said with a smile, "Little brother, my daughter is seriously ill and looks rather ugly. Did she scare you? I will chase her away right away." Because the daughter is really scary, no people dared to rent the vacant room of the miller, no matter how low the price was. It would be useless. Today, I finally got taken advantage of, and he was still a good-talking half-aged boy. Henk didn't want to miss this income. Don't. Roy shook his head. He is not the kind of vicious person who laughs at other people's shortcomings. I don't mind this kind of thing. Just take me to the room and see. While talking, the girl by the chicken ring heard the movement, turned around and took a look, then ran into the barn next to her and hid. She had an awkward posture when she ran, and her legs were long and short. The shoulders are uneven, causing the body to sway from side to side with the movement. Reminiscent of an old woman in her 70s or 80s. The rented room of the Mills house is simple. Except for a straw mat and a blanket, it is empty and the floor is quite clean. Compared to the in-suites with velvet quilts, exquisite furniture, floor-to-ceiling windows, and full-length mirrors, they are much simpler. But Roy stayed out in the wild with the Witcher for a while, and never disliked any bed. Since coming to this world, his requirements for living conditions have been compressed to the extreme. Fortunately, the original owner is not a spoiled and picky owner, so he can quickly adapt to such hardships. Only the living environment of nobles and warlocks can approach that world before. He is most satisfied with outside the mottled wooden windows, a large open area next to the pond with water edging, which can be used to practice crossbow shooting skills. There is also a free dinner here. Royso paid a full month's rent of 15 crowns at one time, which is 50 copper coins a day. After nightfall, Roy saw the miller's family at the dinner table. Except for the thin Hank, there was another fat woman with a swollen face, a fancy dress and blood-painted lips. "Roy, let me introduce to you. This is my wife Una. She also stays at the mill to help." The woman was smiling. "No wonder I heard a magpie calling early in the morning. It turned out that it was an honorable guest coming. Brother, you are really discerning. I guarantee that there is no other house nearby like ours. It is cheap and clean, so you can rest assured. Stay here, I'm sure you are satisfied." The woman covered her mouth and gave out a hoarse smile from time to time while she was talking, and Roy couldn't help but glance at the miller under the waves of fat under her long skirt. With this lovely wife, it is no wonder that the miller was so thin. "By the way, little brother, you have a raw face, and your accent doesn't sound like a local. Where does your family live? What matters to come here?" Manna picked up the roasted golden pig on the plate. Elbows, and greedily licked the grease on the fingers. "I come from a small village in Lower Posada. A relative introduced me to work here, saying that he was taking me to see the world. Who would have known that he disappeared when I entered the city?" Roy meant something. He sighed, then unceremoniously picked up another pork knuckle and chewed it hard. "Oh, how could there be such a conscientious relative?" The fat woman wiped her big greasy mouth with her napkin, and a trace of pain flashed through her eyes. "But don't worry, little brother, Edsburg is a big in the city. As long as you are willing to endure hardships, there are plenty of opportunities for work. I believe you will be rewarded soon. Do you have any good recommendations for the two?" Roy's eyes rolled over the miller and his wife. Under the dim light of the fireplace, Hank shook his head and made a look of serious consideration. "The butcher's house opposite. No, he can't give the lucrative job to an outsider, the executioner apprentice. No, it will be too bad. Let the whole mill be stained with bad luck. Little brother, let me tell you, your first job in a big city, don't have too high a vision." The fat woman helped add, "Hank is also your age. He ran away from home here when he was 13 or 14 years old. After working hard for 10 years, he saved some money to rent a mill. He did all the dirty and tiring work in the first. In the city fair area, there is a lot of work shortage. But I have to remind you that you must be careful of certain guys." The miller Hank took the conversation. "Manna is right. If you meet those guys who issue revolutionary announcements, stay away, don't listen to them talking nonsense. What's wrong? Go and make revolution, sooner or later I will get my head leather off. Aren't they trying to lower farmers' taxes?" Roy quietly wiped out the whole pork knuckle, and licked his lips intently. The dinner at the miller's house was indeed delicious, fat but not greasy. A little bit of honey, barbecue skills are not worse than reso, but too little. It is estimated that it was so rich on the first day. "You don't know this, Baron Tabak has compromised once. According to me, the revolutionary army should just accept it, but their leader has disappeared inexplicably. It must be blamed on the Baron and threatened to make the Baron. Give me an explanation. Isn't this a mess?" Roy knew that the leader of the revolutionary army was still bathing in the barrel of the dwarf wine merchant, and the Baron was indeed taken aback. "Little brother," Hank continued, "except for the revolutionary army, you have to be careful of the Sparrow gang in Edsburg. These guys are full of bad water. They are all deceived, so they don't want to go to the lower city. That's the Sparrow gang. They especially like the idea of hitting outsiders. You are a young, bully, and good-looking boy, you must be careful." The miller suddenly smiled strangely. Some nobles like that tune. Thank you for the reminder. Roy nodded and filled another bowl of potato soup. By the way, Uncle Hank, isn't the girl I saw your daughter? Why don't you eat together? Roy's voice just fell, and the original hot dining table atmosphere became condensed. The fat woman who was chewing meat with her mouth full of oil, suddenly choked, flushed her face and patted her chest. Hank also put down the fork in her hand. Little brother, it would be too disgusting to call her over. You can eat at ease, she has a place to go. Huh. The fat woman finally eased, her fat face turned from sunny to overcast. Don't mention that ugly girl in the future. How to treat her is a family affair with Hank and I, and you don't need to worry about it. Fat woman without concealing the disgust and hatred in his tone, give her food and a place to live is already good. Don't even think about it at the table. Then what's her name? That ugly monster, you can call her Toya. After the meal, Roy saw a thin figure sitting in front of the threshold of the barn in the cold wind at the corner of the mill, holding a plate and eating dinner. This time I finally saw her appearance clearly. The fire hung on the wall illuminated a small and round face, with small features, thin eyebrows and lips, and a faint blush on her cheeks. Just look at her face. He is also 13 or 14 years old, a tender and flower-like age. The little girl felt very keen, and Roy stopped and watched for 2 seconds, and she found it again, like a frightened little beast turned and fled. Am I the devil, so scary? Roy was slanderous, and walked over to see that, compared to the oily dinner in the living room, the food on the dinner plate left by the girl was simple and monotonous, a pile of yellowish-brown sparsely mashed potatoes. He wondered why the Miller's family treated their daughter so harshly, just because she was deformed and unpleasant. But when first arrived, Roy is not good at directly interfering with other people's family affairs, so he can only wait for a little familiarity before making plans. Under the bright moonlight, in the clearing by the pond, a black-haired, black-eyed, thin but tall figure was kneeling on one knee, holding the crossbow in both hands, aiming at a crooked-necked tree 50 years away. The body is centered and the shoulders are level. The left leg is bent on the knee and the sole of the foot is on the ground, and the knee and forefoot of the right leg are on the ground, forming a stable triangle support with the left leg. Sit on the heel of the right foot without weight or weight. The elbow of the left hand holding the crossbow is placed on the left knee. While aiming, Roy took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. When his exhaled breath became heavier, his right index finger instantly pulled the trigger. Swish, the crossbow arrow is unbiased and hits the target. Immediately used his hands and feet to make a dazzling series of movements, pulling the string and setting the arrow in 4 seconds. Roy sprinted a few positions to the side, stabilized his body again, and switched to a standing shooting position to shoot the target. After sprinting, stopping suddenly, changing positions and shooting postures, picking up arrows, and shooting more than 500 arrows alternately, 3 hours passed quietly. Roy, with sore muscles and panting, ended the boring training of crossbow shooting. The night wind is as cold as a knife, but his heart is hot. You have unlocked a new skill. Unnamed LV1, after the careful guidance of the Demon Hunter Master and thousands of shots, you have initially mastered the use of long-range weapons, crossbows and crossbows. When you use similar weapons, your shooting accuracy, effective range, power, and penetration lead will get a 5% bonus. You can actively activate this ability. The shooting bonus effect is doubled, but the physical energy consumption is also doubled, and the self-moving speed is halved. This state lasts for at least 30 seconds. Roy breathed a long sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face covered with sweat beads. The long-term hard training finally brought out his weapon skills. Untitled became Crossbow Specialization. Penetration and damage bonuses are only 5%, but counting LV2's slaughter skills, the bonus will become 10%. Because 3 peasant armies were killed before, humans have entered the hunting range of the slaughter skill, and the applicability of the skill has greatly increased. Then actively stimulate skills, the power is considerable. Roy plans to have the opportunity to get a crossbow, the pocket version of the crossbow Gabriel, which is not enough now. Chapter 30 Bazaar and Bullying. At 4 or 5 in the morning, the sky is still dark, most people are still asleep, Edsburg's market has become very lively, and the most industrious people in the whole city are sweating here. There were coolies with bare arms, shouting slogans, dragging carts full of fruits and vegetables through the market. There were vendors shivering by the cold morning wind, knitting sweaters with both hands, and tidying up quickly and methodically. The goods on the shelves, the young guy with the furry chin, brushing the thin meat skewers with spices on the forearm in the smoke of charcoal burning and the aroma of the barbecue, and the livestock dealer, pointing to the wine in the wooden hoop animals bargaining with the guests whose faces are flushed with cold. Roy squeezed through a few large boxes of parsley and watercress that had just been picked from the ground and was still stained with mud, and came to a stall selling herbs. The stall owner is a middle-aged man in his 40s. He wears a thick felt hat and a gray cloak. His hands are rubbing rhythmically in his sleeves relative to the cage. His honest face is covered with orange peel wrinkles, dark and dark. There was a bit of shrewdness that merchants were used to in his cloudy eyes. "Brother, what do you want to buy?" The trader's gaze turned on Roy's childish, delicate face, and he rubbed his fingers mysteriously and wretchedly. "The medicine for hemorrhoids and fistula." "Hemorrhoids and fistula? Why did you say that?" Roy was stunned. He didn't think I suddenly showed an ugly expression like a fly. "I'm not here to buy herbs. My name is Roy. I just came to Edsburg not long ago. I wanted to find a job, and I heard that there was a shortage of people at the market, so I came over to ask." "That's it." Roy, the businessman, nodded, his hands crossed his chest, and he looked at him again with his scrutiny gaze. "You don't seem strong enough, so let's get rid of most of the physical work. Do you count? Are you literate? What other advantages and strengths are there? Let's talk about it. Arithmetic is okay, but I don't know how to use words." Roy glanced across the merchant's shelf and observed dozens of herbs clean, with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. "Besides, I am very familiar with herbs. For example, I know that the oldest herbal medicine on your shelf is the 5-year datura root in the center grid. Datura root is very effective for rheumatism, malignant sores, and cough." The businessman was surprised when he heard the words. He didn't expect the young boy in front of him to have such poisonous eyesight, and he said exactly what he said. "Look carefully again. What kind of herbal medicine is this?" The merchant pointed to an ochre, conical tuber in the grid to the left of the mandala root. "This is aconitum." Roy blinked at the shopkeeper. "It's been about 3 years. It's treating, well, it has a miraculous effect on impotence." The businessman asked him more than a dozen kinds of herbs on the shelf without a breath. Roy answered all the questions. "You can recognize the flowers of this Biden's plant?" "The little brother is really knowledgeable." The shopkeeper stretched out his hand to him in admiration. "Roy, right. Just call me Tross. I run a herbal medicine shop in the market. In the past few years, both the owner and the shop have had a good reputation. Should you consider doing things for me? Listening to your accent, it is obvious that you are not from Edsburg. Except for me, the vendors in other stalls are not so easy to get along with. Can you be more specific?" Roy heaved a sigh of relief and asked calmly, "For example, job content and salary." "Little brother, I am 43 years old this year. In order to run this shop, I have to get up at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning every day to buy goods and set up a stall with the freezing wind. This kind of day is too torturous. Maybe you can't get through it. When I'm 50, I'll die suddenly. I want to find a guy to help me pass this period of time. It's best to be familiar with herbal medicine and arithmetic, and have a good memory. Mainly from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock every morning, waiting for me to replace the shift. If there is no problem, the weekly salary is 5 crowns and 50 copper coins. It is not difficult for Roy to get up before 4 o'clock every day. After completely replacing sleep with meditation, he only needs to rest for 5 hours a night. But the weekly salary is 5.5 kronor, which is only 22 kronor a month, which is not enough for the rent outside the city. Uncle Tross can't fool me just because I am young and an outsider." Roy pursed his lips and said, "The weekly salary is 10 crowns, I can start working now." "Little brother, you can't make a price all over the sky. Like when I was 13 or 14, I couldn't earn so much after a month of exhaustion." Tross' eyes narrowed and his tone changed. "How about this? The weekly salary is 7 kronor, and I will cover you with a meal, and I will be at the barbecue stall next to it. I can guarantee that no better treatment can be given anywhere else." Roy stared into the businessman's eyes. After a long time, when the other party was about to lose patience, he nodded. "Uncle Trois, how about starting to count the days today? Tell me how to do it. What are the herbs now?" Quotes. Roy spent the morning at the herbal stand, asking about the price of each herbal medicine. The prices of herbal medicines often fluctuate, so Tross will record the latest information on the craft paper beside the shelf every morning for his reference and memory. He also taught him the basic weighing tools and a few precautions. Finally, he asked him to come to work before 4 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, and let him go. Roy continued to wander around the market. The work of the herbal medicine stall ended at 8 o'clock in the morning. He still had a lot of time to prepare for another job. The most ideal job is of course an apprentice butcher. The experience and the krona are the same. But as the miller outside the city said, Edsburg is not K village. The butcher here has no relations with him, so it is impossible to put oil and water. Cheap foreigners. It is not his turn to kill pigs and sheep outside the city, but Roy focuses on another job of similar nature in the market, a vendor who specializes in handling live chickens, ducks, geese and other poultry for the townspeople. The experience value of poultry is only 1 point, which is equivalent to 1/5 of that of ordinary livestock, but it cannot hold up a large number. The poultry processing stall is next to the wooden fence where the livestock is closed. The stall owner is a gray-haired local old man Roar, who cheekily recommended himself in Roy, and showed him the skillful cutting skills, and cleanly solved a croaking monster. After calling the fat-headed goose, dealing with clean hair, blood and internal organs, Roar agreed to accept the employee. It's just that the wages are extremely low, and only 50 copper coins are paid for every 30 poultry handled, but you can do more and less voluntarily, and you can leave at any time when you are tired. Roy did not bargain. This effort was mainly for experience. According to the old Roar, he had to deal with at least 15 poultry a day in the morning. That is 15 points of experience. Desperate life is even higher. Big cities have this benefit. There are many opportunities and many ways to gain experience, so you don't have to risk your life all the time. Roy breathed a sigh of relief, put down the knife in his hand, and patted the messy poultry feathers. Throughout the afternoon, he solved 20 quack, and gained 20 experience points and proficiency in the slaughter skills. More importantly, there is a foothold so that you can live in this big city even if you don't rely on the relief of the demon hunter. After a few days his work stabilized, he went to find a place to study. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Roy returned to the water mill outside the city, and the smell of soil, grass and falling leaves pounced on his face. Finally, the whole person was relieved from the smell of poultry feces, and the corners of his mouth were slightly bent, and his mood changed. Get pleasure. 100 late from the mill, Roy suddenly stopped and looked into the distance curiously. Outside the dilapidated wooden warehouse, where hay and firewood were piled, there was a group of boys and girls. Their faces showed a meanness incompatible with their age. They pointed at a petite figure sitting on the ground in the encircling circle. The irony is endless. You're ugly, you look like a camel. You don't hide in the house honestly, and you dare to run out and wander around. Seeing you, I really don't have any appetite. How can I eat? The thin boy with dense freckles on his face kept poking his index finger into the man's hair, spitting vicious words in his mouth. Huh. She's not a camel. The camel is so cute. Another delicate-looking girl with 2 pigtails, her fleshy little hand holding a branched branch, leaned toward the man's high-raised back. With a stick, the man was trembling with his body, his hands wrapped his knees, and his face stuck tightly on it. She's a monster. It's filled with highly poisonous sewage. If she hates someone, she will secretly poison someone with food. My grandma must have been poisoned to death by her, and her biological mother was also killed by her. Poisoned himself. She is an old witch, a kind of freak, as the book says. She curses others every day and releases evil witchcraft. She should be dealt with by a demon hunter. Mutants can deal with freaks. Woo. The man in the middle choked suddenly. Ugly monsters, freaks, and face crying. I think we are bullying you. The freckled boy slapped her back suddenly. We are just like a revolutionary army, and she belongs to the Baron. The bad kind over there. Hit her. Some children pulled her hair, some punched and kicked her back, others slammed with branches, smashed with stones and mud. Hey! A bunch of bastards, what are you doing? Don't stop me. Suddenly there was a yelling not far away. The kid who was doing evil was startled by the sound, and when he looked back, he fled around in a panic, regardless of whether he could see clearly. In the blink of an eye, only the girl who hugged her knees with her hands was left. The old white apron was covered with footprints in mud, and under the brown hair, you could see patches of bruise on the exposed neck. Your name is Toya, right, the miller's daughter. How do you feel? Did those little hurt you? Roy walked to the side and squatted down and reached out to her. The hunchback girl just turned her face and glanced at him, her eyes timid and alert. There are 2 more red palm prints on her white and clean face, like 2 buckets of dirty paint splashed on a delicate oil painting. The girl's two palms covered with frostbite and calluses pressed the ground, silently propped up the scrawny body that was squashed by the huge hunchback, limped into the warehouse and closed the door. Roy couldn't imagine the other person's life before showing that expression. But he felt that he should do something for the other person, so he took out the processed marigolds from the space, wrapped them in cloth and put them outside the door. "Toya, I'll leave you some herbs outside, and just chew them up and put them on the wound. Trust me, it works well." At the dinner table, Roy angrily mentioned the matter to the miller and his wife. "I saw a group of stinky kids bullying Toya. 5 or 6 surrounded her, pulled her hair, slapped her with a stick, and fanned her face. Don't you care?" "Oh, brother, you don't know, that girl has a thick skin, it doesn't hurt or itchy to hit a few times, and it can make her work honestly." Manna chewed on the greasy fat and swollen face. There was an expression that he was accustomed to. Roy took a breath. There is no doubt that this fat woman must be a stepmother. "I understand that you are kind." Hank also said to the sidelines, "But our family is an ordinary family, can't protect Toya like a princess. There is no way in this world. With her looks, to where can I not be chewed and gossip? Toya can survive a bit more frustration and grievance, and a bit more sin. More than 10 years have passed, and that girl is very strong now. A little grievance and frustration." Roy understands that this pair of people who didn't even let Toya come to the table for dinner, didn't treat her as a daughter at all. It was probably a free labor who could beat or scold her. "Don't mention that girl. Brother, you spent most of the day in the city today. Have you found a job?" Manna asked curiously, more interested in this question than Toya. "Found it. Both husbands and wives have joy in the eyes, and the job is stable, then this kid has the money to continue renting the room." After dinner, Roy took a look outside the warehouse door. He did not see the marigolds. He was relieved. When he returned to the room, he suddenly found that there was a fresh one on the bucket in front of the door, which was wiped dry. The pure apple is under the blue cloth wrapped in herbs. Is this a return gift? He seems to have found a way to communicate with girls. Chapter 31 Vivian. What do you want to have today? Beef brisket sprinkled with basil. A young man with red hair and a big nose in his 20s brushed his hands on the meat skewers on the grill with spices quickly by the barbecue stall, and the smell of meat drifted far away with the wind. The young man next to him couldn't help but move his nose. "Then you recommend this? Emil, remember to add more chili. The weather is getting colder and colder." Roy, whose cheeks were flushed with cold, brushed off his feathers in the cold wind, and looked at the gloomy eyes. Sky. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the new year recorded in the elf calendar on November 1st is not far away. In the past 3 days, Roy has completely adapted to the work of the market. The poultry stall can provide about 30 experience points a day, and the work of the herbal shop is also very smooth. He also got acquainted with Tross, the Emil who sells barbecues, and the old roar at the poultry stall. His life is extremely regular. In addition to the routine training every night, he is an ordinary young man who goes to the big city. The traces of the devil seem to disappear from life all at once. "Here, your meat is ready." Emil handed over a skewered meat with a long forearm. "You can be considered a regular customer, so I just added a little more." Roy took the meat skewers and walked to a remote corner of the income space. The meat skewers were not prepared for himself, but for other people. In the evening, he was about to leave the market and return to the mill, but was stopped by Tross of the herbal shop. Roy, there is a washerwoman named Sueline who ordered a bag of honeysuckle. How about you help me take it for her?" Tross said casually, "She lives in Xiaoqing, and I have to guard it. Shop, I can't go." During this period, the other party often asked him to help run errands. But it was the first time that he asked to be sent to Xiaoqing. Roy thought of the Sparrow Gang and Hank's reminder. But things have passed for several days, so I don't want to be so unlucky, right? Roy walked through the market in Midtown to the slums to the east. The sky was dim, large black clouds gathered in the distant sky, and the old orange sunset was hidden. Across a narrow and turbid stinking ditch, there is an endless expanse of low shack, which constitutes a slum that breeds filth. Within a few steps into the slum, Roy frowned and covered his nose. Most of the houses were tattered and connected. Sewage poured out of the sewers and polluted the ground. Domestic garbage was piled up in a dark and narrow alley. The people passing by him were wearing cheap clothes, with a disheveled look and an expression of urgency. When the cold wind blew, their flushed faces flashed with confusion. Some men are young, but their backs are beginning to deform due to heavy physical labor. The smell of fish in the air and the smell of human and animal excrement are intertwined into an indescribable stench. Compared with the clean and tidy rich area, the difference between and heaven is simply not enough to describe the mess, even the K-village. But this scene is the norm of the times. Roy resisted the urge to turn and leave, came to the destination of this trip, and handed the herbs to the thin woman who was scrubbing the sheets in the yard outside. But on the way back, a warning sign suddenly rose in his heart, a feeling of thorns on his back. Roy deliberately walked to a corner and concealed a glimpse in the direction he came and went from the corner of his vision. Unsurprisingly, there are two garishly dressed men who look snobbery and hung far behind him. What do these two guys want to do? Why are they following me? Roy remembered the warning from the miller Hank. It was so unlucky the first time you came to Xiaocheng. Roy took a deep breath and pretended to continue walking forward. The two stalkers didn't even know what was hidden in the seemingly harmless targets. Such a scene appeared on the dirty and chaotic street. A young man bowed his head and walked swiftly in front of him, and two men with gloomy faces hung behind him sneakily. On the second floor of a dilapidated house by the roadside, some residents who were picking up clothes on the balcony noticed the strangeness, but they only held their chins to show a good show. There were also residents who hurriedly glanced over here, but accelerated their pace. Not walking fast enough. No one is nosy. Roy quietly focused his attention on the hidden crossbow, then estimated the size of the remaining space, suddenly accelerated the speed, and jumped forward. "Hey, brother, come here." A sudden voice interrupted his plan. When Roy looked up, he saw a beautiful young woman not far away beckoning to him. "Is calling me?" He glanced back at the two stalking guys, hesitated for a moment. Forget it, there are so many people. It's not easy to make a big move again. He approached the woman, and a faint fragrance hit him. He felt that his eyes were dark, and his left arm was instantly held upright by Wenxiang Wanyu. "Little brother, don't be afraid if I'm here, those two don't dare. What about you?" The woman blinked at him, and while talking, the two following her stopped as she said. Among them, the man with a large tattoo on his neck spit out thick sputum at them. "Boy, you are lucky." Rapid footsteps sounded, and the two men left cursingly. Thanks for your help." Roy's face was stiff, and the soft touch on his arms made him uncomfortable. "Sorry, did you hurt you?" The woman loosened her arm and touched Roy's hair affectionately. She is about 5 to 8 inches, 1.7 meters, tall, 24 or 5 years old, and she is dressed in emerald green. The top and the pleated skirt above the thighs fully highlight the beautiful body curve. Long burgundy hair is tied behind her head, a silver pendant hangs on her slender neck, her legs are straight and white under the pleated skirt, and her waist is tied with a waist. The most attractive thing is her watery eyes. The eyes and the slightly thick red lips gave her a touch of charm on her face. This bright face smiled brightly, and the dark clouds all over the sky seemed to be dispersed in a moment. "My name is Vivian." "Are you kidding me? Why did you run down the city alone? No one told you it was dangerous. The Sparrow Gang can do anything for money or other idiots." The woman's voice is very gentle and her attitude is surprisingly good. Roy was taken a photo of her bright eyes, and he was slightly stunned, but this body was not mature yet, and soon recovered, and smiled gratefully at the other party. "Sister Vivian, just call me Roy, I'll take care of it. I didn't expect to be so unlucky when I sent a package of herbs. I encountered this kind of thing for the first time." "Oh, I thought those two were waiting for you on a special trip." Vivian whispered. "Where are you going now?" "Back to the herbal shop in the market. I just stopped by to buy something, let's go together." Roy was sure that he could not feel the threat of the two villains, so he agreed. The two walked side by side. It didn't take long for Roy to notice that the woman's hands were far less delicate than the skin on her face, covered with frostbite, dead skin, and calluses. "Sister Vivian, what happened just now often happens in Xiaocheng. No one cares. Recently, the Revolutionary Army has been making a lot of noise. There are too many things to manage in the midtown and the wealthy area, and the Xiaocheng district is basically in a state of unattended. From now on, you must be careful and don't come here alone." Roy asked worriedly, "You just helped me, will those two get revenge?" The woman suddenly stopped when she heard the words, a glimmer of relief flashed in her beautiful eyes, her eyes seemed to be looking at a junior in her own house. "Don't worry, they don't dare to do anything to me." Roy was surprised when he saw this, and the other party seemed to like him for no reason. The two chatted as they walked, but when they arrived at the herbal shop for a moment, Vivian waved to Roy, urged him to go there quickly, and then turned away freely. Tross noticed Roy and the woman with him, his eyes flashed with surprise, and his expression quickly returned to normal. "Is something delivered?" "Well," Roy said in a tone, "Uncle Trois. Do you know Vivian? It's the woman just now." Tross raised his face, his small eyes narrowed into a gap, his face was intoxicated, and he seemed to be dreaming about something. "Vivian is a good girl." His palms drew a gourd curve in midair, and licked it. "Dry lips, a woman who is over 99% of the body in this city, right? She is still warm and kind. I was followed by two sneaky guys in Xiaoqing, thanks to her for helping me out." Tross' eyes suddenly appeared, and he reproached himself, "It's all my fault. I should have reminded you earlier that Xiaoqing has not been peaceful, especially recently." "Forget it, there is no big problem anyway." Roy then asked, "Vivian doesn't seem to be afraid of those two punks at all, what's the matter?" There was a trace of admiration on Tross's wrinkled old face. "There is a 3-story house in the northeast corner of the midtown, next to the Xiaoqing district, called the Cardale House. Only a very low salary is required to teach EDS. The children of Borg civilians read books and provided free lunches for the children. Vivian is a school teacher and is loved by the locals. No matter how many there are in the Sparrow gang, there are no more locals. Naturally, I dare not provoke her." Tross sighed again. "Most kind-hearted people are unfortunate. The poor mother of her family is often unconscious, and there is an alcoholic father who needs to support her. In order to take care of her family and subsidize the poor students, she has a hard life. You said that in the filthy Xiaoqing district, how could such a kind-hearted beauty live?" Chua looked like he wanted to share her worries. Roy couldn't help being funny, the herbal shop owner revealed in the daily chat. "I have a happy family, complete with wives and children. Uncle Tross, can I go to the Cardell house to study?" Roy asked slightly emotionally. This was already in his plan. Now that his work is stable, he can spare the time every afternoon. "You are not old, so you should be fine." Tross thought, touching his chin, "The tuition will be more expensive than the locals, but it's definitely cheaper than finding a transcript and others." Roy is slightly happy, the planned work and accommodation have been perfectly solved, and now a way to learn common writing is in front of him, and the process is basically without twists and turns. He only needs to execute it step by step, waiting for the demon hunter to come back and surprise him. Chapter 32 Distorted Talent. In the evening, Roy returned to the mill to take out the hot kebabs and put them at the door of the warehouse, knocked on the door, and then went into the living room. At the dinner table, Roy mentioned Vivian to the Hank and his wife, and their descriptions were basically the same as Tross. He tentatively tried again. Why didn't he send his daughter to Cardell's house? Toya is young and has a physical disability who belongs to a disadvantaged group. Cardell's house might accept this student. However, the two couples could not afford the tuition fee, and decided that Toya's brain was not bright. It was not that. Roy has a deeper understanding of the bottom line of the two couples, so he doesn't say much. Having had dinner, he accidentally found a visitor before returning to the room. The oil lamp hanging on the wall illuminates a petite figure, standing with his back facing him in the doorway, slightly squatting, shoulders high and low, carefully wiping blueberries, and then carefully placing them on the bucket outside the door. After doing all this, she breathed a sigh of relief and was about to return to the warehouse, but as soon as she turned around, she saw the figure behind her. She was stunned in place, her small round face, her happy smile instantly solidified, and then she dropped her head helplessly, and she began to tremble. But this time she did not run away. "Toya, don't be afraid, I'm not malicious." Roy smiled as mildly as possible, and kept a long distance from her instead of walking over it recklessly. "I just want to say thank you to you, the fruits you sent in the past few days are very fresh and delicious." "You." The girl was silent for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, as if she had made a great determination, and said, "Are you not afraid of me?" The voice is as crisp as an oriole bird, with a little girl's innocence and tenderness, as well as overflowing tension. "Why do you ask?" Roy deliberately stared at her. "I think you are no different from other girls." Toya's breath was suffocated, and her heart seemed to stop beating. No one had ever said this to her, and even her dearest father had never said the words she was most looking forward to. As if sand rubbed into the eyes, a sourness came out. Roy continued, "The low ethical stinks only know how to run around, make trouble, prank, and make fun of others. And you have begun to take care of livestock and poultry, take care of gardens and fields, and you support yourself with your hands. You are amazing, Roy smiled familiarly. I think it is necessary to formally introduce myself. My name is Roy. I am about the same age as you. I am the son of a farmer in Posada. He just came to Edsbo. Grid soon. Toya, you accepted my gift these few days and made a gift in return. Then we are friends. Friends. Toya felt that this term was out of her reach. When she was very young, she had a few friends, but since her body had a problem, the ugly hunchback became more and more obvious, and those friends gradually became alienated. She, even avoiding her like a snake and scorpion, can hardly remember the appearance of those friends, and now her mind is full of vicious expressions of others' ridiculing, cursing, and sarcasm. She did not dare to expect to make a friend. The fire illuminates her bewildered face, and Toya enters a state of emptiness, but unknowingly, her tight body relaxes and is no longer full of guard. Why don't we chat in another place? Don't be nervous, it's just some daily topics, such as, what did you eat for lunch? Roy's eyes searched everywhere, and the moon rose in the sky. Right next to the clearing where he sweats like rain every night, the surface of the pond was rippled by the night wind, and the silver gauze of the moonlight swayed softly and became hazy. Roy noticed that the girl was sitting down by the pond not far to his left, and he was relieved. He thought that the other person would run away directly, because he had never touched such a sensitive girl before, and he was worried that he would touch the other person. Wound. But finally successfully took the first step. The girl is obviously very uncomfortable with this kind of scene. She lowered her head, her fingers began to twist in a cramped ball, her eyes afraid to look at the boy next to her, nor to look at her reflection in the pond, as if it were some monsters. Toya, take it easy, let's do it. Have you ever seen a magic show? No. What does magic mean? The girl asked this question very carefully. Similar to tricks. Know the tricks, right? I'll just show you one now. Look carefully. Roy gave the girl a bit of commanding surprise, and instinctively looked over. Don't blink. Roy stretched out his right hand, showed the empty back and palm face to the opponent, and then began to turn his wrist, 1 circle, 2 circle, 3 circle. Toya read a few silently in her heart, and then opened her mouth slightly and her sullen eyes widened. A delicate card suddenly appeared in Roy's empty palm. The face of the card was a woman with a red hair and a red dress. The fire is as enchanting and beautiful, and there is a mysterious temperament lingering all over his body. Roy continued to spin with the card in his right hand. After a few laps, the card disappeared without warning. Roy, how did you do it? The girl's attention was completely drawn to the past, just an extremely lame trick, but she has never left Edsburg since the day she was born, let alone have a chance to see any trick. Where did you hide the cards? The principle is not working. Come guess where I hide the card. Toya really supported her chin when she heard the words, letting her long brown hair fall to the surface of the pond. She thought seriously. At this moment, she forgot the inferiority complex and anxiety. But Roy strode suddenly to a place beside her, 0.3 meters, interrupting her contemplation. The girl froze, cold sweat emerged from her forehead and pale cheeks, her heart beating like a beating, but not for shyness or other reasons, but pure tension and fear. Long-term abuse experience always made her feel that people close to her would torture her, either beating or spitting. Sorry. I scared you. With apologetic eyes, Roy spread his hands and took 2 steps back, until the girl's breathing returned to normal and come back to life again. I just want to come over and find the card. He pointed to the girl's white apron. Toya, believe it or not, now that card is lying quietly in your pocket. The girl hesitantly touched her pocket, and then on her palm covered with calluses and frostbite, there was an extra card, the one that appeared in Roy's hand. Regrettably, she is illiterate and can't recognize the woman's name. She can see the lifelike woman on the card, the slim figure and beautiful appearance, she can see the gods, and there is a little envy and longing in her eyes. Isn't it interesting? Roy said, this card is for you. Why? Toya was puzzled. The herbs and food that the other party gave her in the past few days have made her flattered. I can't take it, it's too expensive. This is just an ordinary Gwent card, Roy said truthfully. Most pub shopkeepers can buy it. If you feel uncomfortable, you can send me some fruit tomorrow. Toya was holding the cards, her face full of dismay, for a long time, then, well, she put the precious cards into her pocket. Who is the woman drawn on the card? Sabina Grywig, a female warlock in the capital of Codwin, Ad Kale. sorceress. Trust me, you will understand this in the future. Now, let's talk about something else. Roy sat down beside her. This time, the girl no longer had the strong rejection reaction she had before, perhaps for relaxation. She followed Roy gently, shaking her feet gently. In the moon ship, on the water, there are 2 more passengers. What do you usually do in the mill? In addition to what you said, we also need to feed pigs, clean, and weed the crops in the field. Oh, you are so young, you shouldn't bear so much. In fact, a teenage girl either married or had to help with farming at home, but she did not have as much pain as her. Do you have any hobbies? Painting, singing, dancing, Gwent cards. I don't know how to use Gwent cards, probably, sing. But I dare not. Una would scold me for singing as bad as a rooster crowing. Other people will laugh at me. Don't listen to their nonsense, your voice is very suitable for singing. Roy praised sincerely, if you go to another big city, you may not be able to be an opera actor. It's too late now, when I have a chance, is it an honor to listen to your singing. The two talked about daily life. Most of the time, he was telling and asking questions. Toya listened quietly, occasionally interjecting a sentence, and the answer was short and slow, but Roy still digs out some useful information. Her hunchback is not natural, but a mild symptom suddenly appeared 8 years ago, and then worsened year by year. Her mother was so worried and died 5 years ago, and then the mean fat woman, stepmother Una, came. Toya's life has since fallen into endless manual labor, and her father has gradually alienated her. Roy felt fear, helplessness, and confusion from her answer. And Toya could feel that the other party did not see the disappointment or disgust of the father, the hatred of the stepmother, the discrimination and contempt of the children and the surrounding residents. It is full of patience and consideration. She felt a long-lost word, respect. Since the death of her mother, Toya has the desire to talk for the first time. But not today, the moon has risen higher, and time has quietly passed by for an hour. Roy, are you really willing to be friends with me? She patted her skirt and stood up. The bright moonlight was so close that she could see the bulge of her back and the high and low shoulders. You are wrong, Roy smiled heartily, we are already friends. Then can I chat with you tomorrow? Of course, as long as I return to the mill, you are always welcome to come to me. The girl let out a long sigh of relief and limped towards the dilapidated warehouse. Roy watched her leave. Toya. Gender, female. Age, 13 years old in October. Identity, civilian. HP, 30, magic erosion. Magic value, 120, magic erosion. Power, 3. Agility, 4. Physique, 3. Perception, 6. Will, 6. Charm, 4. Spirit, 12. Skill. Dharma source, passive solidification self-awakening. Chaotic energy is the sensitive person of magic, favored by the elements of earth, flame, water, and air, and the body absorbs magic spontaneously all the time. After professional and systematic training, be able to manipulate magic, release magic, and achieve challenges that are difficult for ordinary people to complete. Roy remembered what Resso said when he was teaching his meditation. After the sensitive people awakened, if they were not sent to the Warlock Academy in time to receive Warlock training and domesticate the power of the elements, they would go crazy because of the loss of magic power, and their reason would collapse. Or fall into a more miserable end. The body is tortured into ugly deformities by magic. Apparently Toya, the miller's daughter, is one of the unfortunates. The heavens gave her a talent for magical power, but he didn't teach her the way to restrain this power. The deformity of the girl's body is undoubtedly caused by the out-of-control magic power rushing through the body. If left alone, her lifespan is much shorter than that of ordinary people. Roy was indeed out of sympathy at the beginning, but now that he has more thoughts, he cannot become a warlock, but it does not prevent him from making a future female warlock, which is a long-term investment. I haven't made a few friends with the caster, so what qualifications do you have to call yourself a demon hunter? But the situation is more complicated, he has to plan, step by step. Chapter 33 Cardell House. A 3-story building in the northeast corner of the Midtown district. The roof is decorated with green tiles and white windows. The wooden fences downstairs form a very spacious yard, and a signboard stands upside down above the gate. The area on the left of the yard is cultivated with a piece of farmland filled with seasonal vegetables. The side walls of the house are covered with withered vines. Through the gaps of the vines, you can see colorful, crooked graffiti, which comes from the child's immature handwriting. In the center of the courtyard stands a hornbeam that is more than 40 years old, and half of the courtyard and the roof are enveloped by lush branches. Under the tree, there are several rectangular tables large enough to hold 20 people, covered with mottled traces of rain and wind. Roy stopped under the horn tree to observe for a moment, touched the rough bark, his face moved. This tree has grown for at least 100 years, and some weird symbols are also engraved on the trunk. I don't know which naughty student engraved it. Roy gently pushed open the wooden door on the first floor of the house, and through the crack of the door, a gentle female voice came into his ears. In his vision, there appeared a group of children sitting in danger, and another writing and drawing with a charcoal pen on a small blackboard. Thin middle-aged women. Our motherland, Aden, is located to the east of the Mahakam Mountains, adjacent to Timoria, bordering Lyria and Livia to the south, and Kadwin to the north. Its eastern border is formed by the Blue Mountains. The current king of Aden is the son of Demoy III and Vilfriar. The coat of arms is a gold-red arrow pattern on a black background. The capital Van Jeborg is located in. Aden has been a high incidence of peasant revolutions since ancient times. In order to change the harsh to cruel super-high taxation, the Revolutionary Army has launched a fierce struggle with the nobles and the top leaders of the kingdom. Roy frowned upon hearing this, always feeling weird. Mr. Cardell. Someone is eavesdropping at the door. A blond boy sitting in the last row of the classroom, with a big head and a small body, suddenly raised his little black hand and interrupted the woman's speech. At once, more than 60 pairs of curious and bright eyes stared at the same time. To the person at the door. This group of children are almost half men and women. The younger ones are only 5 or 6 years old, and the older ones are 14 to 5 years old. They are dressed in shabby clothes and look thin. In the last row of the classroom, there was a person who was out of specification. She saw that the eyebrows of the visitors were full of surprises that could not be concealed. "Roy, why did you come to school?" Vivian beckoned him. In class, her dress was obviously not as bright and unrestrained as last time, just a clean and plain gray dress with long burgundy hair tied up. A ponytail looks a lot younger. Roy hesitated and sat down in the empty seat next to her. "Uncle Tross said that you are the teacher of Cardell House. I just wanted to learn something, so I came over." Vivian tapped her head, and her beautiful eyes were full of approval. "You made a wise decision. Only knowledge can change your destiny. Welcome to study at Cardell House. My name is Tom." "Hello, Roy." The boy who just raised his hand yelled enthusiastically, stretched out his hand to him. His facial features were crumpled, his front teeth were exposed, and his smile was sincere and funny. Roy shook hands with him. "Kids, keep quiet, now review the content in the history class. The teacher goes out to talk about something." The middle-aged woman led Roy to the office room on the second floor. "Child, you can call me Teacher Cardell. What is your name?" "Let me guess, you came to Cardell House to learn common characters." "My name is Roy, I am not a local, can I go to school?" Roy nodded and asked nervously. He didn't want to run for nothing. "Any student under the age of 16 is welcome here. You seem to meet the requirements. You need to pay a tuition fee of 20 crowns a month and cooperate with me to register a detailed identity information. Can you understand? Most of the school is children." Cardell's eyes were gentle, but a huge hooked nose, deep nasolabial lines, and mean lips still made her look terrifyingly harsh. "I have another question, do you have enough money?" Cardell has a little doubt in his eyes. Very few students come to the school alone, usually accompanied by their elders. "I have a job at the bazaar, enough to pay for the tuition, by the way, Mr. Cardell. Because of work, I will come to school every afternoon from now on." The 20 crowns is indeed unexpectedly low for Roy. He didn't need to work part-time. The money is enough to pay. Morning or afternoon, as you like, as long as you can keep up with the progress. Cadell's assistance, Roy completed the registration and stuffed the form into the cabinet under the table. Roy glanced at him and could see a thick stack of tables neatly arranged in the cabinet. After paying the tuition again, he followed Cardell back to the rudimentary classroom, where he was placed between Vivian and Tom. Roy felt a few unkind gazes next to him as soon as he took the seat. "It seems that not everyone welcomes me." At the upper right of him, a few strong boys saw him join the classroom. Their eyes suddenly became as aggressive as a wolf, especially the one who was the oldest 14th 5-year-old, with a faint look in his eyes. Envy and warning are like being snatched away from a beloved toy. Roy didn't put this matter on a few, so he can't be jealous with a few little kids. 20 krona a month, there are fewer local children. Is the Cadell house a charity hall? This little money is in Midtown, even the cost of children's meals. He counted roughly, except him in the classroom, there are a total of 65 students and 2 teachers, namely Vivian and Cardell. It costs a lot of money to eat every moonlight, reading and literacy is almost free, and there is also accommodation for special children. What are you thinking, Roy? Vivian glanced over with a caring gaze, not used to the environment here. I think it's pretty good. Roy lowered his voice, are you all kids from Xiachen? Well, they are all children of ordinary people, the woman joked. In the future, get along with everyone and don't bully them because of their age. If you don't understand, just ask me. Roy nodded and devoted himself to studying. This so-called school has very simple teaching conditions. There are no desks and chairs. Students sit side by side on a shallow carpet, there are no quill pens and ink, and they write on black charcoal heads left over from the fire, use crumpled inferior straw paper, or write and wipe and write directly on the ground. The conditions are difficult, but they are not easy to come by. Most students listen carefully. Slightly accommodating new students, Cardell began to teach the popular lingua franca in the north, that is, a new language produced after the confluence of the celestial spheres. The letters and grammar are similar to the Slavic language family. Roy felt weird and suddenly returned to the world before. He was still the ignorant and young high school student sitting in the classroom. The original Roy has lived in this world for more than 10 years, and has a certain understanding of the local language, which has improved his learning efficiency to a certain extent. His mature thinking and brain power, as well as forward-looking vision, are a huge help. The 6-point spirit beyond ordinary people allows him to stay focused more persistently. The most important point is that he was a high school student who had experienced the baptism of cruel compulsory education. On the memory of knowledge points, it is not inferior to anyone in this world. Several factors overlapped together and produced an amazing chain reaction. Roy became more and more comfortable in learning this new text. It was almost noon, under the huge branches of the hornbeam in the yard, a few rectangular tables were crowded with people. The cold wind blows the steaming food on the table, and the aroma fills the room. A group of children sitting quietly swallowed unanimously. But no one did it, their eager eyes focused on the middle-aged woman giving orders in the center. Cadell stood upright, like a commander before the battle, looked around at the students who were about to move around, nodded in satisfaction, and began to speak. The Prophet Rebiota lit 3 fires for the general public. One is called justice, the other is called equality, and the last is the fire of ideals. The children here all have ideals. Our parents are farmers and cherish their hard work. Every grain of grain that has been cultivated, watered with blood and sweat. Cadell waved his hand violently, and the table above the table instantly boiled like boiling water. The food on the table is nothing more than a portion of human hands, coarse grain bread made of barley and other grains, vegetable soup, pickles, and dried salted fish. But the hungry students did not refuse to come, desperately stuffing their mouths with food, as if they were moving slowly and there was nothing left. Roy, who was eating bread slowly, was taken aback by the scramble of the students, and assimilated by them, he inexplicably accelerated his eating speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire table of food was swept away, even the vegetable soup was licked to a drop, and the leaves falling from the hornbeam onto the plate were swallowed up by a naughty kid who didn't know. But Roy is only 6 points full, he can feel that most students are about the same. Like Tom with the golden hair not far away, his mouth slumped. He with small arms and legs can't get anyone else, even if he sits in the most central position. But I have to say that this meal is the most delicious meal Roy has eaten since his journey, and it even surpasses the delicacies of Severe Hog who entertained him. Sure enough, the food you get is the most delicious. Roy suddenly felt that what Cadell said before the meal was not meaningful, advertised fairness and justice, but at the table, a group of children were fighting for food by their own ability. Educating them on the cruelty of reality from an early age. After lunch, the students had a short break, divided into a dozen small groups, chasing and chatting in the yard, or chatting with each other. The youthful and childish faces were full of smiles, and Roy had that illusion again, as if back to the physical education class of the previous school. He can't imagine that in the turbulent magical world, where the Revolutionary Army is in full swing, there is a paradise like the house of Cardell. This school does have points that he admires. but there are also discordant elements in Happy Land. Every group must have popular people and neglected people. The kid named Tom who greeted him warmly at the beginning was one of the hapless ones. Standing alone in the corner of the yard, with a lonely expression playing with his fingers, he cast enviable eyes at the lively scenes around him from time to time. "Roy, won't you go over with them?" A fragrant wind hit. Vivian quietly came to him, with encouragement in her beautiful eyes. Roy felt a chill in his heart and couldn't help shook his head. "I don't have a common language with them. What's the matter with that kid named Tom? Is it too pitiful?" Tom is an orphan, unlike other children who have the love and protection of parents. School is his home. The woman sighed, her voice low. "He is too skinny, so he is often taken by a few tall people. My child was bullied and led to isolate. Principal Cardell and I dissuaded him many times, but there was no effect. We have too many things to manage, we can't pay attention to him anytime, and we don't care enough about him. This is a neglected child." Roy nodded. Bullying, even in modern society, is a thorny problem, not to mention this backward and rundown school. "Let's go, Roy, let's accompany him." Vivian suddenly grabbed Roy's hand and walked towards Tom without letting him resist. After playing time, there is a half-hour nap. In the afternoon, it was Vivian's turn to lecture, simple arithmetic, basic common sense of life, mixed with interpretations of some common language vocabulary. A beautiful woman with outstanding figure and looks, with a sweet smile, speaks in a gentle tone, and the dull knowledge becomes interesting. At least Roy and the boys didn't even blink. When the dilapidated wall clock in the classroom exceeded 5 o'clock, one after another people came to the Cadell's house to pick up the children and return to their homes in Xiaoqing district. Is it safe? The traffickers of the Sparrow Gang will not take action against this group of children. Roy watched the direction where the students were leaving and walked to Vivian and asked curiously. 5 years ago, the Sparrow Gang kidnapped a girl from the school. The next day someone found her body in a stinking ditch. The desperate parents spent all their savings and bought kerosene, which ignited the night. A stronghold of the gang. The two also rushed into the fire and ended up mingling with the sleeping. I still remember very clearly the scene of more than 20 charred corpses being lifted out of the black ruins. Sure, after a few years, Vivian talked about this incident, and there was still a hint of shock in her beautiful eyes. Later, the school and all the residents of Xiaoqing put pressure on the Sparrow Gang. Even Baron Tavik was alarmed, and the Sparrow Gang made a compromise. After that, I dare not touch the bottom line again. After listening to Roy, he couldn't help but think of Severe Hogg's words, the anger of an honest man can burn the entire Mahakam. When he returned to the evening, he had another story that he could tell Toya. Come on, Roy. Vivian suddenly took his arm and pulled him to the classroom involuntarily. On the first day, there must be a lot of things you didn't understand. I'll review it for you again. Roy was really flattered. From the first meeting, there was a feeling that this woman's attitude towards herself was surprisingly good, but there was nothing wrong with it right now. If he could learn common writing soon, he would be willing. Hey, Roy, why are you back again? Tom, who was leaning at the door and staring enviously at the people coming and going, rushed over and took his other hand. Golden his hair flickered, and his grin revealed 2 front teeth, like a puppy who pleases his owner. You are also homeless. Do you want me to play with you? Vivian grabbed his ears, and the thin boy wailed and bent down. Little Tom, Roy is going to review today's knowledge. Since you took the initiative to send it to the door, let's come together. The boy's face became stiff when he heard it, and he was struggling desperately like a lively little squirrel, but was still dragged into the classroom by Vivian by his ears. Do you usually dislike no one to play with you? You will accompany Roydo to learn something after school. The bleak autumn breeze sent the boys wailing far away, and the hornbeams in the courtyard covered the sky and the sun was blown to shake the branches, the yellow leaves fell sagely, and the whole school seemed to wither with it. Chapter 34 Pattern. A cloudy fair. Roy's abrupt left hand held the white goose's slender neck tightly, and in the other hand, he held a sharp and thin short knife, aimed at the arteries on the white goose's neck, and swiped through it like lightning. Blood is like spring water pouring into the ground, a wooden barrel filled with mostly sticky blood clots. He breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the information in the template. Roy. Age, 13 years and 10 months. Identity, civilian. Life, 50. Strength, 5. Agility, 5.1. Physique, 5. Perception, 7. Will, 4.8. Charm, 5 points. Spirit, 6 o'clock. Skill. Slaughter LV3. Hostile creatures that attack you will have a 10% chance of being stunned by the breath if they enter the range of your body late, 0.3 meters. If the will attribute is lower than you, they will lose their body control for up to 1 second. Your damage to 10 creatures you killed with your own hands is permanently increased by 10%. Crossbow Specialization LV1. Meditation LV1. Observe LV2. Personal Level LV2, 700/1000. Other, unknown. Personal space, 1 cubic meter. Roy has been working in the market for half a month, because he is only working there in the morning. On average, he has to kill 20 poultry every day. The cumulative number has undergone a qualitative change. The slaughter skills have finally been upgraded from LV2 to LV3, which is not in vain. The smell of poultry and urine after smoking for half a month. In the past half month, I have earned 20 crowns and 300 points of experience. The cypress stem fruit and dandelion sunflower that he has been swallowing have completely lost their effect. The original 2 weakest attributes, strength and physique, have been strengthened to the level of a normal person, which is manifested in the body, compared to leaving K Village. At that time, he had grown 2 inches, 5 centimeters tall, and his height was 5 to 6 inches, 1.68 meters. There was a faint muscular outline under his clothes, and his body shape changed from thin to well-proportioned. He already has the strength and physique not inferior to adults. The edges and corners of the facial features became clearer, with a bit of youthful heroism. Wait after bleeding, soak the goose in hot water, pluck out the hair, take out the internal organs, and finish the treatment. It was noon. Roy put down the knife, unbuttoned his apron, cleaned up the dirt on his body, greeted the old roar who was dozing off on the chair next to him, and left the market to go to Cadell's house. Roy found Vivian with a pretty face and sweating in the yard, and handed him a bag of herbs that he had prepared. "Roy, is this?" Vivian took the bag, her pretty face full of doubts. "Lonicera, a kind of herb, soaked in water a little every day. It is good for the lady's body. You know I work at the herbal shop in Troyes, it is very convenient to get this thing. Why did you suddenly give me a gift?" "This is a thank you gift. Thank you for your care during this period of time. It has really solved a lot of my troubles. If you don't accept it, I will feel sorry for it," Roy said seriously. Vivian was silent after listening. "Roy, listen, I am not helping you for a gift. I can feel it. But what's the reason?" Roy asked. "Sister Vivian, I've always been curious, why do you take special care of me and help me review, just like a sister?" Vivian suddenly took a deep breath, her fingers couldn't help pinching the burgundy hair, a trace of melancholy flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said quietly, "You're right. I have a brother, and you gave it to me. It feels very kind and very similar to him. Therefore, I occasionally have the illusion that I think of you as him." Roy was surprised when he heard this. He had never seen Vivian's brother in school, nor had he ever heard of it. Could it be no longer there? And the other party's tone is weird, a little uncertain. "How old is your brother? Did he go to school at Cardell House before?" Roy asked again. Vivian didn't answer this time. He glanced at the wall clock outside the door and changed the subject. "It's time, we should enter the classroom." "Okay, then." Since the other party didn't want to mention it, Roy wouldn't expose the scar. But as if a thorn had been planted in his heart, he had a desire to explore this matter. In the evening, Vivian uncharacteristically did not keep him to review after class. Perhaps the conversation at noon touched her sensitive nerves. Under the night, in the small warehouse next to the mill, a man and a woman on the haystack were whispering under the light of candlelight. "Toya, have you remembered the 10 words taught to you yesterday?" Remember." Under the fire, the hunched girl wrinkled her nose, her small round face collapsed tightly, and there was expectation and tension in her big, sullen eyes. "Then as usual, I will test you first. Write down the 4 words of bread, fish, potatoes, and morning." The girl lowered her head when she heard the words and lifted the dry grass on the ground. With a small hand full of frostbite and calluses, she held the shoddy charcoal pen tightly, and then the trembling pen nib swiped across the uneven ground, quickly sketching a row of crooked lines. Oblique characters. Well, not bad. The black-haired boy checked and praised, "Toya, you are really smart. No, you are smarter than most people. Especially those who like to bully you, those idiots have no right to laugh at you at all." The hunched girl was blushed on his pale cheeks. No. You taught me well, Roy, all of this is your credit. Look up, Toya, you should be more confident. Hearing this encouragement, the girl couldn't help but lift her chest and abdomen. Although her huge hunchback made her figure weird, the corners of her mouth were slightly bent, and a rare smile appeared. Although she hadn't smiled for a long time, her smile was a little stiff. Roy's voice paused. Did those little rascals harass you again during this period? No. Remember my words, if they dare to come again, you will use the broomstick to smoke it, and you can't always accept it. This will only encourage their arrogance. You can't beat them all by yourself, then wait until I come back to find the door together and beat them up. Roy leaned to her side with cruel words, and the shoulders of the two were pressed together. After more than 10 days of getting along, the girl has become accustomed to normal contact, and no longer reacts as violently as at the beginning. Today's daily language is put aside, let us learn something new. Roy opened the haystack and wrote Tamalia, Goosewillen and Seni on the ground with a charcoal pencil. Tokushima and Aratusa are 4 words. Roy, who drew a 5-pointed star on your sleeve and only half of it. Toya's attention was attracted by a pattern on his left sleeve, and her eyes were full of curiosity. Roy glanced, to be more precise, half a black 5-pointed star painted with a charcoal pen. He was lost in thought. I don't remember. Roy thought hard for a while, shook his head. Probably it was a naughty kid in the Cardell house. He secretly painted it on me while I wasn't paying attention. Today, let's talk about Tamoria, a country in the north of Aden. Tamoria and Edsburg are separated by a mahakam. Toya, you don't want to go to another country and travel. Can I? The girl shook her body, her eyes filled with fear and expectation. She shook her head desperately. No, for many years, I haven't left the mill. Tamoli is far away. I have to feed the chickens, water the flowers, sweep the floor every day. Hank and Una forbid me to leave. You just imagined, Roy's index finger rolled around his head, they can't read the thoughts in your mind. Toya's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 35 Brothers. The horn trees in the yard began to fall leaves again, and the yellow-green leaves were flying all over the sky. A group of children chased the leaves to play, and the whole school was filled with cheers. Not far from the door of the classroom, Roy leaned against the mottled wall, looking at the half of the 5-pointed star on the left sleeve in a daze, frowning and out of place with the surroundings. Roy, I was in a bad mood yesterday, so I didn't stay after school. Vivian suddenly walked up to him with a pretty face apologizing. When the afternoon class is over, I will help you review. Roy nodded, his face still tight, and his mind was completely off her words. By the way, Teacher Cardell asked you to find her on the 2nd floor. How do you feel about staying in school for a while? Are you still used to getting along with other children? What do you think of the classroom environment? Are there any areas in particular that need improvement? Cardell put his hands on the desk and looked at the opposite side. Roy in the chair, with encouragement in his eyes. The deep law pattern made her look more like an interrogation. I think it's all pretty good. Roy answered truthfully, especially thanks to Teacher Vivian for her careful guidance. Without her, I couldn't improve so fast. Vivian is a good teacher who is likable. No one in school doesn't love her. If it weren't for spending a lot of energy to take care of her parents, she would do better. By the way, Teacher Cardell, I have a question. Roy paused. Does Teacher Vivian have a brother? Cardell shook his head. Vivian has no brothers or sisters. He only has a father who is drunk and a mother who is delirious. They can't work and both rely on her to support them. It is also for this reason that Vivian has never been married. Roy is more confused. That's not what Vivian told him yesterday. I thought she had a brother, who treated me as that guy, so she cared for me. Cardell shook his head with a serious face. Roy, Vivian has been assisting me with school affairs 10 years ago. I treat her as a daughter and understand everything about her. I confirm that she has no siblings. She cares about everything. A student. Because you just came to school, you paid more attention. Roy stopped asking, and seemed to accept the result. Cardell smiled and patted him on the head. Several adolescent boys in the school all had a good impression of the young and beautiful Vivian and fantasized that the beautiful teacher would treat him differently. She thinks Roy is one of them. By the way, Roy, you have a lot of potential. You will be smarter than the other 64 kids after studying other students for more than 2 months and half a month. Maybe in a few years, you will become the home of Cardell. Outstanding graduates, when the time comes, the teacher will personally draw a portrait for you, so that your honor will be preserved in the school forever and encourage latecomers. Cardell opened the drawer in front of the desk, took out several framed portraits and showed Roy to see. The lifelike oil paintings are all the faces of teenage boys and girls who are slightly green. And when Roy's gaze glanced over one of them, it suddenly solidified. Helheim, graduated on December 20th, 1259. It was the face of a young boy, 13 or 14 years old, with black hair and faint freckles between his nose. It looked plain and unremarkable, and it was easy for people to ignore his presence in a crowd. But there is an ugly scar with the length of the index finger under his right eye, which is impressive. Roy was sure he had seen him before, but couldn't remember where he was. Where did the outstanding graduates go to work? Cardell looked very proud when he heard the words, "The teacher still has some energy in Aden. They are all craftable materials, but still need to be polished. So I recommended them to other cities, like Lyria and Livia. There are also Upper Posada, Lower Posada, and the capital Vangeborg. Most of his work is related to writing, and he has become a historical researcher, a scribe, a bookkeeper." Roy put on a look of yearning, but in his heart he vaguely felt that Cardell was lying. The purpose of this school to train students does not seem so simple. After school, Vivian was explaining a few complicated vocabulary for Roy, and a bloated middle-aged man suddenly broke in. His face is full of flesh, his coat is dark brown, with wine stains and food residues, his hair is messy and lumpy, and he has a layer of greasy that has not been cleaned for many days, and he exudes a musty smell. The whole person is like a beggar. He walked slowly in front of the two gods, looked suspiciously around Roy, then turned to the woman, spread his right hand at her, and said with a big tongue with an expression that should have been expected, "Vivian, why didn't you go home yesterday? Give me money quickly. I want to drink." Vivian quietly pulled Roy behind, blocking herself in front, her pretty face tightly and coldly said, "I have no money for you. Die girl, where did you spend the money? I don't know how to keep some filial fathers." The middle-aged man frowned into a deep, Chuan character, grinning with his jagged big yellow teeth, and said with a loud voice. She spat out in front of her, "You must take the money home tomorrow, or if you know it." He threw a harsh word threateningly on his face before turning around and leaving. "Is he your father?" Roy looked at Vivian with a sullen face and asked carefully. "Yes, his name is Bob, my father." Vivian said quietly, "Isn't it terrible?" Roy hesitates. He is not easy to blame other people's elders. This is the only way to be drunk. "Don't worry, you can scold him, I don't mind. This guy has never been sober, never cared about anyone in the family. He started drinking as soon as he opened his eyes, and closed his eyes must be drunk." Vivian's pretty face it was all numb, with a touch of ridicule in the helpless tone. "Whoever is the father of such a drunkard, he has suffered for 8 lifetimes. Bob has never performed the duties of a father. He doesn't even ask if his son is missing." "His son? Vivian's brother? The non-existent person who has been denied by Cardell?" Roy looked at Vivian again, and his eyes became weird. "Sister Vivian, what's going on? Tell me." Roy further said in order to strengthen his persuasive power. "I used to stay with a master demon hunter for a while. The teacher is a demon hunter of the Viper School. He taught me how to deal with extraordinary troubles and difficulties. Maybe he can help you." "Are you serious?" The woman raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes questioning. "As far as I know, your eye color and shape are different from those of magic hunters. Because I am still an apprentice and have not passed the trial of the grass, the body is no different from ordinary people." Roy told the other party about some experiences of following the demon hunter. Vivian thought for a moment. "Well, Roy, I believe you. Although it is not clear why a witcher apprentice should work in the herbal shop in the market, since you are willing to listen to me, you have experience in that area, so it's okay to tell you. At least you don't think of me as a lunatic like ordinary people. It's unbelievable. Even I don't know what that brother looks like, how old, and where he is." Vivian smiled self-deprecatingly. The expression on Xiao's face was very complicated, and even I thought it was very difficult. Absurd. When I first announced this fact to others, everyone around me thought I was crazy. Remember, I once had a brother. I tried to prove to the drunkard that he has a biological son, and show him the clothes of the extra boy at home. He scolded me for having an illegitimate child outside. As for my mother, he didn't understand me at all. Later I realized that if I continue to promote it, probably everyone will think that I am possessed by the devil and set me up on the stake to purify me. Since then, I have kept this matter in my heart, only assuming everything is normal. So far, probably it's been 2 years, I haven't mentioned it to anyone again. Vivian fell into a brief silence. Roy's doubts became more serious. Miss Vivian, this is very strange, no one remembers him at all. Why are you so sure of having such a relative? Because I have evidence. I just said that I found some boy's clothes from the house. If it wasn't all burned by the drunkard, you can show it. A trace of regret flashed in Vivian's beautiful eyes. Then he became firm, apparently convinced of this idea. In addition, since I started working with Principal Cardell, I have a habit of writing a diary every half month or a month, and the record is impressive. It happened at school, at home, on the street. I recorded it for 10 years. I will look up these diaries occasionally. I am very demanding of myself. I dream of one day that I can become a person respected and loved by everyone like Principal Cardell, so I often use those records to correct me. So proper words and deeds. Sister Vivian, in fact, you have done it. Everyone in the school likes you. And the parents of those children. Roy said sincerely. He felt that the woman in front of him was putting too much pressure on him. It's still a long way away. Vivian shook her head, staring beautifully into the air, and said dreamily, when I was reading the diary the year before, I found some strange records. Vivian's voice suddenly increased. In addition to me, that drunkard, and my poor mother, there is a fourth person in the house. Roy shrank his neck, feeling like listening to a ghost story. Vivian took off the silver necklace from his chest, squeezed it gently, opened the square pendant, and took out the crumpled piece of paper folded into a small piece of paper, opened it and laid it flat, about the size of a palm, with a rough and rudimentary one on it. The lines depict two people, one tall and one short, holding hands. On the left is a tall woman, and on the right is a boy with a lovely blush on her cheeks. The two people have bright smiles and are affectionate. They are obviously a pair of siblings. Later I found a bunch of boys' clothes at home. The size was obviously much smaller than that of the drunkard. In addition to this inexplicably more painting in the pendant, I'm sure that I originally had a younger brother. I just don't know the reason, I really can't remember. Vivian's pretty face showed a puzzled and frantic expression, before continuing after a while. When I helped you out in the slum area that day, this feeling was especially strong. I know that there must be many similarities between you and him. Although I don't know what he looks like, my feelings tell me that he does exist. This can explain, the first time we met, Vivian had a surprisingly good attitude towards Roy. But Roy always felt something was wrong, so he decided to follow the other party's words first and get a feel for it. Sister Vivian, take the liberty to ask, can you show me that part of the diary? You are willing to read it, of course, there is no problem. There are words you don't know, and I can explain it to you, Vivian said with a tight face, cautiously, but don't publicize the contents until there is no definite evidence. This it's for your own good, understand? Chapter 36 Diary. Roy followed Vivian to the living room on the 3rd floor of the school. She would live in this room when she stayed at the school at night. And the principal of Cardell, the homeless student, the room is next door. But now there is no one. The woman led him into the house. The inside of the house looked much shabby than the outside. The surrounding walls were cracked in many places, and moldy black spots were everywhere. The furnishings in the house are simple, with only a pair of tables and chairs, a wall clock, a pair of full-length mirrors, a wooden bed covered with blankets. A large brown wooden box is placed on the wall in the back. After Vivian opened the wooden box with the key, he took out a pile of crumpled, yellow inferior paper, and then separated a small pile from it and spread it out on the wooden table. After reading these diaries, you can understand a little bit of my feelings. Roy nodded and began to read silently. Vivian sat next to her, with a trace of tension in her beautiful eyes, explaining to him the words he had learned from time to time. The handwriting on the paper was originally slender and beautiful, but the quill pen used for writing was the worst. The poor quality of the ink caused the handwriting to stick together from time to time, turning into a black and ugly mass, which greatly damaged the diary. The neatness and beauty of the text, but does not affect reading. May 12, 1256. Today, the drunkard turned the house upside down. He really didn't find a crown, had no money to buy wine, and the tavern owner would not let him continue to use credit. He finally awoke for a day, and the conscience that had been soaked in alcohol for a long time seemed to have recovered a little bit. is simply a dream scene. Our family of 4 was sitting in a dark and damp hut and used a smoked fish to celebrate my poor mother's birthday. Merciful Prophet Rabbi Oda, please grant me mercy and bless our family to have such a birthday next year. A family of 4. Roy rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had made a mistake. Vivian, her drunk father, her delirious mother, Anne. There were guests in your house at the time. Roy glanced at Vivian, or is this a typo? In my memory, my mother's birthday never invited any guests. To be more precise, since I can remember, no one has been a guest except for the debt collector. As for the clerical error you said, Vivian the pretty face is very calm. I have been in charge of the arithmetic classes at the Cardell house. If 3 and 4 are not clear, what face do I have to stay? Keep reading. Roy held his temper and turned his attention to another diary, which was much shorter. January 20th, 1257. He and Mifan had a fight because Mifan scolded our father. That guy drunkly ran to school to ask me for money during school hours, and sprayed dung in front of everyone. He was more than a sparrow. The thugs and traffickers are also disgusting and offensive. I agree with Mifan, that drunkard is a complete bastard. Roy is very curious, who is this he referring to? Judging from the information disclosed in the text, he, like Vivian, also called the drunkard his father, so it is indeed possible that he is Vivian's real brother. August 19, 1257. Today, Principal Cardell, my most respected elder, talked to me. First of all, he affirmed my contribution to the school over the years, and then encouraged me to continue to work hard and strive to train more outstanding students. My ultimate goal is to get an outstanding graduate into Ozenfurt University. This is a feat that even President Cardell could not accomplish. Then, the principal told me about, and told me tactfully that we should care about. As a relative, even if I ignore any student in the school, I should not ignore him. It was then that I suddenly realized that my drunkard father, my often confused mother, and me, all unknowingly ignored him. Did you find it? Vivian's slender finger suddenly clicked on a line of the diary. This place, there is something missing. Yes, it's really weird. A trace of confusion flashed in Roy's eyes. There are 2 places in this diary that have been left empty to talk about who. Do you care about who appropriately? These 2 blanks were obviously left out deliberately. It seems that there should be 2 names originally. Vivian breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, I am not alone in thinking so. It is obvious. What else is missing except for my brother's name? Look again, there are a few more. Vivian found a total of 8 diaries, most of which have the same characteristics. A mysterious him runs through the whole story. Strangely, none of them mentions the specific name of him or portrays he. His appearance, characteristics, and age. However, it is obvious from the diary that he is close to Vivian and his family, and he used to go to school at Cardell House. The last entry in the diary is October 4, 1258, which is less than half a month away from today's date. The drunkard drank too much again, began to lose his temper, slapped me, pinched my neck and asked me for money. I felt that he would really strangle me. I pushed him away before suffocating. Crying and escaped from the house. Worrying about my safety, I followed along. We ran to school together and chatted all night. That night, the hornbeam dropped a lot of leaves. Roy lay back in the chair, closed his eyes and rubbed his temples, sorting out the messy information in his mind. His first feeling was that the content of a diary was completely contradictory to President Cardell's statement in the afternoon. Headmaster Cardell did not admit that Vivian had a brother, so how could he ask her to care about this non-existent person? And Roy recalled the scene at the time, and Principal Cardell didn't seem to be lying at all. On the contrary, it was the woman next to her. This startled, somewhat neurotic performance made him even more suspicious. An idea suddenly appeared in Roy's mind. Principal Cardell, Uncle Trois, Hank of the Mill, and diaries all proved that Vivian had a drunk and domestic violence father and a mentally unstable mother. Adding the 2 inducements together, does this woman with impeccable appearance and personality have some kind of mental illness herself? If this is the truth, then everything makes sense. Compared to the statement that Vivian has a mysterious brother, Roy is more willing to believe that there is a problem with her mental state. Roy watched the other person's look. The woman's towering chest was up and down, her breathing was short, and her beautiful eyes were full of expectation. In the diary after October 4, 1258, did he still appear in the diary? No longer, he completely disappeared from my world. Vivian shook her head slightly. Her pretty face could not hide her disappointment. Even earlier, he only appeared before 12:56, but I think the diary interval before this is too long to be of reference significance. Roy's index and middle fingers tapped on the desktop. After October 4th, what number is the nearest diary? November 1st, New Year's Day. Roy took a deep breath after listening, so it's very likely that he was between October 4th and the New Year. In less than a month, an accident happened. Yes, I think so too. Vivian trembled. Roy, what do you think now? From the perspective of a Witcher apprentice, do you believe me? Or do you believe me like everyone else? He is a lunatic, who made up a ridiculous family member who only exists in his imagination. Roy thought about it for 2 seconds, thinking that he could not stimulate the opponent. There are many weird things in this world that cannot be explained by common sense, so Sister Vivian, I trust you. I will take the time to investigate the whereabouts of him. Although Roy had a general idea in his mind, he could not jump to a conclusion. After all, he only got a confession from Vivian alone. He had to find more conclusive evidence to support his conclusion and prove that all this was Vivian. Conjectured. The woman stroked her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. With a touch in her beautiful eyes, she held Roy's hand tightly. I have heard of the rules of the demon hunter, and I will be ready to pay. No, I'll talk about remuneration later. Although Roy doesn't want to be a bad guy, but for a person like Vivian who is almost selfless and dedicated to the Cardell house, if he has the ability, he will still help him. A bit. The premise is that there is not much danger. He remembers the principle of the demon hunter, and don't choose an invincible goal. He needs to do a preliminary survey first. Then please, help me find out him. But you must first pay attention to your own safety. Don't disclose it to others. I understand. Chapter 37 Inquiry. Roy is ready to settle down and investigate the whole matter, so the morning work will have to be postponed. Before returning to the mill, he told the old Roer at the poultry stall and Tross at the herbal shop a leave. Ask for leave tomorrow morning. Of course it's okay. I have done a beautiful job for half a month. I have a rest day and pay for it. Tross readily agreed, but I'm a little curious, what can you do? Is it possible? Edsberg has a little girlfriend. Want to go on a date with her? Little brother, as someone who comes by, I remind you that spending money on a woman is a bottomless pit. A woman's vanity will never be satisfied. Uncle Tross, don't make fun of me. Roy did not hide, my girlfriend or something is very far away from me. Tomorrow morning I am going to find someone in Xiaoqing. As for who it is, just leave it alone. Oh, then you must pay attention to safety. Tross' wrinkled face became serious, and solemnly told him. Have a rest at the mill for one night, and the next day, in the gloomy weather, Roy rushed to the lower city of Edelsberg early in the morning. According to his idea, to verify Vivian, we should first find the old drunkard who went to school to ask for money yesterday, that is Vivian's father. No matter how drunk the drunkard is, it is impossible to forget whether he has a young son. In the past half-month, Roy has already figured out the address of Vivian's family. It is a dilapidated wooden house in the east of Xiaoqing, which is easy to find. And the reason why he chose to act early in the morning was because he was worried that he would encounter the Sparrow Gang again. But sometimes, people just do what they are afraid of. Roy had just stepped onto the street in this area, and the feeling of thorns on his back instantly surged. Glancing back from the angle of view, he could see a brawny bald man wearing a thick yellow cotton coat, black pants, long boots, and a tattoo on his neck, following him. The face looked like Resso, but this guy's facial features and expressions are completely incomprehensible with Resso. Resso is indifferent, and his face is full of anger, as if his chest is full of anger, ready to explode at any time. His height is over 6 to 4 inches, 1.9 meters, his neck is thick and short, and his cotton-padded jacket is swollen, making him strong like a standing grizzly bear. Before 6 o'clock, the cold wind blew like a steel knife. At this time, there were very few pedestrians on the streets of Xiaoqing. Roy pretended to be unaware. He didn't try to yell or ask for help to attract the attention of others. Instead, he quickened his pace and left the spacious and flat street to drill into the surrounding remote, dark, sewage alleys. The bald-headed brawny quickened his speed and followed. Gradually, both of them started trotting, chasing for 5 minutes in the alley extending in all directions, getting more and more remote. Until entering a dead end, a mottled high wall covered with moss and dirty water ruthlessly blocked Roy's path. The stalker behind him took out a medicine handkerchief from his arms and rushed towards his back with a grinning smile. "This big brother. I haven't offended you." Roy turned around, smiling cowardly and reluctantly, and the brawny man who was 30 years away showed empty hands. "I have no threat to you at all. Can you spare my life?" "No problem with how much money." The brawny man who had rushed to him less than 20 late heard the words and walked slowly. A greedy light appeared in the narrow eyes, and said in a hoarse voice like a file, "When you are subdued, everything on you will be natural. It belongs to me. But you can try to call for help and see if there is any kind person to save you." Compared with the strong man, Roy's size is like the difference between a child and an adult, and he can't see any weapons under his body. In the eyes of the strong man, he is not at all threatening. It's no different from the fat on the chopping board, so why don't you say a few words to send him a ride? Ding, ding. A sweet and clear voice sounded. Roy threw a handful of yellow crowns onto the dirty ground at the feet of the bald man without warning. The latter seemed to have never suffered such a special attack. The whole person was stunned for a moment, and involuntarily squatted down to pick up the crown on the ground. "Are you from the Sparrows?" Roy took the opportunity to throw a few more questions. Now the hooligans are so dedicated. "It's less than 7 o'clock, so I squatted at the gate of Xiaoqing district. Aren't you cold?" "Boy, you blame yourself for being stupid. You believe in the wrong person." The bald-headed man hurriedly stuffed 2 crowns into his arms, suddenly woke up, stood up and rushed towards him. "Wait to the mine, then you." Swish. The sound and movements of the brawny man stopped abruptly, and his last feeling was a strong and short sharp pain in his right eye, and then there was no sound. The huge body that was originally aggressively leaning forward was propelled by inertia, but still staggered 2 steps forward, before falling heavily, kneeling on the ground, and then hitting the ground with his face, as if he was aiming at a young boy who was close at hand. Kneeling and knocking his head. Then there was a cloud of blood pouring out of the 2 blood holes that penetrated the skull, polluting the surrounding ground. Kill Fasa. 20 experience gained. A wonderful message flashed in the template. Roy breathed a breath, the crossbow disappeared, and walked over to shoot the corpse, and the corpse disappeared. When he looked at human corpses now, he felt no different from those dead animals. He continued a few steps forward, picking up the remaining crowns on the ground, and the arrows stained with flesh and bones. These 2 things were also included in the space. The entire space is basically filled. Roy was very satisfied. In the past, the crossbow arrow penetrated the human eye socket and would definitely get stuck in his mind, but this time it was less than 10 years away. The active crossbow specialization plus the additional damage of the slaughter skill, the arrow is directly breaking. Open the brawny man's skull. It seemed that the skill bonus was more powerful than he thought. As for why he has to talk so much with the other party, it is mainly because he wants to clarify a problem. I was followed by the Sparrow gang for the first time, which may be a coincidence. But the second time, during this time period, Roy understood that it was definitely not a coincidence. Someone sold him. However, there are only a few who knew he would come to Xiaoqing this morning, and then contacted the motive of the last trip to Xiaoqing, and the suspect was ready to come out. The other party seems to have contacted the Sparrow gang, ready to sell him to the private mine on Mahakam. Roy sighed, and suddenly became disappointed. It felt uncomfortable to be betrayed. After more than half a month of getting along, he had already trusted that guy more and thought it was a friend. Is it too simple? A few seconds later, Roy left the alley. Only the filthy blood, telling a killing that no one knew. Passing through a narrow alley with crossflow of sewage, and a fence surrounded by a row of branches, a low house is quietly located in the depths of the Xiaoqing district. Vivian's home is more primitive than Roy had imagined. The outer walls were cracked, covered with stains and cracks, and the roof was a little leaky, and it was covered with black rags. At this moment, a bloated, full-faced man is sitting on the stump in the yard in a daze. His cheeks are stained with sickly red, and his turbid eyes are filled with a little drunken mystery. "Hey, boy, who are you looking for? Why did you get to this place where birds do not poop?" Bob glanced at a boy outside the fence and asked impatiently. He always felt like he had seen this guy from somewhere, but alcohol had eroded his brain all the year round, and his memory became very poor. "You are teacher Vivian's father, right?" Roy stepped into the fence, showing a shy smile. "I'm a student at Cardell House. My name is Roy. I have something to ask you about the situation. This is really of a ghost. What do you want me to know about you as a hairy boy?" Bob was sober from the state of confusion, his eyes were surprised. If you consult which tavern in my city has the best reputation, the least water is added to the wine. I can tell you the answer, don't bother me with other things, I don't know if you ask. Bob said in a tone, it's early morning, shouldn't you go to class at Cardell's house? Huh. He suddenly moved his nose, licked his lips and swallowed, revealing a gluttonous look. Standing on the opposite side, Roy did not know when a green wine bottle appeared in his hands, and he deliberately dangled it in front of his eyes. Drinker Bob has been drinking wine for decades, and he can tell at a glance that this bottle of wine is his favorite dwarf spirit. Because he had no money, he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol for 2 days, and he instantly lost his resistance when he smelled this familiar and pungent smell. Just ask, brother. I will answer any questions you have, as long as, just give me this bottle of wine. Bob looks like an addiction sufferer, staring straight at the bottle, his expression exaggeratedly drunk. Roy nodded in satisfaction, and if he wanted to get answers from the alcoholic, he naturally had to go to his liking. Uncle Bob, go get a cup, every time I answer a question later, I will let you have a drink. Okay, wait for me, don't leave. How many people are there in your family? Roy shook a glass of clear and transparent wine in front of Bob, and the other party suddenly fidgeted around on the stake. His hands were like a pair of chicken feet and squirmed at the bottle for a while. Suja, looking impatient. 3 people. He replied, Old Bob, my crazy old lady, and my daughter who doesn't know how to honor the elders. Think more about it. Roy put the glass in front of him, and the moment he reached out, he quickly moved it away. Give it to me, I said 3 people. You stupid, no, Old Bob said with his hands folded, his loose facial muscles trembling, and he whispered at Roy, I assure you. Roy, I swear there are only 3 people in the family. If I lie, I will never drink another sip of wine in my life. Give. Bob finished sipping his glass, and he let out a long sigh of relief, looking like he was about to soar in joy. Roy looked at the ugly attitude of the other party, and secretly reminded himself to take warning. He picked up his mood and continued to inquire. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, has anyone else lived in your home for a long time? No. There was a trace of anger on Bob's face, I'm afraid of being entangled. Does teacher Vivian have any brothers or sisters? That stinky girl Vivian is an only child, Bob said firmly, she has no brothers or sisters. Even if old Bob is confused after drinking, she is not mentally retarded. It is impossible to forget how many children he has. Then, do you and your wife have any children who died? Did Vivian have any brothers and sisters who died accidentally? Little brother, Roy, why are you asking such a strange question? Bob endured the temptation of the wine and asked, what is the purpose of investigating my home so clearly? You can answer, Roy shook the wine in front of him. Don't worry about anything else. Okay, then let me tell you, that old lady in my family gave birth to Vivian and 1 child. Bob suddenly sighed, actually, I want to have more children too, but it's a pity that I drank too much and I had a physical problem. Can you understand? Do you want me to tell you more about it? 15 minutes later, Bob, who drank a full bottle of dwarf spirits, leaned on the stump and fell asleep. Even if he was half drunk and half awake before, he strongly denied that he had a son. Roy felt that in this state, he probably couldn't tell a lie. Leaving the drunkard in the yard, Roy entered the dilapidated hut. A woman with disheveled hair, withered yellow complexion, and thin body like a bamboo pole, sat on the round table in the doorway, muttering to herself in the air with a strange expression. Roy stood at the door and watched quietly for a while, then walked over and sat down on the chair opposite her. This lady, The woman didn't respond, even if her eyes passed Roy, she didn't seem to see him or hear him. Seems to be immersed in the spiritual world of the self. Her face covered with fine lines and sagging skin, sometimes grinning silly with a happy expression, sometimes widening her eyes, stretching her face extremely angry, sometimes drooping her brows and revealing sadness. Roy was dazzled for a while. Little Lori, the jewel in my palm. I haven't seen you for a week. Why did I lose weight again? Is the school work too hard? I cooked your favorite dishes for you, and eat more soon. Woman straight, he stared at the left side and looked at it for a while, grinning with a mouthful of broken teeth. And with a gentle expression that he urged towards the air, and then scooped out a few tablespoons of still steaming vegetable soup from the iron pot in the center of the round table, and poured it into the plate on the left. Ladies have to chew slowly, otherwise how to marry out in the future. Little Lori. Roy thought it was Vivian's nickname. The woman suddenly akimbo her hands and staring at the air on her right, her eyes rounded. "Old Bob, what did you do? You have a swollen nose and stupid face. Yesterday I drank and went out to fight with people. It smelled like shit, today. Don't even want to climb on my old mother's bed. Next time, you will get out of this house for me." Huh. She took another spoonful of soup to the plate on the right and started to eat it herself, and there was an empty plate with a soup spoon opposite her. Roy watched a few scenes silently, waited for the woman to finish the soup, and tried to call her several times, but no response was received. Really unable to communicate, Roy had to leave the house, and then went to the neighboring houses to find 2 or 3 old men who were smoking tobacco leisurely in the yard, and asked about the situation at Vivian's home. The answer was no. Unexpectedly, they all believed that there are only 3 people in Vivian's family. Roy thought it's impossible for everyone to lie, right? Chapter 38. No such person found. There is still a long time before noon. Roy left the lower city and quickly returned to Cardell's house. He hid outside the classroom and looked inside. The students were listening intently to Cardell's lecture on history from the podium. Vivian sits alone in the last row. The time card is just right. Now the whole school, except for him and the fat cook who has been in the kitchen, everyone is in the classroom. Roy sneaked into the office of the principal on the 2nd floor, so that the door was locked, and ran to the far left of the corridor. Half of his body leaned out of the guardrail to observe the 2nd floor window on the side of the house. The window was wide open, not far from the corridor, and not high from the ground. Roy took a deep breath and squatted on the guardrail. He estimated the distance and squatted several times. Then the tight springs on both legs seemed to loosen instantly. Open, the whole person is like a big bird fluttering past, his arms stretched out, and successfully buckled the window sill. He pushed his waist and turned into the room flexibly like a cat. For him, who is not weaker than an adult, this set of movements is not difficult. The room was exactly the same as when Roy came the first day. He went straight to the desk behind the bookshelf and pulled a few drawers and cabinets. Unfortunately, all of them are locked. But let him leave like this, and he was not reconciled, so he searched everywhere in the room, bookshelves, sofas, pen holders. Half an hour later, Roy was pleasantly surprised to take out a copper key from a book of poems called Moon Age in the corner of the bookshelf. Insert it into the keyhole of the cabinet near the corner of the table. With a crisp sound of card, the cuboid-shaped cabinet under the desk was opened, revealing several neatly stacked sheets of paper. The first day Roy came to school, the personal information registration form left was in it. According to Cardell at the time, every freshman enrolled in the school needs to do the same registration. The registration information includes the specific date of enrollment, name, gender, age, home, address, relatives, and a simple description of appearance, such as hair and eye color, birthmarks, or scars on the body. According to Roy's idea, if Vivian's younger brother did have someone and went to school at the Cardell house, then there must be such a record. Where you pass, you will leave traces. Even if no one remembers the text will never lie on its own. The registration form has been sorted by Cardell according to the year of enrollment, and put it in the same pile in which you're enrolled. Roy has a rough count and there are 13 thin piles, which means that the Cardell house has existed for at least so many years. Starting from 1248, there were only 2 or 3 registration forms in the first year, and then increased year by year. In the last 3 or 4 years, it has become stable, and there are almost 30 new students every year. The vast majority of freshmen enrolled every year, and old students graduate and leave school around the May Festival, and there are very few such as Roy who jump in halfway through the line. He sighed with emotion. The pile of unremarkable papers in front of him is the history of the Cardell house. It records how a school based solely on faith and serving poor children, where gangs and revolutionary forces are rampant in a chaotic era, step by step to grow to today's scale. Thin and light paper has another unspeakable weight. Roy carefully flipped through the pages one by one. He didn't read it word by word. It was too slow, and he didn't recognize some words. He only looked at the year of enrollment, name, and kinship, and it was within 6 or 7 years, because the Cardell house allows students to stay for up to 5 years. Hill, it's not right. Flick, the family is wrong. Carl's, the home address is wrong. More than 200 registration forms, which were browsed in a quarter of an hour, and there were a few piles of empty forms mixed with them. Perhaps Cardell used to comfort him, and then he checked the second and third times. After 3 times, Roy sighed long, with a complex expression on his face, folding the registration form neatly, and then locked it back in the cabinet. Roy could not find a trace of information about Vivian's brother. This conclusion made him feel that most of the investigation had been completed, and the result was not unexpected, and it made him feel uncomfortable. Exactly, Vivian has some kind of mental illness. In these dozens of stacks of records, there are some that Roy feels very familiar with. Those are the children who are still in school. 2 of them impressed him. They recorded a boy who appeared in Vivian's diary, Mifun, who had a fight with him. And the boy with a scar under his eyes, the outstanding graduate Helheim who Cadell had painted. Roy glanced at the wall clock. There was still 1 hour to 12 o'clock, and after lunch, he was going to ask Mifun and finally add some evidence. Roy hesitated before leaving the room. Out of curiosity, he opened another drawer with a copper key. Well, book, quill, ink. Cosmetics. I can't see that the stern and stern-faced teacher Cadell is also a beauty-loving woman. Well, this is. Surprisingly, Roy found a crumpled notice in the 3rd corner drawer. The great revolutionary leader of Edsburg, Vernon Ryan, ran for the benefit of the people, but was arrested and imprisoned by the cruel Baron Tabak for 3 months. The righteous men who went to the protest march were violently suppressed by the Baron. But the revolution will never compromise. New teams are being assembled. A bright light dispelled the fog in my mind. Roy finally remembered the identity of the outstanding graduate, Helheim. Isn't this scarred boy the same man in the cloak who ran into a revolutionary notice when he left the dwarf mansion, a member of the Revolutionary Army? There was such a notice hidden in the drawer of Cadell, and he kept saying that he had sent outstanding graduates to work in the field. So obviously, this respectable lady principal must have inextricably linked relations with the Revolutionary Army. Thinking about it, Roy even thinks that Cadell has a pivotal position in the Revolutionary Army. The entire school was created by her to train the backbone of the Revolutionary Army. Yes. He still remembers the history lesson that Cadell told by chance when he came to school on the first day. At that time, he had a strange feeling that the principal seemed to be more inclined to the position of the Revolutionary Army, criticizing Edsburg and even the upper class in the Kingdom of Aden. Then everything makes sense. The supporter behind this Cadell house is the Revolutionary Army. According to his performance, if he stays for a few more years, Cadell may have a showdown with himself. Roy took a deep breath, feeling quite mixed. Obviously, he was only here to check the information of Vivian's brother, but he did not expect to catch Cadell's heel by mistake. So, is Vivian's own brother related to Cadell and was sneaked into the revolutionary team by the other party, just like Helheim? Roy quickly rejected this idea. No matter how high Cadell's status is in the Revolutionary Army, she is a human being, and it is unlikely that Vivian, her family, and neighbors will lose their memories. Even Helheim left a portrait and registration form, but the him just didn't. Old Bob's testimony, coupled with the missing registration form, is enough to show that the he in the diary does not exist. If Mifun in the diary denies, then. Chapter 39: The Forgotten Man. After restoring everything in the room, Roy casually mixed into the classroom on the first floor and observed all the more than 60 people in the school, including Vivian and Cadell. He stayed with the respected principal for the longest time. Everyone's data belongs to the category of normal people, including Cadell, which is not an expert or a mysterious existence. However, what surprised Roy a little bit is that a human female over 40 years old in Cadell has a physical fitness that is a bit higher than that of an adult man, with an average attribute of 7, and she also possesses well-trained and dagger specialization, 2 skills. Now that she had nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army, Roy didn't believe it. After lunch, Roy found Mifun from a bunch of slapstick boys on the playground. This pimple-faced, burly teenager, who is about to graduate in the coming year, was indifferent to him at first, with his chin tilted, his face full of disdain, and a big pie with the word disgust on his face. At the bottom of his heart, he has been jealous of the beautiful female teacher's great love for Roy. Until Roy gave him 2 crowns, Mifun immediately put on a smiling face and became answerable. Teacher Vivian's brother. After hearing Roy's question, Mifun was surprised at every pimples on his face. You know, I have been in school for 4 years, which is more than 60 years now. A senior among the students, I also secretly followed teacher Vivian for 4 years. I can guarantee that she has no messy siblings. There are quite a few admirers like me. Here, the 3 over there are full of faces. Did you see the oily brat? They are all the same kind. Don't lie, you have a good impression of her, right? Fight. Roy, you don't have a fever and burn your brain out. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I haven't seen Teacher Vivian's brother, so how can I fight him? I can't understand her father who is a drunkard. It's true. I might really blindfold him when I get a chance. Mifan's answer was consistent with Roy's expectation. He then randomly selected a few students under 10 years old from a group of students laughing and playing in the yard, found an excuse to call aside, and asked about Teacher Vivian. In the family situation, I still get the same answer. Is anyone lying among them? Roy didn't know, he didn't have the Ukshifayan of the demon hunter, so people confided the truth. But it is impossible for such a small child to lie without changing his face. Their words still have a lot of credibility. Roy glanced at the horn trees in the yard, smiling sweetly. Vivian, who was playing with a group of boys and girls, felt sorry. The preliminary investigation was over. He was going to find a time to have a good talk with the other party, see if there are any other clues. Roy and Vivian stood outside the living room on the third floor of the school, blowing a cold wind, watching the pair of students and parents who happily left under the organization of Principal Cardell. Sister Vivian, I already have an eye for your brother. Have you found the clue to him? Vivian looked expectantly in her beautiful eyes, and her pretty face held his hand nervously, pulling him into the room. Is there an important discovery? Well. Roy squeezed his temples, feeling really bad to speak directly. About him, have you asked the school students? Of course I have asked. Vivian Liu frowned and replied helplessly. I didn't tell you before, no one acknowledged the existence of him. Then what do you think? Roy tried his best to soften his tone. If he really exists, why doesn't everyone in the school have any memory of him? Not even your biological parents. I remember there wasn't him. This phenomenon is completely unreasonable, but I have been investigating it for 2 years in private. Vivian shook her hands in a ball and wandered around the room anxiously. A weird sense of sacredness, excluding all possibilities. Now in my opinion, there is only one reason for this phenomenon. The memory in all of our brains, the memory of him, has been erased, lost. That's why I turned to you for help. Didn't the demon hunter have seen all sorts of twists and turns? Isn't there something similar? Something mysterious took away my poor brother and wiped out everyone. In my mind, the memory of him. All erased. Roy's pupils shrank when he heard it. This was the answer he was least willing to consider, but he couldn't completely deny it, but he had evidence to the contrary. But have you ever thought that even if people's memories are erased, some things will not disappear? What do you mean? Vivian's expression stunned. That enrollment registration form. Roy stared into Vivian's eyes and said solemnly, according to your diary, he used to go to school at Cardell House. And every student will stay. Such a record. I'm not telling you, Sister Vivian. I have gone to Principal Cardell's office to investigate, and I found a total of more than 290 registration forms in the past 10 years, including the more than 60 students in the school today. By the way, there is no younger brother. That him record. Do you know what this means? The registration form you mentioned. Vivian shook her head lightly, her pretty face unable to hide her disappointment. It doesn't mean anything. Roy, I am the assistant of Principal Cardell. I can touch that pile of paper casually, knowing that there is no one that belongs to him in it. But what about it? Vivian asked, since even human memory can be erased, is it difficult to erase a simple record? Roy was speechless. This lady was more stubborn than she thought. Convincing her is a laborious and thankless job. When you say erase, but you thought it was the goddess Mary Telly and the prophet Rebioda. Where is the evidence? Vivian continued to state her thoughts. Roy, have you forgotten? In the few diaries you have read, in those strange places, the name of him disappeared for no reason. You would not think that I was deliberately empty. Did you come out? Obviously, the name of his has been erased along with the memory that it brought to others. After it has been erased, the diary will be emptied. Isn't this nonsense? What makes you think? Roy opened his mouth, and was taken aback. A flash of lightning struck his mind. If it is erased, it will be free. He pondered this sentence and fell into a trance state. While browsing the registration form, he clearly remembered that there were a few blank forms in the piles of detailed records. He didn't think much about it at the time. He thought it was Principal Cardell who used it to enrich the number of students, and he passed it with a glance in. Self-satisfaction. Can now hear Vivian's words. If it is erased, it will be free. So is it possible that the blank forms had records at first, but these records were all erased with the missing students and the memories they left behind? In the end, it became a piece of plain paper that no one cared about. Will the memory of the missing person and the text directly describing the missing person be erased? Fujishin, Roy's mind suddenly flashed back a picture. Roy, who drew a 5-pointed star on your sleeve and only painted half of it? Toya asked curiously. I don't remember. Probably, some naughty kid in the Cadell house painted me while I didn't pay attention. Roy glanced at the sleeve on the left. The ridiculously childish half of the 5-pointed star painted with charcoal pen, now almost completely disappeared, leaving only a faint sharp corner. Other places seemed to have been cleaned countless times, without even a single black spot. It is impossible to achieve this level of daily touch and friction. No. This star shouldn't be half at first, but complete. In just 2 or 3 days, this simple mark is about to disappear. This is a kind of evidence he never thought of. The traces left by the missing person will also be erased. No wonder there is no clue. As if an invisible palm was pinching his heart, his breathing was rapid. This also means that since entering the Cardell house, I have forgotten one person without knowing it, the student who left a mark on my sleeve. Now even this only trace is almost gone. Chapter 40: The True Murder. On the second floor of the school, Roy and Vivian quickly flipped through the materials. And Cadell stood behind them with his arms around his chest, and looked at him coldly. She wants to figure out what tricks these two guys who need to look at the registration form inexplicably can play. 1256, 1257, 1258, 1259, 1260. The two found 5 blank registration forms from 13 stacks of information. It is exactly one for each of the past 5 years. So, there are 5 people missing, 1 missing a year. Roy whispered to Vivian. The unique pattern shows that it is by no means a coincidence. What did you two find out? Should you explain it to me? Teacher Cardell, you have been responsible for keeping the admission information. Have you seen these blank registration forms? The middle-aged woman took one and checked it twice, and her eyebrows were almost twisted into a string. These papers are specially made, one for each student, and the price is not cheap. I am not that wasteful. But it cannot be completely ruled out that I was not careful. Stuffed in. They weren't blank. Roy explained, they record information about a certain student, but unfortunately these words have been erased, and even the student described is also missing. To be precise, it was the murderer was taken away. Why do you start talking like Vivian? What can there be to dare to abduct my students in the big city of Edsburg, where thousands of people live? Sparrow. I don't have the guts to help. Cardell retorted, unless you can show other evidence. Roy, you falsify in front of me, just wait for you to drop out. Do you want evidence? Then you have to wait a little longer. He was the only one who witnessed the change process of the marks on the clothes and could not be trusted. But he has a general idea in his mind now. Teacher Vivian, what is the specific date of the last diary that he appeared in? I have turned my diary dozens of times in the past 2 years, and I can still recite it, Vivian said. On October 4, 1258, that night, Bob was drunk and slapped me on the face. I was so angry and scared. When I ran to school, he followed. At that time, you and I also reached an agreement that he should have disappeared between October 4th and November 1st of the new year. Today is October 7, 1260, which means that the time when the symbol on Roy's sleeve gradually fades, that is, the time when the student who painted the symbol disappeared, is also in this interval. Both events are in this range, so it cannot be said to be a coincidence. Roy's thoughts are like electricity. Around October, this monotonous date doesn't make much sense. But less than a month later, it will be the new year. The operation mode of the Witcher world is the same as that of life, always cyclically. There are 8 magic points in this cycle. 1-to-1 correspondence with important festivals in this world, including New Year, Halloween, Winter Solstice, Spring Festival, Candle Day, Spring Equinox, May Festival, Summer Solstice, Harvest Festival, Autumnal Equinox. The closer to these 8 days and nights, the stronger the magical aura, and the more likely to happen some magical phenomena and mysterious events. The murderer chose to commit the crime at this time, so it is likely to be a creature extremely sensitive to magic. Roy wrote down the first sentence. Since 1256, the murderer has committed crimes every year, and the crime time is close to the new year. It is most likely that they are creatures that are sensitive to magic, monsters or humans with magical gifts. The second sentence, the murderer will gradually erase most of the traces left by the missing person in the world, including the memories of the missing person by the people around him. The text written by the missing person, painted pictures, and the text directly describing the missing person will all be erased. Erase. Vivian, I remember you mentioned in your diary that you and your family all ignored him, unknowingly. I think so. I want to ensure fairness, so most of the energy is evenly distributed to every student in the school, and it is inevitable that he will be ignored and left out. Vivian's pretty face was full of sadness, and Bob is an old alcoholic. I was busy looking for wine and drinking all day and didn't have the time to deal with him. My mother was unconscious and couldn't communicate normally most of the time. Then, he is a person ignored by everyone. 5 missing persons, even if all the people around them have been erased, their traces and words have been erased, but none of their family members have noticed the strangeness like Vivian, and come to investigate the clues. Roy wrote down the third sentence, the target of the murderer's choice may be a child ignored by everyone, including orphans. Maybe due to some mysterious screening principle, or it may be the revealing of the murderer's cunning nature. Compared with people who have received much attention, if those who are missing are those who are always ignored by people around them, then the impact and change on the real world will undoubtedly be much smaller. It will be more concealed and harder to be detected. Roy showed these 3 conclusions to Vivian and Cardell. The former was a little surprised. She had noticed these points a long time ago. She was clear in her mind, but did not summarize them so concretely and thoroughly. And Cardell's original casual expression has finally changed, but he is still skeptical. Roy, these 3 conclusions seem scary, but I'm still the old saying that I can't stand without evidence. Maybe the facts are the exact opposite of your inference. There are no 5 missing persons at all. Evidence, if the murderer can be found, it is the best evidence. Roy exhaled, Mr. Cardell, I beg you not to question me, but believe me for the time being. The murderer came out every year close to the new year for 5 consecutive years and took away a victim from the Cardell house. Roy asked, do you have a feeling? The murderer is hiding in the school, Vivian said with a pale face. When the new year is approaching, you will run out to commit the murder. It's impossible. Cardell shook his head. Everyone in the school, including the kitchen helpers, I know everything. I dare to swear to the Prophet Rabiota that there is absolutely no murderer. I didn't say that the murderer must be a human. Roy has observed all the teachers, students, and logistics staff of the school. They are all normal human beings and have no ability to delete memories. The greater possibility is that some kind of monster inhabits the school. Do you have a clue? Maybe. The 2 of you wait a moment. There is no monster in Roy's memory that meets the conclusion. But it doesn't mean that he is helpless. He turned around and walked out of the room for 2 minutes, then took out the notebook that Resso had left him before leaving, and re-entered the room. The notes contain knowledge of herbs, medicines, and monsters, but he has been busy learning common words for more than half a month, and he has had time to read the notes. What's this? Vivian and Cardell couldn't help but cast their curious gazes. The experience notes left to me by a master demon hunter, which records information about various monsters, and may have the goal we are looking for. Then the 3 of them flipped through most of the entire notebook about monsters. Roy became more and more frightened as he looked at it. He had no impression of most of the monsters recorded in the notebook. The water in this world is deeper than he thought. After browsing more than a dozen monsters of various forms, on a certain page, the 3 of them saw such a description. At the end of autumn, the best season for bear hunting. Sarat and I stayed overnight in a small mountain village. That night, the wind was very strong outside the window, and my bladder was swollen and cracked. I took a pee in the yard, and the pendant on my neck suddenly began to vibrate. The amplitude was very slight, and the residual magic power was not strong, but there is no doubt that there are new prey calling me. Hunting monsters is more interesting than hunting grizzly bears. There are so many, especially this completely unknown situation. This soaking in urine is the guide of my destiny. I found an oak tree that was more than 500 years old there, with some complicated symbols engraved on it. Magic power comes from this tree. After trying alderfein, ignifein, and the dung of evil spirits in turn, after more than 30 methods, I discovered that the salt and the oak tree had a chemical reaction. The root of the oak tree opened its mouth painfully, revealing a deep black tree hole. I woke up Sarat and went down to the tree hole for a big job. Snake School Apprentice, yes, it refers to you who are reading this passage. The following content is not allowed to be skipped. The monster under the tree hole, I named him the stripper/hunting ghost/devil in the tree. It is a long and thin humanoid with a fuzzy face, rough and hard skin like tree bark, with sharp fangs and claws. Once bitten by it, the hands, feet and nerves will be gradually paralyzed. The picture is as follows. Its speed and strength are similar to ordinary people, and it can regenerate quickly, and ordinary sharp weapons cannot cause fatal damage to it. But he is afraid of flames, salt, and sword oil of corpse-eating creatures. After solving it quickly, Sarat and I took out a total of 15 remains from the tree hole. The following information of the monster. It sleeps in the tree hole most of the time, and does not wake up under the abnormal fluctuations of magic power until the time of the new year every year, hunting nearby creatures. It chooses to target young human children, and the more lonely, the better it suits its taste. It will wrap the body of the prey that has lost resistance with vomit, and eat it until the prey suffocates and died. Its vomit also has some incredible miraculous effect, which can gradually separate the connection between the prey and the real world, and the separation is completed when the prey dies. Most of the traces left by the prey in the real world will disappear, and everyone will forget the poor man. This is a forgotten ghost sleeping under the old tree and devouring the neglected. Rookie, when you read this record, you must have not passed the trial of grass. If you want to deal with this guy, remember to bring all the equipment and wear thicker clothes for the weak points. If you can kill it, take the most valuable tongue and dry it for storage. October 6, 1204, Nilfgaard, Vicovaro Province, Oaks was written in Mount Berry. The three people looked at each other for a while. So, there is something living under that hornbeam in the yard. Kadale looked incredulous, and his voice was shockingly hoarse. I have lived for several years, how could it be possible, how could I be unconscious? Try it. Vivian shook her palms into a fist, her pretty face full of determination and hatred. I remember, there is a lot of salt in the kitchen. Roy took a deep breath and glanced at the disappearing mark on the left sleeve. The person he forgot, may be still alive. Do you want to go, rookie? Chapter 41 Under the Horn Tree. What is the shusha? Is the sound of salt particles sliding down the fingers. The first quarter moon illuminates the house of Cardell. Under the tall horn trees in the courtyard, there are three silhouettes of people wrapped in thick cotton clothes. They immerse their heads in front of the hornbeam held by several people, with a torch in their hands, letting the white salt between their fingers scratch the rough bark. After a while, the intact bark cracked strangely and quickly enlarged, and gradually became like an open vertical pupil, suddenly rounded, how the corners of the eyes were pulled open to the sides, and the hornbeams were on the ground. An elliptical tree hole half human height was formed. Roy took a photo of the torch towards the entrance of the cave, and a soothing extending downwards was seen. The was covered with vines, broken leaves, dead branches and soil, and at the same time a strong smell of earth wafted from the entrance of the cave. What should I do next? Roy turned and glanced at the two ladies in pink cotton-padded clothes. He also wore pink cotton-padded clothes. He looked funny, but there was no way. There were two women living in the whole school. They were willing to share. A cotton coat is good for myself. He still wants to listen to the demon hunter's advice. Don't you tell me, then let me say. Three people can't go down at the same time. Roy said solemnly. I have to go down. Roy took a deep breath. There was still a big killer hidden in his space. According to the demon hunter's notes, he had every chance to kill the monster. This is my territory. I have been occupied by the dog for so long, and I have stolen some of my children. This is a good calculation. The middle-aged woman dropped a word with a serious face, and she was short. Sliding in down the slope. Then you stay outside. Roy got into the tree hole before Vivian opened his mouth. Relax, Sister Vivian, I will help you bring him out. Roy held a torch in one hand, and slid across the dark corridor with the soft in the other. Slid down less than 10 minutes, 3 meters, and he landed smoothly. The next second, the short boots on the feet were wet, and there was water on the ground under the tree hole, which just submerged the ankles, but the water was cold to the bone. Roy couldn't help taking a cold breath, shivering all over. No wonder the demon hunter would make him wear more clothes, and the temperature in the tree hole was 7 or 8 degrees lower than outside. The torch swayed around. Roy saw Kadale not far ahead, bent his knees and squatted to maintain a guard posture, quietly hooking towards him. And what they were in was a dim underground space. The surrounding walls were covered with slimy mud, slippery moss and vines, and the ponds were full of strange-shaped rocks. In addition to the more spacious space in the center, there are several narrow holes in the corners on all sides. How narrow are they? People can only crawl on their hands and knees on the ground. From time to time, weird frogs and snake hissing came from these holes, rippling back and forth between the central stone walls. Roy can't imagine, is there such a space under the hornbeam, or was it created by the monster called the Hunter Ghost? He waded through the dirty and cold groundwater and came behind Cardell, glanced at the holes everywhere, and a terrifying thought emerged in his heart. Is it possible that there is a child hunter in every hole? No, the demon hunter will not pit his apprentice so much. If this is the case, he will definitely mention it in his notes. So the hunter was in one of the holes, strangling the newest prey with vomit. Roy and Cardell exchanged glances. The latter raised his chin to the nearest hole and silently took out a dagger from his waist. The dagger was evenly smeared with small salt particles, and the other hand held a torch, gotten when he was short. Roy followed closely behind. Inside the hole is a narrow and cramped tunnel with a height of no more than 2 minutes. The trousers that just climbed into the calf were soaked with ice water, and the sticky soil on both sides of the wall clung to the shoulders, making it extremely inconvenient to move. The two of them crawled in cautiously, converging their breathing. From time to time, there were hissing, grotesques and erratic air currents coming from the front and back passages. This makes Roy feel terrible, his face is tight, and the atmosphere does not dare to breathe. If the monster sneaks from behind in this awkward position, how can he resist? He could only look back, lest a grimace suddenly appeared in the dark tunnel. Soon, the two climbed to the deepest part of the tunnel without any risk, in a slightly drier spherical nest covered with branches and leaves and small animal bones. Although there is no child hunter, there are traces of its feeding in the nest. Human bones, small skulls, leg bones, and spine bones are piled in disorder in every corner. The size is much slender than an adult, and the surface is still dyed strangely yellow. Obviously belongs to children. Cadell picked up a bone, her face was murderous, and her teeth were about to smash. She may have other purposes in creating the school, but she did not have any reservations about treating students. They quickly searched for 2 more holes, and each time they searched one place, they hugged the deceased's bones to the entrance of the hole as a mark. When I reached the 4th hole, I heard a clear grunt halfway through the climb, as if something was vomiting. They held their breath, the firelight shone forward, and a ghost appeared in the darkness. A slender human figure, with dark silt and moss on his skin, with slender limbs like branches, lying on a corner of the nest like a dog, facing a bunch of bulging things, spewing yellow fluid intermittently. When was illuminated by the fire, it immediately turned its face. The cheeks were dry and thin like skeletons, the 2 dark nostrils were sunken inward, and the pale eyes were bloodshot, full of hostility and madness. Its mouth was plucked out of its upper and lower lips, and its gums were exposed, because it had just vomited, and its teeth were covered with translucent saliva. It was frightened by the fire, and in the blink of an eye, it retracted into the shadow in the nest like a spider. The 2 quickly chased after carrying torches, but they didn't find the thing. Roy kept a vigilant glance, while Cardell digs at the ball of vomit frantically. Actually shaved out a little golden head. "Hey, child, can you hear me?" Cadell wiped the dirt off his face with his hand, revealing a thin, delicate face, and the boy's eyelids moved twice. Roy looked at this face, and the fog in his mind was instantly lifted, a dusty memory became alive again. He suddenly realized. "I remember, it turns out that you are missing, little Tom." The little boy who greeted him on the first day, the orphan with a bright smile and 2 big front teeth, who lived in school, has more than half a month at Cardell's house. Every day after school, this guy will review with him. The 2 of them have a little friendship. "I almost completely forgot about you." He rubbed the child's head, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but bend. The previous tension and fear disappeared suddenly, and his mood was uplifted. "Fortunately, we arrived in time this time. How do you feel, little Tom?" "Roy." "Principal Cardell." "What's wrong with me?" Tom opened his eyes in a daze, his voice weak. "Little." "What did you say?" "Small, above the heart." A ghost fell from the ceiling without warning, threw Roy down, crumpled it up, and rolled around twice. 1 volt together. It has the upper hand, sitting on Roy and raising his right paw. Under the firelight, those all-like slender and sharp nails, shimmering with cold light, suddenly swiped towards the neck. With the other hand, he stopped his wrist halfway. Roy's abrupt left hand grasped the claw that struck, while his right hand grabbed a filled crossbow arrow out of thin air, clenched his fingers tightly, and the arrow into its eye socket first. Woo, woo. The hunter ghost made a weird cry like a baby crying, billowing white smoke and dark green blood flowed out of the eye sockets, suddenly burst out a huge force, broke free of Roy's hand, screamed frantically and rushed to the side. Into the tunnel. It wriggled in the tunnel with an extremely awkward posture, like a slippery loach, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Roy, you take Tom out first and leave this thing to me. Cadell dropped his words, carrying a dagger and a torch, and chased him along the bloodstain. WHH, it's dangerous, I almost capsized the boat in the gutter. Roy breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, the sharp claws pierced his throat, and then everything was meaningless. Are you injured? A weak greeting came next to him. Tom, don't worry, I have nothing to ask. Roy wiped the cold sweat from his face and quickly rescued the boy from the sticky vomit. He didn't know what the vomit was and how it tasted. It also looks a bit like boiled cheese. Roy rubbed a ball of his fist casually and stuffed it into the space. Then he climbed out of the tunnel with Tom on his back. There was no twists and turns in the middle, and the hunting boy did not know which tunnel Cadell had driven into. Roy rushed to the entrance of the tree hole smoothly, pulled the vines up and handed Tom to Vivian outside. The woman was surprised and delighted, and quickly put on a coat for the shivering boy. Roy, you found. There is no time to explain, the monster has not been solved yet, I have to help Cadell and take care of him. After leaving a sentence, Roy returned to the tree hole without waiting for her to ask. Following the blood stains, he found the confronting two sides in the deepest part of the fifth cave. Both Cadell and the hunter were injured. The former covered the abdomen with one hand, and the other hand shook the torch to protect himself. His face was pale. Obviously it won't last long. The boy hunter was also uncomfortable. He was blinded by one eye, and Cadell used a dagger to cut dozens of fine wounds on his body, but these wounds did not bleed anymore. Obviously, the salt on the weapon is far from enough to kill. Roy thoughtfully called out the crossbow. Swish, a cold arrow hit the hunter's knee. It trembled all over, bowed halfway, and opened its mouth at the sneak attack. Roy let out a threatening growl, and tried to rush. Roy ignored it, pulled the string and set the arrow, and another arrow hit its other knee. In a few seconds, the hunting boy will become a lame. Even if it can heal itself, it will take time, at least in a short time, it will not move faster. Principal Cadell, get behind me. Roy stepped back and continued to shoot the monster's legs. Cadell was puzzled when he heard the words, but still followed Roy's words, maintaining a defensive posture, slowly backing with him. At the moment, the scene becomes two people retreating into the tunnel, and the hunting ghost is hiding in the innermost of the lair. After a distance of 20 years, the ugly face like a skeleton is grinning at the two people constantly, and the black claws like evil ghosts. Waving frantically in the air, making a threatening gesture. It is like a mad dog provoked by humans. Even if it is full of anger, it is scrupulous about the weapons and torches in human hands and never dared to rush over. When the distance between the two parties reached 30, a green glass jar suddenly appeared in Roy's hand, and he threw it forward with a little charge. The glass jar drew a straight line in midair and hit the boy hunter. Boom. The glass shattered, and there was a short and violent knock instantly, and a brilliant fire broke out in the entire nest. The fire snake jumped and twisted wantonly, the air seemed to be ignited, and the temperature rose several degrees. The boy hunter in the center turned directly into a human-shaped torch, with astonishing heat and light, and walked towards Roy and Cadell in pain and wailing. However, most of its legs had been abolished and could not catch up. The speed at which the two retreated. The power of the dancing star is amazing. Even the sparks falling from it will quickly ignite the dead branches and leaves around it. The fire is getting stronger and stronger, and after the tunnel, the entire nest is burning. It walked in the lair of flames for about 2 minutes, exhausted all its strength and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of coke. Kill the hunter ghost. Get 100 experience points. Has retreated to the entrance of the tree cave, Roy breathed a sigh of relief. We must hurry up and take out the bones of those poor children. Chapter 42 Ending. In the courtyard of the Cadell house, the moonlight showed 4 incomplete skeletons, most of which were slender and stained with pale yellow. The headmaster's sharp gaze with a white bandage wrapped around his waist and abdomen turned around several times, and there was a hint of confusion on his slightly pale face because of the blood loss. Clearly killed that monster, why can't I remember it all? Except Tom, what are the names of these 4 children? Although it is not mentioned in the notes. Roy pursed his lips, but I think this kind of forgetting is irreversible, even if the hunter is dead. Only the people who survived like Tom have left traces in the real world. It can be repaired. The 5-pointed star on Roy's left sleeve was restored. Cadell shook his head, seemingly dissatisfied with the result. At least, we saved little Tom. Roy said, and from now on, the children in the school will never be threatened by monsters. It's also magical. 1 hour after the 2 took out the bones in the tree hole at the root of the hornbeam closed again. At this time, Roy tried to sprinkle salt on it, but could no longer summon the tree hole. The hornbeam seemed to have completely lost its magic. Roy has a faint feeling that the underground space where the hunter ghost lived may not be inside the hornbeam, but an alien space. Soon after the hunting boy dies, the magic of maintaining the space gradually dissipates, and it is naturally difficult to find a trace of the tree hole. He originally wanted to go back and cut off the tongue of the burnt corpse. Oak said, that stuff is very valuable. But now it seems that there is no chance. How is it? Do you have any new discoveries? Vivian walked over from the house, her pretty face full of fatigue and sadness. The relatives who were struggling to pursue turned into a skeleton without a sound, and even the memory of him could not be retrieved. 2 years of hard work seemed to be in vain. Can you recognize the identities of these children? I'm afraid I can't. It seems that forgetting is irreversible now. Roy noticed the ugly face of the other party, and said comfortingly, Sister Vivian, he has been freed from the cave of the tree hole, and may have entered Rebio. In the kingdom of the prophet, we also avenged him and recovered, the bones. We can finally find a cemetery for him to bury. Don't be too sad. Vivian covered her face and took a deep breath, and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. Actually, when I saw the notes, I guessed that he was no longer there. I just couldn't accept it for a while, but you are right. His soul must have been entered the kingdom of the prophet. I will find a good place to bury his bones. After a short silence. Say something happy. How about Tom, that kid? I just gave him a hot bath and put some ointment on him. He fell asleep again. When referring to the survivors, Vivian finally had a little more light in his eyes. He was lucky. There were bruises and bites on the neck, and he had no impression of the whole process of being captured. He only remembered that he slept asleep and woke up and saw you and the monster. The hunter will let him have nightmares for a few days, nothing else. That's good. Roy glanced at the sky again. I'll talk about the rest tomorrow. I should go back to the mill, too. Wait, Roy. Cadell asked suddenly, where did the bomb you used on the hunting boy come from? Roy perceives the expectation in the other's eyes, and understands that this member of the Revolutionary Army should have the idea of dancing star. That's a special alchemy bomb made by the demon hunter. Roy lied, only people recognized by the demon hunter can activate it. It is a self-defense gift given to me by the teacher. Only this one will be used up. Really? Cadell's face could not hide the disappointment. Back to the mill, Roy found Toya by the pond. The girl was staring at the reflection on the water in a daze, her face lonely, her back exuding loneliness. Roy thought, if she were at the Cardell house, she would definitely not be able to escape being preyed. Sorry, I'm late today. Roy walked to her and sat down. The girl's shoulders trembled, her round face revealed an uncontrollable surprise, and the end of her speech was trembling slightly. It's okay, I can understand, you also have a job in the city, are you busy today? In fact, she was very scared in her heart. She always had a strong worrying that the happy time in the past half-month was just her hallucination. Today, when she discovered that Roy did not return to the mill on time, this worry reached its extreme, and her heart was filled with despair. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. He's back, this friend really exists. Toya felt relieved in every cell of her body. Roy shook his head, it's not because of my work. During this period of time, I encountered a tricky incident at the Cardell's house. It is related to the magic that I said last time, and it's also about the neglected children. Listen. It is good. In the early morning of the next day, Roy, who had finished his meditation, woke up at 4 o'clock on time, and first disposed of the body of the bald man in the space. Then rushed to the bazaar in the city of Edsburg, right here, at the herbal stall that he had served for more than half a month. He still hadn't settled the account. However, when he squeezed through a pile of coolies with bare arms and came to the herbal medicine stall, he found that he had already people go to the empty building. Not to mention the stall owner Truz, who set up 2 rounds for him in Xiachen. Even the shelves were removed. It became a clearing. He was unwilling to find the Emil who sells barbecue and asked, but the other party gave him an answer that surprised him. "You asked Uncle Tross. I thought he had told you that after setting up the stall yesterday morning, he left Edsburg with all his family and property. Move away with your family. He has been in Edsburg for more than 10 years, so he is willing to give up all. Afraid of me as a teenager. Can't justify it. Who told you that he has opened a herbal shop in Edsburg for more than 10 years? Emil was surprised. He just came to the city for 2 months, not much earlier than you. After all, business is actually pretty good. Why did you move out suddenly? Who is this guy? Professional liar. Roy pondered for a long time, only remembering his wretched smile, inexplicably guilty in his heart. Let's go. Now that the work of the herbal shop has ended. He allocated more time in the morning to the poultry stall. After killing the monsters under the tree hole, the experience value came to LV2, 820/1000. If there is more business during this time, it may be upgraded to LV3 in less than a week. In the afternoon, the Cadell's house is still as peaceful as before. The children are playing happily under the hornbeam, seemingly unaware that the lonely staring boy at the door of the classroom goes back and forth. Neglected people are still ignored, nothing has changed. Tom, go and join them. Roy touched the boy's blonde hair and encouraged, "You have escaped from the mouth of a brutal monster and crawled back from the edge of death. What else is there to be afraid of? If you want to be followed and make more friends, you have to take the initiative to fight for it. Looking around like a fool has no effect. Who dares to bully you again? It's a big deal." Roy violently pushed the boy who was stunned into the crowd. Watching him flush and awkwardly greet the surrounding students. Cadell came to Roy quietly. Her face was not so good, she was injured last night enough to support her for a while. All the horn trees and the monsters living under the trees were concealed by the principal. The traces of the dead children have not been restored, and they are still forgotten by the world. Even if it is made public, what else can it attract besides suspicion and trouble? This morning, Vivian and I buried the bones in a nearby cemetery. Cadell said, "There is another thing. Roy, anyway, because your help the school solves this hidden danger, Vivian finds after returning the bodies of their loved ones, the poor children saw the light of day again. I thank you for them. I know the rules of the demon hunter. I will pay you a sum. How about 100 crowns? Actually, 100 crowns is not enough for the material cost of Dancing Star. But this is probably all that Cardell can afford. This money is not enough." Roy glanced at the boys and girls running in the courtyard. A soft spot in his heart was suddenly touched. "Give me a meal. Then please accept this gift, Roy." Vivian quietly walked out from behind Cardell, took off the silver pendant on his chest, and hung it around his neck. Grateful in the beautiful eyes, "Trust me, it will bring you good luck and blessings." Chapter 43 Magic Erosion. In the evening a week later, Roy sat in the barn of the mill, betting on the template. Personal level LV3, 0/1500. Have skill point 1, attribute point 1. If it is replaced with the previous one, he will continue to concentrate resources to improve the superior attributes, and still add the attribute points to the 7-point perception. But his thoughts have changed recently. He realized that with every improvement in his strength, he should prepare for the trial of grass. Even if he superimposes his perception no matter how high he is, if he fails to survive the trial of the grass, then everything is in vain. According to Resso's statement before leaving, the apprentices will to survive and the body's resistance to poisons will affect the survival rate of the trial, the higher the better. The attributes corresponding to these two indicators are will and physique. The former Roy is less than 4.8, which is less than the average level of 5. The latter has just reached the standard because of the herbs he swallowed. So from now on, the attribute points and skill points he gained from leveling up should be used to improve these two attributes as much as possible. Roy glanced to the skill bar. Meditation LV1, this is the practice of body and mind. It adjusts the body and mind through concentration and speeds up the recovery of injuries, magic and physical energy. At the same time, the coordination ability is slowly improved, and the affinity for chaotic energy is improved. Note, every time the skill is improved, it will permanently enhance physical and mental attributes. The demon hunter Reso could be his grandfather at his age, but he failed to train meditation to level 10. The difficulty is predictable. The most important point is that it can permanently strengthen the spirit and physique. As soon as he thought of this, Roy's attention was focused on the plus sign behind meditation. Suddenly, the handwriting of LV1 faded and became LV2 after a few seconds. Roy immediately added will to the attribute points. Suddenly, a warm current surged in the limbs and hundreds of skeletons, and every piece of skin, muscle, bone, and blood vessel was activated, like a tree root stuck in the soil, quickly drawing nourishment and becoming tougher and stronger. As for the brain in the skull, the most mysterious area is also moisturized, surrounded by a refreshing breath. For a while, it seems that countless little hands are gently touching, and every cell screams comfortably. Roy opened his eyes suddenly, a star-like light flashed in his eyes. But it only lasted for a moment, and then resumed as usual. Meditation LV1 LV2. Spirit 66.5. Physical 55.5. Will 4.85.8. Raised a total of 2 attributes in an instant, and Roy had an unprecedentedly powerful illusion. The transformation continued. When he stood up and twisted his neck, wrists, knees, and other joints, his whole body began to make a crackling sound. The numbness seemed to be crawling by ants, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. His face was flushed, his head was energized, and his chest was filled with courage and confidence inexplicably. Suddenly he felt that he would not be tired even if he ran for a day and night, and he would be able to face up to any challenge. Roy took a deep breath, clenched and loosened his fists, suppressed the restless mood, sat on the haystack and meditated for a quarter of an hour, waiting for the body and mind to return to calm. After years of training and countless accumulations, ordinary people can slowly increase their attribute value by 1 point, and in just a few minutes, he has improved by 2 points. It is normal to have physical discomfort. Roy thinks of the trial of green grass. In a short period of time, herbal medicine will transform and improve the body far more than it is now, reaching a terrifying level. This discomfort will probably evolve into extreme pain, so the trial past the rate is so low. At the other end of the barn, a slight muffled hum suddenly came from a simple straw mat. Toya, how do you feel when you are awake? Roy walked to the straw mat and sat down. He reached out and probed the girl's smooth forehead in the bed. He breathed a sigh of relief. The body temperature is normal. Roy. Me, what's wrong with me? The girl was still wearing the apron she used to work, but described as haggard, with dim eyes and white lips, as if she had been seriously ill. When you were sweeping the floor today, you suddenly passed out and developed a high fever. Roy explained patiently, Una and Hank sent you in after they found out. But don't worry, I'll feed you some herbs, the fever has subsided. So. After listening, Toya stubbornly supported her body with her hands and sat up, drank a few sips of water with Roy's assistance, and said gratefully, it's making you bother again, you're tired of taking care of me, too. Shall we go to rest first? Roy shook his head when he heard the words, stared into the girl's eyes and asked, Toya, we are friends. Tell me honestly, this is not the first time you have been unconscious, right? The girl squatted on the straw mat, clasped her hands tightly around her knees, put her chin on top, her small face flashed with confusion and panic, her voice trembled slightly, I don't know what's wrong with me. There are so many bodies. The problem is not just the hunchback that everyone dislikes, but also fainting, having a high fever, and talking nonsense. Even my biological father dislikes me and is unwilling to talk to me. Roy, Toya whispered suddenly, am I a burden to be alive? Toya, you are not a burden. Roy said sincerely, I have been very happy with you for more than half a month. It proves that you are a qualified listener, and you are so hardworking and smart. Just trapped in a prison-like mill, surrounded by mostly short-sighted, narrow-minded people, and not making many friends will make you think wrong. Is that so? The girl regained a gleam in her eyes after listening. Of course. Roy nodded. How do you feel now? I want to know more about your illness. I'm fine, the girl took a deep breath, just ask. When did your comatose disease start? Is it more and more frequent? How long did it start? The girl frowned her thin willow eyebrows and thought for a while, probably since my body became deformed. It happens every year, at first once a year, now there are 4 or 5 times a year. Toya paused and said self-pity, I always feel that after a coma, I can't wake up again. But if this is the destination that the goddess Mary Telly prepared for me, then I accept it. It's not bad to be able to fall into eternal sleep without pain and knowing nothing. Toya, you are still young, and your life is full of infinite possibilities. Roy comforted and asked, think again, in the past few years, whether the time of onset of illness is close to those festivals, such as New Year, Winter Solstice, Spring Festival, Summer Solstice. The last attack was on the day of the Harvest Festival, the last time was probably around May Festival, Toya said surprised. You got it right, Roy. Then I guessed right, the closer you get to the magic point, the easier it is for the magic in your body to resonate, lose control, and hurt your body, Roy sighed, looking at the girl with pity in his eyes. During the observation, after this coma, her physique weakened from 3 to 2.8, and her vitality was weakened by naked eyes. What does the magic point mean? Toya was curious and frightened. Also, why is there magic in my body? Don't worry, Toya, I will tell you. Roy said, remember the Aretusa College on Sinai Island that I told you last time? I remember every word you said clearly. The girl said, is that a place for training female warlocks? She took out the Gwent card that Roy had given her from under the pillow. There was a beautiful woman in a red dress painted on it. She made no secret of the envy on her face. It's like Sabina Gruig, there will be magical magic, more powerful than the magic you perform. Yes. Roy took a deep breath, but you know, many female warlocks, when they were young, they weren't so beautifully painted on the cards. Toya held her breath suddenly, her expression stiffened. She had a strong hunch, and the other person seemed to say something that scared her. In the beginning, they were mostly like you. Roy simmered for a while, then slowed down and said word by word, because of the torture of the uncontrolled magic power in the receptor since childhood, it looks different from others. Later, he went to the Magic Academy. After receiving magic training, he slowly corrected himself. Roy's preparation for the previous half a month has already made the girl a little aware of the mysterious part of this world, and her receptive ability has been greatly improved. You mean? Toya's teeth began to tremble, and an unprecedented crazy thought came out, and she was about to suffocate me. Yes, 8 magic points are 8 festivals where magic is boiling. Because you have magic in your body, you will resonate with them and fall into a coma on the day near the festival. Roy increased his tone, simply say, you have the qualifications to become a warlock, as long as you have the opportunity to train in Aretusa. And as far as I know, Aretusa almost accepts girls from all corners of the world, regardless of poverty or outside, as long as you agree with them demanding contract. Like her. Toya held the card tightly, her knuckles turning white. Can I, like her, return to normal? No longer being discriminated against, spurned, or ridiculed by others. If you can become a warlock, with the help of magic transformation, your body will of course return to normal. Woo, Toya suddenly choked in her throat, leaning slumped against the damp and moldy wall of the barn, tears as big as beans slid down her pale cheeks. The expression on S face is extremely complicated, both sad and happy. No, Roy, did you lie to me? Toya couldn't believe it. You are my friend, you can't lie to me. I can swear, Roy said solemnly, I definitely didn't coax you, I just want you to have one more choice. No way. There was a heartbeat on Toya Yuan's face, and she suddenly shook her head. I am an ordinary country girl who has never left the mill. I can't go anywhere, Hank and Una won't let me go. And you said that Aretusa is very far from Edsburg, thousands of miles away, so far away that I can never reach it. Roy was silent. Toya is telling the truth, most of the female warlock parents refuse to send them to the so-called Warlock Academy. Because joining the Warlock Academy means a complete separation from the original family. There is no benefit to their parents. And these greedy parents are more willing to oppress them as free labor. I will help you figure out a solution, Toya. Since the plan has already begun, it is not Roy's style to give up halfway. He already has a general solution in his mind, and it was the inspiration that came out not long ago. Toya, I have to tell you the truth. Every time you pass out, it means that your body is further eroded by magic power and you suffer damage. You should be able to experience it. Your body is getting weaker and weaker. If you can't receive formal magic training in time. Roy licked his dry lips. I'm not sure if you can live to be 20. Don't you want to go to the outside world to take a look? In this age of ignorance, a little country girl with a deformed body will probably end a short life in pain and suffering. But Roy always believes that she deserves a chance. Now that he has an idea, he must turn it into a plan and put it into practice. This is his credo. What's more, give Toya a chance, maybe she will also get a chance in the future. Excited or scared, the girl's shoulders kept trembling. Roy, you are actually not an ordinary person. Why do you understand this knowledge, and why should you tell me? It doesn't matter who I am. If I change the situation with you, will you help me? Roy asked back, and then he saw the answer in the girl's desire for freedom. A firm and strong palm is held together with another small hand covered with frostbite. Friends should help each other. Toya, wait, you will see the sunrise in Aretusa eventually. I promise you. Chapter 44 Returning the Corpse. Roy could not bring Toya on the trial journey of the demon hunter, arrived in Sintra and then turned to Aretusa. That was unrealistic, and Resso could not agree to bring another oil bottle. He has to rely on the help of others. As for the entire Edsburg, the only big people he knows are Severe Hogg, the dwarf wine agent, and the principal of the Cardell House, a member of the Revolutionary Army. Want to send Toya to Aretusa, thousands of miles away, and let her join the academy. The method fell on these two people. Wealthy area, Severe Hogg's mansion, sunny morning. The dwarf wine merchant was basking in the sun on the recliner in the yard. Almost a month has passed since the demon hunter had eliminated the devil for him. His life seemed to be going well, the dark circles under his eyes almost disappeared, and the waist of the bucket became more expensive. The thick beard and hair were dark and shiny and almost greasy. Roy, I haven't seen you for a while, your life in Edsburg is very moist. As soon as Seville waved, a dwarf maid with a whip and freckles on her face brought a bottle of honey, filled up for the two, and then left quickly. If I'm not mistaken, you are taller and stronger. Although you still don't have a beautiful beard, you have grown a lot of manliness. Have you been nurtured with Mahakam's dwarf spirits every day? Roy, lying on the wicker chair next to him, took a sip of the honey wine. It had a faint sweetness and a soft entrance. He couldn't help but complimented, Mr. Seville is right. The dwarf's wine is naturally not comparable to other crudely adulterated and fake wines. Yes. How are you doing? Have you ever had a nightmare after Shim was eliminated? Thanks to you and Master Resso, Seville laughed openly. The nightmare basically disappeared, and I became an energetic and strong Mahakam squirrel. He turned awkwardly on the wicker chair. With one hand on his hairy chin, he looked at Roy's side, only occasionally in the dead of night, I still remember that my poor brother Aiken still stayed in the barrel soaking. Then the next day I can't eat anymore. The dwarf's hoarse and low voice paused. Don't say intently, when will Aiken's body return to his territory and rest in peace? By the way, Roy, why didn't you see Master Resso today? He went out to work and hasn't come back yet. Roy asked, Mr. Seville, how about I help you solve this trouble? Roy, I heard that right. Seville stroked his thick beard with questioning eyes. You mean someone who unknowingly helped me send the body of Akandi to the revolution? In the hands of the high-level military. That's right. Mr. Seville, Roy had bright eyes and a calm voice. He looked confident, would you like to entrust this to me? Half an hour later, in the wine cellar. A pale male with closed eyes twisted his limbs unnaturally and lay silently on the ground. At the same time, a strong smell of alcohol and a rancid body smell that was so weak that it was almost completely covered by the smell of alcohol rushed into Roy's nose. He couldn't help but his eyes widened, and he stared at the long-known great man, Vernon Ryan, the leader of the Revolutionary Army without blinking. That is, Aiken, the dwarf's good brother. The wise man who never drank but died of fine wine. The male corpse wore a plain gray linen coat like a farmer and coolie, and black tights. His slender limbs, slender figure, pointed ears, hooked nose, melon-shaped lower jaw, and protruding cheekbones indicate that he has a trace of elf blood. Maybe it was too uncomfortable before death, his expression still faintly remained a trace of fear and ferociousness, his hands were limply placed on the sides, as if he wanted to grasp something, but he could not grasp anything. I don't know how long the corpse has been soaked in wine, the skin is covered with wrinkles, and a group of unsightly plaques are occasionally seen between the chest and abdomen. Scenes like this are similar to those of the corpse specimens immersed in formalin in the previous life. No, it's more intuitive, weird, and terrifying. The dwarf wine merchant's eyes were filled with nostalgia, and he unconsciously covered his nose. Roy, now you have moved Aiken out of the barrel according to your request, what are you going to do next? If you want to sneak him out at night, I'm afraid it won't work. I heard that the Revolutionary Army is going to launch a second protest march on the occasion of the new year, but there are still two barons staring outside. Mr. Seville, should I perform a magic trick for you? Roy walked to the corpse, looked at the limbs, pulled over the corpse's trousers, and saw a strange tattoo on the right heel rolled up in a circle. Dense hair. Squirrel tail. He frowned, thoughtfully, but instead of mentioning it to the dwarf, he reached out to touch the corpse, and Vernon Ryan disappeared without a trace. This. The dwarf opened his mouth, his chin about to fall to the ground. Brother Roy, how did you do this? Is it possible that besides the apprenticeship of the Witcher, you are also a hidden warlock? Will cast teleportation magic. Secret, Your Excellency Seville, please allow me to keep this secret. Roy said sincerely. Well, the dwarves respect the secrets of their friends, Seville apologized. Besides, please accept my apology, I shouldn't question you before. You have such a skill, the Baron's dog legs can't even think of it. So the salary is still the same as last time. How about waiting for me to complete the commission? No problem. The dwarf said readily, as long as you do this, you will be my brother of severe hog. I will never treat my brother badly. For Cadale, the experience of the past few days really made her worried. First, to solve the hateful monster who abducted her several children, she suffered serious injuries in her abdomen and kept her aching. Then there was bad news from the Revolutionary Army, and the organization of the Second Protest March was very unsuccessful. The iron blood suppression of the Baron really scared off many speculators who were not firm enough in their will and conviction. So far, no more than 50 people can organize. With such a small number of people, walking on the streets to parade, it is better to say that it is to perform acrobatics. Oh. Cadale sighed. It would be nice if everyone was as worry-free as the new student. She is smart, courageous, and not bad at all. Unfortunately, he is an apprentice of the demon hunter, and he will leave soon. Thinking of this, Cadale returned to the office with a sense of excitement. Could just open the door, and there was a strong smell of alcohol immediately. She frowned and followed the smell of alcohol to the back of the desk. Immediately afterwards, her pupils shrank into a slit, and her eyes showed extreme horror. A male corpse appeared under the desk. The face of the corpse was pale, swollen, and very familiar. Cadale was lost in a moment. The great leader, my spiritual mentor, Vernon, is dead. In the yard downstairs, Roy rubbed the hornbeam next to him with his palm, watched the headmaster enter the room, and quickly went out with a letter full of grief and anger, and he let out a long sigh of relief. I don't want to scare you either. But I only know you, a backbone of the Revolutionary Army, I'm sorry. Just treat it as the meal money owed to me. The principal of Cardell House turned out to be a high-level revolutionary army. The dwarf wine merchant nodded in satisfaction after listening to Roy's report. But no conclusive evidence was found. All in all, Roy, you did this very beautifully. The Baron's dog legs were completely unnoticeable. My dear brother Aiken can be regarded as returning to the place he was thinking about. The dwarf reached out to Roy and said solemnly, I will do what I say. I have promised that the one who solves this trouble is my brother. You don't need to be polite between brothers. Roy, let's talk, what do you want? Money, wine, weapons. Just talk. The dwarf has long noticed that he will accept the commission at this time, and he must ask for something else. I still need some help from my fellow. As long as I am within the scope of my ability, I will definitely help you. Roy did not expect that a commission that had just come to Edsburg and was reluctantly shelved would be effective at this time, but in fact, he did not take much effort, it was only equivalent to sending a courier. Mr. Seville. Don't, Roy, you will just call my name from now on, or you will look down on my brother. Ah, Severe, Roy immediately corrected his address. Although he couldn't imagine how he would call a 70-year-old dwarf brother, but the other party's words should be more polite. Do you have a familiar warlock? Live near Edsburg, preferably a female warlock graduated from Aretusa College. The dwarf stroked his beard and thought for a moment. Sorry, Roy, as far as I know, no spellcaster lives near Edsburg. There is a dark-haired sorcerer on Van Jeborg, but it's too far away. But why did you look for a female warlock, said the dwarf. If you believe me, you might as well tell the truth. Maybe there are other ways to solve the problem. In this city, I'm not bragging, but I'm still a little bit energetic. Roy thought for a while, and found it all right. So he told the story about Toya in the mill outside the city. After hearing this, the dwarf looked very strange. He looked at the other side's eyes as if he was looking at rare animals. Roy, if I remember correctly, You are an apprentice of a witcher, and you will become a witcher in the future. Why do you want to help a countryman? Ugly girl. Struggling to send her to Aretusa. After years of training, they may not remember you. Because you pity her. Severe, don't you think that there is a certain similarity between the demon hunter and the warlock? A miserable childhood, life forced by helplessness, no chance to choose life. Roy said to his heart, I think, she should have a choice. I also hope that one day in the future, when I get to that embarrassment, someone can give me a chance. The dwarf looked slightly moved after hearing it, and suddenly felt that the face of the human teenager in front of him was not as handsome as the dwarf, but it was also pleasing to the eye, and he smiled heartily. Roy, you are such an interesting person. 99% of the demon hunters I know don't care about such nostalgia, but you just got involved. Just say what you said, I will help you. I will send a carriage and a dwarf guard to the child to Sinide Island, as you said, give her a chance to choose her life. As for whether she can enter Aretusa, she has to rely on her own ability and luck. But it will take a few days. The dwarf stood on tiptoe with great effort and grabbed Roy's shoulder. Little brother, the new year is coming soon, and the coachman has the right to have a good year, right? I hope that the group of people in the Revolutionary Army can stop and disappear, and somehow receive the leader's body. I don't know if they will make any other big movements. In fact, in addition to the corpse, I also left a letter to Miss Cardell. Roy said, the threat letter written in the tone of the Sparrow Gang does not expect Cardell to be deceived, but at least it can divert attention and let the Revolutionary Army will no longer blindly demonstrate to the Baron, lest it be used by people with ulterior motives. Chapter 45 Leaving and Returning. November 6, 1260. Roy is wearing a thick khaki cotton coat, sitting on the edge of the roof of the Walls pub, his feet hanging down in the air, and a painting in his hands. There are two smiling faces painted together, Roy, Toya. On the day of November 1st, he secretly took the girl to the big house of the dwarf wine merchant without telling the miller and his wife, and enjoyed a luxurious New Year's meal together. The scene at that time is especially in my mind. The two were full of honey, sang another mess of songs, modeled for the crappy painter, and a group of bearded dwarves walked around the bonfire in the middle of the courtyard, holding hands, and dancing the Mahakam feature in the middle of the night. The melting pot dance. The next day, Toya, who woke up from the first hangover in her life, was sent to the carriage to Aretusa. Roy, when I get there, how should I contact you in the future? Before leaving, the girl leaned out of the carriage window and grabbed his arm. Her small round face was weeping, her eyes squirting. Excitement, anxiety, and nostalgia flashed within. The demon hunter has no place to live. Roy patted the little girl's head and joked, after a few years I have the opportunity, I will visit you in Aretusa, and hope you can perform for me. Perform real magic. That's okay. The girl's voice was naughty for the first time. When I get back to normal, if you don't come, I will go to the world to catch you. Remembering, Roy put the portrait into the space and pinched the silver necklace between his neck. Not long ago, he completely finished the course of Cardale House, and bid farewell to Vivian, Tom, and Cardale. The principal didn't know what to think about, and the Revolutionary Army completely disappeared recently. Perhaps the leader's body scared some of them. Edsburg's New Year was very peaceful, without any parades, demonstrations, or street fighting. The mill room was returned by Roy. He abducted the daughter of the miller and his wife, but did not leave a son for them as punishment for the abuse of their daughter. If two people want to settle accounts with him, then come here as long as they can find it. Work in the market, Roy does not intend to continue. The study of common words has come to an end. He has a vocabulary enough to understand the contents of the demon hunter's notes, and he is ready to concentrate on conquering the above potion formula. He got off the roof and entered the lobby of the tavern. An inexplicable sense of familiarity came to his heart. The new year has passed, but the carnival atmosphere in the pub continues. The bard in pointed leather shoes and striped bodysuit leaning against the wall fiddled with the lute and played a melodious melody. A group of sturdy men on the dance floor, holding a glass of beer with white foam in their hands, catering to the music, wriggling their bodies recklessly. With hops splashing, lights and shadows interlaced, several women with heavy makeup wear corsets, exposing a large area of white skin, carrying a bloated tutu skirt, and occasionally cursing a few irrelevant words in a man's molesting. And then smiled again and stretched out the hooking fingers. In the corner of this hot pub, there was a figure out of place. The four people in front of him had a table full of dozens of glasses of different colors and full of drinks, but he was the only one toasting. Under Reso's bright bald head, a staid face made him look like he was in a claustrophobic room. The burly figure carrying a long sword was like a rock, carrying a coldness that no one would enter. A person drinking boring wine here. Let me accompany you. Amidst the laughter, a moving body was pressed against the man's right arm. Reso glanced at the woman sideways, his familiar smile defrosted his expression a little. Sorry, I'm not interested today, I will take care of your business next time. You are so ruthless. You have become so productive after not seeing you for more than a month. I still remember your strong body. Hee hee, how hard your arm is, relax, leave everything to me. The woman leaned her head on his shoulder with a sweet smile, and suddenly craned her neck. She noticed pieces of blood on the other's leather armor that had dried up for a long time, but still exuding a strange smell. But the demon hunters are like this, and women are not surprised. Looking down further, the ground on the right hand of the demon hunter placed a huge package that was bulging and seemed to be about to split. On the blue surface, there seemed to be a trace of scarlet wetness, so he asked curiously, "What's that?" As he said, he stretched out his hand toward the parcel, but he was firmly controlled by another muscle-knotted arm just halfway through. Woman, control your curiosity, don't ask if you shouldn't. Reso's tone was still flat, but the strange warning in her eyes made the woman feel like a mouse when she saw a cat. Her body trembled, and she got up anxiously. She pursed her lips, and especially unwillingly took a look at the demon hunter. I don't recognize anyone when I put on my pants, don't want me to accompany you next time. Humph. After finishing speaking, he fled into the dance floor and laughed with other men. Reso is also not annoyed, a woman can always only be a passerby in his life, a spice. He suddenly felt something in his heart, and the amber pupils crossed the dance floor, and instantly collided with the sight of the opposite person. Little devil, have we not seen you in a year? Why do you jump so fast? The demon hunter looked at the young man who came by, and stroked his chin with his thick palm. The keen perception told him that a great change had taken place in the child in front of him. From the beginning, the thin body became well-proportioned and full of vitality, and his eyes were black and bright, his face was ruddy, and his spirit was obviously higher than before. It takes half a year to a year of uninterrupted exercise for ordinary people to produce such a huge change in their physical fitness. And the boy in front of him, from leaving K Village to today, it was less than 2 months after he was fully paid. I remember not seeing you for more than 2 years, 1 month and 2 years. Roy sat down beside Reso, took a glass of sweet and sour fruit wine, and took 2 sips. How about, I have lived alone in Edsburg for so long, have I passed your test? You can live a good life alone. The demon hunter nodded. Roy's gaze was projected on the strange package that the woman had noticed before, and the nose twitched like a hound. Leave me for more than a month for this thing. Guess what, what's in it? Reso's eyes showed a test of light. Although you have handled it properly to get rid of most of the peculiar smell. But the irritating smell can't help me. The package contains, the organs of the monster, right? Reso threw the package over. Roy caught the package in a hurry and opened a seam. He shook his arm and almost didn't drop the thing on the ground. The first thing that catches the eye is a big eyeball, the size of a fist, and the surface is treated smooth and dry. You can touch the back of the eyeball with your hand, and you can also feel the slender scarlet-like nerves and capillaries like sandworms. Roy looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. He stuffed his eyeballs in, and carefully took out a yellow velvet beast claw from the package. The bottom of the beast claw was covered with a cat-like elastic cushion. 3 sharp toes protruding from the front end, shaped like hooks, are pitch black in color, and have a hard texture to the touch, and their length is equivalent to an open palm of a human being. Roy can almost imagine how this claw can easily cut through the leather armor of the human body and cut out the internal organs. In addition to the eyeballs and claws, there is an oval heart in the package, a beast skull with a long brown lion's mane and a long beak. Griffin beast. The huge package is filled with the most valuable body tissue of the griffin beast. Roy's lips moved slightly. It took more than a month to hunt down a griffin beast. Is it for me to prepare a prodrug? He was a little touched. This guy actually went to single-handedly challenge the griffin beast. Griffin is a monster such as arrogant, difficult to entangle, quick smell, strong body, and its claws and beak are comparable to steel, yet there are no obvious weaknesses. There is a fatal danger to any witcher. Roy is a little bit regretful, not to mention personal participation. If he can witness the battle up close, it is also a kind of precious experience. Are you hurt? Although the process has twists and turns, the result is perfect. Resso shook his head. Let's go, I will teach you how to break down this pile of materials, and by the way, see if you have been lazy recently. Chapter 46 Potion. The demon hunter booked a room in the tavern first, and after going upstairs to put the luggage away, he processed the Griffin's organization materials a little bit. Then began to inquire about Roy's recent encounters in Edsburg, who focused on the child hunters encountered under the horn trees in Cardell's house. You have good luck. That thing is about the same as the water ghost in terms of combat effectiveness and danger. It is just suitable for newcomers like you to practice. Resso said in a deep voice. It can be easily destroyed. Although it is a bit wasteful to use Dancing Star on it, but if you survive, it is dead, then it is worth the money. Boy, you did a beautiful job at the Cardell house. Resso praised sincerely. He was not referring to Roy's fighting performance under the tree hole, but the process of analyzing doubts and unearthing clues in the whole thing. A demon hunter who can use his brain will live longer than a man who can only use force. Next, Roy showed the yellow cheese-like vomit he accidentally brought out to the demon hunter. The demon hunter analyzed it from various aspects of taste and appearance, and said, hunters are very rare. Among the people I know, Oaks and Sarad hunted one of them more than 50 years ago, but they are very rare. Unfortunately, they did not get enough fresh vomit. He frowned. The specific composition is unknown, but I can feel that after taking it, the flow of magic power in the body is greatly hindered, and even a seal cannot be released. Too little inventory should not have the effect of the original stripping, but it at least has the effect of blocking magic gold. To some extent it can restrain the caster and the monsters that rely on spells. Maybe some warlocks will buy this stuff at a high price. Air. This is your trophy, put it away. The demon hunter handed it back. It's best to put it in an earthen jar and save it. When it's not so fresh, the effect will be greatly reduced. Roy's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he felt regretful for a moment. Why didn't he be ruthless to bring out all the vomit? But he doesn't need to save it in an earthen jar, he has a more perfect way to save it: throw it into the space. The two chatted for a while. The demon hunter took him to find an open space outside the city, and checked his crossbow shooting skills and herbal medicine knowledge. Roy has unlocked the crossbow specialization LV1, and his training every night is never interrupted. Compared with his short training time, he is impeccable in terms of shooting posture, alignment, and reaction speed. The demon hunter is naturally very good. Satisfy. As for the knowledge of herbal medicine, in addition to being engraved into the brain by the magic hunter, and referring to more than 50 kinds of herbs taught along the way, Roy has expanded his knowledge while helping the Crook Tross to run the herbal medicine stall in the market. A lot. Every day, I can come into contact with common plants such as sage, marigold, belladonna, datura, etc., and also see rare herbs such as Biden's flower, blood moss, buckthorn, four-leaf clover. At present, Roy has more than 80 kinds of herbal medicines that control the growth environment, medicinal properties, and appearance characteristics. This also left Resso speechless. His theoretical foundation of herbal medicine is solid enough and should be put into practice. You said that you have spent most of the month studying common words in school. Resso touched his bare head. I didn't think about it well. I forgot your shortcomings in this area. Since you haven't started researching yet. The potion on the note. That's right, I'll teach you step by step. Anyway, the potions and alchemy bombs on your body are all used up. You need to refine some replenishment inventory. By the way, there are also prodrugs of green herbal medicines. This is a troublesome job. You will hit me at that time. Pharmacy is a branch of alchemy. The magical potions, decoctions, sword oils, and alchemy bombs produced by alchemy all require magical harmony, and some of them can only be used by the demon hunter. The products of pharmacy can also be refined and consumed by ordinary people. Virtual alchemy, just collect all the materials and press a button, and the finished product will appear in the bag. But unfortunately, there is no such beauty in the real world. Alchemy is an extremely complex technique, and its branch pharmacy is also not simple. It involves materials, tools, instruments, and techniques. The materials are divided into drug base, main drug, auxiliary drug, neutralizer, and so on. The tools and instruments for refining are more complex, and all these combined together can be called an alchemy platform. Resso spent a day buying some herbs, bottles, and pots of utensils in Edsburg, renting a room, and transforming it into an alchemy room. After Roy entered the alchemy room to visit, he was shocked. How is this different from the kitchen? The first thing that catches the eye is the stove with a human-powered blower in the middle, and a big, eye-catching iron pot stands on the stove. In front of the iron pot, near the waist of the operator, there are mortars, sand bowls, plates, and a gooseneck still placed on a small stove. There is a clock hanging on the uppermost layer on the right-hand side, which is used to record the time when the herbal medicines are boiled. Next to the clock is placed various dried herbal medicines required for refining pharmaceutical agents. On the second layer on the right-hand side is a pestle for pounding the medicine, and the stone mortar in the middle is used to crush the medicine. On the left-hand side, across the drawstring of the blower that can heat the large iron pot in the center, a pot filled with dwarf spirits, water, oil, and other liquids is placed on the top layer. Different medicines are boiled with different liquids as the bottom of the medicine. On the second layer on the left, there are utensils for holding potions and potions. There are several sizes of different sizes. How is this different from what I thought? Roy hesitated and said. Boy, what do you think? Have you seen a different alchemy platform elsewhere? Resso asked in a puzzled way. I just think it's a bit too rudimentary. Does our school just also use this set of alchemy equipment? Roy didn't believe that the alchemy equipment would be so full of country flavor. It feels like a small country workshop producing some contraband. In his impression, alchemy should have something to do with chemistry. At least it should be a little transparent glass test tube, alcohol lamp, iron stand and the like. Are you dissatisfied? A hint of surprise flashed in Lei Sua's eyes, and he couldn't figure out where he came from, but he still patiently explained, the alchemy equipment in the Snake School is indeed more advanced, complete, and beautiful. But you have to know that with limited external conditions, it is not easy to meet the basic requirements of alchemy. If there is an alchemy room that a warlock is willing to lend, it's a different matter. Most of those guys have obsessive-compulsive disorder and require extremely high details of everything, so they often have the most sophisticated alchemy equipment. But this set in front of you is completely enough for you as a beginner. The Witcher suddenly reached out and knocked on Roy's forehead, adding to his tone, now concentrate, I will show you the most basic, simplest a kind of medicine, the refining process of calendula medicine. Roy rubbed his forehead, refreshed, and watched seriously. Resso first took a bag of marigolds and nettles, placed them on the platform on the right-hand side, weighed out a certain amount with a balance, and put them in a stone mortar one by one, mashed and ground the two with a pestle, and took the sample. Pass it to Roy. The degree of grinding is also particular. Not enough fineness will affect the properties of the medicine. Too fine and overcooked can lead to refining failure. As for how to control, under the current crude conditions, we can only judge by experience. After Roy had seen enough, he added a quarter of the water to the central large iron pot, poured in 1 ounce of nettle and 2 ounces of marigolds, and stirred with a spoon. At this time, the liquid became light yellow suspension. Next, he pulled the traction rope of the blower to make the charcoal at the bottom of the pot ignite a flame. At the same time, he glanced at the wall clock and waited quietly. Roy took the opportunity to ask about all the amounts involved before, the amount of nettle and marigolds as the main ingredients, and the amount of potion. The demon hunter explained one by one, and through rhetorical questions, he checked his mastery of the 2 herbs involved in alchemy. A quarter of an hour after the clock, the liquid medicine in the pot has not yet boiled, and a faint fragrance faintly exudes. Resso immediately turned off the flame, holding the handle of the iron pan, and poured the liquid medicine into a translucent snake neck bottle with short fingers. His muscular arm was surprisingly stable, and a drop of liquid medicine did not spill out, as if a muscular man was knitting a sweater. Every stitch and thread are just right. Finally, plug the cork cleanly. The entire refining process, in Roy's view, can be summarized as facing the big iron pot, adding water, adding materials, pulling the blower tow rope, igniting and boiling, and collecting the juice from the pot. He couldn't help but think of a slightly funny idea. If he looked at the entire process from behind the other person, he would probably think that the bald man in front of him was a cook, and he was cooking some wonderful food. Calendula medicament, taken orally and externally, can speed up the healing of trauma and prevent wound infection. The effect is much better than simply applying and swallowing calendula. Resso shook the snake neck bottle and looked very satisfied, as the most basic and the most versatile of the potions, you must master it. After all, your small body can't withstand potions like swallow. This is not so much a potion, as it is a medicinal soup. Roy said in his heart, looking at Resso expectantly, what is the specific effect of this potion? It will be clear when you take a bottle after you are injured. The demon hunter said, if the wound is not that serious, it will probably cut your healing time by half. May I have a try? The demon hunter gave up his position in front of the alchemy platform. Roy rolled up his sleeves, skillfully took out a bag of marigolds and a bag of nettles from the side, came to the alchemy table, and began to copy the process in memory. Take the amount and grind the 2 herbs into powder with a pounding pestle. He thinks that he keeps the refining process in mind, and he doesn't feel the difficulty at all. The problem came as soon as he started. It took him a lot of effort to use the scales to weigh the appropriate amount of medicine, and the speed was much slower than that of the demon hunter. It's hard to get the herbs, so I need to grind them with a pestle. How much is it to grind? Probably, it's thicker than the mill surface. He mashed the herbs, took the time to launch a surprise attack, and glanced at the bald man next to him, wanting to see something. The other party was already prepared, and raised his chin blankly, beckoning him to continue. Ugh. It's useless to feel anxious in my heart. Royzal completely let go of his instincts. 1/4 pot of water, just pour the kettle for 10 seconds. Heat it with a small fire and let the blower blow 3 times. A quarter of an hour later, a small half pot of steaming medicinal soup was boiled, exuding a strong yellow feces and a pungent burnt smell. Roy has a serious face. The medicinal soup that Resso cooked last time is obviously pale yellow and exudes a delicate fragrance. How could the gap be so big? But he was not discouraged at all. It was normal for him to fail during the first refining. He bit his scalp and bottled the pot. During the process, he placed his fingers in the wrong position. After being scalded by the iron pot, the potion splashed out instantly. He didn't see it, and continued to slowly pour the remaining potion into the snake-necked bottle, then covered it with a cork after shaking it slightly, and placed it on the alchemy table in a decent way. This is a calendula potion. Can it reduce inflammation and stop bleeding? Resso took the potion bottle with a blank expression and looked at it carefully, opened it and smelled it. Then, the facial muscles twitched visibly. Little devil, I think the only effect of this bottle of medicine is to moisturize the intestines and relax the bowels. Failed. Continue. Chapter 47 Drinking Pain. Under the dim firelight, a young man with black hair was standing in front of the alchemy platform, his hands flexibly moving back and forth between the herbal bag, the scale, the pestle, the big iron pot, and the blower rope. 2 ounces of dried marigolds in the shade and 1 ounce of nettles are added to the stone mortar. Use 5 minutes of strength to press while stirring, twice a second, and count 1,000. Add 1/4 of the water to the iron pot. Pour the crushed herbs one after another. Boil. The steps are not complicated, but each of his movements seems to be measured with a ruler, precise, concise, and moderate in strength. After 1/4 of an hour, the flame on the stove was extinguished. The young man held the handle of the iron pan, shaking his wrist evenly, and then slowly poured the potion that had not yet boiled into the snake-necked bottle. This time the movement was smooth and rapid, without spilling a drop. Wait until he picked up the pale yellow potion and smelled the fragrance of chrysanthemums. He cautiously handed it to the bald man who was sitting on the side with his arms around his chest. Resso, how about the finished product this time? The big man sniffed it, then dipped a little liquid medicine with his fingertips, put it in his mouth, and closed his eyes for a moment. Roy wiped the dense beads of sweat on his forehead, and clenched his hands tightly together, like a sinner waiting for the judge's trial, and the whole person looked very nervous. Boy, congratulations. Who? The young man let out a long sigh of relief, stretched his arms and turned around in place, and was about to cry with joy. No one knows what kind of life he has been in the past 3 days. Apart from routine training, he started alchemy when he opened his eyes and meditated when he closed his eyes. In his opinion, the technique of alchemy, which is a skill that digs into details, is much more difficult and boring than training for crossbow shooting. Regardless of the previous world or this world, Roy is not very interested in this aspect involving precision instruments. However, Resso, the demon hunter of the snake school, pays much attention to alchemy and is very strict with him. How much he hopes that he will have an instant skill in the future. Well, although the quality of this calendula potion is not as good as most of the works of the country's herbalists, it is effective, said the Witcher. Next, you only need to practice and make hundreds of thousands. With qualified medicines, the standard will naturally improve. By the way, Resso, since calendula potions are more effective than pure herbs for treating trauma, Roy said in his doubts, how about selling it? Will there be sales? Will it make money? The demon hunter shook his head and explained, if you can think of this, other people are not fools. The The low-level civilians will think that the medicine is too expensive and would rather buy some ready-made, cheap herbs by themselves, which are completely enough. The rich don't need it. Calendula Pharmacy, well-known doctors provide outpatient treatment for them. The medical field, no matter which city you are in, involves intricate interest relationships, which are deeply involved, both overtly and secretly. If you dare to peddling potions on the street casually, if you are lucky, you can sell a few. Then you will be reported by someone and caught in jail for a month of rats. Dispel unrealistic thoughts. The most suitable use of the medicine is to keep it for your own use. Roy was a little sorry after hearing this, but he thought that if he was willing to work hard to drill into the camp, he should be able to make money, but that would take a lot of time, so it is better to be a businessman directly. If stored properly, the potion will be valid for nearly 1 month. Resso began to urge again, now continue, make about 5 bottles, and it will be enough for the time being on the road. 3 days later, under the strict supervision of the Witcher, Roy succeeded in refining 5 marigold potions of uneven quality after dozens of attempts, and his progress in alchemy efficiency was extremely slow. In the beginning, it might be successful once out of 10 times, but now it's almost 9 times. The level of Resso is just the opposite. Roy can also understand, after all, he actually spent only a few days in the actual refining of pharmaceutical agents, and naturally he couldn't compare with the 10-year experience of the number of demon hunters. Moreover, alchemy has not yet been introduced, and skills have not been formed in the template. This is probably a long process. Roy's alchemy practice class has come to an end temporarily. The demon hunter began to take over the alchemy platform, personally refining potions, alchemy bombs, and the herb reagent prodrugs prepared for him. He is not idle either, as an assistant in charge of the initial treatment of herbs. 5 ounces of dried Bijima flowers are ground into powder, and 1 ounce of water ghost brain is ground into powder. Remember the precautions I have emphasized. Resso's face is stern, and his mouth keeps spitting out one command after another. The facial features are like stone carvings, and the various light alchemy instruments in the thick palms are smoothly converted. In front of the alchemy platform, the majestic figure from the back formed a sharp contrast with the dexterous fingers. The demon hunter is like a brilliant oil painting master who is creating a wonderful painting. Roy became a puppet, with the clockwork tightened, moving in the narrow and dim alchemy room from morning to night. If you change to an ordinary person, you may be dizzy long ago, but thanks to his spiritual attributes that are beyond ordinary people, he can stay focused for a long time without feeling excessively tired. He personally participated in the whole process before he understood the difference between potion and potion refining. Take the simplest and most commonly used, swallow, by the demon hunter as an example. The materials involved are only white quince and water ghost brain. The steps include drying in the shade, crushing, heating, distilling, reheating. Dozens of steps, each of which is very particular, even if there is a slight mistake or a finger shake. The final product is absolutely defective. A crucial step, after bottling the boiled liquid medicine, the demon hunter holds it with both hands and closes his eyes to do a meditation state. At this time, Roy could faintly feel that there seemed to be some kind of invisible communication between Resso and the potion, involving the level of magic. In fact, this is Resso using the magic power in his body to harmonize the potion, so that the water in the bottle can finally stabilize. Without this link, the potion can only be regarded as a semi-finished product. In the alchemy day and night, Roy almost forgot about the loss of time. When he first started refining the swallow potion, he was still familiar with a few steps. Afterwards, he began to mix sword oil, alchemy bombs, and prodrugs. His eyes were darkened, and his brain became a paste. There are too many processes involved and too complicated. This part of the content is by no means understandable by his current alchemy level. He simply gave up thinking and simply followed the instructions of the demon hunter. Although he only learned one kind of calendula potion, his familiarity with alchemy equipment greatly increased during the busy time when he was an assistant to the demon hunter. These will lay a solid foundation for further learning of alchemy in the future. I don't know how long it has been, 5 days, or a week. After the demon hunter refined 2 bottles of swallows, 2 anti-magic metal bombs, and another pile of potions. Suddenly let Roy leave the alchemy room for free activities, rest and relax for a day. Roy was relieved from the stressful work that was about to suffocate and did not dare to breathe, and his mind became a little more active. Unexpectedly, the next day the demon hunter took out a glass bottle filled with some kind of liquid and placed it in front of him. This is a prodrug specially refined for you. Resso's amber pupils stared at his black eyes, and said slowly, "Long-term drinking will make your body gradually adapt to the toxicity of the potion. It is for drinking herbal medicine. Good foundation." Hearing the word, toxic, Roy's face turned pale. No wonder it will let me relax for a day. Before the death row prisoner is executed, there is also a decapitation meal. Even on the surface, he doesn't care about the danger of the trial of the grass. Out of the nature of self-protection, his heart repels drinking these highly toxic substances. "Don't worry, kid, your current physique is enough to withstand the toxicity of the prodrug," Resso said with a panoramic view of his expression and rarely encouraged him, "except for short-term pain, it will never leave you with any sequelae. This is the conclusion of countless trials. Drink this thing, I will be able to pass the trial of grass in the future." Roy raised the transparent glass bottle to the light, and found that the pre-drug of the trial of grass was not as monochromatic and pure as ordinary potions. Rather, it is filled with dense algae-like, parasite-like green filaments. The overall appearance is turbid and heavy black, and it is thick and thick, which makes people panic. "Everything in the world, how can there be absolute truth?" Resso said truthfully, "I can only tell you that once you get through this slow and painful process, your chances of surviving from the trial of the grass will be greatly increased in the future." "How much pain will it hurt?" Roy took a deep breath and forced his composure. "Do you know that women have children?" "Why do you ask?" According to Wischidi's test records, taking the prodrug is probably as painful as a woman giving birth. Roy was silent, and automatically blocked the phrase, "a woman has a child," in his mind. He began to wonder if he could hold it. 5.8 will, 5.5 physique, higher than ordinary people. Should be no problem. The Viper Academy has not produced any new blood for nearly 20 years. If this trial of grass fails again. Resso's tone gradually lowered, covering his warm and heavy palms on his shoulders, as if it contained some kind of magical power, which made him calm down quickly. "So, I hope you take the courage and drink the prodrug. According to the original plan, the first time you used the prodrug was half a year later." Resso also had doubts in his eyes. "Perhaps you are a bit too precocious, and your physical fitness has reached my standard half a year in advance." Roy certainly knows the reason, and ordinary people don't have attribute points. "Don't carry too much psychological burden, and I will give you 2 more days to prepare." "Can you not drink it?" I'm joking." Roy grinned reluctantly, his face regained a little blood. The matter has come to this point, where there is room for regret, not to mention that this was originally in his plan, and he chose the demon hunter. No matter how painful we are, we have to sustain it. The prodrug can increase the survival rate of the trial of grass. How can we not drink it? No need to wait 2 more days, it's today. Under the care of the demon hunter, Roy took out a potion and shook it gently, but did not take it immediately, but squatted on the ground to meditate, get rid of distracting thoughts, and relax. After half an hour, his energy was fully recovered. He glanced at the clock in the room to record the time, and with a pop, he calmly peeled off the cork, and his eyelids dried up without blinking. In an instant, 3 strong tastes of bitter, fishy, and salty occupied his palate. It's like swallowing oysters, raw pork, fresh herbs with mud, even if the medicine just slips through the lips, teeth, and tongue, and directly enters the esophagus and stomach. The weird smell still persists in the mouth for a long time. His facial features were wrinkled, his fists curled tightly in front of his chest, and his whole body began to tremble involuntarily. The effect of the medicine has just begun. The liquid medicine fermented in the mouth for a while, and then rushed into the brain along the nasal cavity. Roy felt as if he hit a wall head-on, instantly blurred, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. His sitting meditative posture was instantly broken up. Fell to the ground. What's more frightening is that the liquid medicine has a strange chemical reaction in the stomach, releasing a huge amount of heat, and the chest and abdomen become extremely hot, as if there is a stove in the smoke. It must be roasted and scorched, burned to ashes. The body could have allowed him to scratch his fingers desperately on the cold and hard ground, rolling left and right, dissipating the heat, and his closed eyes turned red and tight, as if he was in a nightmare. After another moment, the pain finally reached its extreme. He opened his eyes suddenly, his eyes were bloodshot, and his throat made a terrible hoarse cry. The neck and temples, thick blood vessels bulged and twisted abnormally. The demon hunter squatted beside him. His expression did not change at all, except that there was a faint memory in the amber pupils. "Hold on, kid, the longer you endure, the more painful, the greater the gain." Chapter 48 Assumption and Departure. "Wake up, kid, how do you feel?" In a low and hoarse greeting, Roy opened his swollen eyes with difficulty, looked around with soreness, and found himself lying in the tavern room. It was close to noon, the light outside the window was dazzling, and the surrounding tables, chairs, cabinets, everything was plated with a double image, so that he could not see clearly. He closed his eyes again and shook his dizzy head. After a long time, the phantom overlapped, and the scene before him returned to normal. "Resso, how long have I been in a coma?" He frowned and blocked the light reflected by the bright forehead beside the bed with his hand. "Can you sit in another place and shake my eyes?" The demon hunter shrugged helplessly, moved his to the chair, and handed over a bowl of white water. "You were in a coma for a day and a night, shorter than I expected. This shows that your physical fitness is very good." The tone of the demon hunter was flat, like a doctor's statement to the patient. "I don't feel good, it seems to have died once." Roy greedily drank a bowl of water upright. At last there was a hint of coolness in his body. On the contrary, he thought of the extremely ruined state after drinking the prodrug. It seemed as if a fire was lit in his chest, every blood vessel and every cell was burning, burning with pain, and there were thousands of sharp weapons piercing back and forth in bones and flesh. In short, it looks like someone is using a red-hot knife to cut the meat and deboning. "At that time, you should warn me with a harsher tone." Roy's tone was a little bit of dissatisfaction, and there was a faint shadow and a little bit of fear in his heart. He didn't want to experience that feeling again in his whole life. It was better to die than life. "It is indeed inconsistent with my judgment." The demon hunter narrowed his eyes and barely showed an apologetic expression. "I thought you would be in a coma quickly in that state of extreme pain. In fact, in the past 100 years or so, absolutely most apprentices who took the prodrug did not persist for 5 minutes, 90% of less than 3 minutes, and all lost consciousness. Their pain only lasted for a while, and you. You persisted for 6 minutes." Resso took out a dusty note, turned a few pages, and said solemnly, "There were no symptoms of incontinence, chattering, cramps, vomiting, etc. during the whole process." Roy suddenly felt that his back was chilly, and he was very thankful that he had specially strengthened his physical attributes before. "Why don't you tell me these unexpected situations in advance? Isn't it right now? You've managed to get through it." Resso patted his shoulder and comforted, "Don't worry, kid. Only the first time you take the prodrug will you have such intense pain. Continue to take the pain halved, getting lower and lower, and so on to fully adapt. It will make you frown." "I thought I would take one." Roy swallowed, a trace of fear appeared on his face. Even if it was only half of it, it was painful. "How many more bottles?" "It lasts for 3 months in total, 1 bottle per week, so there are 11 left." Roy took a deep breath and rubbed his sticky cheeks covered with cold sweat. "This is the end of the matter. If you don't continue to drink, wouldn't the previous sin of life than death be in vain? Your willpower and physical fitness are more than 99% of the Snake School apprentice." Resso observed his face next to him. Seeing that the other party did not refute, he secretly relieved and immediately changed the subject. "It may also be due to your younger age. Older, better physical development. Other apprentices started taking prodrugs when they were under 10 years old. And you are not far from the age of 14, right? According to you, old age has the advantage, so why do the demon hunters prefer to train young apprentices?" Roy suppressed his doubts. "The child is a blank piece of paper, full of infinite possibilities. Let the guides describe the future on it." The demon hunter seemed extremely patient at this time. "The child's body is not yet fully developed and can be obtained under the action of herbal medicine. Systematic remodeling. The body of an adult who has finished development has been shaped, and the difficulty of remodeling will be much higher than that of a child. Basically, it will not survive the end of the mutation, and the body will collapse and die first." Reshape, collapse. Roy now truly understands the meaning of the trial of the grass, instead of the simple sentence, 70% death rate, that he read at the beginning. If you can't make it through, your body will collapse. What if you make it through, and then? Can the mutation only be carried out once? Roy said, "If you take the herbal medicine of the snake pie, you can survive it successfully. Can you continue to take the herbal medicine of other schools? For example, the wolf school and the lion school. Eagle school." According to his previous knowledge, the herbal medicine formula of each school is different. After the mutation and reshaping, the strengthening focus is also different. The cat faction wears light leather armor, flexible, supernatural, and the sudden strengthening mainly tends to be agile. Attributes, the wolf faction is more balanced, and each attribute is strengthened. The Griffin seal is powerful, and it is mainly spiritual attributes. The bear faction is wearing heavy armor, two-handed swords, and swallowing more potions in a short time, and the strengthening direction should be biased towards the physique attributes. If someone can survive the trials of many schools of thought, what kind of existence will he become? Theoretically, after going through a trial of green grass, the body's resistance to toxicity will be greatly increased. Will it be easier to do it a second time? Of course, it is more likely. There are some fatal conflicts hidden between different herbal medicines. At present, this is just an idea of Roy. Do you mean to carry out multiple mutations and reshaping? Reso's eyes shot a dangerous light, and he warned very severely, "Boy, why do you have such arrogant and ignorant thoughts? I have lived for decades, and I have never heard of anyone who dares to take two different herbal medicines, even one after the other. There is no such idiot in the world. If there is, it must have become a pile of bones. Okay, kid, you haven't even passed the prodrug phase, don't make unnecessary fantasies." Reso's voice calmed down again, supporting the notebook on his lap. "Now let's talk about it. Do you feel any changes in your body? You usually get a little benefit after taking the prodrug for the first time." Change. Roy temporarily let go of his fantasy and turned his attention to the template. HP, 30/55, poisoned. Directly dropped by 20 points, showing the severe toxicity of the prodrug. In comparison, the toxicity of the cypress stems and dandelion sunflowers he swallowed before is completely negligible. Looking down, he couldn't help but his eyelids twitched. Among all the attributes, the will has changed, 5.86. Has increased by 0.2. After he wants to come and go through the torment that life is better than death, it is normal for his willpower to be tempered. But it is estimated that it will be effective for the first time. Other than that, there is no other change in the template. Could it be because my physique has surpassed that of ordinary people, so I haven't improved? He originally thought it would have a toxicity-related ability. Is it because the prodrug is not taken enough? There is indeed a change. Roy said, "I can feel my mind and will have become firmer and more solid." Okay. A hint of disappointment flashed in Reso's eyes. "It is consistent with the results I just checked. Maybe you are a little older, but it doesn't matter. You won't know the final effect until the first stage is completed." Wait for Roy to recuperate for 2 days, and after his body was completely restored to health, he prepared to leave Edelsburg with the demon hunter. He didn't plan to go to Cadell's house to bid farewell, which only added to the sadness. The dwarf wine merchant suddenly came to his door. With a hearty laugh, he walked towards his face in high spirits, and he could see that his life was quite moisturized. The beard that fell down to his chest was neatly groomed, black and shiny, and his face was so lively that he could no longer see it. Traces of insomnia. His performance is like meeting a long-lost relative, his hairy hands tightly holding Roy and Reso's hands from left to right. "Thanks to the help of the two of you this time, I finally let go of my heart. When I return to Edsburg in the future, I must come to the house to meet, and let me do my best as a landlord." Roy waved his hand indifferently. In fact, the benefits he got from this transportation business were quite substantial. Continued the dwarf. "You and Master Reza are going all the way to the west, and you are about to cross Mahakam. But in recent days, there are strange things in the mountains, and there are elders everywhere. You just go there empty-handed, I'm afraid the road will be blocked. But how can I embarrass my friends and brothers? A personal referral is given. 2 of them can be unimpeded in Mahakam. I still have the face of Severe Hog." Speaking, he blinked at Roy, who took the envelope, but he was slightly apprehensive. "Severe, you have no other purpose, do you?" He always felt that there was a special meaning in the blink of the dwarf. "Where is this? I'm not an ungrateful person. I don't need to intrigue to entertain friends and brothers." Under the dwarf's repeated assurances, Roy settled in his mind and glanced at the content of the letter. "Brothers of Mahakam. The 2 lords who appeared in front of you are from the Viper School, superb and skilled master hunters. They helped me solve my heart problems at Edsburg and became my good friends. Please, brothers, be sure. Give due respect and kindness to let the 2 pass Mahakam along the way. Tribute here. Your brother, Mahakam Squirrel, Severe Hog. 1260, November." Is indeed just an ordinary letter of recommendation, and Roy no longer struggles. Finally, he hesitated to ask the dwarf wine merchant for one thing to help take care of the children and teachers of the Cardell house. The other party also simply agreed. Soon after they packed their luggage, they sat quietly and closed their eyes for a moment. They don't have much luggage. Actually, only a few clothes for Roy, potions and alchemy props, 2 packages are enough. In the past, Ressa walked the world alone, so there was no need for extra clothes. Going in the mud in the wilderness and water, not washing for 10.5 months is sparse and ordinary, waiting for half a month to wash in the tavern to refresh, find a woman to have a good night, and sailors, coachmen, bodyguards, and other low-level men who work hard. What a difference! However, Roy is more exquisite than ordinary people of this era, taking baths often, and preparing for the future. Rather, who was not so particular, was a little uncomfortable. The two exchanged greetings, and they left the gate of Edsburg, and proceeded along the western path towards Mahakam covered in mist. Chapter 49 Blood in the Mountain. In the middle of the night, a bright full moon hangs on the horizon, and the moonlight shines through the gap in the forest, reflecting a frightened face. The bluish-gray stubble on his face crawled over his cheeks, reaching the length of his fingernails. His face was loose and swollen, covered with sweat, and surrounded by heavy dark circles. A pair of eyes were bloodshot, staring like copper bells, as he kept twisting. The neck peeked around. The man's upper body was light yellow linen shirt tightly tied around the waist of his trousers, stained with mud, black slag, coal, and the faded tights were torn apart by the steep branches in the woods, and the knees were torn apart. A big hole, there are still sticky light red traces. Ha. At this moment, he was leaning back against the rough pine tree, his hands propped on his knees and gasping violently. His fingers blackened with coal were shaking unconsciously, and he pulled hard. Pulling the knuckles white by holding the pants, in an attempt to contain the tremor. Boom. 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 Suddenly, a loud sound of footsteps penetrated the dense coniferous forest, shaking the ground under the man slightly, and the slender leaves above his head slid down from the branches to his body. For an instant, he covered his mouth and nose with his hands in horror, and the whole person shrank like a hedgehog, crouching behind the big tree, holding his breath, raising his ears, and quietly listening to the surrounding movement. Each loud vibration seemed to have inserted a knife in the tip of his heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, and the fingers covering his mouth and nose became harder and harder, as if he was about to cover himself to death. He thought of some kind of extreme horror scene, his eyes flickered more and more. Boom, boom, boom. 5 minutes after the second is like a year, a desolate and long sigh resounded throughout the mountain forest, and the sound of huge footsteps finally moved away from the man. Until he could no longer hear the slightest change in his ears, the man collapsed to the ground, his chest undulating violently, like a dried-up fish, almost suffocated. He desperately breathes fresh air. Breathing, sour tears falling from the corners of the eyes. Survived, I survived. Tina, Jim, father will go home tomorrow and take you far away. Waiting for me, waiting for father. He muttered to himself like a devil, and hope and anger gradually ignited in his originally desperate and godless eyes. Quietly. A thick-armed vine swam little by little from the top of the oak tree behind the man, like a poisonous snake preparing to prey, sneaking up to the man's head flexibly. The vine suddenly lifted its abdomen, and the tip lifted off the ground like a snake's head, circling and bending, and made a charged movement. Snapped. With a flutter, the unsuspecting man was hung 10 feet off the ground in an instant, his face flushed, his hands desperately grasped the strangulated vine, his mouth was spitting blood, his feet twitched like a volley. Right. However, all was to no avail. He was lifted into the air and moved a certain distance back. There was a flower in front of him, passing patches of emerald green moss, growing in the air, on 2 legs that were as strong as tree trunks. His body suddenly loosened. He was like a punctured balloon. A few rough branches pierced into his body. Accompanied by the strange sound of snoring and snoring, a stream of warm liquid spilled out like a fountain. Took away his life. The man's sweaty cheeks lost all their blood in a blink of an eye, and finally moved his lips reluctantly, and stopped breathing with a kick of his legs. A pale corpse was broken in by the densely interlaced branches and stuck in midair 10 years, 3 meters, above the ground. In the moonlight, a few intestines slipped playfully from the abdomen, swaying gently in the dense forest with the cold night wind. Splashes of blood were spilled, absorbed by the greed of the earth, and a sigh of contentment suddenly sounded in the deep night. Ha! Roy took a deep breath, sweating profusely, climbing up his body, smoothing the wrinkled clothes, and patted the broken leaves and grass stems. Have a nightmare. The demon hunter sprinkled a few smudges of dirt into the Mars-burning campfire, completely extinguished it, and handed over a passionate roasted rabbit leg. It just feels like being caught by someone's neck and unable to breathe. The young man grabbed the barbecue and took a vicious bite, wiped off the grease from the corner of his mouth, and comforted himself, "It should be the cold weather, and my body is sounding an alarm. But this is the first dream since I replaced most of my sleep with meditation." Roy frowned. "It's still a nightmare. Fate is impermanent, and sometimes it will give people a warning in dreams. This is not a good sign. Hurry up and finish eating, kid." The demon hunter glanced at the towering snow mountain not far away. "We have to speed up and turn over Mahakan. I hope there are no complications." The two walked for another long time, crossing the western path to the foot of Mahakam Mountain. At this time, looking up, the top of the mountain has been completely hidden in the clouds, frost and snow, and disappeared. Before my eyes, the wind of late autumn caused rows of tall pine trees to bend their waists, the ring-shaped branches swayed gently, and occasionally pine nuts fell to the ground. There was a little boy wearing a blue cotton-padded jacket, walking through the forest like a bunny. Roy and the two were about to ask for directions. Suddenly a sturdy peasant woman rushed out of the forest, holding the child, turned her head and feet up, and gave him a violent butt. Running around, not being obedient, being taken and eaten by the demon, "It's better to kill you little now." Woo, wow. Looking at this farce, Roy and the demon hunter were a little bit dumbfounded. "This lady, is the road leading to Mahakam ahead? Who are you? I haven't seen you around here." The peasant woman squinted at the two of them when she heard the words. Seeing that they were completely unfamiliar faces, she nervously guarded the crying boy in her arms, as if there was a scourge in front of her. "Auntie, we are not human traffickers. What are you afraid of?" Roy gave a gentle smile and twitched the corners of his mouth. His appearance is unremarkable, and he was still quite popular with women and children when he was in the Cadell house, so he wouldn't scare them, right? The peasant woman didn't speak. She glanced at the tall bald demon hunter behind him in fear. Roy also looked back at Resso, his face in a daze, and muttered a few words in a low voice. "Poker face, weird pupils, and ice-like temperament, looks quite bluffing." He turned around again and explained, "Auntie, have you ever heard of a demon hunter? If the demon hunter is not more vicious, how can you stop the monster? Don't worry, we will ask for directions and leave as soon as we get the answer." "Are you a demon hunter?" The woman looked suspiciously at the two of them. Suddenly she picked up the child and ran away. She looked back while she was running. She kicked a stone on the way, staggered under her feet and almost didn't fall, but embraced. The children of Wow 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 are even happier. "Don't run." The two looked at each other, feeling a little puzzled in their hearts. They slowly followed her behind. Through the pine forest, a small village came into view in the white smoke. Under the wooden sign marked Spencel, a rosacea man with a felt hat led 5 or 6 honest village women at the entrance of the village. Several half-old boys and girls hid behind the women, revealing bright black eyes looked at them shyly and curiously. The man with rosacea glanced covertly at the snake-like pendant on the demon hunter's chest, rubbed his hands and squeezed out a false smile on his face, and said enthusiastically, "If you two don't dislike it, you can eat in the village. I want to ask you. Please come with us." Chapter 50 The Dead Miner. Spawn Sor, located at the foot of Mahakam Mountain, all residents add up to no more than 200 households. Most of the young adults did not engage in farming-related occupations, and instead joined the mountain mines run by the dwarves as workers. This has lasted for more than 50 years for generations. The buildings in the village are not like the civil structures in ordinary villages, but are made of a variety of rich mineral stones, which are more robust and beautiful. Roy sat on the carpet of the village chief's house, drank a bowl of stewed vegetable soup, and touched his smooth chin. The business of the demon hunter is too good. Just after leaving Edsburg, someone came to the door before he could catch his breath. "Mr. Casselai, according to your statement, there have been 4 consecutive murders in the village in the past 3 months." The rosacea man who smiled on the side nodded gravely. 3 young guys who have not yet been married, have been dead for a while. The most recent deceased, Brady, was found dead a few days ago. He left 2 of them. A child, a widow, will have to rely on the village to help her live in the future. He sighed with emotion. Since the establishment of Sponsel, there has not been such a horrible murder in more than 20 years. The village has been panicked. Everyone says that it is the ghosts in the mountains. Everyone is afraid of it, even if it will be their turn. My family. Please too help us catch the real murderer, and the remuneration is easy to discuss. The demon hunter waved his hand. I'm not in a hurry to get paid. First, I need to know more information. Why are there almost all old and weak women and children in the village just now when I entered the village? Where are the men going? Cassidy pointed to the sun outside the window. At this point, everyone is still working in the mine in the mountains. There are 4 or 5 hours before get off work. With such a big thing happening in the village, the mother-in-law and children who don't stay at home to look after themselves are still thinking about working. Roy was surprised. Men are not afraid of family trouble. The village head touched his huge nose and smiled helplessly. No way. I have communicated with the adults in the mountains about the situation you said. They have slightly reduced the daily working hours of the villagers, and everyone can get home before the night falls. And they promised to catch the murderer. But after all, I'm not a professional. 3 months have passed, and the arrest of the murderer still hasn't made any progress. Now, it seems that monsters must be resolved by the demon hunter. Speaking, he looked forward to it, and looked at Resso with some caution. The adults in the mountains. Roy tasted this sentence, quite strange. As far as he knows, in the current social background, ancient races such as dwarves and elves are in an absolutely disadvantaged position compared to humans, but in Mahakam, the positions of the two seem to be reversed. Humans work in the mines of dwarves and call dwarves adults. He could feel the awe from the heart when the village chief Cassidy mentioned the dwarves. Is Mahakam's great elder Brovilhog a tyrant? On the other side, Resso continued with the village chief's words, and asked without any muddle, now we get to the topic, we need to understand the general situation of these 4 deaths. For example, the cause of death. Cassidy said angrily, as the mayor of Sponsel, I rushed to the scene at the first time and saw their deaths clearly, and I will never forget them in my life. The demons are a group of cruel beasts. The men said all the results of his observations. The witch hunter and Roy were lost in thought. Dead in the mountains and forests, all cut off the abdomen, high branches facing the earth, the corpse was pecked by birds, beasts bite. The demon hunter lost a look at his partner. Roy understood his meaning in a tacit understanding, and said his own judgment. According to your statement, I am almost certain that they were definitely not killed by demons, as the villagers said. I'm telling you clearly, under normal circumstances, demons don't run around and hurt people at will. They hate open mountains and forests, and prefer to entangled in dark and narrow places such as tombs. The situation you describe is like some kind of ancient sacrifice. More clues. We need to inspect the dead body by ourselves. Roy looked at the village chief with piercing eyes, who was taken aback for a moment before he came back to his senses. It wasn't made by a demon, what was it? He apologized, I'm afraid it won't work to examine the corpse. For fear that the boys will be infected by the demon, become dirty, the village burns their corpses, even though it is a bit like doing this. Desecrate the dead, but there is no way, this is for more people alive. Roy was speechless, feeling a little strange. After a while, he said with a complex face. Who told you that ghosts can infect people? This thing is not a virus or plague, how can it be contagious? You burned all the corpses, and the investigation is difficult to continue. Cassidy was said to have lost his face. Who told you in the first place that everything was a ghost? The adults in the mountains. Roy thoughtfully. Resso clapped his hands and stood up. Ordinary people don't know about monsters, and you don't have to blame you little devil. Then, Chief Cassidy, you take us around the village and collect clues by the way. Then this commission. We need to learn more before deciding whether to take over. When the two went out of the village chief's gate, a group of village women and children who were paying close attention to the situation immediately looked away like frightened rabbits, pretending to be busy awkwardly and in panic. Is this case very troublesome, Resso? Even you dare not take it? Roy noticed the serious attitude of the demon hunter, and obviously felt that this commission might be tricky. Boy, I didn't tell you not to intervene in commissions outside the scope of your ability, especially those like you who just learned a little bit of fur and carelessly. The demon hunter emphasized in a deep voice. First figure out which level your opponent is at, otherwise, you may not even know how you died. The two were led by the village chief to the latest death of Brady's house. A plainly dressed woman with a flushed face was waiting at the door early. After identifying the woman, the Witcher asked directly. Did your husband behave normally during the recent period? Are there any strange behaviors or special orders? The woman thought for a moment with sorrow in her eyes, and shook her head dumbly. Then how popular is your husband in the village? Brady's reputation has always been very good. No matter who has something to do with him, he will definitely rush to help. Besides working in the mine, Brady is also good at hunting. Every time he returns to the village, he will give everyone a point. Village Chief Kasselai added, I can testify about this. Her husband is well known in the village. The 3 dead boys were young and quarreled with certain villagers, but Brady had a mild temper and never quarreled with others, is the guy everyone praises. Hearing this, the village woman seemed to think of her husband's benefits again, and immediately hid her face and wept. Woo. Brady stayed in the mine for half a month and didn't go home. Unexpectedly, the last time was a farewell. I didn't even save his body. In the sound of crying, 2 fleshy little guys suddenly rushed out of the door behind her. The little guy rushed over and hugged the woman's thigh tightly, his mouth slumped and followed her to cry. Well, poor Tina and Jim, they lost their father when they were only 5 years old this year. How will they live in the future? The village chief couldn't help but stretched out his hand and gently stroked the boy's hair. The latter suddenly raised his face, wiped away tears with his dirty hands, stared at Roy with misty eyes, and said, You, did you catch the murderer? The mother and daughter at the same time also cast their eyes on them. Roy glanced at the demon hunter, who could not see any change on his face. He could only take a deep breath in the throbbing of his heart under the air pressure, and no longer look at the little tabby cat-like face. The village chief, go to other deceased's homes. The villagers often do not go home for 10 days and a half in the mountains. Only Brady is so desperate. He wants to save some money to send Jim to Edsburg school. This way. The next visit was without any accident. The remaining 3 young deceased had a simple interpersonal relationship. Even if they had a little trouble with the villagers on weekdays, they would not be able to reach them at all. The demon hunter didn't even use the Xian Fein. Roy also has a strong feeling that the murderer should not be a human being. Then take us to the nearest crime scene. Chapter 51 Driven Beast. Brady's death place was only 2 miles away from Sponsel. The 3 of them walked along the village path for half an hour and saw a dense and exuberant pine forest from a distance. Most of the trees have gone through hundreds of years, and the height is more than 40 late. Looking up, the wide and dense umbrella-shaped branches and leaves are gathered together, lush and shade the sun. The ground under the feet is covered with a thick layer of litter, the smell of soil and plant residues fermented in the mouth and nose, and from time to time a small animal peeked out in the pine forest to take a look, and then fled into the woods in panic. Place 2. The murder scene is in front, and there are still dried blood stains. I believe you can recognize it at a glance. I will wait here and will not be accompanied. According to the village chief, Kasselai, the place where people died is unlucky and will bring bad luck to people. He has been to the scene once before, and this time he really doesn't want to come close. The 2 did not force it. A long distance away, at the edge of the woods, among the rows of pine trees, there are a few particularly long branches that curve inward abruptly, forming a spire more than 1 person tall, and underneath them are covered. The floor of the fallen leaves was stained reddish-brown, and on the scattered pieces of meat and bones, piles of flies were flying. Fortunately, there was no rain in these 3 days, and the traces of the murder scene were preserved. The 2 moved closer to the scene, and the ground was messy with human footprints, which should have been left by the villagers. In addition, there was a faint fishy smell in the nearby air. Furthermore, a buzzing moan suddenly sounded in the quiet woods. Roy was taken aback, and his body shook violently. He arched his back like a frightened cat and moved a few steps behind the demon hunter. This is not his counseling, this is just a strategic retreat. Obviously there is a tall man in the front, so don't let your own small body be overpowered. Relax, kid. Resso's right hand stroked the snake pie pendant on his chest lightly, stopping its vibration. The fluctuation of the magic power is too slight. This is not a monster attack, just the resonance of the residual energy on the spot. He closed his eyes and felt it. Even though 3 days have passed, I can still feel the faint elemental fluctuations. Sure enough, the murderer is not an ordinary human. Roy squatted down, stretched out his palm and touched the contact point of the pile of spire-shaped branches with the ground, and exhaled the sand from his fingers. This pile of branches was not produced naturally or piled up by people, but caused by supernatural magic. I can imagine the scene: completely unguarded Brady, being inserted into the body and topped by branches suddenly rising from the ground. Half empty and broken. Then this is the first scene of Brady's death. I can't imagine anyone who would take great pains to use destructive spells on a corpse. Roy has no doubt about the words of the demon hunter. he made a new discovery after walking around in the first scene. There are some strange scratches on this pine tree. After observing, the Witcher indulged for a moment, and threw him an approving look. This is the trace of the vine drag. The murderer used the vine to rein in Brady, lifted off the ground, and then gave him a fatal blow. In a nearby vegetation, the two found a truncated vine. Control the vines. Use ground thorn spells. A certain monster flashed through Roy's mind, and he had a general guess in his mind. At this moment, the demon hunter squatted down and picked up a piece of fishy smell without being too dirty. Roy's nose twitched slightly. Rotten flesh and blood, and the excrement of birds and beasts. To be more precise, it contains the feces of birds and wolves, and dried urine. But the amount is very abnormal. In addition to the reddish-brown of blood, the mottled ground is also covered with sticky and dry dung masses. Resso continued to analyze and said, "It is impossible for a corpse to attract so many beasts. The location where the corpse was found is on the edge of the forest. The territory of the wolves is logically located in the hinterland of the forest. They have to walk some distance in. This is not their hunting ground." Roy thought for a while. So, that group of beasts deliberately left the ground filthy. The demon hunter nodded and said, 9 to all, this is using animal excrement to cover up and destroy the evidence left by the murderer. And they have achieved their goal. The murderer's footprint and smell are completely confused. The demon hunter rubbed his nose. At least I can't tell. Tracking. Roy appeared in a daze. It means that the murderer can still manipulate wild animals. He summarized the information collected at the moment. Able to manipulate vines, use ground thorn spells, drive wild animals, and live in mountains and forests. The image of a tall monster became clear in his mind. If the murderer is that kind of thing, Sponsel's commission is indeed very hot. But he is faintly excited. Hunting it in the monster's base camp is bound to be an extremely difficult challenge. If you are still such a weak person on your own, you must be able to escape as far as possible. But with Resso's main combat power around him, everything is possible. Naturally, Resso couldn't perceive the thoughts in his heart, and he was still indulging in his own rhythm. Don't you think it's weird, kid, if you only target ordinary people, the murderer doesn't need to take these cleanup measures. Ordinary humans and dwarves can hardly find these clues. Roy was surprised. So all these arrangements are aimed at a special group, the demon hunter. The demon hunter nodded and said solemnly, it has only migrated to the nearby mountains and forests in recent months, committed 4 cases, and is obviously aware that its actions will attract professionals. This is quite cunning and rich in wealth. The powerful old guy against experience. The last sentence added to the tone, and he made no secret of his fear. Roy heard this, breathing faster. So far, the most powerful guy he has faced directly is still the Grave Witch. A tomb witch that is vulnerable to a single blow by the demon hunter is worth 100 experience, so the monsters that make the demon hunter so jealous now can provide more experience points. Currently LV3, 5/1500, if there is a chance, he certainly does not want to miss it. Boy, why are you excited? Shouldn't you be afraid? The target is obviously a monster that is far beyond your ability. Resso patted the fowl in his palm and stood up. So sorry, you are so excited. It's a game. I don't plan to accept this commission. Roy sighed inwardly. He had a foreboding that a prudent person like Resso would not necessarily take over this matter. How can I explain to the people at Sponsel? He could think of the disappointed expressions of those women and children, a little bit unbearable. Explanation. Remember, we neither confiscated the reward nor made a promise. We don't owe them anything. Could it be that you have to fight with that thing because you sympathize with them? The demon hunter attacked coldly and ruthlessly. When you are so weak, you are not qualified to sympathize with others. Roy's lips moved. He didn't expect the bald man's mouth to be quite poisonous, but he didn't refute it. When the strength is weak, you should develop steadily, and speaking hard will not help. The sharp gaze of the demon hunter turned to the front, and there was a black raven on the weird branches. It stands on the branch with its wings spread, and its long beak is like a hook, and its black eyes carry a trace of anthropomorphic cruelty and cunning. Dumb. The gaze of the two seemed to start it. A red light flashed in the raven's eyes, and it fluttered to the forest. Resso whispered to himself, the loyal servant is rushing to inform its master. Swish. A crossbow arrow crossed the sky, and the raven's body trembled suddenly, and it fell to the ground like a broken kite, losing its vitality. Boy, who made you shoot it? Sorry. It seems that I understood what you mean wrong. Roy shrugged and said helplessly, correct next time. Chapter 52 Dwarf Watch. After inspecting the scene, the two of them directly bid farewell to Sponsal village chief Kasselai, who was flushed with anxiety. Having finally hoped for the stars, the moon, and the demon hunters, just let them go. What else will the village do in the future? Master Resso, didn't we say something first? If you are really embarrassed, I am willing to increase the price. The Witcher put his arms around his chest and retorted unceremoniously. You think about it again. I clearly said that I will make a decision after the site survey. Now I have decided to reject this commission. It's not just a price tag. No matter how much money you make, you can't spend it. Demon hunters chasing and killing monsters is a business. Pay attention to basic trading principles. You have the right to make an order, and we also have the right to refuse. Don't the two of you have any sympathy? Tina and Jim, and the widow, the family of the young deceased, how pitiful. Kasselai wrinkled and pleaded, can't you help them and catch the murderer? Unfortunately, he couldn't see a trace of pity on the icy face of the Witcher, so he begged to fade away. A trace of resentment appeared in his eyes, and his attitude immediately became extremely bad. Sure enough, as the rumors say, witch hunters are cold-blooded animals and do not have human emotions. Go away, don't come to Spontal again, you are not welcome here. Resso was indifferent to his irony. And Roy is also not the first time to encounter such a bad thing. The last time was K Village. After the villagers got rid of the threat of the grave witch, they turned around and started chewing their tongues. The second time it was the one in front of me. The scolding was so ugly. If it's a grumpy cat-sent demon hunter, maybe just jump up and kill this group of civilians. Roy shook his head, the last trace of sympathy and apology in his heart disappeared. He began to understand why most demon hunters always have a poker face. When this happens too many times, he is numb. The two ignored the resentful eyes of the village chief, and turned and walked towards the mountain road of Mahakam. Resso, if I were as good as you, would you still refuse this commission? Don't think too much, kid. You will have a chance to fight with it in the future, now you can honestly prepare for the trial of the grass. The demon hunter said, by the way, you just shot that guy's messenger, pray well, pray that it will not take the initiative to seek revenge. But after leaving Sponsal, they were not attacked along the way. Not long afterwards, I officially embarked on the mountain trail leading to the depths of Mahakam. Both sides of this road are steep rock walls that are invisible at first, and the road is made of stone slabs. The two walked for about an hour, and their vision suddenly widened, and there was a faint voice. What you see is 2 rows of huge barricades made of pointed logs. The barricades block the road to the interior of the forest. Behind the barricades, a dwarf wearing silver chain mail and a black heavy hammer is working with 2 heavily armed companions. To chat with. Another dwarf crossbowman scanned the tall wooden guard tower vigilantly. The crossbow in his hand was larger and heavier than Gabriel, who was hiding in the space by Roy. The difference between the two is like the difference between a model and an entity. Roy looked slightly hot, and just about to open his mouth, the dwarf on the sentry spotted them. Outsiders, Mahakam is not where you should come, leave. While talking, the dwarf crossbowman on the sentry tower quietly aimed at them. The lazy hammer guard was startled by the call, and his savage face pushed the heavy hammer to his side. Mahakam doesn't, strangers are not welcome, but to go to Eland, detour from Livia and Upper Sorden in the south. The talking dwarf, the heavy hammer in his hand is longer than his body, the hammer head is bigger than its head, and the 5 short stature carrying such a weapon makes him look quite funny. In fact, the powerful inertia of the heavy hammer allows it to easily crush human bones and smash body tissues into flesh. This is the troublesome passage that Seville said. No outsiders are allowed to pass at all. Roy's heart shuddered. If the dwarves were to follow the Livia detour, the distance between the two would at least double. The demon hunter behind him gave him a look that he understood, as if he gave him the work of negotiation. The demon hunter seems to understand that his vicious looks and temperament are not suitable for diplomacy. Roy finished the draft, stepped forward and said as calmly as possible, a few dwarf brothers. Who's your brother Day? The guard with a big tongue cut him off with saliva, go back. He forced a step forward, and the braid on his chest swung to this side. A strange smell of alcohol and sweat wafted far away. Roy couldn't help taking a step back. This warrior, we are not enemies, I have Seville. In the middle of speaking, Roy's eyelids suddenly twitched, and his keen perception made a warning sign in his heart. but his body couldn't keep up with the reaction at all, unable to make any movements. The next second, a bright arrow hit the slate at his foot, and bounced back to the rock wall, giving a strong warning. Roy's muscles tensed spontaneously and involuntarily took a step back again. The demon hunter next to him moved more quickly. The 5 fingers of his right hand quickly outlined an inverted triangle seal in front of him, and a protective shield that kept flowing yellow light enveloped him. After putting on the Kunin seal, the Witcher had no scruples and pulled out the white bright steel sword from the scabbard behind, holding the hilt with both hands on the side of his face. The tip of the sword pointed to the position of the dwarf's throat, and the posture of the body and the sword. It looks like a bison with sharp horns. The atmosphere was momentarily tense and depressed. A group of people in the court heard heavy breathing. What a pile of smelly and hard stones. Roy spreads out his hands and backs away. Resso, don't be impulsive, let's take a few steps back. He had seen this butcher's ruthless side with his own eyes. He could endure the low-threatening civilians, but to those who dared to show his weapons face to face. The revolutionary army that did this last time, the grass on the grave has grown to 3 chi high. They have a horrible attitude, but they are not guilty of killing them, right? What's more, this is the place of the dwarves. How can they pass Mahakam smoothly by killing them all? The demon hunter pondered for a moment. His amber eyes were full of murderous intent, and he swept the dwarves one by one, and suddenly pressed down the steel sword in his hand. Everyone in the audience felt that there was a flower in front of them, and that long steel sword actually cut tofu into it. The flagstone pavement. This time, the 4 dwarves were surprised. Quick, quick, rewind. The big-tongued dwarf involuntarily put down the heavy hammer, and said sickly. Then he turned to look at his stiff-faced companion, and several people looked at each other, like a punctured balloon, without the initial swelling momentum. Roy seized this opportunity and quickly took out the envelope and said loudly, "We are friends of your Excellency Severe Hog. This letter is written by him, please have a look." After hearing these words, the dwarves breathed a sigh of relief as if they had received a pardon. The wood-faced demon hunter brought great psychological pressure to them. "You, come here, stop with your bald head. Don't move." A few seconds later, the dwarf with big tongue stretched out carrot-thin fingers and took the envelope smoothly. Stared at a pair of bull's eyes for a moment, then his head was slapped, and he blew his nose and turned around. "Idiot. How literate are you?" Sorry to make the 2 laugh. Although the dwarves are an excellent race, they sometimes give birth to a few mentally handicapped children. The dwarf crossbowman did not know when to climb down from the guard tower, and no matter how the big-tongued dwarf glared at him, he snatched the envelope and started to read. "Well, this is Master Seville's handwriting and seal, yes." The crossbowman nodded and handed the envelope back. The hostility on his face disappeared, but when he looked at the demon hunter, his eyes were still a little hairy. What happened just now was a misunderstanding. Reagan and the 3 brothers were reckless. "Please forgive us for our recklessness." As he said, he seemed to have completely forgotten his previous hostility, and bowed deeply to the 2 of them regardless of his face. A few other dwarves also rushed to pay courtesy to apologize. "It's okay, I've heard about your straight tempers. It's your dedication and noble character that opened my eyes." Roy complimented, and in the slightly complacent eyes of the dwarves, he stretched his hand into his clothes. He digs out, and then slams a cork off with a lie sound. A bottle of wine with a strong aroma appeared in front of the dwarves. For a moment, they stretched their necks and swallowed wildly like cats smelling fish. "The clothes are so small, where did you take it out from?" The stuttering dwarf pinched his beard and widened his eyes in confusion. "Your question is not important. This bottle of wine was presented to us by Lord Seville to enjoy on the way. The 50-year-old Mahakan spirit is not inferior to the dwarf spirit." Roy glanced at his companion. The demon hunter put his hands around his chest and looked good at the show, and didn't stop him. He continued, "But now I want to share with a few of you, just make friends, I wonder what you think." "Well, Master Seville's friends are all of our Mahakam dwarves' friends. It's normal to enjoy wine with friends. It's a pity that we have our responsibility, but now it's not convenient to sip with you." With a crossbow on his back, that name the dwarf named Reagan Dahlberg declined his kindness. Roy shook the bottle in one hand to make the aroma of the wine diffuse faster, and looked at the 4 dwarves from head to toe. "I heard that the dwarves are all masters of drinking. The 4 appearances are extraordinary, and they must have a matching amount of alcohol. A small bottle of Mahakam is not enough to fill the teeth, How can it affect the daily work of several? Of course. The dwarf with the big tongue nodded heavily when he heard the sound, and couldn't agree more. The two dwarves with big axes around him were also obviously moved. And the crossbowman is still hesitant. Roy withdrew his hand when he saw the situation. If the four insist on rejecting, I will not force it. I will leave this bottle of wine on the road and let me enjoy it alone. Hold on. The crossbowman finally couldn't hold back the alcohol bug that was about to move. The big black-haired hand held him back and took the bottle back. Brother Roy is right. Such a little drink will not delay the work of our guards. Half an hour later, the guards paid the price for their underestimation. The four bearded dwarves were poured into the Mohawken spirits and fell asleep after lying on the roadblock. After careful adjustment by the Witcher apprentice, they are paired in pairs, and they are put in an intimate posture of mouth-to-mouth hug. Roy couldn't put it down to play with the crossbow. A small finger, a pair of exquisite crossbow body, and bowstrings are made of high-quality materials. In the hand, heavy and full of texture. On the body of the crossbow, a row of clear texts can be seen. To my dear brother, Regan Dahlberg. Roy is beaming. He has always wanted to replace Gabriel. This time he finally got his wish. The perfect killer requires a finger to control. Brother Regan, this weapon can be used as the cost of wine. When I turn over Mohawken, survive the trial of the grass, I will come back to you for a drink when I have a chance. It is absolutely in line with the principle of fair trade for the demon hunter. Do you think it is, Resso? Roy suddenly felt that the depressed energy that had been spurned by the mayor of Sponsel had completely disappeared. The path of hunting monsters is full of hardships, and occasionally I have to have some fun for myself. Resso shook his head and continued to climb along the mountain road. Chapter 53 Carbon Mountain. Mohawken, the hometown of dwarves, Carbon Mountain, a miraculous fortress in the deep valley. Daylight lights up its dome, clouds and snow caress its windows, steel and flames cast its walls, honey wine and pine oil flow in the air. Why is it so unlucky? The murderer who manipulates the beast didn't wait, but instead waited for a team of heavily armed dwarf guards. Roy and Resso, who left the dwarf guard post, were caught by the ubiquitous dwarves before they could go far. This time waiting for them are hordes of dwarf crossbowmen. The sheer number advantage makes them unable to resist. Moreover, Severe Hog's envelope did not work, or it was the letter that was counterproductive. Roy could only sigh, as the dwarves walked for more than 2 hours into the unknown depths of the mountains. As they walked, the temperature dropped rapidly, the branches of the trees were covered with frost and snow, and the pine trees were covered with silver. Pack. After that, a valley surrounded by mountains appeared in front of them, and the crowd went back and forth on the huge open space. In the valley, behind the square, the buildings located were the destination of their trip. Carbon Mountain. Master Demon Hunter, please allow me to introduce to you solemnly the capital of Mohawken, the fortress of dwarves, the sanctuary of ancient races, and Carbon Mountain appear in front of the two. Roy stood in front of this magnificent behemoth, his mind shaken for a long time, and he couldn't help himself. Carbon Mountain is deeply embedded in the rock wall in the valley. It consists of a main cauldron, 16 small subforts, and countless towers. The main body of the exterior wall of the building is gray-white. Except for the concrete main frame, the exterior wall of the fortress is plated with a dark steel shell with a height of more than 100 times, full of a rough and indestructible taste. Looking from a distance, it is like a beast lurking in the dark. When it wakes up, it will shake the mountain. Roy does not remember such a fortress belonging to the dwarves, but it does exist. Looking up, through the cracks in the fortress, on the surrounding mountain walls, hundreds of cave dwellings were artificially excavated, and countless dwarves entered and exited at the entrance of the cave. Like an orderly worker ant, it continuously supplies nutrients and supplies to Carbon Mountain. It's a worthwhile trip to see this scene. Severe Hog, you can leave us alone for the time being. That letter was a pass and a letter of recommendation. The two escaped the first wave of a few confused guards, but eventually couldn't escape the dwarves all over Mohawken. Because of the strong appreciation in the wine merchant's letter, the two were graciously invited. Visit Carbon Mountain and solve the problems of dwarves by the way. There was also a wave of waves on the face of the Witcher. Obviously, in his long life, he rarely saw such a magnificent building. Behind the demon hunter, there are still dozens of dwarves holding bows and crossbows aiming at their buttocks. The demon hunter is superb, but he can only be shot into a hedgehog in the face of countless crossbows. And on both sides of the Carbon Mountain gate, there are also several deterrent siege machines. not necessarily just a display. 2. I hope you can understand our inferior offense. The talking dwarf young man is the great elder of the dwarf tribe who rules Carbon Mountain, and the nephew of Brovel Hog, Kelvin Hog. Is also the commander of more than 30 dwarf crossbowmen, responsible for the security of part of the Tanshan mine. The blue-gray armor was slightly stained with ice and snow, but it was still white, but his natural frost-colored hair, and the white hair and beard made him look much older than his actual age. His face is fortitude, and his words carry a sense of superiority rarely seen in dwarves, and a hint of arrogance. The beard hanging down to the chest is not braided like most dwarves, but a silver-gray hairband is tied at the lower end. Gives him a kind of unrestrained, or rebellious temperament. Roy noticed sensitively that Kelvin conveyed animosity as soon as he saw him. I don't know if it is aimed at the human race or just against him. You two, please follow me. Inside the fortress. A scorching wind blows through a door full of steel thorns. Roy only felt that he had entered the hot summer from the ice and snow, and sweat suddenly seeped from his pores. Then his pupils contracted. Stills, stirrups, hundreds of bare-chested dwarves put on messy blacksmith aprons, occupying both sides of the hall on the first floor amid the countless golden and iron percussions. Their hairy arms were slamming the hammer vigorously, hammering the various artifacts on the iron felt. Again and again. The light and shadow changed, and the sweaty figure of the dwarf blacksmith was projected on the tall walls on both sides. For a moment, it seemed as if a group of black giants were waving their arms. After a few steps, Roy's attention was quickly attracted by the scene around him. In the blazing furnace, the fiery red steel stream rushes freely. A 4-year-old sword embryo with red all over slept quietly in it. The solemn dwarf blacksmith slowly took out the sword embryo from the furnace flame inch by inch. The sword embryo emerged from the furnace, and a series of sizzling blasts broke out in an instant. A large amount of white smoke rolled around, and the air screamed under its high temperature. When the red sword embryo is completely revealed, I don't know how many times it has been forged, the surface faintly shows layers of overlapping lines, but it is somewhat primitive and rough compared to the finished product. The blacksmith clamped the sword embryo in front of him with pliers and whispered to it as if to a lover. After a while, he fixed the sword embryo on the iron felt with steel pliers, and held the casting hammer with the other hand and sucked deeply. In a sigh of relief. Immediately after a sharp sound of clank, the hammer was raised high and fell fiercely, and bright sparks splashed on the blacksmith's sweaty body. In a flash, his body was wrapped in a red coat. Look. Go up like in flames. Roy came back to his senses and scanned the entire hall. Pieces of artifacts were beaten into the shapes of various weapons and armors. The dark steel tongs clamped them into the reservoir next to the furnace, and it was boiling at that moment. The water vapor soared into the sky, and the whole hall was filled with white smoke. When the smoke dissipated, the dwarf began to smelt and forge again and again. Their movements are dull and repetitive, but they are full of an unspeakable rhythm. Those lifeless weapons and equipment seem to have been infused with vitality in the forging, glowing with strange brilliance. I can understand your mood. As a dwarf, when I first saw this scene, I lost my senses for a long time. The furnace hall is the glory of the dwarves, and Mahakam and the best blacksmiths of Carbon Mountain gathered here, producing the most sophisticated weapons and equipment in the entire Northern Territory. The blacksmiths take turns changing their guards, iron ore is continuously transported from nearby mines, and the flames of the furnace never stop. The weapons and equipment produced are shipped to all parts of the country, whether it is Aden, Temoria, Cordwin, or Redania. The dwarves of Mahakam neither favoritism nor bully any ethnic forces. Kelvin ostentatiously announced that the dwarf crossbowmen also raised their heads with Yen. And Roy was really shocked and speechless. With so many blacksmiths working day and night, how many weapons and equipment can he produce every day? How many elite soldiers can be armed? If the dwarves have a sufficient population base, then the entire Northern Territory may already be in their pockets. The lower level of the furnace hall is the wine cellar of Carbon Mountain. It is no exaggeration to say that if all the barrels in the wine cellar are broken, the flowing wine will merge into an underground river. However, it is not early today. The Grand Elder Brovar is still waiting for the two. I will not take them to visit the wine cellar for the time being. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. At the end of the furnace hall, there are spiraling escalators on the left and right sides, and a gate is suddenly cut out at the position where the front is connected to the mountain wall. Kelvin waved a hand to dismiss a group of crossbowmen, then pushed open the golden door, and took away their weapons. Behind the gate, 2 axe guards were as majestic as stone carvings. When they saw the visitor with piercing eyes, they grasped the axe handle and retracted the overlapping axe face to the side, revealing a palace illuminated by a burning brazier. Corridor. Marble columns tracing intricate patterns are supported on both sides of the palace. On the central floor, a bright red carpet stretches to the end. Above the 4 steps, a dwarf wearing a golden crown cast his gaze. Chapter 54 The Price of the Great Elder. Behind the throne made of black iron, stands a huge bluestone statue flush with the ceiling. On the throne, the dwarf with the golden crown and white hair supported the gilt edge on his right elbow, and his chin was supported by the palm of his right hand. A blood-red satin coat was fully supported by the majestic body. The white eyebrows were tightly furrowed and the face was full of furrows. Appearing not to be angry or prestigious, between the gazes and pans, there was a trace of anxiety and fatigue in his deep eyes. Standing in front of him were 2 dwarf waiters in white robes on either side. When they saw someone coming, they whispered to him. "Elder, the person you want has brought." Kelvin walked to the men and bowed. Resso, the demon hunter of the Viper School, Roy, the apprentice. "It's rare that my dear nephew Seville appreciates you so much. I must be a little bit really talented to learn, and will not let me down." The hoarse voice of the old man echoed in the corridors of the palace, like rocks and gravel rubbing fiercely, and the tone of voice was choppy and full of unspeakable ancient rhyme, which made people impressive. "The big elder is strong like a lion, but he can hardly hide his twilight, because he is too old. Even in the long-lived race of dwarves, he can be regarded as an old birthday star." Brovar Hogg. Age, 198 years old. Sex, male. HP, 120, racial trait toughness +20. Identity. Carbon Mountain Great Elder. His identity is recognized by most of the dwarves. He is the head of Mahakam Carbon Mountain, and he is in charge of all affairs of Mahakam. Attributes. Strength, 10, strong +1. Agility, 6, short and fat -1. Physique, 10, strong +1. Perception, 7. Will, 8. Spirit, 6. Charm, 6, short fat -1. Skill. Ancient Forging LV10, forging skills that he has honed for hundreds of years, let him create what kind of weapons and armors. The proficiency of the furnace can no longer describe 1/10 of his methods. His casting skills can be described as turning decadence into magic and otherworldly. Even if it has not been opened for several years, his skills are still at the top of the world. Any equipment he tailored is worthy of knights, soldiers, mercenaries, witchers and other combat elites as heirlooms and passed on from generation to generation. Even the ancient artifacts can be made by just giving him drawings and materials. Two-handed weapon specialization LV10. Years of training and battles have enabled him to perfectly master two-handed weapons such as giant axes, spears, halberds, and heavy hammers. When using two-handed weapons to attack, the destructive power will be increased by 50%. Toughness. Passive curing dwarves have a long lifespan and strong vitality. Adult dwarves have 20 more health points than humans. Strong, passive solidification dwarves are skilled in handling two-handed weapons with sufficient physical strength. Adult dwarves are born with 1 point more strength and physique than humans. Chunky, passive curing the 5 short stature and big belly make the dwarves move more slowly than normal humans, and their appearance is not favored by other races of the opposite sex, and they may even suffer disgust. Agility -1, Charisma -1. Crisis Perception LV5, years of life and death training, rich combat experience, let him have an extremely keen perception of the upcoming danger. The rest is slightly. The attributes of this dwarf elder are much higher than that of ordinary people, but it is not surprising to Roy, who has been baptized for many years. The skills forged in the ancient times left his eyes on his mind. Resso has been lacking a silver sword worthy of his hand, and perhaps it will fall on this great elder. The demon hunter glanced at Kelvin, who was still kneeling on one knee, and said, "Elder Broval, we came to meet you as you wish. But with all due respect, with your reputation and influence in Mahakam, just send a word to me and Roy absolutely obediently. Don't you need to bring us here like criminals?" "Kelvin, how did I tell you before?" In the faint questioning sound, the originally high-pitched white-haired dwarf dropped his head without saying a word, seeming to tacitly accept the demon hunter's accusation. "Finally, knowing that you have never liked dealing with humans, but it is a big taboo to substitute personal emotions in business. Now you immediately apologize to the two distinguished guests." White-haired Kelvin took a deep breath, clenched his fists and bowed unwillingly to the two of them. I blame my nephew for being too indulgent, but he is still less than 60 years old. According to human terms, he has just grown up just not long. I hope the two can be considerate and considerate. Speaking to blame, his tone was unconcealed. Roy's eyes turned between the two and found that Elder Brovel and his nephew Kelvin looked alike, with white beards and hair, and cool facial features, especially the arrogant energy between the eyebrows and eyes. Carved out of the mold. When Resso saw it well, he closed and said, "Your Excellency, let us talk about business now. You called us to Carbon Mountain in a hurry. What is the so-called? You must know that the Demon Hunter is good at when dealing with monsters. The Carbon Mountain under your jurisdiction is heavily guarded. And a fly can't fly in. It doesn't look like it's being infested by monsters." Then you guessed wrong, Demon Hunter. If you are in a fortress, you are naturally not threatened by monsters. Brovard said in a deep voice, "But the mines in the mountains outside the fortress, in the past few months the workers died one after another, and I specifically invite you to come over. In the hope that the murderer can be arrested, regardless of life or death." The two people under the stage looked at each other and were a little surprised. It's not because the villagers of Sponsel have asked us. It really is a blessing and not a curse, escape the new year, but also the winter solstice. Roy still has some doubts in his heart. The noble dwarf elder must be guilty for such a group of humans under the mountain. A group of foreign races, all the teachers mobilized the Demon Hunter to invite to the front, personally. Brovard saw their doubts, a look of anger appeared on the old sagging cheeks, and he gave the answer, that murderer was bold enough to not only kill the human miners, but also extend the clutches of my compatriots. This is undoubtedly for me. Provocation to all Mahakam dwarves. The murderer must die. That's it. Roy suddenly realized. It seems that the villagers at the foot of the mountain did not know the inside story. In fact, it was not only 4 human miners who died, but the adults in the mountains they called were also brutally killed. Demon Hunter Resso, if you can catch the murderer for the people of Carbon Mountain, I will have a great reward. Then what if you can't catch it? From where to go back and forth, Mahakam will always close the door to both of you. Roy barked his teeth, the Demon Hunter's face turned blue. Brovel suddenly stood up from the throne on the armrest, and said loudly, "I'll just talk about the specifics. It's the so-called sword for heroes. The weapons I personally made are beyond count, and some of them are unowned. As long as you capture the murderer, I will immediately give away one of the rare swords. Come on, I'm sure you won't insult the name of the Snake School Demon Hunter Master." Risua's expression was a little stunned. As long as he was a sword-handling person, who had never heard of the famous name of Mahakam's weapon. And the one made by the great elder himself must be the finest among the finest works. If one is obtained, it will also be a great help to the future battles. Elder, although I am only an apprentice, but working with Resso tacitly can definitely contribute. Hearing this reward, Roy couldn't help but be moved, but the other party didn't seem to agree with him. You. Brovel shook his head and said meaningfully, "Little brother, I think you'd better stay in Tanshan and be full of wine and barbecue." Roy sighed in his heart, not only the Witcher despised himself as weak, but also the dwarf despised himself. In fact, he is still a bit useful. Although he can't fight close to monsters like a demon hunter, he can at least help throw an alchemy bomb and set a cold arrow. He turned around and blinked at the hesitant Witcher, but the other party didn't see it. "Elder Brovard, entrust me to take over. This kid will stay at Carbon Mountain. Please take care of me." Brovar nodded, and said to the white-haired dwarf, "Kelvin, I order you to obey Master Rezer's instructions from today and do your best to help him find the murderer. If you are negligent, you will not be merciless." "Yes." Kelvin, who had been bowing his head and silent, replied in a deep voice. "Master Resso, you will start the investigation tomorrow, and the deadline is 2 weeks to December. If no murderer is caught by that time, then please go back the same way and leave Mahakam." Chapter 55 Special Mission. Kelvin took the order and led the two of them out of this magnificent palace and walked to the guest room on the other floor. "Resso, this time I am going to leave me as a hand-shocking shopkeeper." Roy tried to persuade the demon hunter, "Don't you think fighting that kind of monster is an extremely valuable experience? Even if I can't participate in it, you can gain insights by observing from the side. Believe me, I will never hold you back. We had already rejected a commission in Sponsel before, but we couldn't escape it. Don't you think this is the guide of destiny? He saw that the other party was indifferent, so he pulled his destiny, and the demon hunter seemed to eat it. Fate, let us meet this challenge together. Come on, Destiny has no time to pay attention to a kid from the country. The demon hunter stared at the white-haired dwarf leading the way, and said without looking back, the hunting thing must go deep into the forest hinterland. The forest is its home. Animals and plants are equivalent to eyes and ears. Once you step in, you can't hide it from any corner. It's unrealistic to hide. So don't be delusional, the demon hunter deliberately increased his voice, you just stay at Carbon Mountain, just as a tourist. It's also good to go around nearby, not everyone has the opportunity to visit this miraculous fortress. You have been working hard to practice crossbow shooting skills, and the Carbon Mountain dwarf archer is an expert in this area. If you have the opportunity, you can ask them. I am really bored, so I will take a look at the notes I left with you. Seeing the demon hunter's resolute attitude, Roy no longer insisted. But the other party has a good point, he is happy to communicate with the dwarf archer. After all, I just bought a brand new crossbow, it inevitably feels itchy. The two followed Kelvin all the way up the spiral escalator at the end of the furnace hall to the second floor. Kelvin seemed to have been stimulated, since he was taught by the Grand Elder Brovar. He was honest, like a diligent servant, leading the two into the upper floor of the palace where Brovar Hogg was, and was also opened up. The hollow interior of the mountain. Pushed open the second-story door, and the torches wrapped in tarp shining on, neatly lined up with showrooms and warehouses on both sides. Looking up, a row of iron doors with rectangular observation holes appeared at the end of the front corridor. And Roy suddenly felt the whistling wind accompanied by a gust of freezing cold air from the observation hole of the iron door, which made him feel excited. Is there a window inside the mountain wall to breathe? When he walked to the iron gate, he couldn't help but peeking around, then he was startled. This, the dwarves in the mountains can play so well. The room behind the iron door is no more than a normal bedroom size and empty. The back of the bedroom does not even have a wall. It is completely open. The howling cold wind accompanied by snowflakes blows in, freezing the ceiling, side walls, and floor of the room. Crystal clear ice slag. This is the so-called semi-open snow view room. Guests in the room only need to walk a few steps forward in the room to see the majestic scenery of Carbon Mountain up close and feel the original charm of the ice and snow. Through the empty walls, you can admire the pine trees wrapped in silver in the vast snow and the crumbling sunset on the horizon. Of course, the premise is that the residents are strong enough not to be frozen to death. After all, there is no blanket or brazier in the room. Only a few races with developed body hair like dwarves and thick skins and frost-resistant races can enjoy this kind of treatment. And if you continue a few steps forward, you can say goodbye to the world. How about, kid, you can go in and experience a week if you make a mistake at Mahakam. Do you need me to arrange it for you? Kelvin didn't know when he got to his side and said something darkly. Roy suddenly turned around, narrowed his eyes and looked down, overlooking the dwarf's head resting on his chest. Your Excellency Kelvin, did the kid refer to me? The dwarf's complexion changed, but he remembered the elder's request again, and snorted. When the three of them turned a few turns in the corridor and came to the guest room deep in the corridor, the dwarf threw down 2 keys. There will be a servant delivering meals at night. Turn off the lights after 10 o'clock, stay in the room honestly and don't just walk around. The great elder strayed into the forbidden area will not be able to save you. Besides, Master Resso, I will call you tomorrow morning. Bang. The door slammed shut. Roy stretched his waist. There was so much happening today that his eyes almost couldn't come over, and his mind needed to slow down. The demon hunter made a quiet gesture towards him, tiptoed to the observation hole to pay attention to the movement outside the door, confirmed that there was no one nearby, and hooked his finger. Know why I don't let you participate? Dislike me for holding back. Of course, this is the main reason. Master Demon Hunter, just speak up if you have something to say. Roy took a deep breath. I noticed. You deliberately increased your voice on the way to mislead Kelvin Hogg. Very good. The cold air of Carbon Mountain did not freeze your mind. There is a mission to let you stay. Oh. Roy straightened his posture all of a sudden. I knew that although the world has a big fist is the last word, but occasionally I have to use my brain. The demon hunter leaned in his ear and whispered, during the time I entered the forest to investigate, you were responsible for searching the dwarves in Carbon Mountain and finding a guy with a special mark on me. Speaking, his fingers drew a few times on the ground to outline a weird symbol with a cobweb and antlers overlapping. remember this mark. Any dwarf, as long as there is a mark of this shape on his arms, thighs, or other parts of his body, tell me immediately. Don't let him find out. Roy rubbed his chin and frowned. In the winter, everyone is wrapped like a bear. How should I check their bodies? In case the mark is on which bearded butt, I can't just strip him off his pants. Open. Do you need to find another way? The demon hunter's generous palm patted his shoulder again. Boy, you did a good job at Cardell House, and continue to use your advantages. Roy sat down on the bed, his eyes rolled, and soon got an idea. Observation, skills coupled with observation with the naked eye, double assurance, may be able to catch imprinted parasites. Try not to let others see the clues. The demon hunter warned with a serious face, but if you can find a few dwarves you can trust and confirm that you have not been parasitized by the imprint, it would be nice to help. I have another question, Roy asked hesitantly. What if the target is a woman? The most likely to enter the forest, the miners and hunters who come into contact with the deer-head spirits are all men. They are your primary target, the Witcher paused. If you can't find them, you are young, compared to dwarf children. Looks more tender. Even if something happens, women don't care about it. The image of a woman with a beard and strong body hair emerged in Roy's mind. He shook his head with a bitter cold expression, praying that the parasite was not a woman. What does the mark mean? There is no such content in the notes. The demon hunter licked his chapped lips. You have to understand that the more powerful the monster will occupy, the wider the territory. The hunting ground of it extends from Sponsel at the foot of the mountain to the deep valley near the Carbon Mountain. Over the years, the power I mastered must be rare in my life. I have to prepare for the worst. It has awakened a secret method, which is closely related to the imprint. If the imprint parasite cannot be found, even if I kill the murderer, it can extract the vitality of the parasite and resurrect immediately. The imprinted parasite has already surrendered to it, which is no different from a half-slave, so it cannot be noticed for him. Roy's figure was shocked when he heard the words, and a tall figure with antlers, white bones, moss-crawling, and limbs twisted like branches appeared suddenly in his mind. It really is the deer-head spirit. Chapter 56 Starting Action. Deer Shou Jing. The product of the confluence of the celestial spheres lives in the deep mountains and old forests. It has the beast companions who call to be reached, and can also control plants to assist. Because of its unique appearance, it is often regarded as the center of faith by the ignorant mountain villagers. It sacrifices. I remember in many folklore that the deer-head spirit is a kind character. It will help the lost traveler to guide the way and save the victims from the bandits. Of course, Roy's knowledge gained from paper is not personally spoken by the demon hunter. The vividness of the teaching, so I asked as much as possible. Boy, do you believe in such a ridiculous story? In fact, the deer head will slowly absorb the energy of the creatures gathered in the territory until it becomes an empty shell. But this guy usually doesn't take the initiative to attack ordinary humans. Everything in the world has its pros and cons. There are deer-head spirits that seem to coexist peacefully with humans, and there are also guys who regard humans as mortal enemies. The demon hunter said with jealousy, the deer-head spirits that wreak havoc in Mahakam are enough to win. In the name of ancient. It is no accident that there will be altars to increase power in the mountains and forests. From tomorrow on, I will uproot the altars one by one and weaken their power. Roy faintly worried, the thing seemed to be stronger than he expected. Are you sure? Ordinary steel weapons don't have much effect on the deer-head spirit, right? Sword oil, bombs, and potions are all ready, and the rest is up to God's will. Reso's voice became heavy. If I can't come back, you will leave Mahakam and find a way to Sintra and Oaks and Serret meet. They will be responsible for follow-up training. Roy's breathing was stagnant when he listened. How could he explain his last words? Why don't you exit Mahakam and take a detour from Livia and Upper Sorden? Do you think Tanshan is a tavern? Come and leave if you want. The demon hunter shook his head. If you don't meet the deer-head spirit, it's impossible for Elder Brovar to let us leave. In the evening, the servant brought food. Although Carbon Mountain Fortress is extremely majestic and magnificent, the internal living conditions are not as far away as the residence of Edsburg Severe Hog. Apart from 2 beds, a kerosene lamp, and an old clock, there is no other furniture in the bedroom. Fortunately, it has inherited the characteristics of cave dwellings. It is warm in winter and cool in summer, and it does not make people feel cold. In addition, the dinner was pretty good. 2 portions of dark roasted meat, hard bread covered with icy slag, frozen fruit, nuts, and honey wine, which have a special flavor. Roy divided half of the barbecue on his plate and gave it to the demon hunter. Eat more, Resso, what if this is your last bite? Okay, he said half-truth before the other party changed his face, just a joke, but if you can't come back, what else should I go to Sintra? Why don't you go directly to Novigrad and accompany old Moore and Sue? Chien sells vegetables. He paused, clenching his hands, and a trace of firmness flashed in his eyes. Since you led me to this path, Resso, you have to be responsible to the end. The sound of the demon hunter's chewing stopped suddenly, and then continued nonchalantly after a while. The next morning, when Roy woke up from meditation, the demon hunter was applying sword oil to the steel sword and two short swords. There was a rare tenderness in his eyes, as if looking at his lover. The sturdy arm was as precise as a machine, and the movements were simple and powerful. The gray square was dipped in some yellow-brown grease, and the sharp blade was wiped. It was full of inexplicable tension. Roy unknowingly watched the whole process. A row of props are neatly placed in front of the demon hunter: potions, decoctions, sword oil, and alchemy bombs. Old rules, this is for you just in case, keep it safe. Resso handed over a small blue can wrapped in yellow rubber bands. What kind of bomb is this again? Roy was happy, and he still remembered the power of the last dancing star. The anti-magic metal bomb can prevent the deer head spirit from releasing magic, and it is equally effective for the witcher and the warlock. Something else. The demon hunter pointed to another thing and explained patiently, this translucent bottle of liquid is residual oil that can cause extra damage to the deer head essence. It is the sword oil I just applied to the sword. The green bottle is demon dust, which can cause a little trouble for it. Not long after, Kelvin came to take away the demon hunter. Of course, this guy still had no good expressions on the two of them. And Roy was taken by another dwarf, Sanchez, to visit the entire Carbon Mountain. Carbon Mountain does not raise idlers. All dwarf members have their responsibilities, the blacksmith and winemaker responsible for production, the dwarf hunting team responsible for hunting, the supervision of the mine, the people who manage the daily lives of all the residents of Carbon Mountain, etc. Wait. If the entire Carbon Mountain is a country, then the great elder Brovard is the king, and the other elders are the ministers of the kingdom. And Sanchez is one of the people who obey the king and take care of the daily life of the elders and guests. He is wearing a soft white robe, his beard and hair are neatly tied, his face is very clean, his posture is different from other dwarves, and he has a feminine feeling, which is more elegant than ordinary rude dwarves. Many. Roy followed him, his eyes couldn't help but glanced at his lower body. The beard is still lush, and the dwarf eunuch shouldn't be castrated like in another country, right? Your Excellency Kelvin took you to visit the furnace hall yesterday. Today I will take you to the wine cellar on the first floor to have a look. How about tasting the various fine wines of Carbon Mountain by the way? Don't worry about the wine, Roy shrugged, how about you tell me the basic situation of the entire Carbon Mountain? Sanchez lightly nodded and said softly as he walked, it is needless to say that the first and negative floors of the main fortress. The second floor includes the residences of master blacksmiths, warehouses, and prisons for prisoners. The third floor is for the elders. Living room. The subfort outside the main fort is inhabited by guards and mine supervisors. Where do ordinary mine workers and their families live? You should have seen it when you came. They lived in cave dwellings on the mountain outside the fort. How many residents are there in Carbon Mountain? Sanchez smiled and refused to answer. Roy turned to say, the brothers who work in the mine near Carbon Mountain and the warriors of the hunting team live nearby. Although Sanchez was very surprised why he asked this, he still gave a positive answer. Roy thought, it is unlikely that he will search all the dwarves. The dwarves who have the opportunity to enter the forest and have close contact with the deer-head spirit. The dwarves who are planted with imprints are most likely from hunting teams, or dwarves working in nearby mines, groups that have been staying inside Carbon Mountain, such as dwarf women, blacksmiths, and dwarves. Winemaker, it is unlikely that there will be that opportunity. So the first target of his search was on this group of people. Leave the wine cellar aside. The climate in the valley is so cold that I really can't adapt. Can you take me to the bathhouse first? I want to take a hot bath to warm my body. Although Sanders was surprised that the young guest had to take a bath early in the morning, he didn't ask anything. Of course, no problem, please follow me.